In the era of the shinobi warring states, where mortality rate is exceedingly high, how can one ensure their own safety? Having transformed into a member of the Uchiha clan, there are no alternatives. I must cling tightly to the thigh of the young clan leader and devise a plan to escape before he activates his Mangekyō Sharingan. However, the situation seems to deviate significantly from the plan. Madara, I am not your biological brother. Why do you seek to control me? Chapter 1. A New Arrival. Where am I? Qianjing gazes in bewilderment at his current surroundings. The sunlight outside is splendid, streaming through the window and illuminating the room with a bright glow. He finds himself lying on a bed constructed from two joined desks. Upon closer inspection, they appear to be school desks. Aside from the spot where he lies, a layer of dust covers every surface in the room. In the corner, a haphazard pile of unfamiliar tools lies scattered, and across the room, a few chairs are stacked, suggesting this is a seldom used space, reminiscent of a storage room for equipment. Qianjing sits up from his bed, momentarily lost in thought. He recalls merely having taken a nap. Prior to sleeping, he had experienced insomnia and thus read a fanfiction novel. Little did he expect that the couple favored by the author was Sosuke and Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen. The novel might have been penned long ago. While he cannot fault the author, the thought of their interactions in the original work, where Sukuna shows interest in Fushiguro Megumi, unsettles him. It wasn't sweet nor particularly romantic. It merely utilized Fushiguro Megumi's persona, compelling the mere 15-year-old to assist in navigating the infinite void of Gojo Satoru, leaving Qianjing with a profound discomfort. He feels his insomnia worsening. Internally, he curses Sukuna 1,000 times, adamantly refusing to admit that he once belonged to the ranks of those who shipped Sosuke and Sukuna. Having long suffered from nerve fatigue, he resorts to taking a sleeping pill, allowing the medication to lull him into slumber. Yet upon awakening, he finds himself in this peculiar place. Is it a dream? Qianjing taps his temple. It seems he has unlocked the door to a new realm. A sudden sharp pain pierces his temple, and the images before him distort and spin, accompanied by a buzzing sound in his ears as a flood of non-existent memories infiltrates his mind. Uchiha Qianjing, an orphan. His parents perished in the war last year. Due to their honorable deaths, he was posthumously honored by the Uchiha clan. That same year, the Uchiha clan assumed the responsibility of raising him. Reluctant to enter an orphanage, he enrolled early in the Uchiha clan's ninja academy, becoming a preparatory ninja with the capacity for independent action, residing alone in his former home and subsisting on the pension provided by the Uchiha clan. At present, he finds himself within the ninja academy. The lunch break should have concluded by now, and classes are soon to commence in the afternoon. Recalling the rather unpleasant-looking teacher from his memories, Qianjing steadies himself against the desk and rises, intending to make his way to the classroom from his recollections. If all else fails, he can simply mark his attendance and excuse himself to the infirmary, claiming to feel unwell. Uchiha. This surname he has only encountered in Naruto. Therefore, where exactly is he? Is he in the world of Naruto? Yet, in his recollections, there has been no mention of an Uchiha Qianjing within the storyline. Is he merely too peripheral to have ever appeared in the main plot? Or has he already met his demise, relegated to the role of a mere background character? Is he truly not dreaming? Qianjing stumbles along the wall, making his way toward the classroom. The Uchiha clan is a prominent family. While each clan values its young ones greatly, the relentless wars require some of their youths to take up arms, resulting in a limited number of students within the clan's ninja academy. Everyone cherishes their time at the ninja academy and values their classmates, for today's companions may become tomorrow's comrades. A classmate you share a classroom with today might receive a summons for their funeral tomorrow. The students exhibit great camaraderie towards one another. Particularly, Qianjing, being quite young and having enrolled before the stipulated age, is perceived by the older students as a genuine child, and given his unfortunate family circumstances, they harbor no negative sentiments toward him. Except for one person, Uchiha Izuna, who shares the same age. Uchiha Izuna is the youngest son of Uchiha Taijima, the clan leader, and has been lauded as a little genius since childhood, which is why he was permitted to enroll a year early. Izuna has an elder brother named Uchiha Madara. The moment he laid eyes on Izuna's face, a corresponding memory surged in Qianjing's mind, and he immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He crossed his arms and rested his chin on his hands, eyes closed, striving to acclimate to the sensation of vertigo. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara, these names resonate profoundly. Well, he understood why he hadn't heard of the name Uchiha Qianjing, It was because they were currently in the Warring States period of the Naruto universe. In this era, putting aside other matters, the mortality rate is exceedingly high. What should he do? Can he truly survive here? Is this not a dream? It feels too real, doesn't it? Hey, why do you close your eyes the moment you see me? Do you look down upon me? Izuna's adorable face was tightly drawn, and his cheeks were flushed with irritation. Qianjing tilted his head, resting on the back of his hand, gazing at the nearby Uchiha Izuna. This diminutive bundle, no matter how tightly he frowned, couldn't conceal the baby fat adorning the sides of Izuna's face. His round visage, coupled with an irate expression, was rather endearing. The rumors do not deceive. Indeed, the Uchiha are beautiful, and Izuna is already discernibly a beauty at this tender age. Not at all. You are so adorable. How could I possibly look down on you? Qianjing replied. Izuna appeared taken aback by Qianjing's unexpected compliment. He froze momentarily, and his already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. He then feigned a serious expression, though his tone softened considerably. I only lost to you in this morning's training match due to a momentary lapse in concentration. Let us compete again shortly. Well, Qianjing hesitated, wishing to decline. He was aware of the original Uchiha Qianjing's combat prowess from his memories, but at present, he was incapable of manifesting it. If he were to continue living here, he would certainly adapt to the environment. However, being thrust into a match with this little genius right off the bat would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous fate for him. He reached out and grasped Izuna's small hand. Izuna instinctively flinched, unable to suppress a wince. Are you injured? Qianjing inquired. He cast a disapproving glance at Izuna and rolled up the sleeve of his shirt. Izuna donned a large-sleeved, dark blue top, adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem embroidered on the back, which exuded a sense of antiquity and elegance. His strikingly beautiful yet aloof visage, coupled with his dignified demeanor, rendered the attire profoundly graceful, unmistakably indicative of one from a distinguished family. On the small arm that Qianjing had rolled up, there was a scarlet mark. It appeared shallow, yet it stood out starkly against Izuna's fair and delicate skin. You're already injured. There's no need to compete. Let's tend to this first. Qianjing began, but his words faltered. What's wrong with you? Izuna asked. Qianjing tentatively extended his hand and placed it upon the site of Izuna's injury, whispering, reverse technique. The crimson mark on Izuna's arm seemed to rewind in time, instantly diminishing until it vanished entirely. Izuna's eyes widened in astonishment. Qianjing, with a bewildered expression, remarked, It seems I can heal you. Chapter 2, Abilities. The technique of reversal, known as a sophisticated manipulation of cursed energy within the realm of jutsu, operates on the principle of multiplying negative energy with cursed energy to yield positive energy capable of healing. However, Qianjing did not perceive any semblance of cursed energy. More precisely, he could not even distinctly sense the chakra, akin to that found in the world of Naruto. At that moment, as he uttered the words healing, he felt an inexplicable sense of capability, prompting him to attempt it, to his astonishment, with success. This revelation left him utterly bewildered, let alone the incredulous Izuna, who had just been instantaneously healed. Why you can perform medical ninjutsu? Izuna stammered. I cannot. Qianjing immediately refuted. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his pinky towards Izuna, whispering, Izuna, you won't tell anyone, right? Although Izuna was uncertain as to why Qianjing wished to conceal his medical ninjutsu abilities, he understood that Qianjing had kept it a secret thus far to aid him. How could he betray someone who had selflessly revealed such a significant secret for his sake? Qianjing despised those who would stab others in the back. With a serious expression, Izuna solemnly extended his own pinky, sealing their promise. Rest assured, I will not breathe a word to anyone. Qianjing, still apprehensive, pressed on, not even to your brother. After a moment's contemplation, Izuna nodded. All right. I won't say anything. But, if my brother gets hurt, will you be able to help him heal? No problem, Qianjing readily assured, perhaps burdened by his newfound secret. Izuna refrained from pursuing a challenge against Qianjing later. Even on their walk home from school, he wore a pensive expression. Qianjing found this amusing as he slung his backpack over his shoulder, making his way towards the home etched in his memory. In his recollections, his parents were far from inconspicuous within the Uchiha clan. They were not mere unknown juniors. While they may not have matched the elite members of the clan leader's close guard, they were nonetheless a formidable presence during external conflicts. Each time they returned from war, they bore various injuries. Their unwavering dedication to the Uchiha clan did not go unnoticed, as they were rewarded generously during their lifetimes, and even after their passing. Their children were well cared for by the clan. Had Chanjing not been averse to the orphanage, it is likely that after navigating that process, he would have been adopted by a wealthy and benevolent family. Chanjing stepped into the modest, standalone courtyard. The small two-story house housed a living room, kitchen, and his parents' bedroom on the ground floor, while the second floor contained a study, an open balcony, and his own room. After his parents' demise, Chanjing had sealed off their room. Previously, he had no skills in cooking, rendering the ground floor largely unused. However, now that he had acquired culinary abilities, he could at least sustain himself. Opening the cupboard revealed only some packaged dried noodles. Upon inspection, he discovered they had long since molded, prompting him to dispose of them and head to the nearby market before sunset, hoping to purchase ingredients to prepare a meal. "Is that you, Chanjing?" boomed the butcher, spotting him from a distance. "What brings you to the market?" The fishmonger beside him nudged him, disapprovingly stating, "Why shouldn't Chanjing be here? This market isn't yours. He's entitled to buy food too." "Oh, that's not what I meant." The butcher scratched his head sheepishly. "I thought children your age wouldn't be cooking. I was planning to have my wife deliver food to you tonight." The fishmonger shook her head. That is precisely why he is pushing himself to grow up quickly. He can learn to cook, but without parents to shelter him, he must become strong and independent. "Ah," the butcher sighed. "When will this damned war ever cease?" Chanjing, having circled the market, arrived at the meat stall and inquired, "How much for this piece of pork belly?" "Oh, it's you, Chanjing." The butcher snapped back to attention, swiftly wrapping the pork belly in oiled paper, tying it with string, and attaching a rope for easy handling. He handed it to Chanjing, saying, "It's getting late. I'll be closing up soon. Business was good today, so this piece is on the house. If you can't cook it or ruin it, just come back, and I'll give you another." Chanjing, the fishmonger approached, carrying a fish, her expression warm as she said, "I have one last fish, take it with you. After you do, I can close up early and head home." Chanjing, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, ma'am." Chanjing left the market, bewildered, with a piece of meat in one hand and a fish in the other. To his surprise, he had spent not a single penny, bringing home both fish and meat. Were the Uchihas truly this generous? Were they not known to be aloof, proud, and difficult to engage with? The rumors did not align with reality. Observing Chanjing's small figure as he departed, the butcher and fishmonger exchanged benevolent glances. Suddenly, the fishmonger exclaimed, "Oh dear. I didn't gut or scale that fish before giving it to him. Does he even know how to cook?" The butcher smacked his forehead, lamenting, "I should have prepped the meat for him. The Uchihas are skilled with fire, but can he handle a knife?" The answer was yes. Not only could he, but he wielded it with greater finesse than one might expect. Chanjing already possessed basic cooking skills. He could make ordinary home dishes and handle tasks like cutting meat or gutting fish. However, given his small stature, he had prepared himself for the possibility of struggling with the knife, even bringing a small stool to the countertop to process the fish and meat, fearful of slipping and injuring himself. Yet, as he lifted the knife, the moment felt as if he could try something new, and he raised his hand, effortlessly slicing through the ingredients. Release. The meat on the cutting board was instantly cleaved into perfect pieces. What had once been an irregular chunk of meat was now uniformly cut into 20 square pieces, each identical, as if measured with precision. Chapter 3. Lunch. Chanjing quietly set down the knife, glancing at his palm. If the earlier inexplicable reversal technique had yet to clarify anything, this moment of release certainly did. Release was a unique technique of the dual entities of cursed energy, simply understood as slicing. Wounds inflicted by release resembled those made by a razor-sharp blade, yielding exceedingly smooth edges. It belonged to a category of basic skills that could be continuously executed without consuming chakra, akin to a standard attack with a critical hit effect of 100. As long as Chanjing maintained sufficient stamina, he could employ it infinitely. In contrast, the dual entities also possessed another slicing skill known as 8. This technique could only be executed once, but allowed the user to adjust their attack power based on the opponent's strength, achieving a decisive strike, essentially a finishing move. Chanjing sensed that he could potentially achieve the 8th level, yet he found it somewhat perilous and thus opted to refrain from attempting it for the time being. So, what was the situation now? He merely read a novel, expressed a few critiques about Sukuna, and suddenly found himself traversing the world of Naruto with Sukuna's abilities? Now, he could employ reversal techniques, could utilize the dissolution, and it seemed he could even manifest the 8th level. What next? Would he also be able to unleash domain expansion? Hold on, let's not discuss domain expansion for now. Could it be that he had also taken on Sukuna's appearance? He recalled that Sukuna's true form was rather peculiar, and the aesthetic appeal in the anime was solely upheld by Yuji Itadori and Megumi Fushijiro's exteriors. Chanjing instantly felt a surge of anxiety. He removed his apron, leaped off the small stool, and hurried into the bathroom, wide-eyed as he gazed into the mirror above the sink. Reflected back at him was a boy with black hair and black eyes, equally wide-eyed in astonishment. A quintessential Uchiha visage. His skin was pale and flawless, devoid of any blemish. His eyes were large and round, dark and glossy, with slightly drooping outer corners and long eyelashes, reminiscent of a puppy's gaze, exuding an endearing charm. His delicate features, coupled with a hint of baby fat, revealed that he had been nurtured with care. His black hair was slightly messy, yet the tips were tied into a small tuft that bobbed with his head movements, akin to a puppy wagging its tail. Qianjing let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he did not resemble Sukuna's true form. He had a slight preference for aesthetics, and if he were to appear unattractive, it would surely distress him each time he glanced into a mirror. He raised his hand to pinch his own cheek. The boy in the mirror mirrored his actions. Leaning closer, he inspected his reflection. Growing into an Uchiha was a stroke of fortune, yet this visage appeared rather effeminate. Was it the size of the eyes? Or perhaps the length of the eyelashes? He tilted his head to examine the tips of his hair in the mirror. Having grown to this length, it seemed prudent to forego long hair. Moreover, maintaining long hair would be a hassle in this era, devoid of electric hair dryers. He extended his right hand, grasped the ends of his hair, and silently muttered the dissolution incantation. Instantly, a slicing force manifested in his palm, severing the small tuft cleanly. This looked much more pleasing to the eye. Qianjing inspected himself in the mirror, satisfied with his appearance, washed his hands, and returned to the kitchen to tend to the ingredients he had previously prepared. At his age, his appetite was not substantial, yet he had procured a considerable amount of fish and meat. In this era, there were no refrigerators, and his family was not affluent enough to utilize true ice for preservation. Therefore, he resolved to cook all the fish and meat, indulging in a feast tonight, leaving enough for a noodle dish in the morning and some leftovers for lunch. Even so, the lunch portion was still excessive. During the midday break, he retrieved his lunchbox and hesitated upon lifting the lid. Eating rich, meaty dishes 3 times in a row felt overwhelming. He craved something different. However, not consuming the dishes would result in waste. Although he hadn't spent any money, wastefulness was never virtuous, especially since he had painstakingly prepared everything himself. Qianjing, what do you have there? His classmate, Uchiha Izuna, also unveiled his lunchbox. Lifting the lid revealed 3 neatly wrapped rice balls, each encased in vegetable leaves. The rice balls were arranged meticulously, with the leaves carefully selected to match in size, and the angles of the wrapping were identical. A few slices of carrot and cucumber adorned the side, creating a visually appealing presentation, yet ultimately, they were merely 3 rice balls. As the young master of the clan, how could his lunch consist of just 3 rice balls? Qianjing nudged his lunchbox towards Izuna and asked, "Would you like to try? This is braised pork." Pork? Izuna's small face immediately scrunched up. "Is this all you're eating, Qianjing?" "Qianjing, shouldn't that line be mine?" "Pork is awful," Izuna remarked. "When grilled, it turns tough and dry. The right way leaves a fishy taste, and if poorly done, it has a burnt flavor, which can easily upset the stomach. If you don't have anything to eat, I can bring you lunch in the future." "Qianjing, are you even listening to yourself? Why don't you try it first?" Qianjing inquired tentatively. Izuna wore a look of refusal. "Just try it. It's not grilled. I made it myself, and it's delicious." Qianjing pushed the lunchbox closer to Izuna. Upon hearing that it was made by Qianjing, Izuna hesitated. The pork looked different from what he had eaten before. Most importantly, it was prepared by Qianjing, who, he had heard, no longer had family and must feel quite lonely now. Regardless of taste, as classmates, shouldn't he offer some praise? "Forget it. If it's awful, it's awful. Just take a bite, be a man, and swallow it." Izuna, steeling himself, reached for Qianjing's lunchbox with his chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork. He bit into it, and his eyes widened in surprise. His cheeks puffed out as he turned to look at Qianjing. Qianjing grinned. "Not bad, right? I made it sweet." "Izuna, do you like sweet things?" The Uchihas all have a penchant for sweets. Izuna chewed the braised pork a few times before nodding vigorously. "It's delicious. Then have some more." Qianjing nudged his lunchbox closer to Izuna while casually taking one of Izuna's rice balls. Taking a bite, he exclaimed, "Oh, this rice is fragrant. No wonder it's from the clan leader's family. It must be the finest rice of the year." Moreover, what was the filling in the rice ball? Perilla and plum. He leisurely finished one rice ball and reached out to pat Izuna on the back. "Eat slowly, and if you like it, I'll make it for you again next time." Izuna slowed down, realizing that in his eagerness for the 2 bites of meat, he had lost his composure, causing his face to flush. But this meat, he had truly never tasted anything like it. The balance of fat and lean meat was tender and juicy, and most importantly, it was sweet. So delicious. He cleared his throat, setting down his chopsticks, and feigned a serious expression, saying, "I greatly appreciate you treating me to this lunch. But during afternoon practice, I want to go easy on you." Chapter 4. Healing. "Not a problem." Qianjing shrugged nonchalantly. After discovering his ability to use dissolution the previous day, his confidence in his combat prowess soared. While he might not stand a chance against adults, engaging in a spar with the same-aged Uchiha Izuna, employing Sukuna's skills felt akin to cheating. What was there to be concerned about? Especially in their clan school, as they were all reserve ninjas. The tools used were not sharpened. Upperclassmen wielded unsharpened swords. Students like Qianjing and Izuna, fresh to the academy, were not even allowed to touch real weapons. They were provided with wooden swords, ensuring that no significant harm could occur. That was what Qianjing believed, until he accidentally scratched Izuna's face with his wooden sword. Izuna had trained at home since childhood, opting for blades as his weapon. His swordsmanship, honed under the guidance of his father and brother, far surpassed that of his peers. Qianjing was no match for Izuna without employing skills, and when pressed, he resorted to unleashing dissolution with the wooden sword. Forgetting that the application of dissolution did not require the wooden sword, resulting in a clean cut across Izuna's face. Other places could be overlooked, but that was the face of an Uchiha. Izuna's fair skin made the smooth, neat wound stand out, a fine line of blood trailing down his chubby cheek. His expression frozen in shock. Izuna had not anticipated that Shikyu's swordsmanship was of such remarkable caliber. Even a wooden sword could inflict harm upon him. He instinctively raised a hand to wipe the blood from his face, only to have Shikyu seize his wrist, exclaiming, "Do not touch it. Your hands are filthy. What if you inadvertently infect your wound?" Shikyu, grasping Izuna's hand, attempted to steer him toward the restroom, hoping to avoid the crowd and utilize the reversal technique for treatment. However, their path was obstructed by a fully clad adult. "Young master, you are injured," the individual said, kneeling before Izuna in a posture of submission. Yet his tone brooked no dissent. "I shall escort you home to tend to your wounds." Izuna was taken aback and turned to Shikyu to explain, "This is Uchiha Junin." He then faced the newcomer, inquiring, "What brings you here? Did you not accompany my brother in a battle?" Uchiha Junin's eyes, visible through his mask, flickered toward Shikyu before he lowered his head to Izuna, saying, "The clan leader has just returned. He sent me to bring you back." "Brother is back? Really?" Izuna's voice brimmed with excitement, disregarding the injury on his face. He casually wiped at it with his sleeve and waved at Shikyu, then dashed toward the exit. Shikyu hesitated for a moment before following, calling out, "Izuna, wait. You'll leave a scar like that." The clan leader's residence was not far from the ninja academy. Driven by urgency, Izuna ran, utilizing body flicker, and within 5 minutes, he arrived home. He leaned against the door, gasping for breath. His eyes wide as he scanned for his brother's figure. A gentle maid passed by, and upon seeing Izuna's state, she covered her mouth and chuckled. "Are you searching for the clan leader, young master? He is currently in the clan leader's room and may not be out for a while." Upon noticing the condition of Izuna's face, the maid gasped in shock. "Oh dear, young master, what happened to your face?" The wound, resulting from the earlier altercation, was smooth yet deep. Izuna had hastily wiped it and fled without treatment, and now, with the blood flowing more rapidly due to his exertion, half of his face was stained, and fresh blood dripped down his cheek, presenting a grave appearance. "I'm fine." "No, you are not." Shikyu, having entered from outside, grasped Izuna's wrist, casting a serious glance at his delicate, lovely face. He turned to the maid and asked, "Sister, may I take Izuna to his room? Could you bring 2 basins of clean water?" The maid nodded, momentarily taken aback. Shikyu thanked her and led Izuna inside, glancing around as he inquired, "Where is your room?" "There." Izuna pointed in a direction, then added, somewhat annoyed, "Why did you come here?" Shikyu paused, turning to look at Izuna. His round, puppy-like eyes glistened with an innocent appeal. He lowered his head slightly, raising his gaze toward Izuna, and asked in a pitiful tone, "You do not welcome my presence?" He released his hold on Izuna's wrist and shuffled his feet, feigning dejection as if to leave. "Then I shall take my leave." Izuna was momentarily at a loss, unable to maintain his pride or sulkiness. Shikyu's pitiable demeanor, given his already unfortunate background, tugged at Izuna's heartstrings. In a sudden surge of determination, Izuna grasped Shikyu's wrist, leading him in a specific direction. "My room is over there. Follow me." Shikyu, satisfied, accompanied Izuna to his room. It was modest in size, with tatami mats covering the floor, a low table by the window, and 2 cushions nearby. No sooner had Shikyu and Izuna entered than the maid arrived with 2 basins of clean water, placing them on the low table. Shikyu first washed his hands in one basin, then took a cloth to gently wipe the blood from around Izuna's wound. "It's nothing, really." Izuna turned his head away, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "The wound is minor. It will heal in a couple of days. Besides, even if it leaves a scar, what does it matter? I'm a man." That won't do." Shikyu disagreed, explaining, "I cannot bear to see your face marred." In truth, Shikyu possessed a slight tendency toward vanity. He could not abide any blemish upon the faces of beautiful individuals. Izuna fell silent, his cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Shikyu set down the cloth and admired Izuna's face. The sight of the blushing, bashful Uchiha Snowball was simply exquisite. He nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "I shall treat you. And you will be right as rain in no time." Just as he reached out, his hand poised to caress the side of Izuna's face and activate the reversal technique. The door swung open abruptly. A young man strolled in, casually conversing as he entered Izuna's room, only to freeze upon witnessing the two within. He beheld the miraculous transformation of Izuna's wound from visible to healed, the redness dissipating as if it had never existed. The intruder's expression morphed into one of astonishment, and his first instinct was to slam the door shut behind him. His keen gaze darted between Izuna and Shikyu before settling on the latter. "Who are you? And what just transpired?" Chapter 5. Mutual Contemplation. "Brother!" Izuna exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of the newcomer. He rushed forward, pulling the young man from the doorway and introducing him. "This is my classmate, Uchiha Shikyu." He then turned to Shikyu, saying, "This is my brother. You should know him. The clan leader's heir, Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara, clad in a deep blue robe, wore a serious expression, his brow slightly furrowed as he regarded the two. He was undeniably a striking Uchiha, his complexion slightly darker than Izuna's, exuding a more boyish charm. Compared to Izuna, Madara appeared much more mature, taller by a noticeable margin. Yet, in the Warring States period, youths like Madara were already thrust into the crucible of battle, especially as the clan leader's heir. He could not afford to cower behind his kin in times of crisis. Having witnessed the brutalities of war, Madara was no longer as naive as Izuna. He approached matters with a more thoughtful perspective. "Is that so? Your classmate, you say?" Madara reached out to ruffle Izuna's hair, his tone softening. "What were you two doing just now? Is Izuna injured? Was your classmate treating you?" Madara examined Izuna's chin, scrutinizing the site of the recent wound. Its healing was so flawless that it seemed as if he had merely imagined the injury. Izuna beamed, ready to explain, but suddenly recalled the promise he made to Shikyu, his expression shifting to one of distress. Understanding the inevitability of the situation, Shikyu stepped forward, confessing, "Greetings, clan leader. I am Uchiha Shikyu, Izuna's classmate. This afternoon, during a practice duel, I inadvertently injured him, and I was just treating his wound." Madara regarded Shikyu thoughtfully. This boy appeared to be of a similar age to Izuna. Yet his healing abilities surpassed even those of the clan members specializing in medical ninjutsu. Although Izuna's injury seemed minor, the rapid healing process was indicative of a rare talent. With proper cultivation, he could grow alongside Izuna from a young age. "Izuna," he said, tugging at the hem of Madara's robe, his voice barely above a whisper. "Could you keep Shikyu's medical abilities a secret?" "Why?" Madara turned his gaze toward Izuna. Izuna, speaking softly, replied, "Shikyu helped me, and I promised him I wouldn't tell anyone. Could you keep it to yourself, brother?" As Ban cast a glance at Chihiro, he turned to Izuna with a smile, saying, "If Izuna entrusts me with such a request, I shall certainly keep it a secret." "Really?" Izuna exclaimed, leaping up in joy. "You're the best, brother." "Indeed," Ban replied, affectionately ruffling Izuna's hair before addressing Chihiro. "In that case, Chihiro, do stay for dinner. Let it be a token of gratitude for your care of Izuna." At this, Izuna looked at Chihiro with eager anticipation. Chihiro, taken aback for a moment, nodded in agreement. "Sure, I was feeling too lazy to return and cook anyway." Ban chuckled again, stepping outside to instruct a maid to be attentive to the needs within the house, before turning and entering his own room across the way. Inside, Uchiha Junin knelt before him. "Junin," Ban gestured, prompting Junin to rise. "Young clan leader," Junin whispered as he approached Ban, reporting on the situation he had observed at school. "That child fights with a blade and seems to possess some ninjutsu abilities, likely wind-based attacks, which is why young Izuna sustained injuries. Objectively speaking, his swordsmanship may not rival young Izuna's, but his proficiency with wind techniques is impressive. I barely caught a glimpse before young Izuna was injured. Overall, in a competition, young Izuna would prevail, but in a life-or-death scenario, he would undoubtedly lose." "Even you couldn't see it clearly?" Ban frowned and inquired. "What do you know of his background?" "Pristine," Junin replied. "He is an orphan from last year's war, confirmed to be of Uchiha lineage. However, he was well protected by his parents and never revealed his abilities in public, which is why no one knew of his medical ninjutsu." Ban nodded, gesturing for Junin to leave, and then stood alone in contemplation. In this era, regardless of clan, medical ninjas were held in the highest regard. After all, in times of scarce medicine, having a medical ninja nearby could be a life-saving blessing. Moreover, Uchiha Chihiro's medical ninjutsu appeared to differ from conventional healing techniques. Such a valuable resource must not be lost, especially since he is an orphan of the same clan. With the right circumstances, he must ensure that he retains this talent. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of his position as a young clan leader. Meanwhile, Chihiro pondered his own future. Currently, he lacked means of livelihood, relying solely on the compensation provided by the Uchiha clan to survive until he matured. Yet, in this era of constant warfare, one could easily find themselves conscripted to fight for the clan, potentially meeting the same fate as his parents on the battlefield. After all, the average lifespan in this warring era was merely 30 years. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the best way to survive in such tumultuous times would be to closely align himself with the two young masters of the clan. Chihiro scratched his nose, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Izuna. Izuna, confused, tilted his head at Chihiro. Ah, the visage of an Uchiha truly captivates him, whether it be Izuna or Ban. Even when gazing into the mirror, he is yet to fully acclimate to his own reflection, often finding himself momentarily lost in thought. Truly, they are strikingly handsome. No, this is not the time to be preoccupied with appearances. Chihiro shook his head, dispelling such frivolous thoughts, and returned to earnest contemplation. His current rapport with Izuna was quite favorable. If he could maintain it, and also foster a good relationship with Ban, achieving independence should not pose a significant challenge. Once he attained self-sufficiency, he could devise plans to extricate himself from the Uchiha clan and even shed his identity as a ninja, aspiring to live freely thereafter. A perfect plan. However, he needed to remain vigilant regarding one particular aspect. Rumors in the ninja world claimed that Ban and Izuna's Sharingan awakened on the same day, as they had personally slain their closest friend. Thus, he must tread carefully. His relationship with Ban and Izuna should remain at the level of ordinary friends, never escalating to that of intimate companions, lest he risk being eliminated. Chapter 6. The Shared Chamber. Due to various circumstances, although their intentions differed, both sides' thoughts strangely aligned. Thus, after dinner, when Ban suggested that Chihiro stay the night, Chihiro readily acquiesced without hesitation. The one most delighted by this was undoubtedly Izuna. A maid prepared a bed for Chihiro in Izuna's room. Izuna had never experienced such a thing before. Throughout his life, he had always maintained a facade in front of others. Furthermore, due to his exceptional abilities, he had little opportunity to interact with peers, let alone have friends over for a sleepover. Thus, the thrill of cohabiting with a friend was exhilarating for Izuna, so much so that even as bedtime approached, he felt no inclination to sleep, eagerly engaging Chihiro in conversation. The little rice dumpling exhibited no sense of danger, nearly divulging every detail about his household, including the few chickens they kept. Chihiro, on the other hand, had always struggled with sleep. Before his arrival here, he often relied on sleeping pills to find rest. Now, in this new environment, lying on a hard tatami mat, slumber eluded him even more. Therefore, he patiently responded to everything Izuna said, as he viewed Izuna as a charming little dumpling. Who could resist appreciating such beauty? This, however, proved to be a torment for Ban, who occupied the adjacent room. The perceptive nature of a ninja was acutely heightened in Ban, who was particularly sensitive. Having just returned from the battlefield, Ban's heart was already heavy with unexpressed dissatisfaction. Coupled with the incessant low murmurs from the next room, indistinct, yet reminiscent of buzzing mosquitoes, he found it impossible to fall asleep. Ban threw off his covers and sat up, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. This could not continue. He needed to devise a solution. It was inappropriate for Chihiro to share a room with Izuna, as the latter was still growing, and inadequate sleep could jeopardize his health. Tomorrow, he must insist that Chihiro vacate Izuna's room. Yet, would this not distance Chihiro from Izuna? After all, early interactions are crucial in establishing emotional foundations. Ban sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, deep in thought. Was there a way to prevent Chihiro from residing with Izuna without jeopardizing their friendship? The next day, before Chihiro could take his leave, Ban took the initiative to speak. The outside world is perilous. As Izuna's friend, it would concern him if you were to stay alone. Izuna, taken aback, recalled Chihiro's background and immediately nodded. Yes. If you reside alone, what if something happens and no one knows? Chihiro waved his hand dismissively. I won't encounter any trouble. Ban countered, you are still young, unaware of the world's dangers. As a precious medical ninja of the Uchiha, our enemies may very well target you. Chihiro replied, but if you don't disclose it, others want to know, right? Ban shook his head. The world of ninjas is complex. It is difficult to say whether other clans have sent infiltrators among us. For your safety, it would be best if you move to the clan leader's residence. Chihiro, I don't believe you. Do you think me naive just because of my age? Living within the clan grounds, surrounded by patrols, how could an enemy possibly reach me? However, Qianjing, being wise enough to know when to withdraw, lowered his head and spoke in a tone tinged with disappointment. But I still wish to return home. It feels like I would see my parents again. Ban furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that he was indeed still just a child. Quina reached out to grasp Qianjing's hand, earnestly suggesting, "Then how about I accompany you back? Do you have a photo of your parents? We can hang it in my room, and you can see it every day." Goodness. When they were not familiar with each other, Quina seemed like a bit of a tsundere, but after spending one night together, he had transformed into a little angel. Qianjing instantly understood why Ban was so fond of his younger brother. Who wouldn't be enamored by such an angelic sibling? With tears welling in his eyes, Qianjing embraced Quina, exclaiming, "I really like you, Quina." Ban, feeling a pang of annoyance, intervened to separate the two little bundles of joy. Quina, still holding Qianjing's hand, began to plan their future together. "In the future, we can live together and go to school together." Ban quickly interjected, "No, you two cannot live together." Quina, feeling wronged, asked why not. "Where will Qianjing stay?" Ban hesitated momentarily before responding, "For no particular reason. Qianjing will stay in my room." Indeed, last night, disturbed by the noise and unable to fall asleep, Ban had come up with the brilliant idea of having Qianjing move from Quina's room to his own across the hall. This way, he could prevent both children from disturbing him, while also ensuring that Qianjing remained close enough to Quina to maintain their emotional bond. Ban had felt quite pleased with this plan as he drifted off to sleep, but upon waking this morning, he found it to be a rather silly notion. Yet, at that moment, he couldn't think of a better solution. When Quina asked, he simply responded as he did. However, after the words left his mouth, he regained his confidence, reasoning that his decision was sound. What was wrong with it? Qianjing was a precious medical ninja, and Quina's abilities were not sufficient to ensure Qianjing's safety if they were to reside together. Thus, having Qianjing share a room with him, the capable scion of the clan, posed no issue at all. No problem at all. Isn't this a perfectly reasonable arrangement? Ban affirmed. Quina, despite not fully understanding, accepted his brother's words as truth, since brothers were always right. The only one left feeling perplexed was Qianjing. After all, he was not particularly close to Uchiha Ban. Why would Ban suggest they share a bed? Perhaps Uchiha Ban had sustained an injury on the battlefield that he had not disclosed, and he wanted Qianjing to treat him? The more he pondered, the more he convinced himself that must be the case. Considering the advantages of aligning himself with Ban, Qianjing agreed without protest. That evening, Qianjing's bedding was laid out in Uchiha Ban's room. Ban's chamber was similar in size to Quina's, but the low table by the window in Quina's room was replaced by a desk in Ban's. Consequently, the space available for laying out bedding was limited. While accommodating one person's bedding was manageable, fitting two sets together on the tatami left little room, making it resemble a large bed rather than twin beds. In this scenario, it was Ban who felt awkward. He wasn't particularly close to Qianjing, and this was not a situation born of limited conditions on the battlefield. This was his private sanctuary, a space he had grown up in, inherently his domain. Despite Qianjing being young and of the same gender, which typically posed no issue, Ban still felt a certain discomfort, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with such proximity. Chapter 7. The pillow. Upon returning to the room after a bath, Qianjing found Uchiha Ban leaning against the wall, his gaze fixated on the two sets of bedding laid side by side, wearing an expression of deep contemplation. Qianjing glanced at the arranged bedding, finding nothing amiss, before shifting his attention back to Ban. Seeking to foster their bond, he inquired, "Where are you hurt?" Ban, somewhat bewildered, replied, "I'm not injured." Qianjing thought to himself that Ban was quite stubborn. With only the two of them present, he still insisted on maintaining his pride. Walking over, Qianjing extended his hand, saying, "I'll take care of it myself." From Ban's perspective, the sight was that of a small creature, freshly bathed, with flushed cheeks from the heat, approaching him and seeking comfort. It felt familiar to Ban, reminiscent of his younger brother's gestures when they were both children. Considering the information provided by Uchiha Izuna, Ban surmised that Qianjing had been coddled as a child, and since the departure of his parents, it was likely that no one had offered him a comforting embrace since. Ban felt his heart soften and took Qianjing's outstretched hand, gently ruffling his still damp hair in a gesture of consolation. Qianjing found this perplexing. He merely wished to touch Uchiha Ban to ascertain the source of his injury and perhaps utilize his medical ninjutsu to assist him. Yet Ban seemed reluctant to allow any contact. Regardless, while it would have been easier to execute his healing technique once he identified the wound, he figured that merely holding hands would suffice, allowing the healing energy to circulate through Ban's body once or twice, effectively treating him in the process. With that thought, Qianjing initiated his healing technique, channeling it through their clasped hands. Ban felt a tremor throughout his body as he sensed a warm energy flowing from Qianjing, coursing through him and healing numerous minor injuries he had previously overlooked. Was this the essence of Qianjing's medical ninjutsu? Such a remarkable ability could only be truly appreciated through personal experience. While it currently only healed minor ailments, If Qianjing continued to hone his skills, he might eventually achieve the miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life. Medical ninjutsu was already rare, but Qianjing's talent was even more exceptional. Ban's resolve to bind Qianjing to him, and Quena solidified further. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had struggled to find rest for 2 nights in a row. After exerting himself to help Ban heal completely, Qianjing felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He stifled a yawn. Ban, noticing the time, said, "It's getting late. You have school tomorrow, so you should rest." Qianjing nodded in agreement and climbed into the bed closest to him. Ban hesitated, wanting to express that it was his bedding, but seeing Qianjing closing his eyes and preparing to sleep, he held his tongue. He decided to let it go for today and would remind the maid to rearrange the bedding in the morning. Qianjing initially thought he would struggle to sleep as he had on the previous nights. However, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Yet, once asleep, he was restless, first kicking his legs and scattering the bedding, then tossing and turning until he rolled onto the tatami floor. Finding the ground too hard to sleep comfortably, he flipped over again and inadvertently rolled into Uchiha Ban's bed, waking him with an unexpected kick. He had a restless night yesterday, disturbed by those two, and during the day, his father cast an extra glance at him, teasing him about his bloodshot eyes, jokingly suggesting he had awakened the Sharingan. Just when he had finally dozed off, he was abruptly kicked awake by Qianjing. Uchiha Madara was utterly speechless. He silently reassured himself that Qianjing was a talent worth nurturing. He had experienced this himself. And kicking in one's sleep was a normal phenomenon indicative of growth. He adjusted his pillow slightly outward to provide Qianjing some space to roll around. Then, he lifted Qianjing's legs off his own, tucked them under the covers, and wrapped him snugly in the blanket before leisurely lying back down. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, Qianjing delivered another heavy kick to his waist. A cross formed on Madara's forehead. How could this guy be such a restless sleeper? Thank goodness he wasn't sharing a room with Izuna. Madara, in a fit of irritation, turned to face Qianjing, wrapping his arms around him to restrain his flailing limbs, and clamped his legs around Qianjing's incessantly kicking once. The world fell silent. Qianjing ceased his movements, curling up in Madara's embrace, appearing to be lost in a beautiful dream, occasionally smacking his lips, exuding a certain innocence. Madara exhaled softly and, employing the same soothing technique he had used on Izuna during their childhood, gently patted Qianjing. At that moment, Qianjing stopped even his lip smacking, snuggling deeper into Madara's arms. Succumbing to a deep slumber, Madara also closed his eyes in this position. After a week of nightly adjustments, Madara had grown accustomed to being kicked awake by Qianjing. He had learned to remain in a drowsy state, instinctively reaching out to embrace Qianjing as if he were a pillow, ensuring he wouldn't move around excessively. Qianjing, too, had adapted, initially finding the tatami too hard to sleep on. He had eventually become accustomed to the sensation of hugging a soft pillow while being lulled to sleep by a rhythmic thumping sound, reminiscent of the ASMR sleep aid sounds he had previously listened to during restless nights. Strange, where was that sound coming from? Was it an illusion? Moreover, ASMR had never worked for him before. Why was it so effective recently, allowing him to sleep soundly every night? The two had become each other's pillows, gradually growing accustomed to this mode of coexistence. Soon, the annual ninja school ninjutsu competition arrived. During wartime, with little entertainment available, events like this, ostensibly intended to assess the ninja skills, served to showcase strength and instill confidence among the populace, making it a significant occasion. In truth, this ninjutsu competition was not exclusively for the students of the ninja school. However, most ninjas had endured the trials of war, making it somewhat inappropriate for them to participate in competitions organized by schools. It felt akin to adults bullying students. They couldn't afford to lose face, fearing that even a victory would feel hollow, while a defeat would be far more humiliating. Thus, the participants were predominantly the students of the ninja school. Within the Uchiha clan, most members predominantly utilized fire-style jutsu, as evidenced by their clan emblem resembling a fan, signifying their proficiency in fire techniques. Qianjing, as a student of the ninja school, was required to participate in the ninjutsu competition, yet he had no mastery of fire techniques. If his opponents unleashed their grand fireballs while he merely exhaled a cloud of black smoke, it would be quite the spectacle. Unsure if last-minute efforts would suffice, he decided to seek Madara's assistance. Chapter 8, The Flame Arrow. Upon hearing Qianjing's request, Uchiha Madara took some time to bring along 2 little ones and headed to a lakeside within the clan's territory. This was a tributary of the South He River, designated for practicing fire techniques. Without a proficient command of fire style, one might misfire their fireballs or accidentally scorch nearby trees, necessitating the use of water to douse the flames. Madara explained briefly, gesturing towards the lake. But first, Let me see how well you grasp your ninjutsu. Izuna stepped forward first, forming hand seals and puffing out her cheeks as she unleashed a massive fireball technique at the lake's surface. Izuna is amazing. Qianjing immediately praised her. Well done, Izuna. Madara clapped appreciatively, then turned his gaze to Qianjing. And you, Qianjing? Qianjing hesitated. What was the sequence of those seals again? Izuna, ever considerate, patiently recited the order for him, correcting his hand positions as she went along. No, that's not right. Your pinky needs to hook here. Yes, like that. And the thumb goes over here. Good. Qianjing felt as though his hands were being twisted into a pretzel, but with Izuna's guidance. He finally completed the seals for the grand fireball technique. Taking a deep breath, he coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. As expected, no fireball emerged. Only a plume of black smoke escaped his mouth as he coughed. I need to keep my mouth open. But before he could react, Madara swiftly pinched Qianjing's cheeks, forcing his mouth open. What are you doing? Qianjing protested, his face contorted into a fish-like expression, feeling as if his mouth had been scorched. He was desperate to use the reversal technique to heal himself, yet Madara wouldn't let go, instead leaning in to inspect his mouth closely. Qianjing gave Madara a light punch. Let go of me. Madara reminded him. You must keep your mouth open. You have blisters from the heat inside. It would be troublesome if they burst. Really? Qianjing mumbled through clenched teeth. Madara cautiously loosened his grip, ensuring Qianjing understood and indeed kept his mouth agape, urging him. Go on, treat yourself. With the reversal technique, even severed limbs could grow back in an instant, let alone a few minor blisters in his mouth. Qianjing rubbed the spot Madara had pinched and complained. Why do fire techniques have to be blown out of the mouth? It's so unfriendly to someone with poor lung capacity like me. Madara explained, not all fire techniques require blowing. Those are typically A-rank techniques. As beginners, you're not yet exposed to those. The basic fire techniques indeed require gathering chakra in the throat. He gestured to his own throat, indicating the spot to the two little ones, continuing, then, you blow forward, utilizing some wind power to ignite the flames. Izuna nodded, seemingly understanding, while Qianjing pouted. Noticing Qianjing's discontent, Madara reassured him. Many people burn themselves when first practicing fire techniques. Did you? Qianjing asked. Madara paused before nodding. Yes, I did. Otherwise, how would I know not to close my mouth in such situations? You're lying. Qianjing retorted, knowing Madara was a rare genius. During his stay at the clan leader's residence, he had overheard the maids gossiping that Madara had successfully refined chakra on his first attempt at just 2 years old. When it came to learning ninjutsu, unless it was particularly complex and required multiple practices, he understood everything immediately. For someone like Madara, the real challenge wasn't he learning, but rather the lack of material to study. His claims of burning himself seemed to be mere childish tales. After all, Qianjing was no child. He had already celebrated his 18th birthday before arriving here, fully adult. Yet compared to him, Madara seemed more like a youngling. Qianjing felt a sense of being underestimated, and with a hint of irritation, declared, I possess a fire technique that requires neither hand seals nor breath. Oh, is that so? Ban chuckled, crossing his arms and stepping aside to grant Qianjing space. What might that be? Do show us. With a fleeting glance at Ban, Qianjing turned towards the lake. He placed his hands together, and as he parted them, a slender crimson flame sprang forth from his palms. The flame danced obediently within his grasp, morphing into various shapes as Qianjing manipulated it. He then turned sideways, pointing his left hand forward while drawing back his right, as if to knock an arrow, softly intoning. Fire style, flame arrow. As he released the gesture, a fireball, reminiscent of a shooting star, shot forth from his fingertips. Though small in size, it carried an immense weight, skimming across the lake's surface and creating a trail of steam in its wake. The fireball crashed into a distant grove, toppling ancient trees before igniting the forest into a fierce blaze. A sudden chill ran through Qianjing's heart. Oh no, it felt as if he had overdone it. How would he explain this to Ban? The technique, a reversal of the original, transformed close-range cutting and slashing into rapid-fire projectiles. Although he was uncertain why a standard attack would take on a fire attribute upon reversal, he attributed it to the innate ability of his inherited power. Even if he couldn't quite grasp the reason, given its fiery nature, he thought it prudent to showcase it, not realizing the extent of its destructive potential. Feeling underestimated by Ban, Qianjing, in a moment of impulsiveness, had decided to demonstrate his capabilities. Indeed, the prowess of his inherited power was worthy of a boss-level character. Even in the perilous world of a Hokage, Ban, taken aback by such a display of strength, pondered how a child of his age could wield such power. Moreover, what kind of fire technique was this? He had never encountered anything like it. He gestured behind him, summoning Uchiha Junrin, who promptly appeared. Extinguish the fire, Ban commanded. Understood. Junrin replied, swiftly making his way to the opposite shore, performing hand seals for the water-style, water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of varying water streams surged from the lake, racing toward the forest fire ignited by Qianjing. After several water techniques, the flames were finally quelled, leaving behind only smoldering remnants. Wow, Qianjing, that was amazing, exclaimed Izuna, regaining his composure. What was that? It was a fire technique, Qianjing replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed and evasive as he pondered how to rationalize his situation. What kind of fire technique? Ban's tone remained gentle, yet his gaze was piercing. I have never seen such a fire technique before. What do you call it? Flame arrow, Qianjing improvised, echoing Ban's earlier theory. It's about concentrating chakra in the fingertips and compressing it, then releasing it with a quick motion. To lend credibility, he added, this technique requires no hand seals, making it quite convenient. With diligent practice, anyone can master it. Implicitly, he suggested that those who couldn't were simply lacking in effort, and it was not his concern. While theoretically plausible, Ban sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, is this a technique you created yourself? Of course not, Qianjing vehemently denied, realizing the absurdity of such an admission. After all, Ban had just stated that any fire technique not produced through exhalation was at least A rank, which would make his an S rank. Could a child his age truly invent an S rank technique? Acknowledging that would invite scrutiny. Perhaps even drawing the attention of a notorious figure like Orochimaru, eager to dissect his abilities. Maintaining a low profile was essential. Chapter 9. The test. Ban observed Qianjing's evasive demeanor, contemplating the situation. While he found it hard to believe that such a technique was self-created, he had indeed never witnessed it before. The only plausible explanation was that it had been passed down from Qianjing's parents, possibly intended as a means of protection or for some other purpose. However, Qianjing's childish competitive spirit had led him to utilize it at this moment. Fortunately, those present were allies, allowing him to manage the current predicament. Yet now that Junren was aware, he needed to consider how to appropriately explain this to his father upon returning. Sensing Ban's contemplative expression, Qianjing felt a twinge of anxiety. He lowered his head, adopting a contrite demeanor, fidgeting with his fingers and timidly calling out, Ban and I. Uchiha. Ban paused. Having uttered the words once, they flowed more easily. Ban and I, he repeated, lifting his gaze to meet Ban's. His large, glistening eyes gazed pleadingly at Ban, as he softly inquired, did I do something wrong? Seeing Qianjing's pitifully abandoned demeanor, Ban couldn't help but ruffle his hair affectionately. No. After a moment's thought, he added, however, you must refrain from using this technique during the ninja tournament. He certainly wouldn't use it again unless absolutely necessary. Once was enough. In this era of emerging talents, those without a background often became targets for exploitation. It was crucial to remain discreet and cautious. Qianjing nodded earnestly. I will heed your advice, Ban and I. Ban smiled at the repetition of Ban and I. A brilliant idea suddenly sparking in his mind. He spoke kindly to Qianjing. When we return, have a maid apply some burn ointment to your mouth. Qianjing wanted to protest, asserting that the reversal technique had already healed him, but considering the need to remain low-key and conceal his abilities, he nodded obediently. The group lingered by the lake a bit longer, practicing. Despite following Ban and Izuna, Qianjing struggled to produce a great fireball, yet when with Junren, he managed to conjure a somewhat respectable stream of water. Perhaps he was more adept at water style, Junren suggested, though the Uchiha clan predominantly excels in fire control. There are occasionally those, like me, who excel in water style. That does make sense, Ban mused, stroking his chin. Each ninja has unique physical traits, and chakra attributes may not be singular. However, individuals possessing both water and fire attributes are exceedingly rare. This likely explained Qianjing's challenges in mastering fire style. Izuna chimed in. I quickly grasped water style because I excel in that attribute. Fire style is the only one I can manage, and it requires persistent practice to achieve such results. Ban nodded thoughtfully. If only there were a way to test a ninja's chakra attributes. Qianjing thought to mention the existence of chakra paper, which could ascertain chakra properties, but then realized that such a concept might not have emerged during the Warring States period. As dusk settled, Uchiha Ban escorted the two youngsters home. After dinner, the duo, guided by a maid, went off to bathe. Seizing the opportunity, Ban knocked on the door of Uchiha Tajima's room. Come in, father, Ban replied, stepping into the room. Oh, it's you, Ban. Uchiha Tajima was engrossed in official duties when he took a moment to glance at the figure before him, recognizing it to be his eldest son. Without the need to adopt the demeanor of a clan leader, he set aside his pen, picked up a nearby teacup, and inquired, what brings you to my chamber at this hour? Father, what do you think about the prospect of me having another younger brother? Uchiha Tajima sputtered, expelling the tea he had just sipped. In a flurry, he attempted to wipe the tea stains from the documents with his sleeve, feigning authority as he chastised. What are you saying? Ever since your mother passed away, I have devoted myself entirely to the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. Where would I find a brother for you? Uchiha Obito, perplexed by his father's sudden seriousness, responded, I meant Chikage. Oh, you were referring to Chikage? Uchiha Tajima coughed slightly, brushed off his sleeve, and asked, what about Chikage? Uchiha Obito stepped closer and explained, for some time now, I have been observing him. Although I had some thoughts, they were not mature enough to share with you until today, when an event occurred. He proceeded to recount Chikage's reversal techniques and his fiery arrow jutsu, expressing his initial intention to cultivate Chikage as a shadow guardian for Izuna. However, Chikage's recent displays of strength and potential had proven far more significant than he had anticipated, rendering the role of a mere shadow guardian unsuitable. With the aim of fostering a strong familial bond and connection between Chikage and Izuna, Obito proposed to Uchiha Tajima that if he were to adopt Chikage as his lawful son, it would seamlessly align with these aspirations. Uchiha Tajima pondered for a moment, considering that Chikage was indeed an orphan whose parents had sacrificed their lives for the Uchiha. If I were to adopt him, it would also showcase the clan leader's benevolence. He mused. However, is he truly as skilled as you claim in medical ninjutsu? Obito nodded earnestly. Indeed, he is quite capable. Tajima stroked his chin thoughtfully. Your assertion does not convince me. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to test his abilities. After all, Uchiha Shinji's right hand was burned, and since returning from the battlefield, he has been residing with Dr. Haru in an attempt to manage the injury, albeit without any hope of healing. Let us have Chikage give it a try. Have Chikage treat Shinji? Obito was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Shinji and Uchiha Jun are twin brothers, both assigned to Obito as shadow guardians by Uchiha Tajima. Shinji, the elder, sports long hair and a gentle demeanor, always smiling and adept at analysis and strategy. Being a few years older than Obito, he takes great care of both him and Jun, often described by Jun as overly doting, akin to a mother. Jun, the younger, has a spiky hairstyle and is impulsive, yet possesses greater combat prowess than Shinji. He respects the clan leader's family, but is often boisterous even with his elder brother. Nonetheless, he is deeply emotional, though the Uchiha's pride often prevents him from expressing it. Recently, during the war, the twin brothers fought alongside Uchiha Obito. Jun charged into battle, but was surrounded. In a crucial moment, Shinji shielded him, taking the brunt of an attack meant for Jun. While Jun remained unscathed, Shinji's right hand was severely burned. In a fit of rage, Jun retaliated fiercely, eliminating all enemies present, but could not undo the damage to Shinji's hand. Shinji was promptly taken to the medical tent, and upon realizing that treatment in such a battlefield environment was impossible, he was secretly returned to the Uchiha compound, where he was admitted to the renowned hospital of Dr. Haru. Yet, even Dr. Haru concluded that nothing could be done for his charred hand, suggesting amputation to prevent infection from spreading to the torso, leading to even graver consequences. The amputation was scheduled for a few days later. Obito had considered whether Chikage could treat Shinji, but quickly dismissed the idea. In his mind, Chikage could only remedy minor ailments and insignificant injuries. While he might eventually possess the ability to heal such severe wounds, it was clear that he was not yet capable of doing so. To his surprise, Uchiha Tajima was quite resolute in placing such a daunting challenge before Chikage. Will Chikage be up to the task? Chapter 10. The decision for surgery. Upon returning to his room, Obito found Chikage just finishing a bath. As he opened the door, he spotted a small figure seated on the floor, struggling to tame a piece of cloth against his hair. With arms stretched out but short in reach, he fumbled clumsily on his head, leaving his damp hair in disarray, breathing heavily in his endeavor. Obito approached, casually taking the cloth from Chikage's hands and draping it over his head to help dry his hair. While doing so, he asked, have you applied the ointment? Ointment. Chikage blinked in confusion, then recalled Obito was referring to the burn sustained earlier in the day. He did not answer immediately, instead leaning in to show Obito his mouth. Mumbling, it's all better now. His cheeks flushed from the steam, hair tousled and sticking up in all directions, with large, round eyes slightly drooping at the corners. Chikage resembled an adorable puppy, even sticking out a small bit of his tongue, almost as if he had a wagging tail behind him. Obito couldn't help but chuckle. Yet he proceeded to examine Chikage's chin closely. Indeed, the severe burn that had been so visible earlier was now entirely unrecognizable. Even the location of the injury was indistinguishable, and Chikage's mouth appeared perfectly normal, devoid of any trace of injury. Obito inquired, did you heal it using your medical ninjutsu? Chikage nodded yes. After a moment of thought, he added, well, outwardly it appears fine, but it still hurts a little. However, it should be completely healed in a couple of days. Obito nodded, essentially. That means you are almost fully recovered. Sitting cross-legged opposite Chikage, he tapped his knee thoughtfully and asked, for such a severe burn, you were able to heal it. Honestly, What is the extent of your current healing capabilities? What kind of injuries can you treat? Given the abilities of the cursed spirit in his domain, he could undoubtedly regenerate severed limbs in an instant, but that was far too extraordinary to disclose. Chikage lowered his head, nervously tugging at his clothing, murmuring, I'm not sure. I've never tried. Obito pressed, can you regenerate severed limbs? Chikage's expression fell. What are you talking about? How does he know my thoughts? Does he possess mind-reading abilities? The following day, Obito personally requested leave for Chikage and took him to see Dr. Haru. She led them to the unconscious Uchiha Shinji. It is the medication that has put him into this slumber, Dr. Haru explained as they walked. Otherwise, the pain from the burns would be unbearable and could drive him to madness. Dr. Haru, a gentle-faced woman, was 38 years old. In the war-torn era of the Warring States, she was considered quite advanced in age. Due to her exceptional medical skills, she had not been deployed to the battlefield since the age of 16. In fact, to protect her from enemy assassination, her clan had forbade her from leaving Uchiha territory ever since. Though it is true that the Uchiha clan took these measures to protect her, allowing her to live safely until the age of 38, Chanjing remains unaware of Dr. Haru's thoughts on the matter. However, from his perspective, this is tantamount to a loss of freedom, a form of veiled house arrest. At this moment, Dr. Haru lifted a curtain. Madara and Chanjing entered, revealing the scene within. The room was modest, with a bed positioned in the center, upon which lay a frail man. His right hand extended beyond the blanket, resting on a low table beside him, appearing dark against the white cloth. The room was somewhat dim, obscuring the details of the situation. And out of consideration for the patient's feelings, no candles were lit. Instead, they relied on the light filtering through the window. Dr. Haru approached the window and opened it, allowing more light to illuminate the room. She gently beckoned to Chanjing. Come, little one, come see over here. Chanjing glanced at Madara, who nodded reassuringly, indicating that his father had likely briefed Dr. Haru on the circumstances. Go ahead, I'll stay here. Don't be afraid. Chanjing nodded in return and walked over to Dr. Haru, positioning himself by the man's right hand. You see, Dr. Haru did not regard Chanjing as a naive child, but rather explained patiently and with equal respect, the hand of Shinji has been severely burned by the enemy's fire release. According to the eyewitness, it appears that the enemy employed a technique akin to the Great Fireball. Currently, the flesh of Shinji's right hand has been completely carbonized, and the condition of the bones remains uncertain until we perform an incision. In such circumstances, I personally recommend amputation. Amputation is out of the question. An irate voice erupted from outside. Everyone turned to see Junrin burst through the curtain. Upon noticing Madara's presence, he momentarily hesitated, suppressing his anger to bow respectfully. He then implored Dr. Haru, please, reconsider. If Shinji loses his right hand, what will become of his future? Dr. Haru responded sternly. You must understand that burns are exceedingly painful and perilous. The day he was brought to me, I stated that amputation was necessary. It was you who repeatedly disagreed. And Shinji foolishly acquiesced to your whims, resulting in this delay. Junrin, which is more important, a future or a life? But if he loses his right hand, he can never return to the battlefield. Junrin's expression was one of anguish. If he is to exist as a mere shell within the clan, what meaning does life hold? For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, the man on the bed emitted a faint sound. He reached out with his left hand, and Junrin immediately rushed to grasp it. Shinji, what are you trying to do? Just lie still and don't move. How did you wake up? As he spoke the last sentence, Junrin looked questioningly at Dr. Haru. Shinji managed a weak smile. Your voice was too loud and woke me. Dr. Haru shook her head, stating, Shinji is developing a tolerance to the anesthetic. He is awakening earlier each time. We cannot prolong this any further. Approaching the bedside, she glanced at Junrin, then turned to Shinji. It is time for a decision. Do you wish to die a glorious death as a ninja, or to survive as an ordinary person? Shinji cleared his throat. Junrin, I wish to live. Junrin firmly grasped Shinji's left hand, his own trembling but his tone resolute. I want you to live, Shinji. You must outlive me. Understanding dawned upon Dr. Haru. I will prepare the necessary instruments for the amputation surgery. Therefore, the procedure shall be scheduled for. It cannot be delayed. Let it be today. Madara interjected suddenly, then turned to Chanjing and inquired, is that acceptable? Yes. Chanjing finally snapped back to reality, realizing he had been engrossed in the melodrama and almost forgotten his own involvement. Originally, the matter of Shinji's right hand would conclude with the amputation, and his subsequent life would likely consist of living out his days within the Uchiha clan, perhaps even being assigned as a teacher at a ninjutsu academy. Yet due to the insistence of Uchiha Tajima, Chanjing found himself entangled in this situation. After the amputation, he would be expected to utilize the reverse technique to help regenerate the severed limb of Uchiha Shinji. But to what extent should he go? Must he truly allow Shinji to lose his limb and then restore it? Would that not be too extravagant? What if he displayed an extraordinary ability, similar to Dr. Haru, and subsequently lost his own freedom? Had not Junrin stated that living as a mere shell was devoid of meaning? Chanjing hesitated, whispering, "Don't worry, Madara. I will do my utmost." Chapter 11. The Soldier's Ration. The reality of the surgery proved to be far more brutal than Chanjing had anticipated. Initially, Dr. Haru's plan was to complete the amputation before Chanjing commenced his treatment. Regardless of the outcome of Chanjing's efforts, she would follow up with additional treatment, ensuring a comprehensive report for the clan leader to avoid any repercussions for Chanjing. However, Dr. Haru, petite and advanced in age, struggled against the hardness of human bones, especially as Shinji had developed a tolerance to the anesthetic. Once the charred flesh was excised, Dr. Haru began to saw through the bone. Shinji lay silently on the operating table, eyes closed, yet his muscles twitched involuntarily, beads of sweat dripping from his brow, indicating he was very much awake. In the Warring States period, conditions were limited and sterile environments were unattainable. Antibiotics did not exist in this primitive era. If this continued, Shinji might succumb to infection even if the amputation were performed. Chanjing, having never witnessed such a scene in peacetime, was overwhelmed. The only sound in the room was the grinding of the saw against bone, and everyone knew Shinji was awake, imagining the agony he must be enduring. Yet, in this stark silence, Shinji uttered not a word, making the atmosphere feel even more cruel. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chanjing approached Shinji's side and softly asked, "Will you trust me just this once? I will not let you die." Shinji gritted his teeth against the pain but managed a semblance of a smile, though it appeared somewhat grotesque. "All right, I trust you, little Dr. Chanjing." Having received permission, Chanjing turned to Dr. Haru. "Dr. Haru, let me give it a try." Dr. Haru, feeling both anxious and fatigued, nodded and handed the saw to Chanjing. She had assumed Chanjing intended to assist her with the bone sawing to give her a moment's respite, but was taken aback when Chanjing did not accept the saw. Instead, he swiftly turned, knelt on the operating table, placed both hands on Shinji's right shoulder, and murmured a single word, "Release." In an instant, Shinji's arm severed precisely at the predetermined line, the fresh cut smooth and even, revealing the cross-section of bone and muscle in stark clarity. The blood, having taken a moment to respond, gushed forth a second later in a frantic rush. Dr. Haru gasped and quickly turned to staunch the flow. Meanwhile, Chanjing maintained his position and intoned once more, "Reverse technique." In contrast to the release technique, which consumed no chakra, the reverse technique's chakra consumption varied depending on the severity of the wound. In simpler terms, a minor injury would require minimal chakra for treatment, while a severe case like Shinji's, necessitating limb regeneration, demanded a substantial amount. Before arriving, Chanjing had hesitated, contemplating whether to restore Shinji's hand fully. But the current situation was dire. He wished to heal him, yet his chakra reserves fell short. What was he to do? "Dr. Haru, what should I do if I lack sufficient chakra?" Chanjing sought help from Dr. Chinyu. Dr. Chinyu, experienced from her days on the battlefield, had faced situations where she ran out of chakra while treating her kin. It was a harrowing experience when her chakra depletion resulted in the loss of a clan member, prompting her to always carry a divine artifact capable of replenishing chakra. She reached into her pocket and produced a small, dark brown pill, offering it to Chanjing with a gentle command to open his mouth. Obediently, Chanjing complied. As she placed the pill in his mouth, she covered it firmly, leaving him perplexed. In the next moment, Chanjing understood the purpose of Dr. Chinyu's action. The taste was overwhelmingly peculiar, nauseatingly bitter, salty, and infused with a hint of alcohol, exploding in his mouth and assaulting his senses, nearly causing his reversal technique to falter, twisting the half-formed arm of Zenshi. This was a military food pill. Despite its unpalatable flavor, it was remarkably effective, capable of instantaneously restoring chakra and potentially raising its upper limit temporarily. Dr. Chinyu explained soothingly, yet her grip on Qianjing's mouth remained steadfast. Summoning all his willpower, Qianjing swallowed the military food pill, feeling as though his very soul was about to escape. Upon seeing him consume it, Dr. Chinyu finally withdrew her hand and inquired about his condition. "I feel rather unwell," Qianjing admitted, sensing an overwhelming weakness akin to having just recovered from a severe illness, and most notably, he felt as if he had lost his sense of taste. Nevertheless, his chakra was indeed replenishing rapidly. He pressed on, extracting chakra once more to operate the reversal technique, initiating the process of limb regeneration for Zenshi. After utilizing 2 military food pills, Zenshi's severed arm was finally restored. Qianjing ensured that the remaining chakra circulated within Zenshi's body, confirming his complete recovery before he collapsed onto Zenshi's body. Zenshi instinctively caught him, his gaze drawn uncontrollably to his newly regenerated right arm. While it was referred to as new, it bore the same moles and birthmarks in their original positions, indistinguishable in size and color, making it feel as if this was not a new arm at all, but rather his original one. Yet, the charred remnant lay on the ground, a stark reminder of what had transpired. How could this be? Zenshi pondered, surprised by the unexpected efficacy of the child's medical ninjutsu. I told you, I wouldn't let you die, Qianjing murmured against Zenshi's chest, his eyes drifting to the newly formed arm. He attempted to reach out to touch it, but his hand faltered and fell limp. Qianjing. Zenshi tightened his embrace around the suddenly unconscious Qianjing. He must be exhausted, he surmised, after such an extensive treatment. Dr. Chinyu speculated, shaking her head slowly. At his age, this level of exertion is indeed alarming. In his dazed state, Qianjing caught wind of her words and internally retorted, it's not exhaustion. That military food pill was simply dreadful. I can't have fainted from food poisoning, can I? The first thing I must do upon waking is to improve the wretched taste of that pill. It's hardly fit for consumption. With that, he slipped into unconsciousness. Zenshi, holding him closely, wore an expression of seriousness. He turned and carefully laid Qianjing on a cleaner spot on the bed, standing at the bedside, lost in thought. Dr. Chinyu tentatively reminded him, if Qianjing hadn't intervened. Given the circumstances today, even with amputation, survival would have been a daunting challenge. I am well aware of that, Zenshi replied, nodding as he grasped Qianjing's wrist. So now, let us discuss how to report this to our superiors. Chapter 12, Brother Complex of Izuna. Qianjing remained unconscious for 3 days. Upon awakening, he discovered that 3 significant changes had transpired around him. The first was his inexplicable establishment of residence. The second was Zenshi becoming his shadow guard. And the third was that Izuna was no longer acknowledging him. According to Zenshi, after Qianjing had lost consciousness, both he and Dr. Chinyu reported the situation to the clan leader, though Zenshi did not divulge the specifics of their conversation. Subsequently, the clan leader summoned Madara to his quarters, where they spoke at length. After Madara's departure, Uchiha Tajima announced that Qianjing would now reside temporarily in the clan leader's estate, assigning Zenshi as his shadow guard. The details of their conversation remained a mystery to Qianjing, as did the sentiments of Izuna. Izuna merely perceived that he had made a friend to bring home for play, unaware that he had unwittingly invited a rival into his midst. How could this be? During Qianjing's 3 days of unconsciousness, many had visited him under the pretext of concern, though all were denied entry by Madara, who ensured they did not see him. However, Izuna was notably absent from this list. Qianjing learned from Zenshi that Izuna had even sought a heart-to-heart with Uchiha Tajima, unable to exert authority over his younger son. Tajima passed the matter to Madara for resolution. Yet, when Madara spoke to Izuna, the latter only became more incensed, convinced that Qianjing was indeed trying to usurp his brother. Thus, Madara found himself at an impasse. Qianjing felt utterly innocent in this situation. Izuna was simply a child throwing a tantrum. Zenshi sat by Qianjing's bedding, peeling fruit and smiling as he encouraged, once you recover, you should have a chat with Izuna. Everything will resolve itself. Why do you also call me young master? Please refrain from that. I'm not accustomed to it. Qianjing waved his hand dismissively, glancing around. Where am I? This doesn't seem to be Madara's room. This is a guest room within the clan leader's estate, Zenshi clarified. After a moment, he continued, then shall I call you Little Qian? Is that acceptable? Little Qian is fine, young master can be omitted. I'm not used to such antiquated titles, Qianjing replied. Zenshi chuckled softly. Very well, Little Qian. He elaborated on the situation, stating that the clan leader had ordered an urgent renovation of a room for him in the quarters shared by the young master and Izuna, personally selected by the young master, with plans for him to move in after the new year. Qianjing's heart sank. Was he to be moved out to live alone? Would he not suffer from insomnia once more? He cautiously inquired, but I'm currently quite comfortable with Madara. Zenshi shook his head. This isn't merely about your comfort. I cannot speculate on the clan leader's intentions, but I believe you are not here as a servant. At the very least, in terms of material standing, you must be treated equally with his biological sons. This is a matter of the clan leader's public image. Qianjing sighed softly. I suppose we can address this later. After all, there is still time until the new year. His immediate concern was Izuna's behavior. Well, Zenshi cleared his throat. The two brothers in the clan leader's family have always maintained a close relationship. Zenshi provided a brief account to Qianjing regarding the intertwined history of the two brothers in the clan. In truth, Uchiha Madara originally had 4 younger brothers. But due to various circumstances, 3 of them, apart from Izuna, did not survive to adulthood and met untimely deaths. Madara awakened his Sharingan only after the demise of his brothers, which underscores the immense significance he places on his remaining brother, Izuna. Growing up under Madara's meticulous care, Izuna has become accustomed to his brother's affection and reciprocates it wholeheartedly. Therefore, upon hearing that Qianjing would be moving in, he felt as though something precious was being taken from him, leading to his displeasure. For a young master raised with such adoration, Izuna's reaction is quite understandable. At his age, a moment of caprice is to be expected, and a little coaxing should suffice. Qianjing thought so, until he ventured into Izuna's room and was taken aback by the sight of his crimson eyes. Could it be that his brother's departure had incited such fervor that Izuna's eyes had opened? That seemed implausible. He recalled that in the original narrative, Sasuke awakened only a single Tomo after the annihilation of his clan. How could Izuna, upon merely feeling that his brother was being taken from him, manifest a full double Tomo? Was it due to Izuna's exceptional talent, or was it an excessive attachment to his brother? My goodness. Is the Uchiha brotherly devotion truly this formidable? Is the esteemed tradition of mutual affection among the Uchiha brothers still tenable? Upon seeing Qianjing, Izuna hurled a pillow at him, demanding, "What do you want?" The maid attending to Izuna attempted to interject. "Young master, this is silence. He is nothing. My brother is mine," Izuna shouted at the maid. Qianjing waved his hand, signaling for the maid to leave. She bowed to both and exited, closing the door behind her. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat oppressive as only Qianjing and Izuna remained. Izuna sat on the bed, stubbornly staring at Qianjing. His fair, delicate skin contrasted beautifully with his sherry non, resembling freshly washed rubies. Though his eyes glowed with anger, his cheeks puffed up in an adorably petulant manner, rendering him both pitiable and charming. Despite being the target of Izuna's ire, Qianjing found it impossible to feel anger towards the beautiful Uchiha. He pondered how to gently persuade the lovely boy to recall the past. He remembered a classic line, though somewhat antiquated, seemed perfectly suited for the moment. Qianjing approached Izuna's bedside, squatting down to meet those crystalline Sherry-non eyes. He spoke earnestly. "I am not here to disrupt your family. Rather, I wish to join it." Izuna was taken aback. Qianjing continued, "You have misunderstood. I am not here to share your brother. Instead, you will gain another brother who will love you alongside Madara." Izuna's expression remained serious, his eyes filled with confusion. "Is that so?" Qianjing encouraged. He knelt on the bed, his head slightly bowed, his oversized plain kimono making him appear even more slender. He spoke with a hint of disappointment. "Isn't that wonderful? I thought that living with you would make you happy. If you truly don't wish for this, I shall speak to the clan leader." As he said this, he turned, feigning an intent to leave and seek the clan leader. Izuna seized the corner of his clothing, halting him. Qianjing paused, a slight smile forming at the corner of his lips, which he quickly suppressed. Izuna awkwardly replied, "Let me think about it." "Very well, take your time. There's no rush." Qianjing nodded gently and inquired, "You haven't had lunch yet, have you? You enjoy sweet foods, don't you?" Chapter 13, Cherry Blossoms. Under Qianjing's elaborate array of sweet treats, Izuna, whose resolve was already wavering, succumbed. It was unavoidable. Qianjing offered far too much. Red bean cakes, yam cakes, honey-glazed taro, sweet, glutinous rice balls, and mochi. Izuna's favorite was the drink Qianjing had concocted, a full sugar milk tea infused with mochi. It was simply delectable. He began to believe that Qianjing truly cared for him, albeit in a manner distinct from Madara's. This left Madara somewhat perplexed. What was happening? Wasn't Izuna initially quite opposed to Qianjing? When did they become inseparable, leaving him feeling like the one cast aside? However, he hadn't intended to meddle, as the clan's affairs were already burdensome enough. Following his birthday in December, he had aged another year. His father began to impart more knowledge to him, revealing that the Senju and Uzumaki clans seemed to have formed an alliance and were contemplating an assault on the Uchiha. They needed to prepare for battle in advance. Yet, when Izuna lost a baby tooth, such a significant matter could not be overlooked. It was all due to indulging in too many sweets. Madara scowled, confiscating the treats Qianjing had prepared for Izuna. "Brother, Izuna feels wronged, pitiful." The child's loss of a tooth was entirely normal. Qianjing interjected on Izuna's behalf. "And you, Qianjing?" Madara turned his gaze toward him, narrowing his eyes. "What do you mean it's normal? I've never seen you lose a tooth." Qianjing, "Actually, I lost one long ago, but I thought it looked too unsightly, so I simply used a reversal technique to remedy it, something no one knows about. In any case, I'm taking these for now. Until your new tooth grows in, Izuna is not allowed any more sweets." Madara turned on his heel, striding away with an air of unwavering resolve. Izuna buried his head into Qianjing's neck, lamenting, "My egg pudding." Qianjing consoled him with gentle pats. "It's all right. Once Madara leaves, I'll..." Just as Madara stepped out the door, he suddenly turned back, his eyes flashing crimson as he fixed his gaze on Qianjing. Qianjing faltered, quickly altering his words. "Once your tooth grows back, I'll make some for you." Madara pointed a finger at Qianjing from a distance before turning to leave. Brother is so annoying, Izuna murmured softly, but I know he means well. Qianjing reached out to ruffle Izuna's hair. Izuna is so good, truly a little angel. Occasionally indulging in some sweets is fine, Madara said no more snacks, but next time I'll prepare a sweet dish for you to try. Have you ever tasted sweet and sour shrimp balls? After soothing Izuna, the hour had grown late. Qianjing returned to Madara's room after bathing and changing into clean clothes. He opened the door to find Madara seated at his desk, poring over scrolls of official documents. One could say Madara had his own struggles, in modern terms. He hadn't even graduated elementary school. Yet, in the Warring States period, as the young clan leader, he was compelled to cultivate both martial and scholarly prowess. At home, he was constantly learning about clan affairs under his father's guidance, and on the battlefield, he had to lead the charge to bolster morale. Truly a heavy burden. Qianjing entered the room and closed the door behind him. Madara glanced up at Qianjing as he entered, setting aside the scroll. Zenshi has informed you, hasn't he? Madara spoke in a congenial tone. The room being renovated at the far end of the courtyard is prepared for you. Oh, I see, Qianjing nodded. Zenshi mentioned that it should be ready after the new year. Indeed, the construction is expected to conclude post-New Year. I will have the maids tidy it up. And you should be able to move in around March. Qianjing remained silent as he unfolded the futon that belonged to him on the tatami mat. Burrowing beneath it and turning to rest his head on the pillow, as the candle on the desk flickered out, and Ban prepared to retire for the evening. Qianjing softly inquired, must we really move over there? Ban paused momentarily in his stride before resuming his steps, seemingly unfazed. Was Qianjing dissatisfied with that room? Shaking his head, Qianjing remained silent. Ban removed his coat, donned his pajamas, and nestled into his blankets, resting his hands behind his head as he gazed at the ceiling. He explained to Qianjing, it cannot be helped. My room and Izuna's were constructed only after certain events transpired, due to various reasons. Only 2 rooms were built at that time, and now, adding more is not feasible. Thus, I can only have a separate room built for you in a different location within the courtyard, which is indeed somewhat distant. Qianjing had heard this from the temple. It was said that originally, there were 5 rooms in the courtyard, 1 for each of the 5 brothers. However, after the demise of 3 of Ban's brothers, in order to avoid memories tied to the past, Uchiha Tajima ordered the houses to be demolished and rebuilt, resulting in only 2 remaining rooms, with none left over. Qianjing, having celebrated your birthday, you have grown a year older. It is time for you to learn independence. Ban implied, noting that Izuna had been living alone since he could walk. Seeing Qianjing remain unresponsive, Ban turned his head to observe him, though the night obscured his expression. He spoke gently, you will come to appreciate that room. I specifically chose that location for you. The window faces several cherry blossom trees. Once you move in, the blossoms will soon bloom, and you will be able to lie in your room and witness the petals dance in the breeze. Did the Japanese possess such an inexplicable fondness for cherry blossoms since the Warring States period? Thank you, Brother Ban. That sounds truly beautiful. Qianjing acknowledged the allure of the cherry blossoms, yet the focus at that moment was not on that. He was not afraid of living alone. He had been doing so since childhood. The real issue was his insomnia. After finally discovering a method to fall asleep without medication, how could he possibly let that slip away so easily? Only those who have experienced sleepless nights can fathom the torment it brings. Moreover, there were no sleeping pills available here. Qianjing turned to face Ban, and in the darkness, he could not discern Ban's expression, yet he knew Ban was looking at him. Thus, he earnestly asked, how long do the cherry blossoms bloom? Ban hesitated before replying, if it doesn't rain, about a week. Oh, a week? That's manageable. I can endure that. He then queried Ban, so, once the cherry blossoms have fallen, can I return to sleep beside you again? Ban felt as though he had been struck. He could not help but meet Qianjing's gaze. In the dim light, Qianjing's expression was one of earnest seriousness, his round, dog-like eyes fixed upon him, filled with dependency. In truth, Qianjing's gaze did not quite land on Ban's face, indicating he could not see him clearly. Yet, he was aware of Ban's presence and persistently looked in that direction, seemingly only seeking clarity on this matter. Ban was suddenly beset by a sense of guilt, as if his decision was a cruel one for Qianjing. He silently pulled back the covers, and Qianjing instinctively leaned in. Ban placed a hand on Qianjing's back, whispering, let us discuss this matter at a later time. By the time March arrived with the cherry blossoms in full bloom, Qianjing had returned to his designated room. This was because Uchiha Ban had once again gone to war. It was only after moving to the clan leader's residence that Qianjing truly grasped the nature of the tumultuous era in which they lived. To be precise, the Senju and Uchiha clans initially bore no animosity toward one another. They were merely hired by rival lords from 2 opposing nations to carry out assassination missions against each other and protect their own, which eventually led to casualties on both sides and, over time, the establishment of a long-standing feud. Moreover, This conflict was not limited to their two clans. Numerous other groups were entangled in this web, such as the Uzumaki clan, which had signed a friendship pact with the Uchiha clan for mutual assistance, or the Whirlpool clan, which had long-standing familial ties with the Senju clan, leading to their involuntary entanglement. This time, Ban would confront the Uzumaki clan, allied with the Senju from distant lands. Qianjing recalled that in the original narrative, this clan was renowned for their expertise in sealing techniques. He wondered if Ban had encountered such foes before. However, he reassured himself that it would be fine. After all, Ban had survived the epic battle at the Valley of the End. He would likely sustain only minor injuries. And as long as they were not severe, he could heal them upon his return. Gazing out at the cherry blossom petals dancing in the wind, Qianjing found himself drifting in and out of sleep. A light rain fell that night. The spring rain carried a slight chill, and having left his window ajar, Qianjing awoke feeling somewhat unwell. Noticing his lack of energy, Zinchi packed him off to see Dr. Chinyan. It's nothing serious, just a slight chill. A bit of ginger soup should suffice. Dr. Chinyan kindly examined Qianjing before turning to fetch an empty bowl. Selecting a few small gourds from the shelf, she proportionately mixed their contents and poured hot water into the bowl, offering it to Qianjing with a gesture to drink. What is this? Qianjing inquired, wrinkling his nose at the sharp, bitter aroma of the concoction. Ginger soup, Dr. Chinyan replied matter-of-factly. No, don't tease me. The ginger soup I've had before was nothing like this. Qianjing's face was a portrait of refusal. He swallowed hard, attempting to shift the topic. Dr. Chinyan? Yes. Qianjing cradled the ginger soup in his hands, casually placing it on the nearby cabinet, and with an air of nonchalance asked, Do you happen to have any sleeping aids here? What do you need sleeping aids for? I've been having trouble sleeping at night. Qianjing shyly scratched the back of his head, wearing a look of dependency. Recently, it was Ban who kept me company, allowing me to sleep. But now that he is not home, I can't seem to fall asleep again. Dr. Chinyan scrutinized Qianjing carefully. Indeed, beneath his pale complexion, there were faint dark circles under his eyes, a telltale sign of sleeplessness. But insomnia often stems from psychological issues. What had he experienced that made him afraid to sleep alone at night? Remembering that the boy's parents were no longer around, Dr. Chinyan's expression softened with pity. After a moment's thought, she retrieved another small gourd from the shelf and handed it to Qianjing, saying, Try this. After pausing, she added, You're still young. It's best to avoid such psychoactive substances. This isn't a sleeping pill, but rather a mild anesthetic that should help with sleep to some degree. As she spoke, Qianjing nodded, accepting the small gourd. Dr. Chinyan continued, You absolutely must not take too much. An overdose of anesthetic can lead to tolerance. If you ever find yourself on the battlefield and require anesthesia due to an injury, it will be ineffective, just like with Zinchi before. Recalling the scene of Zinchi having his arm severed, Qianjing shivered and replied, I want tea. I'll be careful. Then, a thought struck him, and he mumbled quietly. The whether I can even go to battle is still up in the air. You will, Dr. Chinyan smiled gently, You're not me. You will surely have the opportunity to explore this world properly. Qianjing looked at Dr. Chinyan in surprise as she nodded with a smile, gesturing toward the ginger soup. Drink that. Goodbye, Dr. Chinyan. Without further ado, Qianjing leaped out of bed and dashed away. The voice of Dr. Chinyu echoed through the corridor, Come back. Finish the ginger soup before you leave. Since that incident, the relationship between Qianjing and Dr. Chinyu had inadvertently grown significantly closer. After being compelled by Zinchi to drink that infernal ginger soup, Qianjing suddenly discovered a purpose to strive for, to improve the taste of Dr. Chinyu's medications. It wasn't just the ginger soup, there were also the previous Bingliang pills, along with the bottle of sedative that Dr. Chinyu had provided him. Let's just call it the sleeping medicine. These concoctions, crafted by Dr. Chinyu and personally sampled by Qianjing, were undeniably effective, yet their flavors were in stark contrast to their medicinal properties, each one more bizarre than the last. After Qianjing brewed a pot of brown sugar ginger tea in front of Dr. Chinyu, the latter entrusted him with the task of enhancing the flavors of the medications entirely. At that moment, a dozen ingredients lay spread out on the table, all meant for the preparation of Bingliang pills. Carrots, licorice, perilla leaves, sea salt, various grain powders. And most importantly, Qianjing's gaze fell upon a small gourd resting on the table. The gourd, roughly 5 centimeters tall and 2 fingers wide, contained a secret concoction of chakra condensation liquid made according to Dr. Chinyu's recipe, already pre-mixed with alcohol. The chakra condensation liquid appeared as clear and unassuming as water. Yet when activated by alcohol, it could instantaneously provide chakra energy to the human body. Qianjing pondered thoughtfully. Bingliang pills were a type of ninja tool capable of rapidly restoring chakra and stamina. With the chakra aspect covered by the chakra condensation liquid, Qianjing scanned the table for ingredients that could address stamina and suddenly had a revelation. In his recollection, The symptoms of low stamina manifested as weakness in the limbs and shortness of breath. Wasn't that akin to hypoglycemia? To quickly counteract low blood sugar, a piece of chocolate would suffice, wouldn't it? Moreover, chocolate could provide calories, thereby serving a dual purpose. Though cocoa beans did not exist in this world, he had tasted a dessert remarkably similar to chocolate. He resolved to consult the maid at home for the recipe and create a chakra-infused version with a liquid center, injecting the chakra condensation liquid in the right proportions. Surely, this would be far more delectable than the old version of Bingliang pills, which were both salty and numbing to the tongue. With determination, Qianjing set about to learn the method of chocolate making, adapting it for the creation of Bingliang pills, achieving unexpectedly favorable results. The new variant, featuring a chocolate Bingliang pill with a liquid center, could store a greater amount of chakra due to its structure and was easier to digest, without the troubling aftermath of stomach pain. However, the downside was that once the center was bitten into, the individual would have to immediately utilize a chakra-consuming technique to expend the chakra accumulated within, lest they risk an explosive surge of chakra, an explanation for why the chakra condensation liquid could not be consumed directly. Without Deidara's physique, the art of explosion could not be emulated. The improvement in flavor of the Bingliang pills was indisputable, yet the actual efficacy remained uncertain. Qianjing gazed at the finished product he had shaped into chocolate Bingliang pills, roughly the size of M&Ms, contemplating whether to store them in the small gourd designated for medicines. He decided to wait for an opportunity to test them. Chapter 15, Testing the Waters. Qianjing, with the new Bingliang pills tucked away, intended to return home to experiment with Izuna, but upon arriving, he was informed by the maids that Izuna had left for school early that morning. Given the severity of the ongoing war, many capable teachers had been requisitioned for the battlefield, leading to the suspension of classes at the Ninja Academy. Yet, Izuna chose this moment to attend school. What could he possibly be up to? Furthermore, it was reported that this was not an isolated incident. Ever since Madara's departure for war, Izuna had transformed into a different person. Once a small, clingy child to Madara, he now seemed as cold and unyielding as a glutinous rice cake, still pink on the outside, yet hard as ice upon touch. Intrigued, Qianjing followed him to school, only to find Izuna alone on the playground, vigorously practicing basic sword techniques against a wooden dummy meant to simulate an enemy. Izuna, Qianjing called out to him. Qianjing? Izuna paused, wiping the sweat from his brow and straightening up to ask, what brings you here? Although they were merely half a year apart in age, Izuna was not accustomed to calling him brother, nor was Qianjing to it. So Izuna continued to address him by name. I brought you some food, Qianjing said, casually chatting as he stood at the edge of the playground, holding the dinner prepared by the maids. You've already become quite strong, yet you train so diligently? Indeed. Izuna tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. I want to graduate early and join you on the battlefield. I don't want to be left at home every time. Qianjing observed Izuna's expression. Recently past his birthday, Izuna wore a determined and serious countenance. Though he stood less than 1.5 meters tall, he wielded a sword nearly a meter long, which was almost 2/3 of his height. The sight was both amusing and harsh. Qianjing lowered his head, retrieving Izuna's lunchbox from the basket and offering it to him. Keep at it. I will also strive to do my best. When the time comes, you can protect Madara, and even if you get injured, I will be responsible for treating you. Izuna asked, puzzled. But I heard that Qianjing can't go to the battlefield? Who told you that? Father did. Izuna blinked innocently. He promised me that once I graduate, he would take me to the battlefield. Yet when I inquired about you, he said that your skills are too valuable to be sent to such dangerous places. Qianjing, indeed. This was the very suspicion he had harbored since hearing of Dr. Chinyu's protected status. He smiled and brushed the matter aside with a few words, urging Izuna to finish his meal and rest before continuing his training, all the while mentally calculating. This was something he had anticipated, so hearing it now did not shock him. His current objective was to find a way to test the waters. After all, his abilities were distinct from Dr. Chinyu's. Being relegated to the rear seemed wasteful, and he wished to ascertain the extent of the Uchiha clan's protection over him. Was it akin to Dr. Chinyu, confined within the clan, or more like the case of Karasuki from the Jujutsu Kaisen, where despite being valued, one could still be sent to the battlefield if necessary? Sighing softly, Qianjing felt a measure of confidence within. From the very beginning, his goal had remained unchanged, to simply live freely in this chaotic era. The following morning, Qianjing made his way to Madara's room. Familiar with the layout, he pulled out a gray linen short garment from the bottom of Madara's wardrobe, changing out of his cotton bathrobe. After tooling his hair slightly to appear less orderly, Qianjing seized the opportunity of the early dawn to scale the wall from the backyard, escaping the clan leader's residence. Following the course of the Nange River, Qianjing walked slowly, pausing intermittently to observe his surroundings, committing the route to memory. He was well aware that escaping would not be such an easy task. He merely wished to probe, to see how far the Uchiha clan would allow him to venture. Sure enough, as he approached the midstream of the Nange River, Zinzi suddenly appeared before him in a flash. Xiaoqian, have you already noticed? Xian Temple's expression was rather intricate. He knelt partially, gazing levelly at Qianjing, and stated, I am acting under the orders of the clan leader. The leader has commanded that Uchiha Qianjing must not leave the clan grounds. Xiaoqian, venturing further is perilous. The downstream of the Nanhe River belongs to the Senju territory. Our adversary. You cannot proceed any further. Qianjing fixed her gaze on Xian Temple for several seconds before suddenly inquiring, Xian Temple, which side do you stand on? Without a moment's hesitation, Xian Temple replied, as long as I do not betray the Uchiha, I am on Xiaoqian's side. However, I cannot defy the clan leader's orders. I understand. Qianjing nodded, taking a glance at the freely flowing Nanhe River beside her. Lowering her head, she spoke in a tone tinged with disappointment. Then I shall not leave. I will remain here. Please, allow me a moment of solitude. Xian Temple hesitated, words caught in his throat, but ultimately said nothing. He merely nodded, forming a hand sign before vanishing in an instant. Qianjing seated herself on the ground, cradling her chin in her hands, appearing lost in thought. Though her mind was in turmoil, undoubtedly, Xian Temple was loyal to her, yet in his heart, the Uchiha took precedence. Therefore, matters that could potentially jeopardize Uchiha interests should not be fully entrusted to Xian Temple, but could be subtly manipulated. For instance, at this moment, she could exploit Xian Temple's guilt towards her to remain alone. With just a touch of patience, certain matters could be subtly influenced, and some boundaries could be gradually transgressed. It was of no consequence. She had ample time ahead to proceed slowly. After lingering by the water's edge for a while, observing that lunch was approaching, she brushed off the dust and stood to return. However, just a few steps later, Xian Temple reappeared. Qianjing glanced at him. He had his back turned, crouched down, and she obediently climbed onto his back as he carried her back to the clan leader's residence. From that day forth, Qianjing would occasionally sneak out dressed in the clothes of a common child. Each time, she would arrive at the same spot. Sometimes she would come to practice her water jutsu, while at other times she merely sought to daydream. Her duration of stay varying from a mere 10 minutes to an entire day. In the initial visits, Xian Temple would accompany her. But once he confirmed that Qianjing was sensible and truly remained in that location without venturing further, he had his own matters to attend to. Considering the vicinity was close to the clan grounds, with patrolling clan members occasionally passing by, and knowing Qianjing was clad in commoner attire while possessing considerable strength, he deemed there would be no significant issues. Thus, in subsequent visits, Xian Temple did not follow her every time. On this particular day, as Qianjing returned to the riverbank, striving to recall the water dragon jutsu that Jurin had taught her, she was abruptly interrupted by a mocking voice. I thought there was a child here playing in the water, scaring away my fish. The speaker was a silver-haired youth with spiky hair, red eyes, clad in a black vest, and holding a woven bamboo fish basket in his right hand. He frowned at Qianjing, his demeanor aloof, yet his words were piercing. Are you foolish? Even your hand sign sequence is incorrect. Can what you're attempting even be called water jutsu? Chapter 16, Tobirama. The newcomer appeared to be around the same age as Qianjing. She looked at his familiar face and tentatively asked, Who are you? The silver-haired boy did not respond, but merely placed his fish basket on the shore, rolled up his pant legs, and stepped barefoot into the river, remaining still in a horse stance. Before long, he suddenly bent down, and with a splash, he emerged holding a large fish. Wow! Qianjing clapped her hands in delight. The boy scoffed, lifting the fish high and placing it into the bamboo basket. Noticing Qianjing's eager gaze, he pointed to the nearby river and said, To master water jutsu, the key is to make the water want to befriend you. Only when the water improves its relationship with you will it heed your commands. Qianjing thought, Do you really take me for a fool? Who are you trying to deceive? However, she pondered whether he might be the person she suspected. If so, he was the future god of forbidden jutsu. Given the chance to establish a positive rapport, she decided to solidify their connection. In truth, the silver-haired boy, named Senju Tobirama, was in a rather foul mood that day. Just days prior, his younger brother, Senju Waken, had passed away, brutally killed during a skirmish involving the Yui and Uchiha clans. He had been merely 7 years old. Tobirama had just had a fierce argument with his older brother and father, leaving his only remaining brother, Ban, too frightened to utter a word. Despite receiving a severe beating from their father, his brother remained obstinate. Tobirama felt overwhelmed with troubles and had sought solace in fishing, only to have his peace disrupted by this little nuisance. Using water jutsu must mean you're a ninja, he mused. This child appeared to be about the same age as his younger brother, and he wondered which clan the boy belonged to. Regardless of the clan, animosity was prevalent in this era, and he had no desire to learn the child's lineage. After all, it was the boy who had stumbled into his path. A little teasing would suffice. With an expression of admiration, Qianjing looked up at Tobirama and inquired, "How can I become close to the water? I'm still unfamiliar with the hand sign sequence and often make mistakes." Tobirama gestured towards the river with his chin, his expression unyielding. "Of course. You must interact with the water more. Whoever learned to walk without falling? Similarly, to master water jutsu, you must first get yourself wet." Qianjing's smile began to fade. She sensed that this boy was clearly in a bad mood. Despite his cold demeanor, he was likely taking out his frustrations on her. Following his indication, she glanced at the Nanhe River, hesitated for a moment, then walked toward it. Tobirama sat on a stone by the riverbank, observing Qianjing's actions with a slight frown. However, he reasoned that as a ninja, she should be capable of basic chakra refinement. As long as she concentrated her chakra beneath her feet, she would not fall into the river, and thus, there should be no danger. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet and rushed toward the river. The waters of Nanhe were not particularly deep. The deepest point was about 1.5 meters, while the shallower parts were around 1.2 meters. An adult could stand upright without danger, but for Qianjing at her age and height, the buoyancy of 1.2 meters of water was sufficient to render her unable to maintain balance, risking drowning. Without hesitation, Tobirama jumped into the river, swimming toward the spot where Qianjing had fallen in. He grasped her, using the water's buoyancy to lift her above the surface, allowing her face to emerge for a breath. All while exclaiming in exasperation, "Are you foolish? You can use B-rank ninjutsu, yet you don't know to concentrate chakra at your feet to walk on water." Cough, 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 Qianjing spluttered, wrapping her arms around Tobirama's neck, her tone weak as she replied, "But if I concentrate chakra at my feet, won't my body get wet?" Tobirama brought Qianjing to the shore, collapsing onto his knees, gasping for breath, and shot her an incredulous glare. "Are you so obedient? Do you believe everything I say?" Qianjing blinked, hesitantly asking, "Is that not good?" Tobirama was left speechless. He found it hard to determine whether Qianjing was merely naive or something else entirely. In any case, children like her were exceedingly rare in this era. With such innocence, she likely would not live long. Yet this is the norm. It is the current state of the world that is flawed, not the child across from me. Tobirama turned to sit at the water's edge, still catching his breath, and looked at Chikage, saying, "My name is Tobirama, and I apologize for what transpired earlier." "There is no need for an apology. It was my own choice to trust you," Chikage replied, twisting the damp ends of her hair and meeting Tobirama's gaze. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Chikage." A bonfire blazed along the riverbank, where two youths sat encircled by its warmth, each skewering a fish on a stick before them. Tobirama sat cross-legged on a rock, arms crossed, and said sternly to Chikage, "You acted too impulsively." Chikage raised an eyebrow. Tobirama, dissatisfied, poked at the fish and continued, "Today's youth are far too impetuous. My younger brother is no exception." Feigning ignorance, Chikage asked, "Do you have siblings?" "Yes, I have 4 brothers," he replied, pausing before adding, "But my third brother has passed away, lost in the recent war. I am sorry. Why apologize? This is not your fault." Tobirama glanced at Chikage. "This is all a consequence of war. My father said that ninjas are born to die in battle. Although Wataru was only 7 when he died, it was his honor to fight as a ninja until his last breath." Chikage's expression hardened, and she fell silent. Tobirama observed her reaction and then chuckled. "However, my elder brother opposed our father on this matter. He believes children should not be sacrificed, and as a result, he faced severe punishment from our father." "Your brother cares deeply for you all," Chikage remarked wistfully. "I too have an elder brother who loves both me and my younger sibling." "Do you have siblings as well?" Tobirama inquired. "Yes," Chikage nodded. "Initially, I did not. My parents perished due to the war, and I was subsequently adopted by a family that had 2 brothers. After my arrival, I became the second eldest." Tobirama pondered this. Chikage was not as naive as he had first assumed. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, "Given your understanding of the brutality of war, how can you still be so easily trusting of others?" Chikage flipped the fish over and casually replied, "My elder brother cares for me greatly, and my younger sibling is quite endearing. I cherish my current brothers and do not wish to lose another loved one to war. Thus, I assert that adults are foolish. There is no need for such wars to continue. If they truly wish to end the conflict, they could simply forge a treaty with their enemies and cease hostilities, could they not?" Tobirama tore off a piece of fish and winced as the heat seared his tongue. "But who do you consider the enemy?" Chikage asked seemingly innocently. "For instance, consider the Senju and Uchiha clans. Their animosity is long-standing. Even if they could establish a peace treaty, as ninjas, if they receive missions from opposing factions, they would inevitably find themselves at odds again to fulfill those tasks." Tobirama was taken aback. Chikage probed further. "For the Senju and Uchiha, Who is truly the enemy? Each other, or the one who assigns them opposing missions? Chapter 17. A shift in thought for Tobirama. Despite his maturity and composure, the sudden notion that the Senju and Uchiha were merely two blades, and that the fault lay not with the blades but with the hands that wielded them, was difficult to accept outright. However, upon reflection, Chikich's argument bore some merit. But could such reasoning truly hold? To a ninja, the employer is of paramount importance. Ninjas live to fulfill the tasks assigned by their employers in exchange for substantial rewards. Once a master is slain, the reputation of that clan is irrevocably tarnished, regardless of the circumstances. No employer would ever be willing or courageous enough to hire a ninja clan known for having killed their master to execute a task, without economic sustenance and moral support. Could such a clan endure? He cast a doubtful glance at Chikich and asked, "How did you come to such a conclusion? Did someone tell you? Or did you arrive at this idea independently?" "My elder brother has shared some insights with me, which I later pondered upon myself." Chikich began to embellish her brother's image, striving to elevate his status in Tobirama's eyes. "He hopes to change this war-torn era and has discussed some ideas with me, which inspired further reflection. Am I wrong in saying this?" It's not a matter of right or wrong. I need to think it over." Tobirama nodded, unable to suppress a chuckle. "It appears there are more individuals like my elder brother, foolishly desiring to change the world." "What do you mean foolish?" "My brother is not foolish. He is incredibly charming and handsome." Chikich retorted immediately. "Is that so?" "I find it hard to believe," Tobirama replied skeptically, observing Chikich's adorably round face, her wide, dog-like eyes, and her cherubic features. "Handsome is a stretch. Rather, you are quite cute." Clearing his throat, he pointed to the fire. "You should hurry and eat your fish. If you delay any longer, it will burn." From that day forth, Tobirama and Chikich often met at this spot. There were no prior arrangements. Both were prepared for the possibility that they might never see each other again. Yet, this uncertainty, devoid of promises or outcomes, lent their encounters a thrilling quality. Moreover, due to Tobirama's keen perception, he ensured that whenever Shintitsu accompanied Chikich, he would remain hidden, allowing their clandestine meetings to go unnoticed by anyone. Tobirama, skilled in water release, found practicing with Chikich far more reliable than training with the occasionally vanishing precision nin. Chikich's proficiency in water release surged, achieving remarkable progress in a short span. Simultaneously, Tobirama's mindset underwent a transformative evolution. Previously, he believed that merely establishing a peace treaty with rival clans could avert the specter of war. However, under Chikich's influence, he began to transcend the traditional notion that ninjas could only be employed, contemplating the possibility of ninjas as employers. Chikich instilled in Tobirama the idea that for the healthy development of clans, while it may be necessary to accept certain opposing missions, one could preemptively employ a third party to eliminate their employer, thereby nullifying the assigned tasks. For example, if the Senju clan were to receive a mission that required them to confront the Uzumaki clan, the Uzumaki could simply hire a third party in advance to eliminate the employer who tasked the Senju, thus rendering the mission void. Tobirama, initially astonished by this notion, gradually became more accepting of it. Upon reflection, it did not seem unreasonable. This way, neither the ninja's principles were violated, nor would there be unnecessary casualties. It was indeed a viable solution to the problem. Ultimately, was it not the employer who insisted on pitting the Senju and Uzumaki against each other that was at fault? If everyone acknowledged the Senju and Uzumaki as allies, yet still insisted on employing the Senju to fight the Uzumaki, then that employer was merely courting disaster and had no one to blame but themselves. As the days passed, the eve of Chikich's birthday arrived, and Izuna, having graduated early with her from school, found himself in a quandary. Madara, having returned home during a lull in the fighting, was tasked by Uchiha Tajima to take Izuna to the battlefield for a first-hand experience, yet he found himself troubled by the eager anticipation in Chikich's eyes. It is impossible for Uchiha Tajima to directly inform Chikich that he is confined and prohibited from entering the battlefield. However, that is precisely what he intends to convey. His disapproval is not directed at Chikich as an individual, but rather stems from the belief that Chikich's healing abilities are exceedingly valuable. Before Chikich has attained sufficient strength to ensure his own safety, Tajima fears that sending him into battle might lead to unforeseen mishaps, and thus he refrains from taking that risk. After all, as long as Chikich remains alive, it signifies the survival of more members of the Uchiha clan. Madara comprehends Tajima's perspective and concurs with this course of action. Nevertheless, regarding Chikich and Izuna, both of whom have diligently striven to enhance their own abilities and graduated early, the differential treatment of taking one while leaving the other behind provokes uncertainty in the one remaining. He hesitates, unsure of how to broach the subject with Chikich. Upon observing Madara's troubled expression, Chikich gradually lowers his head. "I understand, Brother Madara. Shinji has already informed me of the reason, he says, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Please, take Izuna with you. I can manage on my own at home. Madara exhales deeply, reaching out to ruffle Chikage's hair. I will consult with father. I shall explain everything to you in detail when I return tonight. After Madara departs, Izuna approaches, grasping Chikage's hand and inquiring. Is it true that father does not permit Chikage to join the battlefield? Yes, Chikage nods despondently. I will go speak to father, Izuna exclaims, turning to head toward the door, but Chikage pulls him back, saying, It's all right, Izuna. However, Izuna appears somewhat displeased, pouting as he insists. We should be fighting side by side on the battlefield. Chikage has worked so hard on his water release and graduated early. Why can't he go? Witnessing Izuna's indignation on his behalf, Chikage cannot help but embrace him, feeling that Izuna is indeed a little angel. And all his efforts to care for him have not been in vain. It's all right, Izuna, Chikage reassures, patting his back gently. Don't be upset. Look at you. Pouting so adorably. Let me think of a solution. Trust me, I will join you on the battlefield. Chapter 18. The plan after dinner. Chikage remains in Madara's room, awaiting his return. Bored, he casually peruses the scrolls on Madara's desk, knowing that any critical items would not be carelessly placed there. And thus he fears no inappropriate knowledge would come to light. Unrolling the largest scroll reveals a map. The map is not particularly detailed, especially along the edges, where many areas remain blank. It seems that only places the clan has visited are marked, leaving untraveled locations empty. What are you looking at? Madara inquires as he enters. Lifting the door curtain, Chikage gestures to the desk, indicating for Madara to see for himself. Madara hands Chikage a small bowl, glancing at the map. Oh, a map. Chikage accepts the bowl filled with sliced peaches, still cold to the touch. Sitting in Madara's office chair, with Madara standing beside him. One hand resting on the back of the chair while the other points to the map, he circles an area, stating, This time, we will be stationed around here. Chikage picks up a slice of peach, listening intently as Madara continues. This is not merely a one-time battle. Our opponents consist of several small clans united. Their attacks diverse and relentless. While their strength is not particularly formidable, they possess a wide array of ninjutsu, and there are clans adept at ambush, thus presenting a certain level of danger. Chikage asks, Will you be in danger? Madara confidently replies, I will not. For me, this poses no difficulty. Chikage nods, then questions, Are you sure it is fine for you to stay tonight? It is fine, Madara assures. Just a few days ago, we repelled a wave of enemies. There is a ceasefire at present. According to custom, the next engagement will not occur for a few more days. I can leave tomorrow morning. Chikage pauses, placing the peach bowl on the desk, and looks up at Madara. Brother Madara, is your decision to leave tomorrow because of me? Madara does not directly answer but gently ruffles Chikage's hair, saying, At least with me here, you can sleep better tonight, right? Chikage lowers his gaze and mumbles. Brother Madara is so kind to me. Madara taps Chikage's forehead, replying, What can I say? I consider you my brother. Chikage covers the spot where Madara tapped, raising his face again. Do you truly see me as a brother? What else could it be? Then why won't you take me to the battlefield? Uchiha Madara sighs softly, realizing he cannot escape this question. Meeting Chikage's gaze, he responds earnestly, I apologize, Chikage. This is not only father's command, but from my perspective, I also believe it is safer for you to remain behind. So, you are leaving me all alone. Chikage's tone seems calm, yet in the flickering candlelight, Madara perceives a glimmer of moisture in his eyes, reminiscent of those who have been abandoned, left alone at home, never to return. Madara surmises that when Chikage mentions them, he refers to his parents. He places a hand on Chikage's slightly trembling shoulder, attempting to explain, Chikage, this is different. I'm sorry, Chikage interrupts, evading Madara's touch as he turns away, murmuring, I should not have made such a difficult request of you, Brother Madara. Uchiha Madara feels a tingling in the hand that has been brushed aside. Chikage has always been obedient and considerate. Seeing him display such an expression makes Madara's heart uneasy. Why is it Chikage who is apologizing to him? It is quite normal for Chikage to act endearingly, presenting some capricious requests, and it should be he, who cannot fulfill Chikage's wishes, who ought to apologize. Why is Chikage apologizing? He watches as Chikage bows his head. The candlelight within the room is dim. With his eyes closed, he cannot discern Chikage's current expression. Yet he can tell that Chikage's mood is exceedingly low, and his entire demeanor is imbued with sadness and rejection. Akin to a forsaken puppy. Unable to resist, Madara pulls Chikage into his embrace, patting his back gently, as one would to soothe him to sleep, softly saying, Tomorrow morning, I will speak with father once more. Chikage leans against Madara, closing his eyes to blink away the tears, offering a gentle regrettably, the following day. Madara's conversation with Uchiha Tajima does not proceed smoothly. Uchiha Tajima is a stubborn man, without adequate reason. He will not consent to allowing Chikage to risk going to the battlefield. Madara approaches Chikage to bid farewell, burdened by guilt. While Chikage smiles as he sees Madara and Izuna off. Watching their retreating figures gradually fade away, Chikage's smile slowly diminishes. Rising early in the morning, he stretches and yawns, turning to once again tread toward the direction of the Nangsa River. Tobirama is a reliable companion, not only in regard to teaching him water release. Due to his intelligence, there are some notions that Chikage need not explicitly articulate. With just a little guidance, Tobirama can intuitively grasp them. For instance, I truly worry about them. Sitting by the riverbank, Chikage tosses small stones into the water, appearing lost in thought. Unfortunately, my strength is lacking, and my elders at home do not permit me to venture onto the battlefield. The battlefield? Tobirama blinks in surprise. To his knowledge, the clans currently engaged in warfare comprise a coalition of several smaller clans, united against the Uchiha clan. Chikage appears dazed, unlike a typical Uchiha. He is uncertain to which smaller clan he belongs. Yes, Chikage nods, dejectedly adding, especially my younger brother. The day prior, I had pledged to accompany him to the battlefield. Yet come the next day, I found myself breaking that promise. How I long to master some form of instantaneous teleportation ninjutsu, enabling me to swiftly arrive at the battlefield and fight alongside him. My concern for him is overwhelming. Tobirama cast a silent glance at Chikage, sensing an oddity in her tone. Surely, such a technique would require exceptional space-time ninjutsu, at least of a rank, which you are currently incapable of learning, he remarked, dousing her enthusiasm. Chikage puffed her cheeks in defiance, countering, not necessarily. Reverse summoning could work as well. Typically, summoning jutsu brings forth a creature to your side. What I envision is a technique that sends oneself to a predetermined location. It's fundamentally the same. Isn't it? Tobirama inquired. Predetermined location? How would you specify such a thing? Chikage tapped her chin thoughtfully before responding. For instance, one could mark a location with their chakra beforehand. Then, when the need arises, they could activate the jutsu and instantly relocate to their previous mark. Tobirama furrowed his brow, contemplating her words. In theory, what you propose is indeed plausible. Right? Chikage beamed. So, would you consider attempting to develop such ninjutsu? Me? Tobirama pointed to himself, shrugging. You want me to develop it? I wouldn't mind trying. But whether I could succeed is another matter. Of course you can. Chikage laughed, turning her gaze back to the lake. I have unwavering faith in your abilities. I eagerly await the day when your flying thunder god technique is perfected. Chapter 19. Forces. Having promised Izuna to join him on the battlefield, Chikage had been diligently seeking an opportunity. That opportunity arrived swiftly, though it was one she would have preferred to avoid. From the letter brought by Junin, she learned that Izuna had been injured. While the external wounds were not severe, thanks to the fitted armor that protected his torso, his shoulder had been cut by a sharp blade, which had subsequently become infected. As a result, Izuna developed a fever and had already begun to lose consciousness by the time the letter was dispatched. Upon receiving this distressing news from the letter office, Chikage immediately set out to find Dr. Haru, procuring medicine to reduce the fever and treat the infection. She then returned home, penning a letter to notify the Uchiha clan's Tajima of her impending departure for the battlefield, before expressionlessly beginning to pack her belongings. Determined to set out at once, the letter office observed her actions with concern, prompting a warning from Shinsuke. Chikage, you are aware that leaving the clan's territory without the clan leader's permission is considered treasonous. Exceptional circumstances warrant exceptional treatment, Chikage replied, glancing at Shinsuke. Besides, I am on my way to see the clan leader to explain. It will be fine. I am going to save his son. Shinsuke cautioned her. Are you truly set on going? It will be perilous. I cannot ignore Izuna. Chikage shook her head. Moreover, you will protect me, won't you? He is not the type to act selfishly. Izuna is such a kind-hearted angel, always sincere to him. He certainly deserves my loyalty in return. Besides, who could stand idly by and watch such a delightful Uchiha perish? Though the original storyline suggested that Izuna should not die at this juncture, she could not afford to gamble. Her concern for Izuna was genuine, driving her desire to reach the battlefield. Chikage unfolded a map of Madara's room, laying it on the table, and asked Shinsuke, from the clan's territory to the battlefield. She gestured to the location Madara had indicated. How long would it take you to get there? Shinsuke examined the map, indicating a route. If you take this path, it's a straight line. I could manage it in a day. However, considering your stamina, it would likely take at least a day and a half for both of us. I see. Chikage studied the map and pointed to a city located a third of the way. Let us set out in the afternoon. We can stay overnight there. The clansman who delivered the letter has already departed, and at your pace, he should arrive by nightfall. Once the clan leader sees the letter, he will undoubtedly send Madara to fetch me. If all goes well, we should meet tomorrow morning. Shinsuke sighed softly, remarking how astute Chikage was. You are quite mature, far beyond your years. Chikage donned the gray short-sleeved garment belonging to Madara, while it served merely as a top for him, with a belt cinched at the waist. It appeared fitting enough for her. However, considering the exertion ahead, she opted to wear pants as well. With preparations complete, as they were about to leave, Shinsuke placed a small straw hat atop Chikage's head. She steadied the hat and looked up at him in confusion. Put it on. It will shield you from the sun and rain, Shinsuke explained. In truth, he wished to convey that merely dressing in humble attire was insufficient. Chikage's face was too pristine. Whether due to her striking features or her innocent demeanor, she would easily attract unwanted attention in this world. Wearing the straw hat would certainly alleviate many potential troubles. Following Chikage's plan, they traversed onward, and as the moon rose above the treetops, they entered the Land of Fire. Arriving at a city named Kagaku. True to its name, Kagaku experiences 3 hot seasons throughout the year, and even in winter, the temperatures rarely plummet, with snowfall being a rare occurrence. This city is surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and bordered by a lake on one, boasting abundant resources and a defensible terrain. The town's lord is known for his amiable and conservative nature, shunning conflict, which has resulted in a peaceful and prosperous life for the citizens. Despite the city's modest size, as Chikage walked through the streets, she felt an aura of tranquility, as if every face bore a smile. The atmosphere here is delightful, she remarked to Shinsuke, so different from the Uchiha clan's territory. That is only natural, Shinsuke explained. This city is relatively well developed within the Land of Fire. There is a significant distinction between a nation and a clan. Chikage inquired, how so? Isn't the Uchiha clan quite powerful? Yes, the Uchiha clan is formidable, Shinsuke nodded. But even the strongest clans only comprise a few thousand individuals, which pales in comparison to this city's population, let alone that of the entire Land of Fire. In the eyes of the Land of Fire, small clan-based forces such as the Uchiha are quite insignificant and do not warrant the nation's attention. Oh, I understand now. Chikage nodded, because they do not regard us. We, as free armed forces, can be employed in secret by some hostile lords who wish to devour one another, all while maintaining a facade of camaraderie. Shinsuke frowned, conceding, indeed. After a pause, he added, furthermore, while the nation may not recognize small local clans, it cannot afford to allow such powers to grow too strong. The nation requires centralization and will thus utilize opposing local forces to weaken one another, keeping non-governmental armed groups within a manageable scope. Are you all aware of this? Chikage questioned, perplexed. If you understand it, why allow yourselves to be exploited in this manner? Shinsuke sighed, because we must survive. Survival does not rely on battle, but rather on fields, water sources, and resources. Without the recognition of the Land of Fire, we will not receive any resources. We can only acquire everything through employment. Thus, even when we are aware, we can only be exploited. Qianjing clenched his fist, understanding why Obito sought to grow stronger. Indeed, Shintetsu remarked, the first step towards altering the current situation is to empower oneself. Only through personal strength can one gain the respect of others and the right to engage in equitable dialogue. Qianjing inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. In this light, it seems that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha accomplished something remarkable. They did not merely establish a village. Rather, they united various overlooked clans into an undeniable force, earning the recognition of the state. They transformed local armed factions into a nationally recognized military entity, from private to state-owned enterprises, ultimately partaking in the state's resources. Generations of elders had endured countless trials and tribulations without achieving this feat. Yet, 2 youths dared to envision and ultimately realized it. Truly, it is an extraordinary accomplishment. Qianjing could not help but reminisce about Hashirama's appearance in the original work. He seemed to have a rather unflattering hairstyle, akin to a watermelon rind, which was decidedly unappealing to Qianjing's aesthetic sensibilities. Erase that thought. Obito, on the other hand, was both beautiful and intelligent. Alas, in Qianjing's eyes, a striking Uchiha always held a higher initial score. Chapter 20, Obito. Upon awakening the next day, Qianjing found himself confronted by a striking Uchiha, who wore an expression of displeasure. Obito, Qianjing said timidly, fully aware of his own missteps. Madara sighed softly, turning his back to Qianjing, stating, time is of the essence. You must come with me now, and we shall discuss matters en route. Qianjing wrapped his arms around Madara's neck, leaning against his back as Madara propelled them forward with a series of swift movements. Given Qianjing's presence, Madara had no intentions of urging him to return home, especially considering Izuna's precarious situation. Qianjing's arrival was indeed a boon for Izuna, so Madara refrained from chastising Qianjing excessively, though he still laid down a few ground rules. The battlefield had recently undergone significant changes. While on their way back to camp, Madara provided Qianjing with a brief overview of the current circumstances. The minor clan alliance had suffered consecutive defeats and, unwilling to concede, sought assistance from the Senju clan. Initially, this conflict did not concern the Senju, but for reasons unknown, the clan leader agreed to intervene as soon as he learned the adversary was the Uchiha, entering the fray just days prior, which was why Izuna had sustained injuries. Their foes now extended beyond the minor clans. The primary concern was the Senju clan. Madara cautioned earnestly, noting that the clan leader placed great importance on this war, bringing several of his children along. Hence Qianjing could not approach the front lines and had to remain in the medical and logistics tents. Understood? Qianjing leaned close to Madara's ear and softly affirmed. As Madara turned his head, his cheek brushed against Qianjing's face. With Qianjing's south cherubic visage so close, Madara felt a warmth within him, his stern demeanor softening, making it difficult to deliver any admonitions. Gazing ahead, Madara pondered, perhaps it was wiser to discuss matters with Shintetsu once he ensured Qianjing's safety. What Madara did not consider was that had Shintetsu been prudent, he would not have accompanied Qianjing to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Qianjing, perched on Madara's back, contemplated the presence of the clan leader's children at the battlefield. Surely Tobirama had come as well? Would they cross paths? Upon reaching the camp, Madara observed as Qianjing treated Izuna's external wounds, administering medicine prepared by Dr. Haru. Though Izuna was feverish and dazed, grimacing at the bitter concoction, the effects were immediate, and his temperature gradually lowered. Madara felt relieved and offered a few more words of caution to Qianjing before departing to return to the front lines. However, Shintetsu was also a formidable force. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he could not solely attend to the children. Thus, it was not long before Qianjing found himself alone in the medical tent. Although alone is a slight misnomer, as alongside Qianjing were several incapacitated patients and others who, while not severely injured, had lost their combat capabilities and remained to assist in the medical tent. Qianjing, would you kindly fetch some clean medical bandages from the logistics tent next door? A clan member, nursing a wounded arm yet still aiding, requested amidst his tasks. Qianjing nodded promptly and made his way to the tent's entrance. The Uchiha encampment featured a row of tents for clan members at the forefront, while 3 functional tents lay behind, one for medical purposes, another for logistics, and the last for the confinement of prisoners. Qianjing had heard that prisoners housed in this tent were typically of some significance, valuable enough to warrant capture, whether for interrogation or as bargaining chips. Thus, as he traversed from the medical tent to the logistics tent, he observed several armored Uchiha members emerging from the prisoner tent, their demeanor aggressive as they shoved a small child forward. The sight struck Qianjing as peculiar. A child, a valuable captive? Moreover, with fierce battles still raging at the front lines, these able-bodied men were not engaging in combat, but instead bullying a child? Qianjing could not help but stare. The child, diminutive in stature, bore the Uchiha clan's emblem on his armor. One man gave him a hard shove, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he lay there, he raised his head, his face a tapestry of fear and fury. The hair peeking from beneath his helmet displayed a striking half-black, half-white coloration. Qianjing's eyes widened. Though the original text provided scant detail, the child's features were unmistakable. At this age, coupled with the Uchiha clan emblem, this had to be Tobirama's only remaining brother. What was his name again? Ah, it was Izuna. He must not die? Tobirama had yet to harbor animosity towards the Uchiha. He was still contemplating how to forge peace between their clans. Should his brother perish, Tobirama would undoubtedly succumb to darkness, leading to an irreversible vendetta against the Uchiha. Their current rapport was rather amicable, and Qianjing wished to preserve that. Moreover, Tobirama had previously taught him techniques such as water release. It would be quite fortuitous to save his brother and repay the favor. Besides, he had yet to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. If Tobirama turned against him, how would he ever master it? Hey, Qianjing declared with an air of seriousness, emerging from his hiding spot and approaching the group. What are you doing? The Uchiha members, who had encircled Izuna, were momentarily distracted by his inquiry. The leader took a step forward, poised to activate his Sharingan against Izuna, but was interrupted by Qianjing's voice. They all turned, their tension dissipating upon recognizing Qianjing. The leader pointed his blade at Izuna, adopting a dismissive tone. Young Master Qianjing, you should not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This brat's brother killed my sibling, and now I seek vengeance. Another chimed in, indeed. Blood for blood. It is only just. Banjian rose from his seated position, cautiously retreating until his small frame was pressed against the massive boulder behind him, trembling slightly. Qianjing stepped forward, turning his back to Banjian, extending his hand protectively while facing the group of adults with unwavering courage. No, you cannot resort to vigilante justice. Leave this place at once, and I shall consider this incident forgotten. Otherwise, I will inform Uchiha Madara. The leader of the group immediately activated his Sharingan. His eyes not only crimson, but his entire eye sockets flushed with red. He understood that revenge would not be possible today, raising his hand. He pointed the blade first at Qianjing, then shifted it to indicate Banjian behind him. With a fierce clang, he slammed the knife into the ground and spat disdainfully. You think calling you young Master Qianjing makes you a true noble? One of his companions patted his shoulder, wearing a sneer of contempt. He's just a commoner like us. A mere mascot raised in the chief's household. Another scoffed. Exactly, just an outsider. Bah, let's go. Little Senju, next time I catch you alone, you're done for. Move. Chapter 21, Awakening. Qianjing closed his eyes, allowing their derogatory remarks to flow in one ear and out the other. Once the adult Uchiha had distanced themselves, Qianjing turned to Banjian, who cautiously inquired, "Why did you save me? Are you playing a trick? I won't betray my clan. I won't say a word. You're just a child. What do you know? What could I possibly make you say?" Qianjing chuckled wryly. Banjian was deeply distrustful of the Uchiha, maintaining an expression rife with skepticism. With a gentle sigh, Qianjing replied, "I know your brother Tobirama. Come now, while no one is watching, I'll take you to him. Be more careful next time, don't get caught again." Banjian paused. "You know my brother?" Although still doubtful, he pondered how the Uchiha could exhibit such kindness towards a Senju, especially one claiming familiarity with his brother. However, if it were indeed Tobirama, it might hold some truth, as Tobirama espoused the ideals of peace. Perhaps this Uchiha, being of a similar age, also belonged to the peace faction? But wasn't the Uchiha clan inherently warlike? Wait a moment. Doesn't this imply that Tobirama is secretly colluding with the Uchiha? Banjian thought, his small face falling into a daze. Not only do I know your brother, but we share a good relationship, Qianjing reassured, guiding Banjian along a narrow path, vigilantly avoiding the Uchiha patrols. To bolster the child's credibility, he added, "Please convey a message to Tobirama. I saved his brother today and hope he will show mercy to my brother in the future." With Banjian in tow, Qianjing swiftly maneuvered around the main battlefield, heading towards the Senju clan stronghold. As they approached the vicinity of the Senju encampment, Qianjing nudged Banjian. "You can go from here, right?" Banjian, still somewhat dazed, pondered how he had transitioned from captivity to freedom. Just moments ago, he had been surrounded, prepared for death. And now he found himself rescued by the enemy. What exactly was the relationship between Tobirama and this Uchiha? If it were treachery, this Uchiha had partaken in it as well, and surely would face punishment for releasing a captive upon his return. Banjian bent down, picking up a bloodied knife for self-defense, though he did not direct its blade towards Qianjing. "Do you have any other messages for Tobirama?" Qianjing contemplated. "Tell him I will wait for him at our old meeting place." He then self-deprecatingly added, "Though I fear once he learns I am an Uchiha, he may not come." Banjian nodded seriously, casting a deep gaze at Qianjing before turning to sprint towards the Senju encampment. As he watched Banjian vanish into the distance, Qianjing also prepared to leave. Musing over the implications of the situation, the sudden disappearance of Banjian, a captive, was a significant event. Although he hadn't physically liberated Banjian from the captive tent, the Uchiha who witnessed Banjian with him could testify to his involvement. He would need to devise a plan to navigate this predicament, feeling a headache coming on. The Uchiha and Senju clans were among the most powerful factions at present, yet their populations numbered only in the thousands. Excluding the non-ninja commoners and the elderly and infirm, the actual number of combat-capable individuals across both clans fell short of 5,000. Thus, while the battlefield spanned a vast area, the conflicts were often scattered. Large-scale confrontations were rare, with encounters primarily consisting of small skirmishes. For instance, moments ago, 5 Uchiha had been besieging a single Senju. While this appeared to be a grossly unfair scenario, such occurrences were common on the battlefield. At this instant, 5 Uchiha were assaulting a lone Senju. In the next moment, it was entirely possible that 5 Senju were attacking a single Uchiha. When Qianjing encountered Uchiha Madara on the battlefield, he was being besieged by 5 Senju. After being reincarnated via the impure world reincarnation, Madara possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, capable of overwhelming the ninja alliance with sheer physical prowess, boldly proclaiming, "Do you wish to dance?" and moving through the masses as if they were non-existent. Yet in this moment, despite his genius, Madara found himself beleaguered against 5 adult Senju. It was common knowledge that conventional fire techniques were incapable of causing fatal harm. Even the most potent fire technique, Amaterasu, had never killed. Madara relied solely on his Sharingan. Grappling with 5 Senju, each endowed with immense chakra reserves and resilient physiques, and he was beginning to feel the strain. One of the Senju, seizing the opportunity while his comrades engaged Madara, delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. "Kill him," he asked the Uchiha's young clan leader. He shouted. In that moment, Qianjing flashed forward, catching Madara's body. However, after a brief moment of respite, both Qianjing and Madara tumbled to the ground. Upon rising and recognizing Qianjing, Madara's previously unwavering demeanor faltered, exclaiming, "Qianjing, what are you doing here? Now is not the time for questions." Qianjing shot back, positioning himself protectively in front of Madara, glaring at the 5 approaching senju. "Stay back." Though Qianjing was oblivious, Madara perceived clearly. Qianjing had awakened his Sharingan. The Sharingan typically manifested only under intense emotional stimuli. Qianjing had not awakened it even when his parents passed, so why now? It could only be due to the peril Madara faced, which had prompted such intense concern. Madara felt a jolt within his heart. While his brother awakening the Sharingan was a positive development, he could not shake the feeling of defeat. Was he so weak that his brother's concern for him had driven him to awaken? Rising to his feet, Madara gently pushed Qianjing behind him, murmuring, "Step back." Qianjing cautioned, "We can't win, we should retreat." The senju, overhearing Qianjing's words, mocked, "Do you think you can escape?" Madara remained silent. But his expression revealed a grim acceptance of their precarious situation, indicating a readiness to engage once more. However, Ban had already exhausted much of his strength. His hand, which had been protecting Qianjing, was trembling with fatigue. Qianjing understood that his combat skills were merely adequate for trivial skirmishes. Should he truly engage, it was likely that even his most powerful strike would only be sufficient to eliminate a single senju. What would happen to the remaining 4? If only he could activate his domain, but he lacked the confidence to do so at present. Nevertheless, he sensed that there was another ability he might be able to utilize at this moment. Quietly, Qianjing retrieved 2 modified soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch, placing one under his tongue in preparation while he bit down on the other, shattering it. As a sweet, alcoholic liquid filled his mouth, Qianjing made a peculiar gesture with his hands, "Datu." Suddenly, thousands of rabbits surged forth from his shadow, rushing towards the enemy, obscuring their vision and disrupting their perception. In a flash, Qianjing rolled the other soldier pill onto his tongue and bit down hard, swiftly changing his hand movements to form another sign. Nu. A colossal bird, resembling an owl but adorned with a demon mask and crackling with electricity, erupted from the shadows. The monstrous creature emitted a piercing screech and soared into the sky, circling before diving towards Qianjing and Ban. With one hand raised vertically to present to the creature and the other extended towards Ban, he urged, "Banji, we must flee." Chapter 22, Dispute. Ban mimicked Qianjing's gesture, raising one hand while grasping Qianjing's with the other. The Nu plummeted down, its enormous talons clutching both of them. And with another shriek, it sped towards the Uchiha camp. Ban had a multitude of questions for Qianjing, but after the Nu released them and vanished, he forced himself to suppress his emotions and maintain a steady tone. His first inquiry was, "Are you injured?" Qianjing shook his head, concealing the arm that had been pulled by the Nu behind his back. Ban stepped closer, pulling Qianjing's arm to examine it. Confirming there was little to worry about before instructing, "Treat it yourself." His gaze swept over Qianjing from head to toe, asking, "Is there anywhere else?" Qianjing mumbled a vague reply, "No." However, noticing the unusual tone in Qianjing's voice, Ban furrowed his brow and firmly grasped his chin, urging him to open his mouth. Qianjing winced in pain but complied, revealing his tongue. In his haste to bite the second soldier pill, he had accidentally nicked the tip of his tongue, resulting in an injury. Ban's thumb brushed over Qianjing's cheek, his gaze shifting from Qianjing's tongue to meet his eyes, and he asked seriously, "Why did you come to the battlefield?" Qianjing turned his head away, retreating a step, visibly displeased as he replied, "If I hadn't come, could you have escaped just now?" "Banji." Uchiha Ban crossed his arms, his expression devoid of emotion. "That is a different matter." "How is that a different matter?" Qianjing's voice rose uncontrollably. "If I hadn't gone to the battlefield, would I ever see you again? You truly never listened to me." "Qianjing." Ban's tone sharpened, his brow furrowing. "I repeatedly told you not to go to the battlefield. You agreed wholeheartedly, yet stubbornly insisted on going. Do you even comprehend how dangerous the battlefield is? And your attitude now, do you believe you are blameless?" Qianjing pouted, his expression a blend of stubbornness and impending tears, yet he held his neck high, insisting, "I did nothing wrong." Excessive stubbornness becomes unappealing, Qianjing. Ban took a deep breath, gazing intently at Qianjing. "If you continue this way, I will not permit you to leave again." Qianjing looked up in shock, tears welling in his eyes as if Ban's words had frightened him. He parted his lips repeatedly, but could not articulate a response. Ultimately, he merely muttered defiantly, "I did nothing wrong," before turning and fleeing. Ban stood rooted in place, taking several deep breaths in an attempt to calm his tumultuous emotions, but to no avail. In frustration, he kicked at the weeds by the roadside. What could he do? Qianjing had disregarded the dangers and rushed to the battlefield, rescuing him and opening his eyes, and now was he to blame Qianjing for doing so? He found himself incapable of doing so. He could not bring himself to utter the words, "Qianjing, you were wrong." He hoped that Qianjing would come to recognize the issue on his own and promise not to repeat it in the future. Yet, Qianjing was an Uchiha. How could he forget that the Uchiha were ever proud and stubborn, incapable of admitting their faults? He did not even feel that Qianjing was in the wrong. All he sensed was Qianjing's care and affection for him. How could he be angry? How could he cast blame? He should have realized that the Uchiha rarely expressed their affections verbally, instead opting for awkward actions to convey their feelings. Qianjing had already opened his eyes to the truth. Did that not speak volumes? With a sigh, Ban's face was etched with conflict and helplessness. From that day forward, Qianjing obediently remained in the medical tent, seemingly avoiding Ban at all costs, refraining from any contact. Even when both were within the camp, Qianjing preferred to take medication rather than join him for sleep. This was only natural. The matter of Ban's disappearance had yet to be resolved. Although those Uchiha later perished on the battlefield, leaving no one to testify. Until the matter concluded, he still needed to keep a low profile. Moreover, Ban's words weighed heavily on his mind. What did he mean by saying he would not allow him to leave again? Did he intend to confine him for life like Dr. Haru? It seemed it was time to urge Tobirama to expedite the development of the Flying Thunder God technique. Once Izuna fully recovered, he grew curious about the situation between Ban and Qianjing, sensing a conflict. After hearing the details from Junrin and Shinji, Izuna stormed up to Uchiha Ban, shouting, "Is my brother a fool?" before quickly siding with Qianjing, ignoring Ban altogether. Confident in his reasoning, Uchiha Ban found himself isolated by Izuna and Qianjing, leaving him restless. Seizing an opportunity while Izuna practiced his swordplay, Ban caught him and inquired about his perspective. Izuna, frowning like a miniature adult, replied, "If Qianjing hadn't gone to the battlefield because he listened to you and that led to your demise, do you think Qianjing would consider it your fault? He would blame himself for a lifetime. Moreover, brother, Qianjing saved you. Why are you angry with him? Why not thank him instead of reproaching him?" Uchiha Ban placed a hand on his forehead upon hearing this. Indeed, it was Qianjing who had saved him. Why had he not expressed gratitude but instead scolded Qianjing? This war had been particularly protracted. What began as a small clan's defeat against the Uchiha evolved into a coalition of minor clans battling the Uchiha, which still ended in defeat. Eventually, the smaller clans sought assistance from the Senju, culminating in conflict between the Senju and Uchiha once more. This back and forth had dragged on for over a year. The final outcome was rather dramatic, as both clans reached an impasse due to resource depletion, resulting in a temporary ceasefire. Upon returning to their clan territory, Qianjing seemed to revert to his previous state, living under constant surveillance, unable to leave the clan grounds at will. Nonetheless, he had grown accustomed to it. The only notable changes were that he had not seen Tobirama by the banks of the Southern He River in recent days. Knowing that the Senju had gradually returned to their clan grounds, he surmised that Ban had conveyed his message to Tobirama. Tobirama had once been unaware of Qianjing's Uchiha heritage and had gotten along well with him. Now that he knew, it would undoubtedly cause some inner conflict, particularly since the Uchiha were considered arch-enemies by the Senju clan. However, at this moment, Izuna was not dead, and Tobirama's perspective on the Uchiha clan was not as extreme as before. He might be entangled in his thoughts for a while, but ultimately, he would likely set aside his prejudices to meet him. All he needed to do was wait patiently for Tobirama to come to terms with it on his own. Another change, however, left him rather perplexed. He discovered that after Madara had caught wind of his visits to Mangekyō over the past few days, Madara had personally decided to follow him this time. What could Uchiha Madara possibly want? Was the clan's young leader so devoid of other pursuits? What kind of behavior was this, stalking him so idly? Moreover, he approached with such directness, lacking any attempt at stealth, making it obvious to even him. The confidence he exuded made it seem as though a parent were catching him in a youthful romance. Chapter 23, By the Riverbank. What brings you here? Upon realizing his presence, Madara did not shy away but boldly stepped forward, bending to casually pick up a stone from the ground and sent it flying across the Mangekyō. Nothing much, just getting some fresh air. As Chikage watched the stone skip across the water, it struck the surface of the Mangekyō multiple times before finally sinking, just before reaching the opposite bank. He recalled the plot from the original story, remembering that Madara and Hashirama first met due to stone skipping. At the beginning, Madara was not particularly skilled at it, but as their friendship blossomed and their abilities advanced together, he eventually became capable of sending stones all the way across the river. Given Madara's current proficiency, it seemed he had already met Hashirama, albeit not very intimately. Chikage wondered when their first encounter had transpired. Each of their meetings had also taken place by the riverside. Thankfully, the Mangekyō was long enough that he had never run into Tobirama there, or else it would have been quite awkward. Madara glanced at the stone that had flown halfway across the water before sinking, letting out a soft sound of disdain. He turned to Chikage and inquired, Do you often come here alone? Chikage cast a fleeting glance at Madara, then averted his gaze, seemingly casually replying, when you're all away from home. I look for a place with water to practice my water release techniques. Madara was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. Since you frequent this area, do you know there are bird eggs here that are quite delicious when roasted? Huh. Chikage was momentarily thrown off. Seeing Chikage's mouth slightly agape, staring at him with a bewildered expression, Madara regained his confidence as an older brother. He grinned and led the way into the forest, proclaiming, "Come with me. Big brother Madara will take you to taste something delicious." Madara referred to eggs from a type of waterfowl resembling a goose, notably larger than a goose egg. Having grown up in this land, he was evidently very familiar with it. In a matter of moments, he located 4 nests and retrieved 3 eggs. He then dug a pit in the sandy bank of the river, buried the eggs, and set a bonfire atop the pit. Once the fire had burned down on its own, the eggs would be thoroughly cooked. Madara eagerly poked at the fire with a small stick to stoke the flames, lamenting, "It's a pity I didn't prepare any seasonings in advance, but even plain, these eggs are quite tasty." Chikage sat across from Madara, resting his chin on one hand, unable to suppress a smile at Madara's spirited demeanor. It was hard to reconcile the rebellious and formidable figure Madara would become in the future with the adorably mischievous child he was now, who would coax him with bird eggs when upset. Madara noticed Chikage's pleasant expression and, feeling encouraged, fished out an egg from the fire, blew on it to cool it down, peeled half of the shell away, and offered it to Chikage, saying, "Give it a try." Chikage asked, "Didn't you say it needs to burn down completely to be cooked?" Madara replied, "Half-cooked is quite delicious too, just taste it." Chikage accepted the egg with both hands. It was still somewhat warm, but under Madara's expectant gaze, he brought it to his mouth and took a bite. It had the texture of a large boiled egg, but was even more tender, with a hint of smoky flavor from the roasting. Madara watched Chikage, who resembled a small animal, as he took a bite of the egg. Because it was still a bit hot, Chikage held it in his mouth, shifting it from side to side as he chewed, ultimately scrunching his face and swallowing it whole, exhaling a couple of breaths to cool his tongue. "Adorable. How is the wound on your tongue?" Madara offered Chikage a bamboo tube filled with cool water. Chikage took a couple of sips and replied, "It's fine now." He opened his mouth for Madara to inspect, and after examining it, Madara nodded in satisfaction. "Your medical ninjutsu is truly effective, but it can only treat external injuries. I couldn't help Izuna when he had a fever last time." Chikage lowered his head and took another bite of the egg. Indeed, there had been no other option then. They had to resort to a devilishly potent fever medicine concocted by Haru's doctor. However, now he had found a solution. After awakening his Sharingan, he realized that as long as he was in that state, he could utilize 10 shadow techniques from the Shinjutsu realm, and in a fully mastered form. Chikage speculated that the cursed technique he possessed must be a version of Fushiguro S, allowing him to wield the techniques of Fushiguro Megami, in a state fully subdued by the curse. The 10 shadow techniques utilize shadows as mediums, employing hand gestures to summon the corresponding Shikigami. Theoretically, there were 10 types of Shikigami, each possessing different abilities. For instance, the rabbit technique he used last time to escape could divert the enemy's attention and disrupt their perception, enabling the user to flee. The new, which had helped them fly away from the battlefield, was capable of aerial combat, primarily utilizing diving and electric strikes. Among these 10 Shikigami, one was dedicated to healing, known as Enro. Its appearance resembled a reindeer that one might see around Christmas, possessing little offensive power but capable of accelerating the healing of injuries, both internal and external. This served as a perfect complement to the limitation of the reversal techniques, which could only heal external wounds. As the bonfire naturally extinguished, Madara unearthed the remaining 2 bird eggs, handing one to Chikage while wrapping the other in large leaves and tucking it away. "The fully cooked one is delicious too, give it a try. I'll take this one back for Izuna later." Chikage paused briefly, then reached out and obediently accepted the egg Madara offered. Madara wanted to chat further with Chikage, hoping to ease the tension and foster a closer bond. But before he could utter more than a few words, Junin suddenly appeared before them in a flash. "Young clan leader." Junin bowed to Madara and nodded to Chikage before stating, "The clan leader requests your immediate presence. He is waiting for you in the reception room." Madara frowned slightly. Did my father mention what it was about? It seems to be related to the Senju clan. Junin did not elaborate. Madara nodded in understanding and turned to Chikage. Chikage waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, big brother Madara, you can go back first. I'd like to stay here alone for a while longer. I'll return before dark." Madara contemplated for a moment, said nothing more, and simply instructed, "Come back early," before following Junin as they vanished in an instant. The riverside fell silent once more. Chikage toyed with the warm roasted bird egg in his hands, lost in thought. He had initially assumed the 3 eggs were meant for the 3 of them, yet Madara had given his to him. Suddenly, familiar footsteps echoed behind him. Recognizing the deliberate weight of the steps, Chikage's lips curled into a slight smile. "You're here?" As Qianjing turned around, he was greeted by the ever-sullen visage of the white-haired boy. Tobirama huffed, "I arrived first." Qianjing paused, taken aback. "So you've been here all along?" "Indeed," Tobirama replied, crossing to sit in the spot where Madara had just vacated. "I sensed more than one presence approaching, so I refrained from revealing myself." Qianjing nodded in understanding. It made sense. Tobirama's perceptive abilities surpassed those of Hashirama and Madara. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stealthily tail them without being discovered by the 2 strongest. Tobirama kicked at the embers of the campfire, assuring, "Don't worry. I intentionally waited until Uchiha Madara departed before I came out. He won't notice my presence." Qianjing felt a strange discomfort at those words, as though they hinted at something clandestine. Unexpectedly, the elder brother Tobirama mentioned was none other than the Uchiha clan's junior leader. Tobirama paused, nudging at the ashes with his foot, and gestured with his chin towards the bird egg in Qianjing's hand. "He seems quite fond of you, doesn't he?" Qianjing retorted, "Isn't your elder brother also the leader of the Senju clan?" Tobirama retracted his foot, leaving a dark line in the dirt. "That's a fair point." Qianjing scrutinized Tobirama for several moments, sensing an unusual air about him today. "Tobirama, shall we spar?" he proposed, rising and placing the bird egg on the stone he had just vacated. He fixed Tobirama with a sincere gaze. "Regardless of the outcome, let's remain friends after the bout. Shall we?" Qianjing was convinced that Tobirama's presence here today indicated his willingness to maintain their connection, much like a child seeking a way to reconcile their tantrum. Tobirama glanced at the bird egg left atop the stone, then stood, stretching his arms and adopting a combat-ready stance. "Let us go." Their sparring was devoid of any skill, essentially serving as a tutorial in ninjutsu from Tobirama to Qianjing. After all, it was merely a friendly exchange of techniques. And Qianjing couldn't afford to unleash his full power. He could only execute a few harmless techniques. Yet, to avoid being underestimated, he popped a soldier pill, activating his Sharingan to demonstrate a full-scale version of the blood-piercing technique. The full-scale version of blood-piercing was one of the 10 shadow techniques, proficient in water, and akin to the water release, water dragon bullet technique, albeit with a far larger range and greater volume of water. The blood-piercing technique compressed the water into bullet-like projectiles that shot towards the enemy, similar to the water release, water iron cannon technique. However, the projectiles from blood-piercing were smaller and thinner, granting them superior speed and penetrating power. Nevertheless, the Sharingan was already taxing on chakra, and the 10 shadow techniques consumed even more. Qianjing's chakra reserve seemed inherently limited, but fortunately, the improved soldier pill provided some respite. Otherwise, he would have been unable to utilize his skills, which would have been quite disheartening. What kind of water release ninjutsu is this? Tobirama easily countered Qianjing's other attacks, but when it came to the blood piercing, he dared not take it lightly and resorted to the body replacement technique to evade. Upon seeing the small but direct hole pierced through the wooden dummy, even Tobirama, who excelled in water release, broke into a cold sweat, glaring at Qianjing. "Do you truly wish to kill me?" That was just a ninjutsu I recently learned. I'm still getting the hang of it." "My apologies," Qianjing said, feeling a bit wronged as he approached to inspect the hole in the wood, unable to suppress his astonishment. "I've never seen such ninjutsu before. Did you develop it yourself?" Tobirama inquired. "Not exactly." Qianjing pondered for a moment and added, "But I believe I might be the only one capable of using it right now." Tobirama snorted, hands in pockets, silently observing the wooden dummy without uttering a word. Qianjing sidled up next to Tobirama, tilting his head to scrutinize his expression. Despite being only a year older than Qianjing, Tobirama often wore a serious demeanor, embodying a rationality akin to that of a miniature adult. Qianjing playfully poked his side, causing Tobirama to furrow his brow but remain silent. Undeterred, Qianjing jabbed him again, prompting Tobirama to grasp his mischievous hand. "What are you doing? Don't be angry. I truly didn't mean it," Qianjing cooed sweetly, recalling how Ban called Tobirama, and deliberately adopted a cute tone, "Tobarman-I." Tobirama froze, instinctively taking a step back, then realized their hands were still intertwined and hastily released his grip, clearing his throat to regain composure. "I'm not angry. I'm merely contemplating the development of ninjutsu." "Oh," Qianjing replied nonchalantly, feeling a yawn coming on, as if Tobirama were a pillow to lean on. "So, is it the space-time ninjutsu we discussed earlier? How is your development on it progressing?" Tobirama cast a glance at Qianjing. Hadn't he just called him Tobarman-I? He pressed his lips together and explained. "Our prior idea was to break it down into 2 steps. First, inscribing a mark imbued with one's chakra at a designated location, and then teleporting to that marked point. The first step is rather straightforward. The challenge lies in the second. Wait, Qianjing interjected, unable to contain himself. The first step is easy to solve? Tobirama, puzzled, confirmed, yes. Qianjing clarified. Is it truly that simple to inscribe a chakra mark? How do you do it? Teach me. Tobirama thought for a moment, snapped off a twig, dipped it in the ashes from the earlier campfire, and commenced instructing Qianjing in ninjutsu once more. As twilight approached, Qianjing finally returned home, his mind swirling with thoughts of Tobirama's stern disapproval. Are you foolish? Do you not comprehend what I am saying? And his expression of exasperation, as if he were dealing with an imbecile. He realized he had been mistaken. He had initially presumed that the residents of the Hokage world had an average educational level akin to elementary school. However, he discovered that this was far from the case. One was expected to have graduated from university by the time they finished elementary school, mastering subjects like mathematics, science, geography, history, and geometry, all without fail. This flying thunder god technique, he knew, was challenging to learn, but just how difficult could it be? No wonder Naruto, who had been the bottom of his class, could later ascend to the position of the 7th Hokage. There were clear patterns to follow. He had been too hasty. Yet, no matter how difficult it was, Qianjing knew he had to persevere. After all, the Flying Thunder God was the linchpin of his plan to leave home. With Tobirama having developed it ahead of time and willing to teach him, he had to master it. After 6 months of relentless effort, Tobirama's temper had been thoroughly tempered by Qianjing. From their initial heated exchanges of "Are you stupid? Can't you understand what I'm saying?" to the later gentle encouragement of "Let us try it again. No need to rush," Tobirama had undergone a complete transformation. At last, with Tobirama as his witness, Qianjing successfully inscribed a kunao bearing his chakra mark, earning Tobirama's approval. At the moment Tobirama finally nodded in acknowledgement, Qianjing nearly burst into tears of joy. With tears brimming in his eyes, he presented the kunao to Tobirama, saying, "This is for you." "For me?" Tobirama hesitated, taken aback. "But this is your first successful inscription. I thought you would take it home to give to your elder brother." "Yes, this is my first successful inscription, which is precisely why you must take good care of it," Qianjing insisted earnestly. Tobirama observed Qianjing's expression, his small face flushed with excitement, eyes shimmering with joy, radiating a sense of accomplishment, as he anxiously awaited Tobirama's response, seemingly fearful that he might refuse to accept it. Tobirama solemnly accepted the fruits of Shikyu's first endeavor, carefully placing them in his ninja tool pouch, and made a grave promise to cherish them at home. No, Shikyu shook his head, grasping Tobirama's hand with sincerity in his gaze. "I want you to carry it with you at all times, if you could." Chapter 25, Indirect Strategy. Tobirama felt that Shikyu was suddenly a bit too close for comfort. With those expectant, puppy-like eyes gazing up at him, how could Tobirama possibly refuse? Moreover, it wasn't a daunting task. He patted his tool pouch and nodded earnestly, "Certainly." Shikyu exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground as if all his strength had left him. Tobirama pulled him by the arm, guiding him to the shade of a tree. Shikyu tilted his head against Tobirama's shoulder, complaining, "The Flying Thunder God technique is so difficult to learn. Just inscribing the chakra marks is challenging enough. And you say the teleportation part is even harder." "I think the teleportation aspect is a bit more challenging," Tobirama replied, settling cross-legged and leaning back against the trunk of the tree to allow Shikyu to rest more comfortably against him. "But ultimately, why is it so imperative for you to learn the Flying Thunder God? It was you who initially proposed this concept, after all." "Well, about that." Shikyu hesitated, unable to share with Tobirama that his desire to master the Flying Thunder God was driven by the wish to escape home more conveniently. After a moment's thought, he answered, "Because I have a dream." Tobirama raised an eyebrow. "A dream?" Shikyu continued, "You know, despite the Uchiha and Senju clans being perpetual adversaries, I believe the animosity shouldn't lie between the Uchiha and Senju, but rather towards the individual who employs them to incessantly slaughter one another." Tobirama cast his gaze downward at the small head resting on his shoulder, gently acknowledging, "I understand. You've shared this with me before." "So?" Shikyu's eyes sparkled as he lifted his head, seeking affirmation. "So, I was contemplating that if I could master a teleportation ability, I could suddenly appear behind that individual and eliminate him with a swift strike. Wouldn't that solve everything?" Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating Shikyu's face, and Tobirama couldn't resist reaching out to touch the illuminated patch of hair on Shikyu's head. "You Uchiha truly excel in fire manipulation. It's as if you radiate light." "Huh." Shikyu blinked, confused, and replied, "But I'm not adept at fire style. I'm much better at water style." "Oh, just like me." Tobirama couldn't help but smile briefly, then straightened his lips, advising Shikyu, "Your intentions are commendable, but as a member of the Uchiha clan, you cannot undertake missions while simultaneously plotting to assassinate the client. Such actions are inappropriate." Shikyu mumbled softly, That won't be the case for long. What did you say? Tobirama inquired, not catching the words. Shikyu declared, I said, as long as I grow stronger, everything will be fine. Strength conquers all. All problems stem from your lack of strength. Tobirama shook his head, sighing, you truly embody the combative spirit of the Uchiha clan. Shikyu puffed up his cheeks in disagreement. It's merely because I've never witnessed peace firsthand. I can only strive for everything through battle. Tobirama poked Shikyu's cheek, prompting him to deflate momentarily. Noticing Shikyu's growing tendency to protest, Tobirama swiftly gripped his wrist, steering the conversation elsewhere. All right, strengthening yourself, Shikyu, before you can grow stronger. There is something we need to address first. What is it? Shikyu struggled against Tobirama's grip, doubting his intentions were anything but a diversion. Tobirama insisted, this is serious. Please listen to me. Shikyu halted his struggles, raising his chin. All right, go on. My father has noticed that my elder brother has been frequently absent, and he feels something is amiss, so he has tasked me with following him, Tobirama explained. Can you guess what I witnessed? Shikyu mentally replayed the statement. Your elder brother has been going out often, and Senju Butsuma noticed something was off, so he sent Tobirama to follow him. Isn't that straight from the original plot? Tobirama would see Hashirama meeting with Madara privately, and would inform Senju Butsuma, who would then attempt to set a trap to eliminate Madara, the Uchiha clan's young leader, thereby significantly weakening the Uchiha clan. However, it turned out that the Uchiha had the same plan, with Uchiha Tajima intending to eliminate Hashirama, resulting in a 3-on-3 confrontation, and forcing Madara and Hashirama from dear friends to enemies. How cruel fate can be. Noticing Shikyu's contemplative silence, Tobirama revealed, I saw my older brother and your brother in a private meeting, and they seemed quite close. Close? Shikyu questioned, puzzled. Indeed, Tobirama recalled, they trained together in physical techniques, advanced together, often conversing, sharing meals, and even during that incident, they both fell into the Nanga River together. Shikyu expressed dissatisfaction. My brother has never taken me to train in physical techniques. Tobirama glanced at him, wanting to point out that Shikyu had been learning ninjutsu alongside him. What more could he want? He had never trained with Tobirama in ninjutsu either. However, seeing that Shikyu was not surprised, Tobirama guessed that Shikyu was not entirely oblivious to the matter. Shikyu asked, so, what do you plan to do about this? Will you tell your father? It's impossible not to say anything. Father emphasized that this is a mission, Tobirama replied. Shikyu understood the weight of a mission for a ninja, pursing his lips without responding. Observing Shikyu's expression, Tobirama continued, I cannot defy my father's orders. However, I also do not wish to expose myself. If my brother's actions are revealed, how can I keep our secret meetings hidden? Shikyu raised an eyebrow. Tobirama's words were clear, but they struck Shikyu as somewhat peculiar. Tobirama continued, the elders are stubborn, clinging to age-old grievances, disregarding the clan's future development. Hatred merely perpetuates cycles of vengeance, while relinquishing hatred is undeniably challenging. Once that step is taken, cooperation will lead us to a future of peace. Shikyu couldn't help but applaud such noble ideals, truly fitting for the future second Hokage. Tobirama glanced at Shikyu, gently pressing down his hands that were clapping, and continued, thus, I've decided, I will inform my father that the person meeting with my brother in secret is the Uchiha clan's young leader. However, before that, you should return and inform your brother. I will also convey this to my brother, so they are not caught unprepared. Oh, you mean to give them a heads up? I understand, Shikyu quickly caught on. Tobirama's intent was clear, since the elders refused to heed the words of the young. The youth must band together to stage a performance for them. That made sense, like Madara envisioned. It was not impossible to strengthen oneself to the point where others must heed one's commands, but the efficiency was too low. Furthermore, it could create a sense of distance, instilling fear. In the original story, that was why he failed to win the people's hearts during the Hokage election. It was better to follow Tobirama's indirect approach. As long as the goal was accomplished, all was well. Indeed, as expected of Tobirama, the master of ninjutsu invention. Your mind is exceptionally sharp. Chapter 26, Mutual Understanding. Shikyu and Tobirama huddled together, meticulously discussing their plan. With Tobirama suggesting that Shikyu reference the original plot to draft a script, they collaborated seamlessly, and by the time dusk fell, they each returned home to their respective brothers. As Shikyu made his way home, he found Madara in his room, attending to his duties. Passing by the window, he paused, retreating a few steps to peer at Madara's silhouette. He had never observed Madara in such a manner before, having been meticulously groomed by Uchiha Tajima. Madara was now taking on the semblance of a leader. He sat at the table, his posture upright, slightly bowing his head as he intermittently paused while writing with a brush, occasionally reflecting before continuing with his work. Qianjing perched by the window behind him, observing him closely. She watched as he initially moved with ease and grace in his tasks, But under her gaze, his body gradually grew rigid, ultimately leading him to turn helplessly toward her, saying, "Did I not tell you not to stand behind me?" Huh. Qianjing found Ban utterly adorable. Despite his age, he was surprisingly sensitive to someone being behind him. Having claimed that he could not relieve himself if someone stood behind him, she boldly climbed through the window into the room and leaped toward Ban, who immediately dropped his brush and turned to catch her, lifting her slightly with both arms, playfully commenting that Qianjing seemed to have gained a bit of weight. "That's because I've grown taller," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Ban's neck as she sat in his embrace, gesturing, "I'm already this tall, just a smidge shorter than Izuna. And soon I'll surpass him." "Indeed," Ban replied, holding Qianjing as he stepped away from the desk to prevent her from accidentally knocking over the ink with her excitement. He casually inquired, "Are you particularly cheerful today?" "Yes." Qianjing couldn't contain her joy. "I finally succeeded in mastering a super difficult ninjutsu after practicing for so long." Ban's smile faltered momentarily. Over time, with the growing friendship between Ban and Hashirama, they had both come to know each other's true identities, though they had never explicitly acknowledged it. As for the clandestine meetings between Qianjing and Tobirama, both elder brothers were well aware, having even witnessed them by the Naka River on 2 occasions, yet they had silently departed without revealing themselves. Tobirama had sensed their presence but chose not to speak of it, believing he had concealed their encounters well, while in truth, only Qianjing had remained oblivious to the ongoing awareness. From a familial perspective, Qianjing's friendship with Tobirama could indeed be deemed as collusion. However, from Ban and Hashirama's standpoint, they did not mind the younger generation of their clans reconciling, especially for Hashirama. He had always feared that his rational younger brother might inherit their father's obstinate mindset and harbor animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Yet he never anticipated that his brother would forge a friendship with an Uchiha before he did. Ban, on the other hand, felt a twinge of discomfort, as if his precious little cabbage had been taken away by someone else. Thus, although he understood that Tobirama treated Qianjing well and had been teaching her ninjutsu, the sight of her delight at mastering a technique inexplicably irked him. "Did you spend the entire day by the Naka River again?" "Yes," Qianjing replied. "I went to practice ninjutsu. It's easier to train water release near water. Is there a problem?" Ban hesitated before saying, "In addition to ninjutsu, you should also practice your taijutsu. Uchiha taijutsu is foundational." Taijutsu. Qianjing thought of Ban's elegant and fluid movements, akin to a dance, and felt a pang of envy. She leaned closer, pressing her face against Ban's, her expression sweet as she said, "Then teach me, Ban. Then you should not go to the Naka River. I'll instruct you at home." That won't do." "Must you go?" "Well, because there are important matters I haven't completed yet. I still haven't learned Flying Thunder God, so I can't not go." "Is there someone important you wish to meet?" Ban pulled out a chair and sat down, then positioned Qianjing to sit on his lap, adopting a stern expression as he admonished, "Do you think I am unaware of your clandestine meetings with Tobirama?" You know, Ban," Qianjing responded, a hint of surprise in her voice, yet she remained unfazed. She held onto Ban's waist to maintain her balance, her legs dangling as they swayed. "But Tobirama told me that you and his elder brother also meet privately quite often." "Ban, how did that guy find out?" Ban had initially controlled the conversation's tempo, but now he was thrown off balance. Qianjing added fuel to the fire. "Not just Tobirama knows. He mentioned that the Senju clan leader is aware as well, and specifically told me to remind you that while it's fine to associate with his elder brother, you should be cautious of ambushes." "I understand." Ban pondered, suddenly realizing, wait a moment, who is dating his elder brother? Who is his elder brother dating? A small head popped into view at the doorway. "Izuna." Qianjing waved happily. Izuna dashed in and immediately attached himself to Ban, with 2 sweet burdens on his person. Ban promptly cast aside thoughts of Hashirama and Tobirama, feeling immensely content as he asked Izuna, "Have you finished your practice today?" Izuna nodded obediently, "Yes. I reported back to father just now." "Brother, there's something I want to tell you." "What is it?" "Father assigned me a task to follow you." Izuna blinked as he recounted. "He said that you've been going out frequently lately and is worried you might be making bad friends." Qianjing pressed her lips together, struggling to suppress laughter. Uchiha Tajima must have never anticipated that Izuna would be so devoted to his older brother. Having received the task, he ended up divulging everything to the very person involved. After all, Izuna's loyalty to his brother was so strong that Uchiha Tajima could not have confidence that Izuna would keep this matter from Ban. Ban sighed, "I see. It seems that since Tobirama has noticed, our father must have as well." "Noticed what?" Izuna directed a puzzled gaze at Qianjing. Qianjing patted him and explained. He noticed that the elder brother is secretly meeting with the Senju clan leader's child. Izuna instantly understood. Secretly meeting? Is it that kind of relationship? Ban quickly denied. "Of course not." Qianjing shook her head. "At Ban's age, that would be far too early to say. Besides, the 2 families are archenemies." She paused, deep in thought. But there seems to be a term called political marriage. Izuna lowered his head, counting on his fingers. They could get engaged first, and after a few years, they could marry. That is true. Qianjing mused on the legendary pairing of Ban and Mito, reflecting on how the current relations between the two clans were not as strained as in later generations, feeling that perhaps this pairing could indeed have potential. Yet, considering Hashirama's watermelon-like hair, she felt it hardly matched Ban's good looks. Moreover, Hashirama had since married, being a man with a predetermined partner, and perhaps it was best to let it go. Ban deserved better. However, seeing Ban on the verge of losing his temper, his cheeks flushed with rare excitement. Qianjing couldn't resist teasing him. Ban, don't worry, we are all on your side. Yes, yes. Izuna chimed in, looking at Ban with eager anticipation. I say you two, know your limits, Ban said, lifting both children under his arms, and the three burst into laughter. Chapter 27, Communication. After a bout of laughter, the trio turned to more serious matters. Qianjing recounted her plans with Tobirama in detail. In summary, she was the writer, Tobirama the director and co-star, while Hashirama, Ban, and Izuna would be the actors, collectively staging a performance that the adults wished to witness, aimed at achieving a temporary peace. Why was Qianjing not among the actors? Because she was acutely aware that such perilous undertakings would be deemed too risky for her by Uchiha Tajima. As for Ban, according to Tobirama, he had recently been assigned a task by the Senju clan leader, thus he had been absent from the clan. After Qianjing narrated the script to the two actors from the Uchiha clan, the hour had grown late. With utmost politeness, Izuna waved goodbye to Madara, bidding him good night. However, Shikage interjected, suggesting, why not let Izuna stay over tonight? We could have a candlelit conversation and discuss the intricate details further. Izuna wore a serious expression, remarking on how childish Shikage was for wanting to sleep with her older brother at such an age. In an instant, Shikage turned and clung to Madara's waist, burying her face against him, exclaiming, yes, I want to sleep with brother Madara. It was only natural, otherwise, she might find herself restless through the night. Madara smiled, wrapping his arms around Shikage's back, and addressed Izuna, saying, Shikage is still quite young. Young? In the world of ninjas, is he truly considered young at this age? Moreover, he is still older than Izuna. Only someone like Madara, who doted on his younger sibling, could utter such nonsense with a straight face. Shikage felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she tilted her head, revealing one-eyed glance at Izuna. Izuna, playfully sticking her tongue out at the pair from the doorway, then turned and scampered off after closing the door. Madara patted Shikage's back, intending to say that it was getting late and they should sleep, but he hesitated for a moment before placing his hand back on her back. Brother? Shikage inquired, puzzled. Madara measured Shikage's back with his palm and remarked, you've grown quite a bit, haven't you? When Shikage first arrived at his home, she was merely a tiny bundle, timid and with a soft voice, often lowering her gaze as if she were a shy little creature. Time had swiftly passed, and Shikage had blossomed into a youthful figure. The shoulders that could once be measured with a single hand now required both to encompass. Though her cherubic face still bore traces of baby fat, she had matured significantly. She had grown not only in stature but also in spirit, becoming more cheerful, playful, and sweetly calling him Brother Madara. How delightful that was. Shikage nodded, then shook her head, insisting, but Brother Madara is the one who has grown considerably. Over the past year, Uchiha Madara had consistently shot up in height, surpassing the 170 centimeters mark and showing no signs of stopping. The household had adjusted his clothing 3 times within the year alone. It was worth noting that Madara did not wear modern fitted garments. Rather, he donned kimono-style attire that could accommodate a bit of growth. Given this rapid change, it was evident just how swiftly he had outgrown his clothes. With such rapid growth, would he not experience growing pains? Shikage skillfully activated her reversal technique, still in the embrace of Madara, to check on him. Madara felt the familiar healing energy coursing through him, bringing a profound sense of comfort. He assisted Shikage onto the desk beside him, then personally fetched the bedding to spread out on the tatami mat. After their lengthy play earlier, they had not called for the maid to tidy up, and now that it was late, it seemed unnecessary to summon her just to lay the bed. He decided to take care of it himself. Shikage, sitting at the table, casually inquired, Brother Madara, how did you come to know Tobirama? Madara reminisced about the time he had been troubled by his father's aggressive war mentality and his father's prohibition against Shikage entering the battlefield. He had wandered alone by the southern river, feeling dejected as he skipped stones. None of them had successfully reached the opposite bank, and he had been awkwardly spotted by Hashirama. Clearing his throat, he replied, his name is Senju Hashirama. I met him by chance at the southern river. Oh, Shikage said, resting her hands on the table and swinging her legs, recalling the multitude of fan creations featuring Hashirama and Madara. She chuckled and asked, you must have a great relationship, right? Surely you have much in common? We do indeed understand each other. Madara paused briefly before continuing. We both aspire to achieve peace. But Hashirama's ideals are rather naive. In what way? Chikage pressed. He wishes to establish a village to protect children from war. Believing that such an endeavor would safeguard you and Izuna, Madara explained, looking at Chikage. But enough about me. Tell me about you. How did you come to know Tobirama? Chikage pondered for a moment before responding. We also met by chance at the Southern River, and after getting to know each other, we found that our thoughts aligned. However, Tobirama does not share the ambition of establishing a village. He merely believes that hatred should not be passed down through generations and that we should enact change in our time. Oh, Madara raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean? Chikage began to shift her ideas onto Tobirama, reiterating the theory that if they eliminated the employers, ninjas would no longer need to fight amongst themselves. Madara's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Once Chikage finished, Madara regarded her with a complex expression, asking, "Is that what you believe as well?" Hashirama often spoke of his younger brother Tobirama as his polar opposite, a highly rational individual. Could a rational person possess such a reckless idea, completely disregarding family honor? It seemed that Hashirama had misunderstood Tobirama. Perhaps he truly did not know his brother well enough. And it was likely that Tobirama refrained from confiding in him due to Hashirama's unreliability. Brother, this situation cannot persist. It will lead to problems in the future. Chikage exclaimed as she leaped off the table, kneeling on the bedding in front of Madara, gazing up at him. I don't care about anything else. I just hope that Brother Madara does not encounter danger again. Chikage's sincere gaze struck a chord within Madara. He opened his arms, intending to ruffle her hair. But she eagerly pressed her head against his palm. Unable to resist, Madara pulled Chikage into his embrace, affectionately tooling her hair and gently brushing his lips against the crown of her head. Chikage was truly wonderful, obedient and warm, always willing to communicate openly without any secrets. Sharing everything, even the friends she made and the conversations she had. He understood her well. There was no doubt that they would never face any issues between them. Chapter 28. The Cause of Insomnia. On the day when cherry blossoms were in full bloom, Madara quietly left home early in the morning. Uchiha Tajima followed closely behind with Izuna, smiling as he reminded Chikage to stay at home and not wander off. Chikage, of course, had no intention of straying, for she was aware that today was the day when the grand performance would unfold. However, whether she would remain at home was another matter entirely. She made her way to her own room, gazing out the back window at the swirling cherry blossom petals falling like snowflakes, lost in thought. The room that Uchiha Madara had chosen for her was perfectly situated. During the cherry blossom season, whenever the wind blew, petals would gracefully drift inside. She lifted her hand to brush a petal that had landed on her shoulder, contemplating as she rummaged through the room for a small wooden box. Initially intending to gather a handful of petals, she murmured softly, "When flowers are in bloom, one should pick them. Do not wait until there are none to pluck." With that, she stepped outside, supporting herself against the tree trunk, and tiptoed to break off a branch laden with blossoms from the cherry tree. From her ninja tool pouch, she retrieved a kunai that she had successfully engraved the previous day. Chikage crouched down near the roots of the cherry tree, using the kunai to dig a hole, placing both the kunai and the blossom branch into the wooden box before burying it in the earth. After covering the pit with soil, she scattered some fallen cherry blossoms over it, ensuring that even she could not discern where she had buried the kunai marked with her chakra. That should suffice. Consider it a safety net for myself. Satisfied, Chikage clapped her hands together, exhaling a deep breath as she glanced at the sky before leaving the courtyard. Intending to visit Dr. Haru. Ever since the last war, Chikage had developed the habit of visiting Dr. Haru weekly. It was not specifically to offer assistance that he ventured forth, but rather due to a lingering sense of guilt towards Dr. Chinyu. During the previous conflict, he had rashly taken to the battlefield for the sake of Kwana, which resulted in the unfortunate fate of several individuals who might have survived had they received his treatment. They were deliberately sent back to their clan's territory, entrusted to Dr. Chinyu, yet she was unable to save them. Witnessing lives slip away from her grasp inflicted a profound blow upon her. Furthermore, with age weighing upon her, her vitality diminished, rendering her significantly older in appearance. And she had entered a state of semi-retirement. Uchiha Tajima once suggested to Dr. Chinyu that she take Qianjing as her apprentice, gradually entrusting her with the responsibilities of clan medical affairs. However, this proposal was met with a firm refusal from Dr. Chinyu. Qianjing, not present at the time, remained unaware of the specifics of her rejection. Yet, afterward, Dr. Chinyu gently stroked Qianjing's head, softly stating, "You are not like me. I hope you can witness a broader expanse of the world." The implication of her words was unmistakable. She wished for Qianjing to be free, not to be tethered to the Uchiha clan for a lifetime, though she refrained from expressing it overtly, and Qianjing, too, would not be so naive as to voice it. Nevertheless, Qianjing felt a deep sense of gratitude towards those who were kind to him. Dr. Qinyu, having never married and lacking children of her own, found a kindred spirit in Qianjing, who was also an orphan. Thus, he embraced her as a guardian, often preparing small snacks to share and visiting her. Dr. Qinyu, are you at home? Qianjing inquired, holding a food container with both hands, peering through the door curtain. Dr. Qinyu, dozing in a rocking chair by the window, had not yet opened her eyes, but upon hearing Qianjing's voice, a smile graced her lips. I am here. Upon seeing her, Qianjing's eyes sparkled with delight as he lifted the lid of the food container, exclaiming, Dr. Qinyu, these are the treats I just made, with extra sugar added to suit your taste. Would you like to try? Glimpsing the 4 delightful white dumplings within the container, Dr. Qinyu beckoned him closer. Qianjing obediently approached her, navigating around the table. She took the food container from him, setting it aside, and gently tidied his hair. Did you run all the way here? Your hair is quite messy. It must have been the wind on the way. It's quite breezy outside today, Qianjing replied. Is it? Your hair seems to have grown quite a bit, Dr. Qinyu observed. After a moment's thought, she undid the hairpin at the back of her head and skillfully arranged Qianjing's hair, fastening the ends with her own hairpin. Qianjing touched the newly formed small ponytail at the back of his head, looking up at Dr. Qinyu with curiosity. He had always been self-conscious about his large eyes and long eyelashes, likening himself to a dog. In his youth, such features were considered charming, but now, combined with his cheerful demeanor and the Uchiha clan's fair complexion, he felt he resembled a delicate girl rather than a handsome young man. While he admired the beauty of his Uchiha lineage, he yearned to embody a more masculine image. Would he still have the chance to develop in that direction? To avoid any gender misidentification, Qianjing had no intention of growing his hair long. He would promptly tie it back if it grew too unruly. Recently, he had neglected his hair, and it had indeed grown longer, with Dr. Qinyu's hairpin now adorning him. Did that mean he was destined to keep his hair long from this point forward? However, he recognized the hairpin as one of jade, intricately designed, with 2 long red tassels hanging down. The combination of red and jade against his dark hair was indeed appealing, yet it felt distinctly feminine. Observing Qianjing's striking, contrasting eyes, Dr. Qinyu gently remarked, this hairpin is made of jade. It is quite nurturing. Long-term, work can calm the mind and enhance sleep quality. How has your insomnia been lately? Any improvements? As long as Ban is around, I have no issues, Qianjing replied, momentarily distracted. The reason behind Uchiha Madara's ability to alleviate his insomnia puzzled Dr. Qinyu. Yet she recognized that relying on him indefinitely was impractical. You cannot depend on the young clan leader forever, she sighed. What will happen when you both grow up and start families of your own? Will you still cling to one another? There was no need to wait for them to mature and settle down. Once he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he would promptly leave home. The first challenge he would face would undoubtedly be sleepless nights. However, while sleep was precious, freedom was even more so. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Qianjing shrugged. Besides, I can always take medication. Do you intend to rely on pills for the rest of your life? Dr. Qinyu frowned, emphasizing the necessity of discovering the root cause of his insomnia. Well, Qianjing chuckled lightly. How can one find it when even I am unaware of its origins? Instead of stressing over the causes of my insomnia, it would be wiser to think about improving the sleep aids. If the medication could be free of side effects, then taking it for a lifetime would pose no issue. In truth, Uchiha Madara was akin to a medication devoid of side effects. Why was it that sleeping beside him allowed for such restful slumber? It was indeed a curious phenomenon. Was it his striking appearance that had such a calming effect on him? If that were the case, then perhaps he could try sleeping with someone else next time. Chapter 29, The Alliance. After spending some time with Dr. Qinyu, she wished to keep Qianjing for dinner, but he politely declined. He had made arrangements to meet Tobirama at the cliff in the evening to discuss the outcomes of their daytime performance. Exiting Dr. Qinyu's residence, Qianjing glanced at the sky. It was growing late. He activated his Sharingan, consumed a pill, and summoned the Yuki Inu, leaping upon its back and instructing it to hasten towards the cliff. The Yuki Inu was one of the 10 shadow technique Shikigami, originally 2 spirit dogs, 1 black and 1 white. After the white one was destroyed, its abilities were inherited by the black one, which evolved into a large Shikigami resembling a wolf dog, with a mix of black and white fur. Qianjing wrapped his arms around the Yuki Inu's neck, burying his head into its back to shield himself from the wind. Listening to the rushing air as he gauged the time, he should arrive on schedule. However, there was still a considerable distance to the cliff, and at the Yuki Inu's speed, it would take approximately 20 minutes. He hoped Tobirama would not grow impatient, or else he would find himself in a vexing situation. Qianjing playfully ruffled the fur on the Yuki Inu's neck, commanding, faster. With a howl, the Yuki Inu quickened its pace. By the time Qianjing reached the designated cliff, Tobirama had already been waiting for a while. The Yuki Inu, panting heavily, bore its tongue out and displayed fierce eyes, its lean, powerful claws digging into the ground, while its long tongue hung low, revealing sharp canine teeth. At the sight of the Yuki Inu suddenly appearing before him, Tobirama initially mistook it for a wild beast. However, upon noticing Kinjing's small face peeking from its back, he quickly understood. "Is this your summoning beast?" Tobirama inquired, glancing at Kinjing. "Well, sort of," Kinjing replied. Having been jostled about on the Yuki Inu's back, feeling rather disoriented, he attempted to dismount in a manner reminiscent of the dashing dismounts he had seen in dramas. Yet his legs refused to cooperate. Instead, he stumbled and slid down the Yuki Inu's fur awkwardly. With remarkable agility, Tobirama swiftly stepped forward to catch Chikage, preventing him from kneeling directly onto the ground. My legs, they're numb." Chikage groaned as he leaned against Tobirama, his expression reflecting considerable discomfort. Tobirama, exuding an air of exasperation, lifted Chikage's arm and draped it over his shoulder, supporting his back in an attempt to help him stand. "Wait a moment, don't move." Chikage immediately interjected, one arm wrapped around Tobirama's shoulder while the other grasped his wrist, his small face contorted in pain. "Oh, my legs are going to give out. Let me catch my breath first." Tobirama had no choice but to maintain his position, half kneeling before Chikage. Meanwhile, the jade hound wagged its tail a few times, sensing that its little master no longer needed it, and retreated into the shadows. Without the hound as cover, the mountain breeze rushed towards the two young boys standing at the edge of the cliff. The red string tied in Chikage's hair was whipped up by the wind, causing Tobirama's gaze to follow its movement. "Did you change your hairstyle?" he inquired. "Yeah, I did," Chikage replied, tentatively thumping his leg as he casually asked. "Do you think it looks good?" "Indeed," Tobirama affirmed. Chikage felt the numbness in his legs lessen and, with the support of Tobirama's arm, attempted to rise. Tobirama raised his hand to provide leverage, but as his sleeve slipped, it inadvertently revealed a fresh wound on his wrist. "What happened?" Chikage questioned, noting the wound appeared to be recently scabbed, likely inflicted by a sharp weapon. At the mention of the injury, Tobirama's expression darkened. "It's all because of your brother. Izuna Uchiha. Was Izuna the one who hurt you?" Chikage quickly activated a reversal technique, erasing the evidence of Izuna's misdeed. Tobirama flexed his fingers and scoffed. "I was considering whether to let it slide since he is your brother, but he was rather fierce, attacking me with a blade as if he were serious. That's what makes it believable." Chikage defended Izuna. "We need to perform for the clan leaders, and if it were real, they wouldn't suspect anything was amiss." Tobirama frowned, displeased. "So, I deserve to be attacked? I didn't even lay a finger on your brother." "Oh dear, Tobirama, you're the best." Chikage quickly sought to soothe him. "Izuna is still young, and his personality tends to be serious. You shouldn't hold it against him." Chikage grasped Tobirama's injured wrist with both hands, raising it slightly to indicate. "Don't be angry. Look, it's already fine now." As he held Tobirama's hand, the wind blew his bangs into his face, and with no time to fix it, he pouted and blew upwards, attempting to clear his vision. Tobirama's gaze shifted from his healed wrist to Chikage's face. After several failed attempts to blow his bangs away, the hair fell back over his eyes, brushing against his lashes and causing him to blink repeatedly. Tobirama extended his other hand to gently push aside the troublesome hair, then turned his face away, murmuring, "What is the point in being angry with a child? But you, yourself, are only a year older than the child you speak of." Chikage couldn't help but chuckle. Tobirama, impatient, withdrew his hand and crossed his arms, frowning. "In any case, our plan was executed flawlessly. Neither clan leader should have noticed anything out of the ordinary. My father scolded my older brother severely upon returning, then sent me away to speak with him privately." "What did he say?" Chikage inquired. Tobirama shook his head. "It was too far for me to overhear, but I caught a few words, something about a marriage alliance." Chikage's eyes widened. "What marriage alliance?" Tobirama looked at Chikage with curiosity. "Why are you so surprised? It's quite normal for prominent families to secure mutual benefits through marriage alliances or hostages." "That's not what I meant," Chikage stammered. "Your brother is still so young to be considering marriage." "Not too young," Tobirama replied calmly, glancing at Chikage before adding, "He is the same age as you." Chikage was taken aback, realizing the implication behind Tobirama's words, and immediately refuted, "That's different. Obito wouldn't engage in a marriage alliance." Tobirama did not respond to his objection, continuing, "As a young clan leader, it is quite common for marriage to serve the interests of the family. But, who would your brother be marrying?" Chikage stuttered. "The Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, to solidify and maintain a friendly relationship. I suspect my father will arrange for my brother to marry the daughter of the Uzumaki clan leader." Chikage pondered, The Uzumaki clan. Aren't they the official match for Hashirama Senju?" Tobirama mused, It's also possible my brother will first be betrothed and then marry in a year or two. I can't say for certain. Chikage thought to himself, isn't the marriage age in Japan quite early? So, it would be normal for Hashirama to be betrothed? Tobirama continued. In fact, the most valuable marriage alliance today would likely be between the Senju and Uchiha clans, to ensure the two powerful families coexist peacefully without concerns. The quickest solution is to establish a marriage as a guarantee. What? Chikage's mind was instantly filled with fan art of Hashirama and Tobirama. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. No way. Who would marry whom? Both clan leaders have only sons. Who would marry whom? Chikage shook his head, trying to convince himself, it's impossible. The proud Uchiha would never agree to such a union, and their clan rules state that bloodlines must not be mixed. The Uchiha will not intermarry with outsiders. Tobirama regarded Chikage for a few seconds before chuckling softly. Indeed, your Uchiha clan looks down on outsiders. He then turned his gaze to the South River Valley below, continuing. In terms of strength, I must admit that the Uchiha are formidable. However, compared to the peace-loving Senju, the Uchiha's perspective remains too narrow. Chikage frowned. Tobirama seemed suddenly displeased. And though his words were unflattering, they contained a kernel of truth, prompting Chikage to listen closely to his thoughts. Suddenly, Tobirama posed an unrelated question. Besides the Senju and Uchiha, do you know of any other clans? Chikage opened his mouth, but hesitated to respond. He knew of clans like the Inyazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka, but those families emerged only after the Hokage era began, and he dared not speak of them, fearing he might inadvertently expose his ignorance. I knew it. Noting Chikage's silence, Tobirama expressed his displeasure. The Uchiha only recognized their own. And the Senju. Chikage immediately countered, because everyone else isn't important. Tobirama remained silent for a moment, the mountain breeze brushing against his face, allowing him to regain his composure. He proceeded to educate Chikage about the surrounding clans of the Land of Fire. Apart from the Senju and Uchiha, there are many other clans nearby. For instance, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans rank just below the Senju and Uchiha. Among them, the Sarutobi clan is particularly powerful, as they maintain good relations with the so-called Inyazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, forming an alliance. Recently, the leader of the Sarutobi clan came to visit the Senju at my father's invitation. After Tobirama's explanation, Chikage finally understood why Tobirama had been upset earlier. Unlike Uchiha Tajima, who was straightforward, Senju Butsuma, although strict and obstinate, was a politician. For the future of the Senju clan, he always prioritized the bigger picture, valuing family honor and strength above all else. Sacrificing a firstborn son for a marriage alliance was one thing, but sending his youngest son as a hostage to secure a friendly agreement between the Senju and Sarutobi clans was something he would readily do. Although the Senju clan is indeed powerful, and on the surface, the arrangement for Tobirama to be sent to the Sarutobi clan is not as a hostage, but rather for the purpose of learning and exchange. One cannot ignore that he is merely a child, abandoned by his family and subjected to the indoctrination that this is an honor. How cruel. For Tobirama, witnessing his elder brother being engaged and his younger brother being sent as a hostage leaves one to ponder what fate awaits him next. What a peaceful Senju clan. I see that your father's thousand hands are quite adept at manipulation, Qianjing remarked with displeasure, stating that the manner in which you seek to foster cooperation is far less admirable than that of the Uchiha. We are not narrow-minded. We are simply pure enough to disdain such convoluted tactics. Tobirama fell silent for a moment and remarked, as the son of the clan leader, such is my destiny. Huh? What destiny? Qianjing scoffed. I do not believe in destiny. If we were to follow the trajectory of fate, Tobirama would already be buried in the ground, and wouldn't he be sent to the Sarutobi as a hostage? If fate were to dictate, then the beloved Izuna would have to perish at Tobirama's hands. The handsome Madara would succumb to darkness, becoming isolated and betrayed, ultimately meeting his end at Hashirama's hands. How can this be? This is absolutely unacceptable. Destiny is meant to be altered, Qianjing declared resolutely. I personally saved Tobirama. It is impossible for me to allow Izuna and Madara to die as they do in the original plot. Such a thing will never happen. Tobirama couldn't help but gaze at Qianjing. As the sun descended, casting a glow behind her, he could not discern her expression. The fading light enveloped her figure in a golden hue, making it seem as though even the wind-tousled strands of hair were aglow. Noticing Tobirama's silent gaze, Qianjing pondered and asked, Are you very worried about Tobirama? It seemed Tobirama held his only younger brother in great regard, as evidenced by his dramatic shift in attitude towards the Uchiha after the death of this brother at their hands. In an effort to prevent Tobirama from succumbing to darkness and to create a better environment for him to develop forbidden techniques, Qianjing proposed, if you are indeed worried, perhaps we should find an opportunity to secretly visit the Sarutobi and see him? Tobirama did not deny this, merely gesturing towards the mountains behind them, stating, "To reach the Sarutobi clan, we must traverse this mountain by foot, which would take more than a day for a round trip. Even if we set out at dawn, we would not return before nightfall. Can you manage that?" "Well, let me think of a way," Qianjing replied. After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama said, "After today's performance, I suspect the atmosphere between our clans will remain tense for a while. There's no need to rush regarding Tobirama. If you think of something, just I'll have Yu deliver the message to you." Qianjing summoned Yu once more, patting its side, and the loyal creature obediently lay down. She couldn't resist giving its head a gentle stroke. Tobirama nodded. "All right. It's getting late. I must return before dark, or else Madara will scold me," Qianjing remarked. "Understood," Tobirama replied, his expression returning to its usual stoicism. "Be careful on your way back." Qianjing waved goodbye to Tobirama and turned to mount Yu. But upon reaching the creature, she hesitated, turning back once more. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss," she mused, unwilling to let it go. "What did you just say? That the Uchiha only care for their own and regard others as insignificant? How could you think that? You are very important to me." From the moment she realized Tobirama was destined to become the god of forbidden techniques, he had held immense significance for her. She had never overlooked him. What a misunderstanding this was. Tobirama's expression remained inscrutable, maintaining his previous stance as he casually retorted, "Is that so? Am I truly that important to you?" "Of course," Qianjing declared earnestly. "You are very important. Indeed, exceedingly so. It pertains to my freedom for the rest of my life. Do you not think that is important?" Tobirama observed her expression, yearning to ask one more question. "And what of Uchiha Madara? Who holds more importance, he or I?" Yet, he refrained from voicing it, for he already knew the answer. "I understand," Tobirama said, diverting his gaze. "If you do not leave soon, it will be completely dark, and your elder brother will worry." "Oh, then I shall take my leave." Qianjing sensed that Tobirama still appeared somewhat displeased. She couldn't fathom what was bothering him. He was indeed difficult to appease. As she mounted Yu, she waved once more at Tobirama, who reciprocated the gesture. Qianjing affectionately stroked Yu's head, wrapping her arms around its neck as they prepared to leap from the cliff. Tobirama stood at the edge, watching her ride away until her figure faded into the horizon beneath the waning sunlight. Chapter 31, Anger. By the time Qianjing stealthily returned to the clan leader's residence, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Ordinarily, there were no strict curfews imposed upon him, and with Dr. Haru providing cover for his outing, there should have been no issues. However, the yard was shrouded in an eerie silence, exacerbated by the absence of both Madara and Izuna, which left Qianjing feeling uneasy. He wandered around the courtyard until he encountered the sentry stationed on the rooftop, inquiring about the current situation. "It's the clan leader," the sentry replied with discontent. Since returning from the southern Hechuan, he has been reprimanding the two young masters, then called a meeting with the elders, and afterwards summoned the young masters again for more lecturing. It has been nonstop since noon. Qianjing thought to himself. Wasn't it merely a performance? The script indicated no one was at a loss. Why the outrage? After a moment's reflection, he asked, "Did they have dinner?" "Not yet," the sentry responded. Upon hearing Qianjing's voice, Shinzi leaped from the rooftop into the yard. They had a late lunch, and now, they still haven't eaten dinner. What on earth transpired today? "I was out on a mission and not at home. How could the clan leader be so furious?" The sentry shook his head. "I'm not sure either. The young master did not allow me to accompany him. All I know is that they went to the southern Hechuan early in the morning and returned at noon in a state that suggested a battle had occurred." Qianjing remained silent, well aware of what had transpired, though it was not information he was supposed to know. After contemplating, Shinzi remarked, "It's likely related to the Senju. Only the Senju's actions could provoke such ire from the clan leader." The sentry suddenly sharpened his gaze. "Someone is coming." Shinzi followed the sentry's line of sight, spotting the young master and the little master. The two instantaneously descended from the rooftop, and, after greeting Madara and Izuna, Shinzi nodded to Qianjing on the rooftop, and the brothers vanished once again. Izuna, following Shinzi's gaze, quickly approached Qianjing, his tone filled with discontent. "Qianjing, you should speak to my brother. He is to be engaged." "What on earth?" Qianjing exclaimed, almost tumbling off the rooftop. Madara swiftly appeared beside him, preventing him from falling, while patiently explaining to Izuna. "It's not me. This is our father's decision, and it's not an engagement. Your lack of refusal implies your consent." Izuna shouted, hands on his hips. "Wait. What engagement? What is going on?" Qianjing was utterly bewildered. Madara sighed. "Afternoon today, our father became particularly sensitive regarding the Senju. Coincidentally, the intelligence from the Senju indicated that they intend to solidify their alliance with the Uzumaki clan through marriage. Our father declared that the Uchiha cannot fall behind, thus hastily seeking a bride for my brother." Izuna's face puffed up with indignation. Qianjing stood speechless. During the day, he had resolutely asserted to Tobirama that the Uchiha bloodline must remain untainted, only to be confronted with a stark contradiction that very evening. Tobirama's words still echoed in his mind, emphasizing that as the clan's young patriarch, marriage should serve the interests of the family. Qianjing cast an uncertain glance at Madara. Was the clan leader truly intending for Madara to enter into an alliance through marriage? No, Madara quickly refuted, clarifying that their father merely wished for the younger generation within the clan to become acquainted with one another. Not a marriage, but indeed a matchmaking arrangement, Qianjing concluded, immediately uniting with Izuna in opposition. I do not agree, he declared vehemently. I do not agree either, Izuna echoed loudly. Madara sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He certainly did not desire this, yet their father was currently in a fit of anger, making it impossible to confront him directly. Initially, he had intended to go along with the elder's wishes as a mere formality before politely declining. However, he had not anticipated that Izuna and Qianjing would react so furiously. It was all his younger brother's fault for being too fond of him. Is Madara feeling particularly pleased right now? Qianjing observed Madara's troubled expression, which was juxtaposed with an almost imperceptible upward curve at the corners of his lips, igniting a sense of inexplicable irritation within him. Tugging at Izuna, he remarked, I see Madara isn't hungry. Izuna, let us go. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I haven't eaten either. We should go eat. Madara doesn't need to. Izuna huffed heavily at Madara before turning to grasp Qianjing's hand as they made their way to the dining hall. Uchiha Madara. Watching Izuna and Qianjing depart with their backs turned, Madara began to feel that matters were taking a turn for the worse. After dinner, while Izuna and Qianjing took their baths, Madara personally prepared the bed, sitting on the bedding in deep contemplation, hoping to converse with Qianjing before bedtime. Qianjing was considerate and sensible. Surely he would understand Madara's perspective. Izuna, too, listened well to Qianjing, so perhaps Qianjing could persuade Izuna to accept the situation, and everything would be fine. However, despite waiting patiently, Qianjing did not return to the room. This was because Qianjing was currently in Izuna's room. Upon first hearing about the matter, Qianjing felt a wave of confusion. Oh, Uchiha Madara is getting married, but wasn't he a lifelong bachelor in the original story? After a moment of reflection, he realized, what? Wait, Madara is the one getting married? Qianjing felt a surge of anger rise within him. He could suddenly empathize with Izuna's earlier reaction when he first arrived in this household. The affection that was once exclusively his would now be shared with another. The smiles that were directed solely at him would also be bestowed upon someone else. Even the embrace he cherished would be divided. In the evenings, he could no longer seek out his beautiful, side-effect-free sleeping aid, and that lovely face would reveal expressions to others that he would never receive. Thinking of it this way truly made him furious. So infuriating, it felt like it would drive him to madness. Qianjing's eyes turned red with rage. Oblivious to his own state, sitting cross-legged on Izuna's blanket, he grabbed Izuna's pillow and struck it with force to vent his frustrations. After releasing some pent-up anger and calming down slightly, Qianjing began to feel that something was amiss. Was his thinking flawed? Even if Uchiha Madara treated him exceptionally well, and he truly regarded Madara as an older brother, was it not entirely normal for an older brother to date and marry when the time came? Why was he so upset? Qianjing turned to Izuna, seeking the opinion of his fellow younger brother. However, before he could speak, he caught sight of Izuna's expression, torn between grievance and fury, seemingly more enraged than himself. Qianjing had an epiphany. Had he, perhaps, caught some sort of possessive sibling complex from these two brothers? Was there something wrong with the land of Uchiha? Or was there toxic air? How did one become so possessive? Unable to wait any longer for Qianjing, Madara stepped out, hoping to locate the little fellow. Upon opening the door, he heard sounds emanating from Izuna's room. He knocked twice and entered, saying, Qianjing, it's getting late, come back to sleep. I'm not going back, Qianjing retorted, throwing himself onto Izuna's blanket and rolling over, cocooning himself within it. I want to acclimatize myself. Acclimatize to what? Madara approached and pulled down the blanket from Qianjing's face, only to discover his eyes were red. Not merely his sharing on, but the area around his eyes was also tinged with red, his expression teetering on the brink of tears, filled with a profound sense of grievance. Qianjing clutched the edge of the blanket, pouting, I want to get used to it in advance. What if I can't sleep alone? Chapter 32, The Promise. Qianjing's pitiful demeanor would elicit sympathy from anyone who beheld it. Yet Madara could only feel an overwhelming fondness for Qianjing. He chuckled softly, then extricated Qianjing from the blanket, hoisting him onto his shoulder, and remarked to Izuna, I'm taking Qianjing back to sleep. You should also turn in early. Although Izuna was displeased, he obediently nodded. Madara turned to head back to his own room. Qianjing, perched on Madara's shoulder, wrapped one arm around Madara's neck for balance. As Madara turned, he found himself face to face with Izuna, whose earlier sorrowful expression instantly vanished. Qianjing pointed to himself, confidently mouthing, "Watch me." Izuna nodded earnestly, raising his small fist in a gesture of encouragement. Madara returned to the adjacent room with Qianjing, seemingly fearful that the little one might escape. He closed the sliding door before gently setting Qianjing down. He gestured to the made bed, indicating for Qianjing to sit down while he went to fetch 2 cups of water for their conversation. However, after taking only a few steps, he sensed something was amiss behind him. Turning back, he found Qianjing barefoot, having not even put on his shoes, trailing him like a little tail. Madara said, "You should go to bed. I'll be right there." Qianjing stubbornly stood his ground, staring at Madara without budging. Madara had no choice but to turn back, intending to ruffle Qianjing's hair. Yet Qianjing turned his head away defiantly. "Don't treat me like a child." Though his body lacked the maturity of Madara's age, his spirit was not so easily swayed by such antics. Madara sighed, pondering if Qianjing was entering a rebellious phase. Wasn't he a bit too early for that? He lifted Qianjing into his arms, cradling him to prevent his bare feet from touching the ground, speaking with a tone of exasperation. "What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Is it merely because our father wishes for me to mingle with a few peers?" As he spoke, Madara couldn't help but chuckle softly. Qianjing's possessiveness and jealousy were akin to directly declaring that he wouldn't permit Madara to like anyone else. "I don't want to share Madara with anyone." Qianjing buried his face in Madara's neck, retreating yet advancing, wondering if he was being too willful. Look at that. It was indeed true. "No, never." Madara pulled out a chair from the desk and sat down, inviting Qianjing to sit on his lap, allowing them to meet eye to eye. He assured him earnestly, "Rest assured, there will never be anyone else between us." Qianjing and Madara exchanged a glance before Qianjing lowered his gaze. Madara's serious expression was too captivating to behold. Uchiha truly lived up to their reputation for breathtaking beauty. He picked up a brush from the desk to toy with it, casually inquiring, "Really?" "Indeed," Madara patiently explained. "My lifelong goal has been to achieve peace. In a world rife with conflict and crisis, too many lives have been lost to war and strife. Life is exceedingly fragile. As the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, until our clan achieves true peace, your and Izuna's safety cannot be guaranteed. And I will not establish a family of my own. Qianjing, I do not require another. I simply wish to protect both of you well." Qianjing. The degree of brotherly affection displayed here is truly befitting of the Uchiha clan. Yet, in light of Madara's words, Chihiro finds himself persuaded, leaving aside other matters. In the original narrative, Madara is portrayed as a dedicated individual, wholly consumed by the aspiration of creating a peaceful world where his younger brother exists. The two pivotal concepts of peace and brotherhood are firmly grasped by him, having lived his life as a solitary figure without progeny. He has devoted himself entirely to his ambitions, indeed never establishing a family. It must be said, to possess a younger brother who is so devoted is, in fact, a rather fortunate circumstance, especially considering that this devoted brother will only grow in strength in the future. However, Madara's might is rather formidable. As Chihiro reflects on the original story, whether it be the Edo Tensei Madara or the Sage of Six Paths Madara, he realizes that, aside from the unparalleled prowess of Might Guy, Madara could be considered the strongest beneath the Sage of Six Paths whom, given his immense power, will he come after me if I decide to run away from home? Stealing a glance at Madara, Chihiro notes his serious demeanor, coupled with a surprisingly indulgent tone. Perhaps it is time to test the waters. I refuse to believe it. Chihiro once again lowers his gaze, fixating on the brush in his hand, questioning inwardly whether Madara is merely attempting to coddle him like a child. I am no longer a child. Hashirama is already engaging in a marriage alliance. How can I believe you remain unwed? Madara, bewildered, retorts. What does Hashirama's marriage have to do with me? Yet, upon witnessing Chihiro's displeasure, he patiently inquires, what must I do to earn your trust? Then write me a letter of commitment. Chihiro demands. Uchiha Madara. Chihiro extends the brush towards Madara, stating, I will say a line, and you shall write it down. Once you have written it, I will believe you. Madara gazes at Chihiro for several moments, and Chihiro, emboldened, meets his stare unwaveringly. Madara finds this unreasonable yet adorable display from Chihiro quite endearing. Accepting the brush, he retrieves a sheet of white paper, wrapping his left arm around Chihiro while poised to write with his right hand. All right, you speak, and I shall write. I promise. First, I shall not inflict any harm upon Chihiro. Pausing, Madara questions, wait, is this necessary? Do you believe I would harm you? You already hurt me just now. Chihiro protests, clutching his chest. Hearing you mention a potential matchmaker has inflicted great emotional distress upon me. Do you not acknowledge this? Madara, at a loss for words, feigns sudden realization, nodding as he continues to write. Second, any requests made towards Chihiro must be accompanied by his consent. I shall not coerce him into actions he does not desire. Third, even in moments of great anger, I will not ignore Chihiro. At this juncture, Chihiro feels satisfied. However, given that the essence of this commitment letter is to ensure Madara refrains from marriage, he stubbornly adds another clause. Fourth, should Uchiha Chihiro disagree, Uchiha Madara shall not enter into a marriage alliance. Fifth, a blank space is reserved for future terms. This commitment shall remain effective for life. Uchiha Madara. Chihiro leans over the table, reaching the vermilion ink at the far end, pressing his handprint onto the document. Madara, once again at a loss for words, nevertheless complies with Chihiro's request, placing the brush down and pressing his thumb onto the ink, sealing the document with his handprint. Chihiro, elated, blows on the freshly inked letter, feeling that he has taken a significant step towards his goal of running away from home. Moreover, he has deliberately left the fifth clause blank, akin to an empty check, allowing for any future needs or thoughts to be filled in at will. Additionally, having Madara imprint his handprint ensures that this document, authored by such a prominent figure of the Uchiha clan, cannot be easily dismissed. Oh, how clever he is, truly deserving of his reputation. Madara wipes the ink from his hands with a soft cloth, observing Chihiro's jubilance as he holds the commitment letter aloft. He cannot help but chuckle softly. This little fool, while appearing quite astute in some matters, is still quite young. He thinks only to compel Madara to write a letter of commitment, yet fails to consider what consequences might arise should he breach this agreement. Chapter 33, Delivering a Letter. Chihiro is utterly content, gazing at the newly acquired letter of commitment, unable to resist swaying his legs in delight, humming a tune within. Madara supports Chihiro's back with one hand to prevent him from tumbling off his lap, while resting his chin on his palm, gazing fondly at Chihiro. Being able to fulfill Chihiro's wishes brings him a profound sense of satisfaction. However, seizing the opportunity of Chihiro's cheerful mood, he feels compelled to address a few important matters. Chihiro, regarding your private interactions with Senju Tobirama, Madara begins abruptly. The melody in Chihiro's heart halts abruptly. Do not worry, I am not here to scold you. Madara reassures him, gently patting Chihiro's back. Making friends is nothing to fret over. You see, I too have maintained contact with Hashirama. In this regard, my perspective differs from that of my father. Chihiro visibly relaxes, relieved by Madara's words. Hearing Madara mention Tobirama startled me for a moment. Upon hearing Chihiro refer to Tobirama in such a familiar manner, Madara cannot help but furrow his brow. With a serious expression, he cautions Chihiro, while it may have been acceptable before, recently, father has been particularly irate. You should exercise caution and refrain from meeting with Senju Tobirama privately. Oh, Chihiro nods innocently, I understand. I will heed your advice, Madara. The following morning, as soon as Madara steps out, Chihiro rushes to his desk and begins writing a letter to Tobirama. When Tobirama receives the letter, he is practicing kunai throwing in an open space. He has encountered a bottleneck in the development of the Flying Thunder God technique. Conceptually, it appears sound. Yet he struggles to execute the spatial transfer successfully. Confounded by the issue, he can only persist in repeated attempts, seeking answers through practice. After a round of kunai throwing, he faces yet another failure with the technique. Whether it is a matter of unsuccessful transfer or one that fails to arrive at the intended location, this outcome leaves Tobirama feeling somewhat defeated. However, recalling Chihiro's eager gaze and the encouraging words filled with trust he had received from him, he takes a deep breath, preparing for another round. Just then, a menacing beast's head suddenly emerges from his shadow. Tobirama instinctively takes a half step back, gripping his kunai tightly. Emerging from the shadow is a creature belonging to the Nara clan. As the fearsome beast fully manifests, Tobirama relaxes. He recognizes this creature. It is Chihiro's summoning beast. A Yuki Inu, perhaps? Tobirama gazes up at the Yuki Inu, which towers over him. The creature appears ferocious, yet beneath its exterior lies a friendly disposition. Aware that this is a friend of its young master, it wags its tail and lowers its head, presenting the letter it has been carrying in its mouth to Tobirama. Noticing the Yuki Inu's reluctance to lift its head after dropping the letter, Tobirama hesitantly extends his hand, mimicking Chihiro's earlier gesture to pat the creature's large head. Satisfied by the gesture, the Yuki Inu wags its tail a few times before retreating back into the shadows. Tobirama cannot help but chuckle. This Yuki Inu's personality mirrors that of its master perfectly. However, while it may appear fierce, its master seems far more endearing. Tobirama unfolds the letter, reading through Chihiro's message with rapidity. Aside from the customary greetings and flowery embellishments, the essence of the letter conveys that his elder brother, Uchiha Madara. This allows him from associating closely with the Senju clan, urging him to maintain distance from Tobirama. The smile that had graced Tobirama's lips moments ago vanishes, replaced by a straightened line. Is it truly acceptable to heed Uchiha Madara's words without question? What is the implication of this letter? Because Uchiha Obito disallowed it. You wish to sever ties with him? A soft woof suddenly emanated from the shadow behind. Tobirama turned around to find the recently departed Yuki Inu, who now cautiously revealed its head from the darkness, as if it had committed a transgression. Even the previous bark carried a hint of guilt. Noticing Tobirama's gaze, the dog placed a paw on the ground, extending its head toward him and promptly delivering a piece of parchment before swiftly retreating into the shadows. Tobirama furrowed his brow as he unfolded the second piece of paper. The top of the note bore a line of ink that was still damp, stating that Yuki Inu had dashed away so quickly that it hadn't realized it had dropped this paper. The subsequent line read, "Therefore, when we seek out Ban, we must be discreet to avoid detection by my elder brother. 3 days hence, at dawn, by the Nakanogawa River, the usual place." Tobirama maintained a stern expression while examining the second note, but as he continued to read, the corners of his lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. 3 days later. As per the message, Tobirama arrived early at the Nakanogawa River. The dawn was just breaking, and he thought he had arrived quite early, only to discover that Chikage was already there, busy tending to a campfire and roasting sweet pancakes. "Have you had breakfast?" Upon noticing Tobirama's arrival, Chikage gestured with a pancake in hand, assuring him, "They're delicious, don't worry, not too sweet. I think you'll like them." Tobirama accepted the pancake, hesitated for a moment, and took a bite. The sugar content. Indeed, Chikage's claim of it not being sweet was utterly misleading. "How did you arrive so early?" Tobirama inquired nonchalantly, placing the pancake down as he sat beside the fire. With a mouthful of pancake, Chikage mumbled, "Ban is on a mission. He wasn't home last night and won't return until tonight." Tobirama prodded the fire with a stick, allowing the flames to grow brighter, and casually remarked, "Ah, so it's because Uchiha Obito is away. Of course. Besides, he took Shinsu and Junrin with him." Chikage responded matter-of-factly. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have arranged to meet you today. I couldn't possibly sneak out if you were home. Is your brother really that restrictive? He usually doesn't keep such a close watch over where you and Ban go," Tobirama said, frowning. "Uchiha Obito is rather overbearing, isn't he?" Chikage pondered for a moment, swallowing his pancake before taking a sip of water and tossing a small dark pill into his mouth. "Well, regarding that," he began. "He's returning tonight, so what will we do? We can't get back in time. Just crossing this mountain might take until evening." That. Chikage swallowed the last of his pancake, took a sip of water, and tossed another small dark pill into his mouth. Suddenly, he activated his Sharingan, making a peculiar gesture with his hands, his crimson eyes gleaming as he smiled at Tobirama. "Walking would waste too much time. How about we fly directly?" As his words fell, a tremendous bird burst forth from the shadows behind him with an impressive cry. Chikage jumped in surprise, waving his hands at the bird while placing a finger to his lips, shushing the magnificent creature several times. "What are you doing? It's barely dawn. Do you think a Yatagarasu can act like a chicken? That call could wake half the village. If we're discovered, will we even be able to leave?" The Yatagarasu halted mid-call, circling in the sky before finally landing on a nearby tree, tilting its head in confusion at Chikage. Seemingly unaware of why its young master forbade it from making noise, its fierce mask exuding an adorably perplexed demeanor akin to that of an owl. Another creature emerging from the shadows. Tobirama marveled at the sudden appearance of the Yatagarasu from Chikage's shadow. The immense figure could easily carry 2 individuals, its wings occasionally crackling with electricity, indicating it was a formidable beast indeed. "Is this your summoning beast?" Tobirama inquired, unable to conceive any other explanation. "How many summoning beasts have you contracted?" "Ah well," Chikage mentally calculated. The great serpent had been destroyed by Sukuna, and the 2 Yuki Inu had combined into one. The Makuro didn't count as a beast, so 7? But to voice that seemed a tad exaggerated. He could only chuckle and say to Tobirama, "That's a secret." Tobirama nodded slowly. "A secret? Now, let us finish our meal and set off quickly." Chikage stood up, eager to move past this matter, but Tobirama halted him, stating, "I have a secret as well, one I wish to share with you." Chapter 34, Over Mountains and Valleys. Tobirama brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands in a cruciform gesture, and softly chanted, "Shadow Clone Technique." With a burst, 2 identical shadow clones materialized behind him. He turned to one of the clones, who nodded in acknowledgement, then formed a series of seals, transforming into Chikage's current appearance. Tobirama's execution of this technique was seamless, leaving Chikage in awe. The most remarkable aspect was the shadow clone technique. Tobirama nodded. "This is a new jutsu I've been developing recently. Unlike the standard clone technique, these clones are tangible and created from chakra." The shadow clone technique indeed seemed to be a product of Tobirama's ingenuity, yet no one had informed him that it had been developed at such a young age. Truly a man later prohibited from an entire scroll. This must be the secret Tobirama was alluding to. Indeed, a newly developed jutsu could be considered a strategic asset, capable of turning the tide of battle. Reflecting on the original story, Izuna had suffered defeat precisely because he was unaware of Tobirama's flying thunder god technique, which ultimately led to his fatal injuries. For Tobirama to share such confidential knowledge with him indicated a profound level of trust. However, haven't you been engrossed in the flying thunder god technique recently? How do you find the time to develop other jutsu? Chikage queried. Tobirama replied with an impassive expression. Because time is limited and progress is slow. The shadow clones possess independent consciousness. Once they disperse, their memories and experiences return to the original. Oh, so in essence, since time is scarce, developing the shadow clone technique allows for simultaneous progress, making the development of jutsu seem effortless for you? Chikage couldn't help but praise Tobirama. How are you so intelligent? Pausing, he added earnestly, Tobirama, you're truly impressive. Chikage's heartfelt compliments brought a sense of comfort to Tobirama. And as he observed Chikage's admiring expression, he felt a slight tickle in his throat. Clearing it, he took the lead toward the Yatagarasu, declaring, time is of the essence. Let us depart. Chikage jogged a couple of steps to catch up with Tobirama, raising his hand to ask, but I have a question. What is it? This clone. Why is it called a shadow clone? Chikage analyzed. You see, water clones are called water clones, and rock clones are called earth clones. Your clone doesn't seem to have much to do with shadows. Why is it named a shadow clone? Tobirama paused momentarily, then continued walking as if nonchalant. I don't know. I just thought of it suddenly, and chose a name that flowed well. Huh. Chikage tilted his head in confusion. Tobirama instructed his two shadow clones to sit by the campfire for safety and to provide some cover. Then, alongside Chikage, mounted the Yatagarasu, heading toward the Sarutobi clan's territory. The shadow techniques required substantial chakra only during the summoning of the Shikigami. Once summoned, they were not energy-intensive. However, maintaining the Shikigami's existence necessitated the use of the Sharingan, and keeping the Sharingan activated consumed chakra. Thus, Chikage could only sit atop the Yatagarasu, consuming medicine. Grateful that he had brought an ample supply of pills. Fortunately, the arduous trek across mountains usually takes a day. However, by flying directly, they reached the territory of the Sarutobi clan in less than an hour. Tobirama commanded the creature Nu to land at a considerable distance from the Sarutobi lands. As Nu crouched down, it awaited the descent of its young master and his companion, before nudging its head towards Chikage. Chikage affectionately patted Nu's head, and, freeing it, allowed it to sink back into the shadows. Following closely behind Tobirama, Chikage took only a couple of steps when suddenly the world around him blurred, and his legs felt weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Tobirama, quick-wit, caught Chikage, asking, Are your legs numb again? This time, rather than relying on Chikage's support, he felt a slight dizziness creeping in. It wasn't merely numbness. He was slightly intoxicated. After all, the improved soldier's food tablets were infused with alcohol. At the rate of 1 every 10 minutes, he had consumed 4 within the last hour, plus the one he had taken earlier while summoning his Shikigami, 5 in total. Even if the refined soldier's food tablets had no adverse effects, his body was struggling to cope with this amount of alcohol. Wait, let me recover for a moment. Chikage leaned against Tobirama, only to have Tobirama raise an eyebrow and loosen his grip, causing Chikage to stumble backward and fall to the ground. While he suffered no physical injuries, the blow to his pride was significant. He stared incredulously at Tobirama. You actually let me fall. Was that a deliberate act? Are you trying to provoke me? Tobirama, exhibiting an air of indifference, responded, Didn't Uchiha Madara instruct you to maintain distance from me? He lifted his chin slightly, asserting, I am maintaining my distance, aren't I? Why bring up old grievances now? Besides, it was Madara's directive, not mine. Chikage, feeling both lightheaded and frustrated, retorted, Well, I didn't heed Madara's advice. I came to see you, didn't I? Tobirama stood firm. Then tell me, why didn't you respond when I asked you a question earlier? What had Tobirama asked? Oh, he had inquired about how many Shikigami he possessed. It wasn't that Chikage didn't want to answer. He simply didn't wish to deceive Tobirama. Taking a deep breath, Chikage declared, Fine, I'll answer you now. Actually, I don't wish to know anymore. Tobirama interrupted, And what do you intend to do instead? Chikage plopped down onto the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Tobirama. I warn you, if you continue to act like this, our friendship will surely fracture. Here's your chance. Come over and help me up. Friendship, Tobirama scoffed lightly. Yet he approached Chikage, stopping a step away. He extended his hand towards Chikage, but the distance was just out of reach, requiring Chikage to make the effort to bridge the gap. Since you claim you didn't heed Uchiha Madara's warning and didn't maintain your distance, why don't you come closer to me? Chikage, perplexed, thought, Who truly is the Uchiha here? Isn't Tobirama the Uchiha? He was both stubborn and proud, as well as a genius in ninjutsu. With a sigh, he reached out his hand, though still slightly dizzy, causing his aim to waver, almost missing Tobirama's hand. However, Tobirama swiftly grasped Chikage's hand tightly, and, with a gentle pull, lifted him from the ground. Once steady, Chikage shook his head to regain his bearings and huffed discontentedly at Tobirama before striding towards the forest. This way, Tobirama called out from behind him. Chikage pivoted sharply, not breaking stride, and retorted with another huff as he passed Tobirama. Tobirama followed closely, observing Chikage's retreating figure, unable to suppress a faint smile. Chapter 35, Sarutobi. After wandering through the woods for about 10 minutes, with the trees stretching endlessly ahead, Chikage, feeling somewhat impatient, complained to Tobirama, "How much farther is it?" Tobirama raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Chikage nodded in understanding. Tobirama crouched down, placing his hands on the ground to sense the surroundings, then beckoned Chikage over. Whispering, "There are people ahead, follow me." Chikage trailed Tobirama, weaving through the shrubbery until they nestled behind a cluster of low trees. In the clearing ahead stood two boys. One had striking black and white hair, instantly recognizable to Chikage as Oben. The other boy, standing opposite Oben, appeared quite ordinary, and Chikage did not know who he was. Tobirama, with his keen perception, along with Chikage activating his Sharingan, could see and hear the conversation between the two boys clearly, despite the distance. "Oben, I'm sorry. My mother didn't mean to. She has been different ever since my older brother. She sometimes loses control of her emotions. I apologize on her behalf." "Sasuke, it's all right. I understand Lady Sarutobi's situation," Oben replied with a casual smile. "Before I came here, the Sarutobi clan leader had already explained everything to me. I came here of my own volition." "Sasuke?" Chikage blinked in surprise. Tobirama glanced at him and leaned closer, whispering, "That is the second son of the Sarutobi clan leader. Sarutobi Sasuke, the same age as Oben. How do you know him?" Chikage shook his head, turning slightly to cover his mouth as he quietly explained. "I'm not familiar with this Sasuke, but we Uchiha have a Sasuke too, so the name sounds somewhat familiar." After a pause, he added, "Our Uchiha Sasuke is particularly handsome." Tobirama remained silent, pondering that in Chikage's eyes, wasn't he everyone in the Uchiha clan good-looking? The whole clan was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, after all. He thought for a moment before leaning in again, asking, who is more handsome, Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Madara? Chikage found himself in a quandary. What a devilishly difficult question. He recalled hearing that Uchiha Sasuke resembled Izuna quite a bit. So, asking whether Sasuke or Madara was more attractive was akin to asking whether Izuna or Madara was more handsome. Well, Madara was indeed more handsome, Chikage admitted honestly. Izuna is still young. He's just cute. Tobirama scoffed lightly, redirecting his attention back to his younger brother Oben and Sarutobi Sasuke. Oben continued, "I heard from the Sarutobi clan leader that my hair color is quite similar to your older brother's, which is why he hopes I can stay with the Sarutobi clan for a while to help soothe your mother's emotions." Indeed, Sarutobi Sasuke nodded. "Your and my brother's hair colors are quite distinctive. From behind, you look just like my brother did when he was young." Suddenly, Chikage recalled. Sarutobi Sasuke, wasn't he the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? The name of the true Uchiha Sasuke was even derived from this one. He was a prodigy possessing chakra of 5 natures, perfectly harmonizing them, earning the admiration and respect even of the proud Uchiha. So, despite his unassuming appearance, this boy was destined to become a master of all elemental ninjutsu. Unable to contain himself, Chikage leaned in to whisper to Tobirama, "What about Sarutobi Sasuke's older brother?" Tobirama paused before answering. "Due to the war, he is no longer with us." Chikage, I guessed as much. Moreover, it seemed that Sasuke's mother was not quite stable emotionally due to the absence of her eldest son. Sighing, he lamented, "Another family shattered by war. As long as war exists, there are no victors. All participants in warfare are victims. The closer one is to the brutal realities of conflict, the more one can comprehend why Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are so fervently devoted to the pursuit of peace. A brotherly figure like Uchiha Madara is willing to relinquish his vendetta against his own kin in the name of achieving harmony, attempting to coexist with his adversaries. Senju Hashirama, whose prowess earned him the title of the god of shinobi, painstakingly captured a multitude of tailed beasts, intending to bestow them upon the various ninja villages solely to maintain a balance of power and to hope for an end to warfare. Chihang does not possess such grand aspirations. He feels that world peace is beyond his reach. Yet he harbors a desire to alleviate the suffering of those around him caused by conflict, and he is determined to make an effort in that regard. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Sasuke continue their dialogue. Sarutobi Sasuke inquires of Tobirama, As the son of the Senju clan leader, what brings you to the Sarutobi clan? Tobirama responds. I have heard that the Sarutobi are formidable. He continues, my elder brothers are both exceptionally strong. I am always the one lagging behind. I want to grow stronger. I do not wish to be a burden to them, nor do I want them to worry about me. Chiheng glances at Tobirama, who is lost in thought, pondering something deeply. Giving him a gentle nudge with his elbow, Chiheng prompts Tobirama to take notice. Tobirama meets Chiheng's gaze before glancing at the two young boys engaged in their chatter, signaling to Chiheng to follow him, then turning to exit the thicket. Chiheng trails behind Tobirama, and after walking a distance, he estimates that their conversation is inaudible to Madara and the others, finally asking, we have come all this way. Are you not going to greet Madara? Tobirama nods, affirming his intent to meet him, but wishes to wait until Sarutobi Sasuke departs first. Did you hear what Madara just said? I did, Tobirama replies. What are your thoughts? Chiheng inquires. It seems Sarutobi Sasuke has a rather favorable disposition toward Madara. He should be doing well among the Sarutobi clan, which puts my mind at ease. Chiheng interjects, that is not what I meant. I was referring to Madara's comment about your strength and Hashirama's, and him feeling like a hindrance. Tobirama, hands in pockets, furrows his brow slightly. Oh that. To be frank, he isn't wrong. Compared to my elder brother, even I feel like a burden. Chiheng contemplates, is Tobirama really that strict with his brother? Has he been influenced by the ultimate brotherly devotion of Uchiha Madara, believing that an older brother should always unconditionally protect his younger sibling? Or is this the customary dynamic between brothers? Tobirama continues, however, Madara possesses his own strengths. His control over chakra is remarkably precise, and his sensory abilities are highly developed. Even I sometimes fail to perceive his presence. Moreover, he has inherited the unique resilience and vast chakra reserves of the Senju clan. Ah, I see, Chiheng realizes. It appears that Tobirama harbors a deep affection for his brother. Having just mentioned a flaw, he immediately follows it with a cascade of virtues. This sentiment, if conveyed directly to his brother, would surely prevent Madara from feeling that he, a Senju, should seek education among the Sarutobi. Chiheng sighs. Tobirama is admirable in many respects, yet he lacks forthrightness. Why must he always be so convoluted? Why not simply express what he is thinking? Tobirama regards Chiheng with an impassive expression. Chiheng, disapprovingly, casts a glance at Tobirama before shaking his head. Tobirama cannot help but pinch Chiheng's cheek, saying, what is there to say? Some matters are self-evident, and even if spoken, one can feign ignorance. Can you not perceive the actions around you? Chiheng's eyes widen as he swats Tobirama's hand away, covering his flushed cheek. You actually pinched me. You've crossed the line. This is the second time you've provoked me today? Come here. Experience my own actions. Second brother? A small black and white head pokes out from the bushes. Ah, you are that Uchiha from last time? Madara faces the commotion between Tobirama and Chiheng, pondering whether the claims made by this Uchiha were indeed true, that he and Tobirama are genuine friends. Yet, are not the Senju and Uchiha clans sworn enemies? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asks, what are you all doing? Chapter 36, Caught in the Act. Upon hearing Madara's voice, Tobirama instantly regains his usual calm and sage demeanor. He grasps Chiheng's wrist, giving it a gentle squeeze to signal him to behave, then clears his throat and releases his grip, addressing Madara, I came to check on you. Chiheng, displaying a look of disdain, nonetheless concedes to Tobirama's request, raising his hand to greet Madara. Hi. Do you remember me? Madara nods earnestly. Of course I remember. I have yet to formally express my gratitude for your timely assistance last time. Although Madara genuinely wishes to thank Chiheng, he still harbors the feeling that the Uchiha are the Senju's traditional adversaries, and expressing gratitude to an enemy feels akin to bowing down before them. An awkward expression crosses Madara's face. It's no trouble. You are Tobirama's brother. In light of our connection, I would never stand idly by. Chiheng waves off dismissively. Madara turns his gaze to Tobirama, who suppresses a smile that threatens to break through his authoritative facade. Tobirama commands, come here, I need to speak with you privately. Chiheng, uninterested in the sibling exchange, finds himself bored and surveys his surroundings. Unlike the Uchiha clan, which resides by the water, or the Senju clan, who occupy a different territory, the slightly less powerful Sarutobi clan has their stronghold situated on a hillside, a location steeped in natural fortification. This terrain, typically accessible only to agile climbers, leads Chiheng to speculate that the Sarutobi surname may have originated from their adeptness at climbing, had it not been for Nu's ability to fly directly here. As per Tobirama's account, reaching this location would likely require a full day of arduous climbing. As for stamina, that remains to be seen. There is no chance of returning tonight. Thankfully, with Nu's assistance, having a flying creature in these times is indeed a tremendous convenience. Chiheng glances up at the sun's position, estimating the time to be around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. After Tobirama finishes instructing his brother, they should be able to fly back with Nu, likely returning to the banks of the Naka River by 4 or 5 at the latest. Previously, he had heard Madara mention that he would not arrive home until after nightfall. Thus, he should be able to reach home before him. A perfectly crafted plan. However, what could these Senju brothers be discussing for so long? It seems they have been conversing for quite a while, without reaching a conclusion. Chiheng leans down, peering over at Tobirama, who appears to be animatedly gesturing while speaking, while Tobirama listens seriously with his arms crossed. Noticing Chiheng's gaze, Tobirama points in his direction. Madara glances back at Chiheng, and then turns to say a couple more words to Tobirama. Tobirama shakes his head and leads Madara back toward Chiheng. I apologize. Madara approaches with a deep bow, his tone exceptionally sincere. I did not realize you were my second brother's close friend. I was rude to you before, and I wish to extend my apologies. Chiheng is taken aback. Close friend? Tobirama interjects, as if he has been struck. When did I ever say he was my close friend? Isn't he? Madara asks, puzzled. But didn't Tobirama just say that he has known you for a long time, sees you frequently, and knows you very well? He also mentioned how hardworking you are, how strong your abilities are, and how you both progress together, even developing formidable new jutsu. If you are not close friends, then what is he? He is not a girl. Childhood friend seems inappropriate, right? Oh, I see. Chiheng nods slowly, understanding the implications. Madara adds innocently, but that is exactly what your brother just told me. He exclaims, I have never seen him speak so much in one go. With a smile in her eyes, Qianjing gazed at Tobirama. Tobirama, struggling to find words, wore an expression that was a kaleidoscope of emotions. It was rare for Qianjing to witness such a display of vulnerability from the usually composed Tobirama, and she couldn't help but tease him. Just before he could express his irritation, she leapt onto his back, laughing. Wow, I had no idea Tobirama liked me this much. Initially, Tobirama instinctively reached out to support her, but upon hearing her words, his expression darkened and he withdrew his hand, commanding, get down. I don't want to. Qianjing elongated her tone, clinging tightly to his neck. I told you to be more straightforward. Why are you being so distant? If you have something to say, just say it to me directly instead of sending messages through your brother. Tobirama took a deep breath, insisting, get down. We're going back. Qianjing tilted her head, asking, what about Ban? He is not leaving yet. Well, I'm not leaving either. Ban nodded, reasoning that it made no sense for him to scurry home after just a few days. The Senju clan had no cowards, and besides, Sarutobi had treated him well. He was determined to return home only after achieving something worthwhile. Oh, Qianjing glanced at Tobirama, noting his lack of dissent, and nodded in agreement. So are we leaving now? Wait a moment. How do you plan to leave? Ban reminded them. There are members of the Sarutobi clan patrolling around here. By the way, how did you arrive? We came from that path. Tobirama pointed towards their previous route. Ban looked puzzled. That path. It leads to a sheer cliff, doesn't it? Is there anyone patrolling there? It's too dangerous. It seems the Sarutobi Haven Tea assigned anyone to patrol that area. All right, I understand, Tobirama replied. You need not worry about us. Just ensure your own safety, and we will come back to see you. After bidding farewell to Ban, Qianjing and Tobirama retraced their steps. They moved stealthily, not wishing to stir any trouble, preferring to avoid unnecessary attention. Along the way, they nearly encountered a patrol of Sarutobi clan members, but thanks to Tobirama's keen senses, he halted Qianjing, and they waited in silence until the patrol passed before continuing forward. Upon reaching the cliff Ban had mentioned, Tobirama confirmed the area was clear of others, and Qianjing summoned Nu once more. Their journey to this point, aided by a tailwind, had taken less than an hour. However, their return against the wind took over an hour. The extra minutes cost Qianjing another dose of medicine. Feeling even dizzier than before, with the sky darkening, she struggled to see the path clearly, directing Nu haphazardly and landing in an unknown location. Nevertheless, they found themselves by the banks of the South Hikawa River, and perhaps following the flow would lead them home. As soon as they landed, Tobirama supported the dizzy Qianjing. Shouldn't you rest a moment before heading home? No. Qianjing shook her head vigorously. I'm running out of time. I need to get home before Ban does. It's fine. I'll just catch some fresh air on the back of Yukin, and I'll be fine. Tobirama, feeling displeased yet unable to voice it, released his hold and said, then go ahead. As he spoke, he retracted the 2 shadow clones he had dispatched earlier. In receiving their memories, he momentarily seemed disoriented. Qianjing paid no heed, merely responding with an affirmative, just as she intended to summon Yukin, but Tobirama pressed her hand down. You probably can't leave for now, Tobirama stated. Huh. Qianjing looked bewildered. Follow me, Tobirama said, pulling her forward. Noticing Qianjing's unsteady gait, he turned around and hoisted her onto his back. Where are we going? Qianjing inquired from her perch. I really am in a hurry. Tobirama did not respond, merely continuing along the South Hikawa River. Soon enough, Qianjing discovered the answer to her question. In the distance, she spotted the very bonfire she had kindled that morning, still blazing brightly. Around the fire were 4 spots. 2 were vacant, while the other 2 were occupied by none other than Ban and Izuna. Is this for real? How could Ban be here? Wasn't he supposed to return at night, and with Izuna no less? Qianjing suspected she must be imagining things. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and looked again. Back already? Uchiha Ban handed a roasted fish to Izuna and turned to assess the newcomers. Upon seeing Qianjing on Tobirama's back, his brows furrowed. Izuna, poking the stick of the roasted fish into the ground, stood on tiptoe behind Ban, gesturing exaggeratedly towards Qianjing. Qianjing felt completely dazed. This was bad. Izuna seemed to convey that Ban was quite upset. However, it was understandable. Ban had previously instructed him to limit his interactions with the Senju. Yet here he was, frolicking with Tobirama, caught red-handed. It was only natural for Ban to be furious. I'm sorry, Ban. Qianjing quietly slid off Tobirama's back, standing up straight. I promise I won't do this again. Seeing the clones dissipate, Ban took a couple of steps forward before halting again. With a serious expression, he inquired, "What's with the smell of alcohol? Have you been drinking?" His gaze shifted slowly to Tobirama. Were you with him? Chapter 37, Little One. Qianjing opened her mouth, feeling at a loss for words. She couldn't exactly confess that her intoxicated state was merely due to overeating military rations. How could she explain why she had consumed so many? Where had all her chakra gone? She certainly couldn't admit that she had actually gone out drinking with Tobirama. That would only complicate matters further. Qianjing clasped her hands behind her back, unable to resist pinching her fingertips. In any case, when faced with a dilemma, it was best to remain calm. As long as she admitted her fault sincerely and swiftly, Ban would have no reason to remain angry. Ban, I truly understand my mistake. At that moment, Tobirama stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Qianjing. So what if she did? Why should she have to report to you about who she goes out with? Qianjing is no longer a child. Ban's expression remained impassive as he shot a glance at Tobirama, then shifted his focus back to Qianjing, stating, "You are this late returning home. I'm here to take you back." Ban's words displayed a clear disregard for Tobirama, conveying his indifference perfectly. Tobirama's expression visibly darkened. Qianjing, standing behind Tobirama, felt a chill run down her spine. This situation seemed dire. She stepped around Tobirama to stand between the two, attempting to ease the tension. Qianjing, don't speak. This is none of your concern. Both men snapped at her in unison to be quiet. Oh, Qianjing obediently closed her mouth, her anxiety mounting. What was happening? Was Ban angry with her? Certainly, he was upset, but why wasn't he directing his ire at her, instead choosing to confront Tobirama? After all, Tobirama was Hashirama's brother. Wasn't he Ban on good terms with Hashirama? You're just Qianjing's brother. You're overstepping your bounds, Tobirama remarked. Ban smirked slightly. Given the current dynamics between the Uchiha and Senju clans, he retorted, you don't even count as Qianjing's friend. Tobirama scoffed. I may not be considered Qianjing's friend, but you are merely her brother. Ban's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed Tobirama's words carried deeper meaning. However, upon reflection, he found no fault in the statement and replied, yes, I am her brother, which is why Qianjing is coming home with me. Qianjing felt utterly restless, her palms sweating. She was at a loss for how the atmosphere had turned so tense. How had she ended up standing between the two? The two individuals exchanged glances filled with daggers. Each aimed at him with piercing intensity. What is happening? He is utterly innocent. He could only strive to stand a little taller, hoping to appear more innocent. While casting a desperate glance towards Izuna, silently pleading for rescue. Save me, save me. Izuna successfully received Chikage's signal, sighed, and interjected to break the tense standoff between the two. Brother, dinner time is approaching. Let us return. Very well. Naturally. The need for his younger brother to eat took precedence over Tobirama's importance. Sasuke nodded and called out to Chikage, come here, Chikage. Coming. Chikage immediately attempted to jog towards Sasuke. However, whether it was due to the lingering effects of alcohol or the previous tense atmosphere that had weakened his legs, as he took a step forward, he stumbled, swayed, and barely managed to steady himself. Sasuke furrowed his brow and approached Chikage. Chikage had assumed that Sasuke would, as per usual, scoop him up and carry him, and he extended his arms in anticipation of a hug. Yet, inexplicably, Sasuke came to a halt before Chikage bent down and mimicked the action of offering a piggyback ride, much like what Tobirama had done moments ago. Chikage was taken aback and obediently climbed onto Sasuke's back. Sasuke stood up, jostled Chikage slightly to ensure he was secure, then took a couple of steps forward, only to suddenly halt once more. He turned his head towards Tobirama and said, for Hashirama's sake, let me remind you, The forest at night is not the same as during the day, young one. Exercise caution on your way home. Compared to Sasuke, who had nearly reached adulthood, it was an undeniable fact that Tobirama was still merely a child. Tobirama clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Feeling a surge of frustration at the realization that he was still considered a child, Sasuke escorted Chikage home. Along the way, Chikage made various attempts to apologize to Sasuke. His tone soft and sincere, utterly genuine. However, having watched Chikage grow up, Sasuke had developed an immunity to such displays, no matter what Chikage said. Regardless of how pitiful he appeared, Sasuke remained unresponsive. He ignored him during dinner, paid him no heed while bathing, and in the office, he only uttered a single word. Silence, before lapsing into silence once more. As a result, even Chikage, who was clearly in the wrong, began to feel a twinge of displeasure. After all his efforts to appease Sasuke, why was he still so impervious? What did he want? Why was the Uchiha clan so prideful? How long must he continue to placate him? During dinner, a maid delivered evening snacks, and Chikage, ever obedient, deliberately pushed 2 small bowls of snacks toward Sasuke's side. Not even bothering to lift the lids to peek inside, Sasuke glanced at Chikage, then opened the bowls to take a look. What snacks did they bring today, Sasuke? Nothing much. Are you still upset with me, Sasuke? Sasuke. Seeing that no amount of coaxing could elicit a response from Sasuke, Chikage grew frustrated. He took a deep breath, approached Sasuke, and, aiming for his foot, stepped down on it. Sasuke reacted as if he had been stepped on by a startled cat. Wide-eyed and astonished as he looked at Chikage. Chikage feigned innocence. Please don't ignore me, Sasuke. I truly understand my mistake. This little rascal dares to step on him even after admitting fault. Chikage persisted, wrapping his arms around Sasuke's shoulders from behind while he sat in his office chair. I like you the most, Sasuke. Your attempts at charm are futile. This matter cannot be so easily dismissed. Sasuke set down his pen, turned, and pulled Chikage onto his lap, sternly asking, Do you ever listen to what I say? I told you not to go to the battlefield, yet you insisted on going. I warned you against meeting Tobirama, and you returned intoxicated? It was evident that Sasuke was genuinely upset. Yet, given the circumstances, it would be prudent to issue a warning first. Otherwise, if he were to run away from home, would Sasuke not be enraged beyond measure? Chikage clung to Sasuke's arm, half-jokingly stating, Then you must adapt quickly, for I shall not heed your words in the future. What? Sasuke laughed in disbelief. Are you still under the influence of alcohol? He reached for one of the small bowls containing snacks, opened the lid, and pushed it towards Chikage. Eat this to sober up. What is this? Chikage stared at the unclear, sticky black substance in the bowl with distaste. Salted ginger, made by Dr. Haru, specifically for alleviating intoxication. It works remarkably well. What kind of devilry is this? Chikage shuddered. Ginger. Salted ginger. Most importantly, it's a product of Dr. Haru. Can a person even consume this? Is this for sobering up, or for liberating the soul? Chikage shook his head vehemently. I'm not drunk. I want to eat it. Seeing Sasuke's unwavering gaze, Chikage added, It's been quite some time. I am perfectly sober. You were just babbling nonsense a moment ago, Sasuke remarked. I specifically instructed the maid to bring it. You must eat a piece. Chikage pouted, looking pitiful, but I don't want to eat it. Sasuke said nothing, merely gesturing toward the bowl of ginger with a lift of his chin. It seemed he had no choice but to consume it, resigning himself to his fate. Chikage pinched off the smallest piece of ginger, quickly popped it into his mouth, hoping to swallow it before his taste buds could register its flavor. However, the salted ginger, a testament to Dr. Haru's expertise, exploded with flavor, and before he could close his mouth, his reflexes kicked in, prompting him to spit it out. Sasuke, quick to react, covered Chikage's mouth, his expression unyielding. Swallow it. This is your punishment for disobedience. Chapter 38, Ginger. It was clear that Sasuke was well aware of how unpalatable this concoction was. Otherwise, he would not have prepared it in advance as a means of punishment. Chikage felt as if his mouth had erupted, the flavors assaulting his senses, sweet, salty, bitter, and spicy all at once. Tears welled up in his eyes as he felt an overwhelming urge to cry, akin to consuming a blend of sugar and soy sauce with wasabi. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he shook his head, whimpering. Was there truly no alternative method of punishment? This was far too harsh. Chikage's eyes reddened, tears rolling down his cheeks as he lightly grasped Sasuke's wrist, clearly reluctant, yet not daring to resist too much. He appeared both helpless and pitiful. Sasuke sighed, eventually releasing his grip to wipe away the tears from Chikage's cheeks, asking, Is it truly that terrible? The moment Sasuke loosened his hold, Chikage swiftly spat out the ginger, then clung to Sasuke's collar, rubbing his tear-streaked face against him. You try it. My tongue is on fire. Sasuke, maintaining his composure, picked up a piece of ginger and, in front of Chikage, chewed twice before swallowing, his expression unchanged, not even a brow furrowing. Chikage watched in disbelief, wondering if there was something amiss with Sasuke. Was he not supposed to have a sensitive palate? Although Uchiha's fire techniques were exceptional, after years of cohabitation, Chikage understood that Sasuke actually preferred cold dishes with sweet and sour flavors, like sushi rolls. Salted ginger definitely did not belong on Sasuke's menu. How could he consume such a spicy item without so much as a flinch? Was he still the sweet-toothed Uchiha? After finishing the ginger, Sasuke pursed his lips and frowned slightly, reaching out to touch Chikage's cheek, instructing, "Open your mouth. Let me see what has happened to your tongue." Chikage turned his head away, evading Sasuke's hand, clearly showing his discontent. Sasuke did not press the issue, instead taking another bowl from the table, lifting the lid, and pushing it toward Chikage, saying, "Try this." Another one? Was this never-ending? He had already exceeded his limits by cooperating once. If there was another round, he would truly become exasperated. Chikage, growing impatient, glanced at the second bowl but paused in surprise. A dozen fresh and exquisite strawberries lay nestled within, clearly just washed. Their green tops removed, glistening with moisture. In this era, strawberries are a rarity, due to the impossibility of artificial cultivation, their brief harvest season, and the labor-intensive nature of picking them, along with the challenges of preservation. One could expect to savor them only once or twice a year, even in the esteemed Uchiha clan's household. If war coincided with the strawberry season, it was entirely possible that one might not indulge in them at all that year. Qianjing held a particular fondness for strawberries. Not the oversized variety, but rather these wild ones with a hint of tartness. Had Uchiha Madara prepared this bowl of strawberries in advance? Noticing Qianjing lost in thought, Madara casually picked up a strawberry, brushed it against Qianjing's lips, and instructed, "Open your mouth." This time, Qianjing obediently complied. At that moment, Izuna knocked on Madara's door. Swinging it open to witness Qianjing perched on Madara's lap, being fed strawberries in an endearing manner. Izuna had initially intended to mediate the silent tension between the two, fearing unresolved grievances, but the scene before him suggested they had reconciled, and perhaps grown even closer. Leaning against the doorframe, Izuna tilted his head, sensing something amiss. His brother would never personally feed him. He wouldn't routinely whisk him off to bed at the same hour. Although Madara doted on him, he was not indulgent. After all, he had led Izuna into battle years ago. What warranted such a gloomy expression from Madara over a mere outing with friends? Catching sight of Izuna at the doorway, Qianjing waved, "Come have some strawberries." Izuna straightened and stepped into the room. "I've already eaten. You enjoy them yourself." As Qianjing chewed on a strawberry, he increasingly felt something was off. The overpowering taste of salty ginger clashed with the sweet and sour essence of the strawberries, leaving him unable to discern the fruit's flavor. His mouth overwhelmed by the peculiar blend. Moreover, with every chew, the spiciness intensified. Struggling to swallow the strawberry Madara had fed him, he turned to the table and gulped down a large mouthful of tea from Madara's cup, only to find it scalding hot. Qianjing nearly spat it out, sticking out his tongue and fanning his mouth, mumbling, "I can't take it anymore. I need to rinse with cold water." He promptly leaped off Madara's lap and dashed out the door. Once Qianjing left, Madara lifted his teacup, intending to quench his thirst, but halted upon feeling the heat emanating from it. He inhaled sharply, attempting to soothe the burning sensation on his tongue, then turned to Izuna, asking, "What brings you here at this hour?" "Nothing now," Izuna replied, narrowing his eyes as he approached Madara's desk, leaning on it with a serious expression. "Brother, do you have something to discuss?" Madara regarded Izuna with a bemused look, puzzled by his intensity. Noticing Madara's lack of awareness or concern, Izuna furrowed his brow, questioning whether he was overthinking things. He decided to observe further. The evening's escapade involving salty ginger had left Qianjing in disarray, brushing his teeth 3 times before feeling a semblance of normalcy. As he lay in bed, still shaken, he resolved to prioritize the improvement of the hangover remedy. When Madara entered the room, Qianjing immediately covered his head with the blanket. He was not eager to see Madara tonight. He wanted to express his displeasure through actions. Madara removed his outerwear and hung it up, then approached, sitting beside Qianjing and gently tugging down the blanket covering his face. "Why hide your face? You might suffocate." With only his large, expressive eyes visible, Qianjing glared at Madara warily. Madara couldn't suppress a chuckle and playfully pulled the blanket back over Qianjing's face. "What are you doing?" Qianjing protested, kicking the blanket in an attempt to sit up. However, Madara rolled over, pinning the corners of the blanket down, effectively trapping Qianjing inside. As Qianjing squirmed, Madara held firm, only releasing him once he ceased his struggles. Gasping for breath, Qianjing tore off the blanket, glaring at Madara. His hair now a tousled mess from his earlier wriggling. Madara smiled down at him, gently smoothing his hair and asking, "Still want to play?" Upon unveiling the blanket, Qianjing found himself face to face with Uchiha Madara, the impact overwhelming. Was Madara cheating with his looks? It felt intentional. How could one be angry in the presence of such a visage? Furthermore, Madara's attire, meant for sleep, was slightly loose and fitted with a Y-shaped neckline, offering an unobstructed view from Qianjing's angle. He dared not stare too long. The sight of Madara's fair skin felt almost blinding. Flipping over, he buried his face in the pillow, declaring, "No more playing. It's time for sleep." He couldn't look. Closing his eyes, he buried his face deeper, reflecting inwardly. Is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit simply their stunning beauty? Their Jinjutsu is formidable. I fell for it instantly, losing all semblance of combat readiness. Terrifying. Chapter 39, Defense. Qianjing hardly slept a wink that night, his thoughts lingering into dreams, waking at the break of dawn. Madara remained sound asleep beside him, and not wishing to disturb him. Qianjing lay on his pillow, using the faint morning light to closely admire Madara's face. Madara lay facing him, half of his face nestled in the pillow. In slumber, Madara's sharp edges softened, his aura less imposing, appearing significantly gentler than usual. It was often said, Sasuke captivates nations, Itachi enchants cities, and Madara commands the world. And here he was, enjoying a close-up view of the face that could sway empires. Although Madara's power had yet to reach its peak, his beauty was undoubtedly at its zenith. The Uchiha clan's distinctive, gentle contours, fair skin, and exquisitely refined features, coupled with a uniquely intense personal charisma, struck a chord with Qianjing's aesthetic sensibilities. It was no wonder Qianjing felt hesitant to gaze directly at Madara upon his awakening. He pondered, who is this? The battlefields rose. Both handsome and fierce, truly enchanting. Question, what to do with the battlefield rose sleeping beside you? Answer, it would be a shame not to take a good look. Qianjing propped himself up, inching closer to Madara, seizing the moment to scrutinize him while he slept. Ah, those hereditary double eyelids were strikingly prominent. The creases deep even in repose. The instant Qianjing moved, Madara awoke. Uncertain of Qianjing's intentions, Madara maintained his position, lazily inquiring with his eyes. How often had it been said that Uchiha eyes spoke volumes? Qianjing instantly grasped Madara's meaning and quickly turned the situation around, exclaiming, "It's all your fault for being so handsome. I can't be blamed." Half asleep, Madara was momentarily confused upon opening his eyes. He was greeted by a dazzling sight and couldn't help but chuckle. He flipped over, lying flat on his back, casually pulling Qianjing onto him, positioning him comfortably as he closed his eyes again, relishing the early hour. Qianjing lay on Ban's chest, gazing up at him from this morbid angle. And even in this position, Ban's allure remained strikingly undeniable. What should he do in this situation? Is he really going to endure this? With such intimacy, how can he not react? Qianjing lifted himself and planted a gentle kiss on Ban's cheek. Ban, not even bothering to open his eyes, merely stroked Qianjing's head and pulled him back into his embrace, naturally leaning down to kiss the crown of Qianjing's head, saying, "Let us sleep a little longer." Yet, they could hardly drift off again for more than an hour before they arose. After breakfast, Ban accompanied Uchiha Tajima to manage clan affairs, while Qianjing set out with Izuna to find an open space where they could practice their swordsmanship together. Their practice was characterized as mutual training, as both were high attack, low defense types. Izuna, accustomed to offense as defense, utilized the Sharingan. As long as he could analyze and see through the enemy's attack patterns, he could effortlessly counter and retaliate. Thus, his defensive capabilities were considerably weaker than his offensive prowess. Qianjing, on the other hand, relied on the skills of Fushiguro Toji to gain an unfair advantage, employing powerful attacks and lethal techniques, and when all else failed, he could resort to drugs and summon Shikigami for assistance in overwhelming his opponents. If things became too dire, he could escape using Rabbit and Nu, and should he sustain injuries, he could heal himself with reversal techniques, leaving him devoid of any defensive skills. Hence, they agreed that Qianjing would first attack while Izuna defended, and then they would switch roles, taking turns as each other's training partner, focusing on defense for the day. Qianjing was more than willing to assist Izuna in his training, especially with the reversal technique, which could be randomly unleashed on a designated target. Even Qianjing himself had no way of foreseeing the direction or angle of the next strike, which meant Izuna could no longer rely on his habitual thought patterns to analyze the attack. He had to remain vigilant, fully utilizing the Sharingan to capture every dynamic movement in his surroundings, adjusting his body to keep up with the rhythm for defense. Most importantly, the release of the reversal technique did not consume chakra, allowing Qianjing to train with ease. Conversely, Izuna, surrounded by the unleashed techniques, found himself in a strenuous predicament. Even though he never slacked off and consistently trained diligently, his stamina and muscle struggled to keep pace with his keen eyesight. Many times, Even when his Sharingan had already perceived the attack, his body couldn't respond in time, leaving him helplessly watching himself get injured. After merely 5 minutes, Qianjing called for a pause. "Let us continue." Izuna panted, refusing to concede. "No, you need to rest for a moment." Qianjing approached and used the reversal technique to help Izuna recover from his injuries. They were just superficial wounds, appearing alarming but not serious at all. Izuna sheathed his sword and glanced at his arm, noticing that the wounds had completely healed. However, his clothes were now marred with numerous cuts, ensuring he could not wear them again. "I'm fine now," Izuna stated. Seeing Qianjing's disapproving gaze, Izuna hesitated before adding, "How about we take a break first, then switch? You can defend after me." "All right, but first, drink some water," Qianjing suggested, lifting the bamboo tube prepared by the maid before they left. Izuna approached, taking the tube and gulping down a few swigs of fresh water while Qianjing sat on a stone, looking up at him. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. He stood up and walked over to Izuna, comparing their heights and immediately feeling dissatisfied. "In the first half of the year, we were about the same height. So why are you now towering over me by half a palm's breadth?" Izuna pondered before replying. "Well, I'm still young and growing. You're only half a year younger than me. Then it's probably because I've been exercising." Izuna quickly found a new excuse. "I get up early every day, run 5 laps around the yard, then do 100 sword swings before having breakfast." "Oh, so it's aerobic exercise on an empty stomach?" Qianjing nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it was said that aerobic exercise could promote height growth, and it was only natural for Izuna to grow taller with his daily morning workouts. "I understand now," Qianjing declared, clenching his fist against his palm. "If I'm not as tall as you, I'll blame it on Ban." "Izuna," Qianjing complained to Izuna. "I woke up quite early today. I was all set to get up, but Ban insisted on pulling me back to accompany him a little longer in bed. If I had gotten up, I could have exercised with you, and wouldn't he that helped me grow taller? It's all Ban's fault for holding me back." Izuna. Speaking of Uchiha Ban, Qianjing couldn't help but recall the pickled ginger from the previous day and asked Izuna, "Do you think Ban has something off about him? As a Uchiha with a sweet tooth, how can he eat devilishly spicy ginger without flinching? That palate seems rather peculiar. Doesn't he it?" Izuna nodded slowly. "I feel the same way. Something seems a bit off with my brother. Leaving aside earlier events, how could he want to cling to his younger brother for a morning nap? That's not typical behavior for him." Qianjing pondered, stroking his chin. "How about we conduct an experiment?" Izuna looked at Qianjing, intrigued. "What kind of experiment?" Qianjing inquired. "Do you have anything planned for the afternoon?" Izuna shook his head. "Then after lunch, why don't you accompany me to the kitchen? The Mid-Autumn Festival is next month. Let us make some mooncakes together." Chapter 40. Mooncakes. Mooncakes are a delicacy traditionally eaten during the Mid-Autumn Festival, specifically on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. Named Tsukimi Dango, they are glutinous rice dumplings. The traditional mooncake is a pure white spherical shape, symbolizing the full moon and representing reunion and completeness. Qianjing decided to unleash his creativity by mixing a bit of black sesame powder into the glutinous rice flour, planning to innovate. With both hands covered in rice flour and unable to touch water, as the red beans in the pot began to boil for the filling, he hurriedly called out for Izuna. "Izuna, come here and add 2 spoons of sugar to the red bean soup." Izuna nodded, grabbing the sugar bag and making his way to the pot. Lifting the lid, he scooped out 2 heaping spoons of sugar and tossed them into the pot. After a moment's thought, he discarded the spoon and directly shook the sugar bag over the pot, pouring a heap of sugar in. Peering into the pot, he felt that the red bean soup seemed unchanged. Thus, he grabbed the corner of the sugar bag and poured the entire contents in with a flourish. When Qianjing turned back to check, he found that the once full bag of sugar was now nothing but an empty shell. Izuna, if I'm not mistaken, you just dumped an entire bag of sugar into the pot? Isn't the sugar content a bit excessive? Even an Uchiha wouldn't be able to handle that much." Izuna looked puzzled. "Well, didn't you say you wanted to experiment?" Qianjing. He had intended to test whether Ban's sense of taste was out of whack, but surely, even someone without taste buds would suffer from sugar poisoning after consuming such a concoction? What results could they possibly glean from this? Izuna logically continued. "Once the dumplings are done, you can take them to your brother and tell him you made them yourself. Then we'll see how he reacts after eating them." Qianjing. Was Izuna intentionally trying to set him up? That couldn't be. Izuna was a little angel. How could he do that? Regardless, it was settled. These dumplings would be a creation from him and his brother, and Ban would have to eat them. As for the consequences of Ban indulging in them, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. Throughout the afternoon, Qianjing and Izuna busied themselves in the small kitchen, and by the time the dumplings were finally placed in the steamer, evening had arrived. Qianjing looked at Izuna, covered in rice flour, with splotches of white and black on his face, and couldn't help but laugh. The dumplings steamed quickly. "Why don't you wash your face first? Dinner will be ready soon." Kwana hesitated as she surveyed the chaotic little kitchen and inquired, "Shouldn't we tidy this up?" "No worries, I'll handle it. I'm quite familiar with this." Qianjing waved her hand, urging Kwana, "You should hurry. Let me know when you're done with the bathroom. I need to clean up before dinner as well." Only then did Kwana nod and turn to exit the door. Alone in the small kitchen, Qianjing perched on a little stool, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at the steaming bamboo steamer, waiting for the moon-viewing dumplings to be ready. The taste of these delicacies was one thing. But just as during the Mid-Autumn Festival when everyone exchanged mooncakes, the dumplings carried a significant meaning, making them an ideal gift. Having taken the initiative to prepare them, Qianjing discreetly added a personal touch by making 2 extra dumplings, intending to have Yuki deliver them as an apology to Tobirama. After all, the last time Madara came to fetch him home, things had inexplicably turned confrontational between him and Tobirama. He had left without even daring to greet Tobirama. Not once glancing back. Given Tobirama's temperament, it was likely he would be infuriated. He could not afford to have their friendship severed entirely, especially since he relied on Tobirama's flying thunder god technique. A little appeasement was necessary. When Yuki found Tobirama, he was by the Mangekyō River. These past few days, he had struggled to concentrate on practicing the flying thunder god technique, knowing full well that any attempt at teleportation would end in failure. Thus, he decided to shift his focus to other endeavors to distract himself. The day prior, Hashirama had approached him, troubled, to discuss a matter, for some unknown reason. Madara had suddenly adopted a harsh demeanor towards him, refusing to explain himself. He suspected that the Uchiha clan was once again plotting war against the Senju. Tobirama, of course, understood the situation but merely replied with a terse no. As Hashirama pressed for more details, Tobirama grew weary of the conversation, leaving Hashirama feeling despondent. As if abandoned by both his closest friend and brother. Perched upon a stone by the riverbank, Tobirama toyed with a kunai. His expression blank as he stared into the distance. His mind was not occupied with any particular thoughts, yet when he returned to reality, he realized he had unconsciously marked the kunai with the flying thunder god symbol. Why is it always the flying thunder god? He mused. I had no intention of practicing that today. He frowned, preparing to toss the kunai aside when, at that moment, a shadow behind him shifted slightly. Instantly, he tightened his grip on the kunai and turned to face the shadow, unsure whether he felt more alert or anticipatory. Yuki emerged from the shadows with familiarity, forepaws on the ground, and nudged his head towards Tobirama. Tobirama reached out to pat him, and Yuki then placed a wooden box he had been holding into Tobirama's hand. Curiously, Tobirama felt the warmth of the box as he opened its lid to reveal 2 small dumplings, one black and one white, snuggled closely together. Inspired by the image of a rabbit, Qianjing had crafted these whimsical dumplings, perfectly fitting for the occasion of the 15th day of the 8th month. The white dumpling with red eyes represented Tobirama, while the black dumpling with red eyes symbolized Qianjing. To ensure her intent was unmistakable, Qianjing had even carved the shape of Tobirama's flying thunder god mark onto the rear of the white dumpling, and tied a red ribbon around the neck of the black dumpling, leaving 2 trailing ends reminiscent of the red string given to him by Haru, the spring rain doctor. The 2 dumplings faced each other, arranged in a triangular formation, a symbol of their unbreakable bond, solid as iron. How foolish of me to have carved the marking correctly. Tobirama couldn't help but chuckle. He pressed his fingertip against the soft, glutinous surface of the white dumpling, causing it to indent slightly before it slowly rebounded. Then, he delicately tapped the forehead of the black dumpling, contemplating the 2 for a few moments before closing the lid once more. Unsure of how Tobirama would react to the dumplings, Qianjing had specifically instructed Yuki to linger and observe. Thus, Yuki remained beside Tobirama, wagging his tail. Had he delivered the gift and was now awaiting a response? After a moment's thought, Tobirama retrieved the kunai he had marked with his flying thunder god symbol and handed it to Yuki, saying, "Take this back to Qianjing for me. Tell her I will soon master teleportation, and that she should keep it safe." Yuki let out a gentle bark, grasped the kunai in his mouth, and disappeared back into the shadows. Chapter 41. A brotherly conversation. Hey, what's that? Came Hashirama's curious voice from across the riverbank. It's Qianjing's summoning beast. Tobirama replied as he watched Yuki vanish completely. Once he confirmed that the shadows had returned to tranquility, he turned to ask, "Brother, what brings you here again?" "How can you say again?" Hashirama immediately fell into a despondent state. Tobirama chose to ignore his brother's habitual melancholy, knowing Hashirama would recover in mere moments. Gathering his chakra, Hashirama leapt across the river and seated himself opposite Tobirama. Continuing, "You mentioned Qianjing? Is she from the Uchiha clan?" Tobirama frowned slightly and replied, "Indeed." Hashirama went on, "I've heard Madara speak of Qianjing, saying she is quite adorable. Unlike the serious Kwana, Qianjing is mischievous and adept at charming others. Madara also mentioned that Xianjing and Quana share a particularly close relationship, often leaving him feeling sidelined. Madara, why does everyone speak so much of Uchiha Madara? Tobirama interrupted impatiently. You came here to discuss Madara, didn't you? No, that's not it. Hashirama, feeling reprimanded, shrank back like a chastised child. I came to talk to you about something important. What is it? Recently, the situation has been relatively tranquil, and the major clans are in a period of tentative peace. Father wishes to seize this opportunity to arrange a marriage between me and Mito. Oh, that matter. Tobirama paused for a few seconds before asking. What are your thoughts on it, brother? Hashirama pondered before responding. I've heard that Mito is quite powerful, and the Uzumaki clan has promised to bring their sealing techniques as a dowry when she marries. This would undoubtedly strengthen the Senju clan further. Therefore, I believe it would be wise to formalize the engagement sooner rather than later. I did not mean that, Tobirama interjected after a moment of silence. What I meant was, should you sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of the clan? But isn't that a responsibility I should fulfill as the clan's heir? Hashirama scratched the back of his head, adding, to say sacrifice sounds overly dramatic. Mito, I met her when we were children. You knew her as children? How come I was unaware of this? Well, Hashirama recalled, I believe I was around 5 or 6 years old at the time. Father took me on a long journey to visit the Uzumaki clan by the sea. You were just a toddler, barely walking, so you weren't brought along. I'm sure you have no memory of it. Tobirama nodded. At least you've met before. You aren't complete strangers. Hashirama laughed heartily. That was over 10 years ago. I hardly remember the details, and by then, Mito was just a child as well. I wonder what she has become. So, you are merely slightly better acquainted than strangers. Tobirama crossed his arms, frowning. Brother, I fear I cannot accept a marriage without any emotional foundation. Why must you accept an arranged marriage? Hashirama's eyes widened in surprise. You should seek someone you truly know and love. Hashirama, clearly anxious, stood abruptly, exclaiming, as the clan's heir, I have an obligation to make sacrifices for our people, but you are different. You are my brother. Some responsibilities belong solely to me as the elder brother and do not pertain to you. Tobirama, you must pursue what you truly desire and be with someone you love. Is that so? Tobirama gazed earnestly at Hashirama and inquired, is it sufficient that the person is someone you cherish? Hashirama, suddenly displaying an unexpected sharpness of intellect, questioned, Tobirama, does your inquiry suggest that you already have a crush on someone? Absolutely not. Tobirama retorted with unwavering conviction. Hashirama's spirits swiftly plummeted, but he soon regained his composure and addressed Tobirama, as your elder brother. Both Madara and I share a singular wish, to safeguard our younger sibling and ensure his happiness and contentment. I understand, Tobirama nodded, casting a glance at the twilight sky. It is getting late, let us return home. Oh, Hashirama replied, trailing behind Tobirama as they made their way towards the Senju clan's territory. Their muted conversation echoing in the air. Tobirama has a splendid relationship with Chikage. What does she look like? Is she truly as adorable as you say? Please, let me meet little Chikage next time. I always hear you speak of her, yet I have yet to see her in person. My curiosity is piqued. I understand. Elder brother, let us move on and refrain from rambling. You really ought to rectify your tendency to sulk. Brother, when will you ever change that? Meanwhile, at the other end of the Nankawa, within the Uchiha clan's estate, when Chikage returned to Madara's room after tidying up the small kitchen, both Madara and Izuna had yet to arrive. Upon entering, she felt a gentle push from the shadow beneath her feet, prompting her to swiftly close the door and crouch in the corner, extending her hand toward the shadow. A canine head emerged from the darkness, promptly resting its chin in Chikage's palm. The fierce visage of the dog transformed into one of yearning for affection, compelling Chikage to leap forward and embrace the Inyazuka pup, showering it with affection. Unbeknownst to Chikage, beneath her concealed view, the pup's tail wagged joyfully, nearly spinning like a propeller. After Chikage had tousled the pup's fur into disarray, it finally relinquished the kunao it had been clutching in its mouth, placing it into Chikage's hand. Perplexed by the kunao marked with Tobirama's flying thunder god seal, she tilted her head in confusion. What is this for, Tobirama? Woof. Oh. Could it be that he is providing me with a standard version to correct my mistake in engraving the mark? Woof woof. You agree, right? I knew it. Tobirama is indeed quite strict. Woof woof woof. Chikage, with whom are you conversing? Startled, Chikage hastily shoved the pup's head back into the shadow and turned to sit upon it. Izuna opened the door, stepping inside with a puzzled expression as he scanned the room. I could have sworn I just heard a dog barking. Perhaps you misheard, Chikage replied with an awkward laugh. Izuna's gaze fell upon Chikage, his confusion deepening. What are you doing with your Sharingan activated inside the room? Oh, I was maintaining the Inyazuka pup's presence. Hence the use of my eyes. Now that he has returned, it is no longer necessary. I wanted to conduct an experiment. What kind of experiment? I suddenly wanted to see how long I could sustain my Sharingan in full activation. You know my chakra reserves are limited. Yet I'm unsure of how long it can last, so I thought it prudent to experiment and understand my condition better. That is indeed worthwhile. Our Uchiha clan possesses a significant amount of chakra, allowing us to maintain the Sharingan and excel in combat. So your chakra levels are quite peculiar. After murmuring this, Izuna worried about disheartening Chikage and quickly added, however, since you improve the military rations, there are no adverse effects, which compensates for that. There are still side effects. Consuming too much can lead to intoxication, Chikage said, sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, her head tilted as she contemplated. Izuna, do you think I should practice my tolerance for alcohol? Chapter 42, Training. Izuna replied, Chikage, brother will be upset. I was merely joking. Do not take it so seriously. Chikage immediately abandoned the thought. It's fine, there's no rush. Once he is free, he can do whatever he wishes. Izuna, having a keen understanding of Chikage, recognized her contemplative expression and remarked, don't deliberately provoke brother, Chikage. If you truly upset him, I cannot help you. I know. Chikage stood, dusting off her clothes, and asked, Izuna, are you finished washing up? It's my turn now. After dinner, the two ventured to the small kitchen together, retrieving the moon-viewing dumplings they had steamed earlier in the afternoon. On a wooden tray, for plump, white rice dumplings were arranged in a pyramid, exuding an air of ritualistic significance. As they approached Madara's room, they discussed amongst themselves. Izuna, didn't you just tell me not to intentionally provoke Madara? I'm afraid he might hit me if he eats this. That is impossible. When has brother ever hit you? During physical training, he was merciless. That doesn't count. Inside, Madara heard the distant voices of his two younger brothers approaching, but after a prolonged wait, they had yet to enter. Curious, he opened the door and asked, what are you two up to? Madara. Chikage, who had been hesitant moments ago, instantly brightened upon seeing him, lifting the tray high. Come, try this snack. Izuna chimed in. Chikage made this. Madara glanced at the tray, noting that it was still early for Tsukimi Dango. Why make moon-viewing dumplings now? Just because I wanted to eat them. Chikage said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You should try them. Without a hint of suspicion, Madara pinched the top dumpling and took a bite. Instantly, he felt a surge of sweat prickling at his back. It was sweet. No, calling it merely sweet was an understatement. It was overwhelmingly sugary to the point of being bitter. With one bite, it felt as though he had consumed paste, the mixture of sweet beans and glutinous rice refusing to yield. Just how much sugar had been added? He had merely allowed Chikage to taste a slice of ginger, and she had subsequently spat it out, hardly swallowing any. Was Chikage, who usually excelled at cooking, seeking revenge through this culinary creation? Chikage and Izuna leaned in closer, watching Madara intently for his reaction. Madara, what do you think? Is it delicious? Chikage asked eagerly. Izuna added, this is Chikage's handiwork. Madara, determined to uphold his dignity, realized that if he did not finish it, he would become the subject of ridicule for Chikage and Izuna. Maintaining a stoic expression, he swallowed the dumpling whole and replied, not bad. Chikage made it quite well. Chikage exclaimed, not bad? Is that all you can say? Surely Uchiha Madara's palate is off. Izuna echoed, is it only Chikage's cooking that is palatable? Brother must have some issues. Undeterred, Chikage offered the tray to Madara again. If it's good, then have another. Madara accepted the tray, turned, and returned to his room, placing it on the table with an air of nonchalance. It's not good to eat too many sweets at night. I will save this for later. There won't be a later, Chikage thought, planning to dispose of it shortly. She instinctively followed Madara. Izuna observed the two entering the room, but did not follow. Then I shall return to my own room. Wait, Izuna. Chikage called back. Don't forget, we agreed to train together tomorrow morning. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Izuna nodded. Get to bed early tonight. I will come to wake you in the morning. Once Izuna closed the door, Madara turned to Chikage curiously. Training tomorrow morning? Yes. Xianjing nodded, resolutely deciding to rise early the following day to exercise alongside Kwana, striving to hasten his growth. After a thorough analysis, he concluded that not only was he the shortest in the Uchiha family, but he felt as though he was the shortest person in the entire world. Even Tobirama was taller than him, which he would attribute to Tobirama being a year his senior. Yet, how could Izuna, who was a year younger, stand nearly at his height? The matter of height had become pressing. Xianjing brimmed with confidence, declaring that his goal was merely to surpass Izuna in height. Izuna chuckled heartily, then quickly raised a hand to pinch his cheeks, attempting to suppress his laughter. His lips were straightened, yet his beautifully curved eyes betrayed his amusement. What is so funny? Xianjing, feeling disgruntled, stepped up to Izuna, challenging him. Don't you believe me? He recalled that in the original story, Izuna's height hadn't exceeded 1.8 meters. So why the laughter? His aspirations were not lofty, merely surpassing 1.8 meters would mean he would be taller than Izuna. What was wrong with that goal? I believe. I believe, Izuna replied, unable to resist tapping Qianjing's forehead playfully. Just how much sugar had this little one consumed? As he approached, a sweet fragrance reminiscent of honey beans wafted through the air. If he were to nibble on a piece of ginger, who knew what trouble would ensue next? He inquired of Qianjing, do you need me to wake you up? Qianjing pouted, just don't pull me back to sleep. However, come the next morning wake up, Qianjing. It's time to rise. Just a little longer, he mumbled. Izuna, exasperated, glanced out the window and surmised that Kwana would soon come calling for Qianjing. He coaxed Qianjing. Didn't you say you wanted to exercise with Kwana this morning? Stop nagging, Izuna. Qianjing turned over, clutching his pillow, wishing to bury his head beneath it. I'll exercise, just let me sleep for 10 more minutes. When the alarm rings, I'll get up. What alarm? Izuna, perplexed by Qianjing's mumblings, poked at the cheek that had been squished by the pillow. Qianjing smacked his lips, rubbing his face against the pillow in response. Izuna grasped Qianjing's wrists, forcibly pulling him upright from the warmth of the blankets. He then retrieved Qianjing's outerwear from the hanger, only to discover Qianjing slowly sinking back into the bedding. Izuna. He draped the coat over his wrist and approached, lifting Qianjing directly from the covers, stating, extend your arms. It's cold outside this morning. And I'll help you put on your coat. Qianjing, groggily opening one eye and realizing it was Izuna, promptly shut it again. With his eyes closed, he extended his arms, allowing Izuna to dress him, then blindly followed him to brush his teeth and wash his face. Just in time, before Kwana knocked on the door. Qianjing was entirely prepared, fully awake. He changed his shoes and, while tying his hair, followed Kwana into the yard to commence their run. From his room, Izuna could hear Qianjing and Kwana chattering away in the yard. Wow, it's really cold outside. Why are we still wearing sandals? These aren't tea sandals. They're ninja shoes. Don't deceive me. Izuna is wearing flip-flops. Are those ninja shoes too? Moreover, why must ninja shoes expose our toes? Won't it be cold in winter? Qianjing, when running, you need to regulate your breathing. It's best if you refrain from talking so much. Chapter 43, Worries. Qianjing felt justified in his concerns. That very night, as he slumbered, he unconsciously kicked off his blanket, only to be abruptly awakened by a sharp cramp in his calf, causing him to stiffen in shock. Instinctively, he curled up, clutching his leg tightly in an attempt to alleviate the piercing pain akin to needles and blades. Izuna, stirred from his sleep, propped himself up on his elbows, glancing at Qianjing with concern. What's the matter? Initially reluctant to disturb Izuna, Qianjing, seeing that he was already awake, lamented softly, my leg is cramping. Izuna immediately sat up, one hand pressing down on Qianjing's knee while the other grasped his ankle, pulling it outward. When a cramp strikes, you must stretch, otherwise, it will only worsen. Don't be so sudden, Qianjing protested as he sat up, feeling the sweat bead on his forehead from the unbearable pain. Yet, Izuna's actions were indeed correct. He understood that Izuna meant well. So he attempted to redirect his focus, grumbling, it must be from catching a chill during the day or overexerting myself. Why else would my leg cramp like this? Izuna maintained his hold, undeterred by Qianjing's squirming. He reassured him, it's also possible that you're just starting to grow. I experienced leg cramps at your age. And then I began to grow taller. Qianjing murmured in response, internally thinking that even if Izuna grew first, he still wouldn't surpass 1.8 meters. But Izuna claimed that at his age, by then, they should have been sleeping together every night. How had he not noticed Izuna suffering from leg cramps? Had he really been sleeping so soundly beside him? Fortunately, the cramping only lasted a few minutes. Once the pain subsided, Qianjing found himself devoid of energy, sitting there in a daze, panting as if his spirit had floated away. Seeing Qianjing's flushed cheeks, Izuna recalled his own growth spurts, which often came with inexplicable warmth that would soon dissipate. He reached out, contemplating checking Qianjing's temperature. However, glancing at his own hand, he deemed it inappropriate to touch Qianjing's face after having just handled his feet. Instead, he leaned in and gently pressed his forehead against Qianjing's, frowning slightly. Do you have a slight fever? Huh. Qianjing raised a hand to touch his forehead, finding no unusual warmth. However, as he came to his senses, he was momentarily stunned by Izuna's south face so close to his, stammering, no wonder I feel a bit dizzy and lightheaded. Dizzy? Izuna moved behind Qianjing, enveloping him in an embrace. Lying down might make you feel even more dizzy. Let us just rest like this for tonight. Had he truly been feverish, Izuna would have summoned in Lu for treatment, and the fever would have been gone in an instant. But given the current circumstances, it was best to forego that. You seem to be soothing a child, Qianjing chuckled. In my eyes, you will forever be a child, Izuna replied nonchalantly. Qianjing's smile faltered, and he grumbled. I am no longer a child. Stop treating me as one. Izuna merely smiled in silence. The previous day, Qianjing still carried a hint of sweetness reminiscent of honey beans. Yet today he adamantly insisted he was no longer a child. It was hardly convincing. Feeling disgruntled, Qianjing turned in Aizuna's embrace to kneel upright, facing him with a serious expression. Uchiha Aizuna, a child grows up in the blink of an eye. Do not underestimate me. Aizuna raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Was he truly upset? To call him by his full name. Did he wish to ascend to the heavens? However, considering Qianjing's current state of illness, he decided to let it slide. Without a word, Aizuna pulled the blanket beside him over his own shoulders, then lifted his chin, beckoning Qianjing with a finger to come closer. Qianjing, feeling displeased but unable to withstand that gaze, obediently nestled back into Aizuna's embrace, even wrapping the small blanket around himself. Aizuna couldn't help but chuckle at Qianjing's adorable reaction. As dawn broke, Quanah gently knocked at the door at the appointed time he and Qianjing had agreed upon. Upon hearing the sound, Aizuna immediately opened his eyes, instinctively glancing at the sleeping Qianjing in his arms. Qianjing remained asleep, his head resting on Aizuna's shoulder, mouth slightly agape as he breathed softly. Quanah, seeing no one answering the door after a while, curiously opened it, only to find the two of them sitting together on the tatami mat, draped under the same blanket. The two were enveloped in the same blanket throughout the night, their body temperatures indistinguishable. Ban held Qianjing close, maintaining their position unchanged, only lowering his head to gently press his lips against Qianjing's forehead, checking for warmth, to ascertain whether Qianjing's fever had subsided. Observing this scene, Quanah could not help but repeatedly part his lips to utter something, yet ultimately, he refrained from speaking. Ban sensed that Qianjing's temperature had returned to normal, and his breathing was steady, indicating that all was well. However, given that Qianjing had experienced leg cramps the previous night, it would be unwise for him to accompany Quanah for morning exercises today. Moreover, after a restless night, it would be best for both of them to indulge in a bit more sleep. Raising his index finger, Ban made a shushing gesture towards Quanah. Quanah nodded and quietly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. He held his breath and tiptoed until he returned to his own room, where he finally exhaled. Still somewhat shaken. Indeed, he had not misjudged the situation from the very beginning. After testing the waters so many times, his conviction had only grown stronger. But did his brother truly understand what he was doing? This could warrant police intervention. Quanah closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In any case, he needed to remain calm. Worrying alone would not resolve anything. He needed to think of a strategy. Qianjing and his brother were of the same clan, having grown up together as childhood friends, knowing each other intimately. In light of this, it seemed that Ban's behavior was not exceedingly inappropriate. But did Qianjing comprehend his brother's intentions? Perhaps he should find an opportunity to test the waters. Chapter 44, Guangxia. Despite numerous hurdles, a day later, Qianjing continued to accompany Quanah for their exercise routine. One reason was his genuine desire to grow taller, and another was that he had heard from Sensei that exercising while young could significantly increase one's chakra threshold. After all, the more chakra one possessed, the better. No one wanted to grow up suffering from deficiencies, relying solely on medication to fight. Thus, Qianjing persevered. Yet, after just a week, he found himself unable to continue. Not to mention, waking up so early each day felt like a cruel fate. Without any rewards, life would be unbearable. Quanah, do you have some free time later? After their morning practice, while Quanah was busy wiping his blade, Qianjing urged him. Ban left early this morning to complete a mission and won't return until tomorrow night. No one is watching over us. Let us go out and have some fun. Quanah inquired about their destination. After pondering for a moment, Qianjing realized that playing in the woods was rather dull, merely a change of scenery for practicing ninjutsu. If he wanted to seek rewards, they had to be genuine rewards. Thus, he replied, how about we head to Guangxia, the nearest city in the Land of Fire? Quanah hesitated. Guangxia was quite far, taking half a day to reach even from their clan's territory. Qianjing reasoned, exactly. If we leave now, we can arrive in Guangxia just in time for lunch. Enjoy some fun in the afternoon, spend the night there, and return tomorrow just as Ban gets home. The timing is perfect. Quanah still seemed uncertain, asking, what made you suddenly want to go to Guangxia? It's not so sudden, Qianjing muttered. Actually, I became interested in that city the last time we passed by with Sensei, but you were injured on the battlefield, and I was too anxious to find you to enjoy myself. Qianjing shot a glance at Quanah and snuggled closer. So, will you accompany me to Guangxia? With a resigned sigh, Quanah relented. Since you've put it that way, let us go. All the way there, Qianjing was evidently elated, dragging Quanah along with his incessant chatter. At one moment, he remarked how the two brothers had never ventured out to play together despite growing up side by side. At another, he noted that according to clan rules, starting next year, they too would have to accept missions and earn a living like Ban, thus losing the leisure to sneak out for fun. Quanah quietly scoffed to himself, pondering the clan's rules. He thought, Let us first see how well Ban adheres to those rules. Speaking of which, Quanah glanced at Qianjing, contemplating whether he should inquire about Qianjing's thoughts. What if Qianjing was completely unaware and merely following his brother's lead? If that were the case, he would undoubtedly side with Qianjing. But how could he broach the subject appropriately? What if he inadvertently made Qianjing resent his brother? He needed to approach the topic with subtlety, delicately framing his question to avoid arousing Qianjing's suspicions. Quanah, do you have something on your mind? Qianjing asked. Does Ban have feelings for you? Quanah blurted out before he could stop himself, nearly biting his own tongue. He had been pondering this very matter, and when Qianjing posed the question, he spoke without thinking. How could he have blurted that out? He had intended to find a better way to phrase it. Qianjing, looking utterly perplexed, replied, Of course he likes you. Quanah's face contorted in shock. What do you mean? Qianjing retorted, Ben also likes you. Quanah, that is not the same kind of liking. Having asked the question, there was no point in being vague or evasive. Quanah steeled himself and boldly stated, I want to know if the way Ban likes me is the same as how he likes you. Qianjing processed this, and his expression shifted to one of disbelief. As if Quanah's inquiry had taken him aback. You're asking if it's that kind of liking? No way. Quanah, you're too mature for your age. Look who was talking. You understood what I meant. That's different. I'm older than you. Is age really the crux of the matter? Of course it is. Qianjing spread his hands, comparing them to Quanah's, declaring, Look, our hands are about the same size. But Ban's hands are much larger than mine. Qianjing gestured around his own fingers to illustrate the point. Quanah inquired, So what? That means Ban is already an adult. And he says he only sees me as a child. How could he possibly like me? Qianjing pouted. You are just overthinking it. No. You're the one not thinking enough. Quanah felt at a loss for words, taking a deep breath and unable to suppress a facepalm. After Qianjing finished speaking, he suddenly rested his chin on his hand and mused, Now that you mention it, there are indeed many places we can't go to. Perhaps we should wait until we transform into adults before entering the city. Quanah became alert. What places do you want to go that only adults can access? It wasn't until he was being dragged by Qianjing to stand before a bustling tavern in Guangxia that Quanah understood. Qianjing was still fixated on the idea of drinking. Seizing the opportunity while Ban was away, he wanted to bring Quanah along for a drink, thinking that if they were to get scolded, they might as well face it together. Qianjing, you were planning to come here from the very start, weren't you? Quanah huffed, crossing his arms. Qianjing chuckled mischievously, pulling Quanah inside. Come on, let us go take a look. I've been curious about this place ever since we passed by last time. After all, since arriving in this world, he had mostly been active within the clan or the Nanhe River Forest. The furthest he had ventured was accompanying Sensei to the battlefield. And this was his first encounter with a grand city like Guangxia, reminiscent of ancient times. Qianjing swore that his curiosity about the tavern was purely innocent. The tavern resonated with a cacophony of voices from the outside, yet upon stepping inside, it became evident that the first floor was rather sparsely populated. The raucous sounds that spilled onto the street seemed to emanate from the second floor. At a glance, Qianjing noticed a small white-haired figure emanating an aura of discontent seated at a table near the corner of the staircase. He had not partaken in any alcohol. Only a teapot and 2 teacups adorned the table, one before him and the other placed across from an empty seat. At that moment, he found himself alone at the table. What a serendipitous encounter to find Fei Jian here after such a long time. Observing Fei Jian's glum demeanor while sipping tea in the tavern, Qianjing couldn't help but chuckle softly, only to quickly suppress his smile with a hand to his face. Clearing his throat, he approached Fei Jian and politely inquired, Pardon me, would you like a refill of tea? Without lifting his gaze, Fei Jian replied curtly, No need. Very well, then might I trouble you to shift your teacup this way? As Fei Jian remained steadfastly indifferent, he finally glanced up in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer, asking uncertainly, Qianjing? Chapter 45, The Tavern. Qianjing maintained a facade of ignorance, raising the teapot as if to signal to Fei Jian. Fei Jian scrutinized the young man before him. He appeared youthful, with black hair and eyes, fair skin, and features that were essentially an enlarged version of Qianjing's, clad in the deep-hued, wide-collared robe favored by the Uchiha clan. Although taller than before, the once cherubic face had transformed into a refined oval, and the previously short hair, reminiscent of a puppy's tail, now cascaded down to his shoulders. Who else could this be but Qianjing? Even the hair tie was the familiar red string. Yet, the expression on this person's face was one of innocent bewilderment, as if he were merely a humble attendant. Fei Jian utilized his chakra perception to ascertain the identity of this individual, confirming it was indeed Qianjing. He silently pushed his teacup towards Qianjing, who poured tea with a courteous, Please enjoy. Setting the teapot down, he turned to leave. Wait a moment. Fei Jian grasped Qianjing's wrist. Unable to contain his laughter, Qianjing reverted from his transformation technique, exclaiming, "Wow, Fei Jian, you're impressive. You recognized me right away." He settled next to Fei Jian, leaning over the table with curiosity as he asked, "How did you figure it out? Is my transformation technique really that poor?" "Not at all," Fei Jian chuckled. "I simply possess heightened perception." Qianjing beckoned his companion, Izuna, closer, inquiring of Fei Jian, "Can you recognize who this is?" Fei Jian focused his chakra perception again, the smile fading from his face. "Of course, how could I forget the one who promised it was merely an act, yet ended up delivering a genuine blow?" Qianjing nudged Fei Jian playfully. "Don't be so grumpy. This is my brother." Fei Jian stiffened momentarily before reiterating with a disgruntled tone, "Uchiha Izuna." Izuna frowned, extending a greeting to Qianjing, "Senju Fei Jian." Since Qianjing had already dispelled his transformation, Izuna saw no need to maintain his own disguise. He removed the transformation technique, retrieving 2 cups from a nearby table. After pouring a cup of tea for Qianjing and another for himself, he settled beside Qianjing, listening to the exchange between the two. In truth, he held no grudge against Senju Fei Jian. If anything, he owed him for the injury he had inflicted. Yet for reasons unknown, he found the man somewhat irksome. Why did Qianjing seem so familiar with him? They ought to have been strangers after such a long separation, yet they conversed as if they had never been apart. Had their relationship always been this close? It was all his elder brother's fault for setting a poor example, leading Qianjing to seek friendships with the Senju clan. Where was his brother to intervene? Izuna sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Oblivious to Izuna's inner turmoil, Qianjing lifted his teacup. Taking a sip before asking Fei Jian, "What brings you to Guangxia? And why are you sitting alone in this tavern?" "I didn't come alone." Fei Jian's expression darkened at the mention. He gestured upstairs, explaining, "The second floor of this tavern operates as a casino, and my elder brother is currently upstairs." Grinding his teeth, Fei Jian spat out 2 words, "Gambling." Qianjing exclaimed, glancing towards the second floor. Fei Jian proceeded to explain the situation in its entirety. The Senju brothers had arrived in Guangxia as it was a critical waypoint on their way to the Whirlpool clan. They intended to propose marriage, and the main entourage would depart from their clan the following day. The brothers had arrived a day early because Fei Jian's elder brother wished to gamble in order to divine the fortune of their journey. Fei Jian's elder brother, Senju Hashirama, had a notorious gambling habit, yet his luck was peculiar. He invariably lost. Should he win, misfortune would invariably follow. Thus, Hashirama had requested a sum of money from Fei Jian, intending to lose it all in Guangxia. This would ensure that their journey to propose to the Whirlpool clan would proceed smoothly and without incident. Incidentally, for several years now, the financial authority within the Senju clan had rested firmly in Fei Jian's hands, and surprisingly, there had been no dissent regarding this arrangement. Qianjing mused that they were bound to face dire consequences eventually. However, Hashirama's unfortunate gambling luck bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade's. One could say Tsunade had inherited this trait from her grandfather, Hashirama. How amusing. Fei Jian frowned, remarking, "My brother has been upstairs for 3 hours now. Logically, he should have lost all the money by now. Yet he has yet to come down, which does not bode well." Qianjing pondered, asking, "So all we need to do is ensure your brother loses all his money, correct?" Fei Jian nodded. "What do you have in mind?" Qianjing attempted to snap his fingers, but his small hands failed to comply, leaving him dissatisfied. He formed a hand seal to activate his transformation technique once more, reverting to his youthful appearance. Finally managing to snap his fingers. "Let us go. We should head upstairs to assess the situation." He took the lead up the staircase to the second floor. Fei Jian followed suit, transforming into a similar age as Qianjing as they ascended together. Izuna set down his teacup, exhaling a resigned sigh before retransforming to accompany them. The regulations for gambling in taverns during the Warring States period were not particularly stringent. As long as one was not excessively young, no one would intervene, allowing the trio to enter the casino with ease. Fei Jian pointed towards a table where the game of high-low was being played, stating, "My brother is over there." Qianjing followed Fei Jian's gesture, observing that the table was devoid of other players, leaving only a long-haired youth seated there. A large stack of chips lay nearby, indicating he had won a considerable sum, yet his expression was one of grave concern rather than elation. The dealer across from him appeared disinclined to continue the game, as he seemed to be winning every hand, leaving no other players willing to participate. However, the nature of the high-low game was straightforward, and Hashirama, being a perceptive ninja, would easily detect any deceit on the dealer's part. So long as the dealer exhibited the slightest hint of treachery, Hashirama would undoubtedly sense it. The situation has left the dealer in a state of indecision, unable to confront a ninja directly, merely watching helplessly as the latter continues to win substantial amounts of money from him, his heart aching with despair. At this moment, Qianjing approached, inquiring with the dealer, "May I play with him?" The dealer, eager to rid himself of this troublesome hot potato, immediately handed the dice cup to Qianjing. Hashirama looked up at Qianjing, his expression one of surprise. "Who are you?" "Big brother," Tobirama interjected as he approached Hashirama. Izuna stepped closer to Qianjing. Hashirama, filled with questions, glanced at Tobirama, who appeared suddenly more mature than before, and then at the two Uchiha across from him, whose looks and attire seemed strikingly familiar. In particular, Izuna now bore a strong resemblance to Madara, with only their demeanor and attire differing. The familial resemblance was unmistakable. Hashirama's gaze shifted between the familiar Izuna and the observant Qianjing, deep in thought. Having come with Tobirama, and with one of them resembling Madara so closely, he was almost certain of the identities of these two Uchiha. Qianjing lifted the dice cup, discovering, as he anticipated, merely two ordinary six-sided dice within. It seemed this was a game purely relying on luck. He led the cup and, shaking it gently, interrupted Hashirama's contemplation. "So, it's a guessing game, right? I'll roll. And you guess, is that acceptable? You really want to bet against me?" Hashirama glanced at Tobirama, who nodded in affirmation, prompting Hashirama to push all his chips forward with a flourish. "All right, let us do it." Chapter 46, Setting the Stage. Qianjing casually placed the dice cup on the gambling table, stepping back with his hands clasped behind his back, seeking confirmation from Hashirama. "I've never played this before. What are the rules?" Hashirama pointed to the designated large and small areas on the table, explaining, "It's quite simple. You roll the two dice together. A total of 1 to 6 is considered small, while anything above 6 is deemed large." Curiously, Qianjing questioned, "But with two dice, the lowest possible total is 2, right? How can there be a total of 1? Hashirama, not wanting to delve deeply into the intricacies of gambling, brushed it off. "Occasionally, people may roll 2 dice stacked on top of each other. In such cases, if the top face shows 1, it counts as a total of 1. "Oh," Qianjing exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. "It seems the rules are quite meticulous, even accounting for exceptional circumstances." Hashirama nodded seriously. "Indeed. That is the allure of the gambling table. The exhilarating tension of mutual competition beneath a framework of rigorous rules. It's thrilling and addictive." Qianjing gestured toward the dice cup on the table. "Then you should place your bet first." Hashirama shook his head with a smile. "You're still young and inexperienced. First, you must roll the dice. And only then may I place my bet." He indicated one side, implicitly betting on the other, and after the cover was lifted, if he won, the dealer would owe him the corresponding chips. It was akin to wagering 100 coins. Losing would mean losing it all, but winning would double the return. However, he had no intention of demanding money from Qianjing, nor did he believe he would lose. He merely wanted to indulge Qianjing in a game. Qianjing, seemingly indifferent, replied, "I've already rolled, so let us proceed. What do you think the dice total is? Will you bet on large or small?" Hashirama hesitated. He hadn't seen when Qianjing rolled the cup, as his attention had been focused on discerning the identities of the newcomers. The only certainty he had was that Qianjing had not used chakra to cheat. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. "I'll just place a random bet. Today seems to be my lucky day," he decided. "I'll bet on large." "All right then." Qianjing lifted the cover ceremoniously. "Oh dear, what a pity. It's 0 points. Neither large nor small." The contents of the cup were no longer recognizable as dice, having been reduced to mere splinters of wood. During the brief moment of shaking the cup, Qianjing had discreetly unleashed several techniques on the 2 dice, causing them to disintegrate into dust. His expression remained natural. And as this release required no chakra manipulation, coupled with the surrounding noise distracting Hashirama, he remained oblivious to the fact that the dice had been obliterated. On the other hand, Tobirama, with his heightened perception and focused attention on Qianjing, immediately noticed the subtle movement. Thus, when Hashirama had inquired with his eyes, Tobirama had unhesitatingly encouraged him to gamble, for he knew the dice were gone, and no matter what Hashirama bet on, he would ultimately lose. Qianjing beamed. "You've lost." Hashirama, scratching his head, laughed heartily. "Well, I suppose I've lost." He pushed the chips on the table toward Qianjing, declaring, "These are now yours." Afterward, he let out a deep sigh, patting his chest as he stood up, turning to Tobirama with genuine emotion. I finally lost. That was quite the challenge. I felt as though I was frozen in place." Suddenly pausing, he gestured to compare their heights. "You're taller than me now, Tobirama. Must be nearly 6 feet tall." Upon hearing 6 feet, Qianjing's attention peaked. Tobirama quickly averted his gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed by his brother's words, wishing he would stop speaking. At that moment, the dealer, who had just departed, returned with several intimidating-looking men, encircling them. "What do you want?" Tobirama sensed something amiss, stepping forward with his hand already on the hilt of his blade. Beside Qianjing, Izuna also gripped the knife he had been holding closely to his chest. "We are legitimate business people, running a gambling establishment. The outcome of games is left to fate. losses and wins are normal. The lead dealer squinted as he surveyed the four encircled individuals, his tone unfriendly. But I believe you all know each other, right? Are you attempting to set me up? Qianjing understood instantly. It was clear that Hashirama had won too much, and now the gambling house was seeking an excuse to detain them. He sighed, reluctantly casting a glance at the chips that should have belonged to him. These chips were meticulously crafted from carefully selected shells, exquisite in their beauty. Not only could they be exchanged for money, but they also radiated a colorful aura, akin to artifacts worthy of exhibition in a museum. Selecting a spindle-shaped white shell chip as a keepsake, Qianjing took a couple of steps forward, patting Tobirama's tense arm. Let us not be hostile today, especially on such a joyful occasion for your brother. What if it turns violent? He then addressed the dealer. Since this is an inn, you must offer food and lodging, right? Please prepare 2 rooms for us. We intend to stay the night, and would also appreciate some food, as we haven't had lunch yet. Pointing to the pile of chips on the table, he added, consider this our payment for food and lodging. Not a problem. The dealer, who had previously appeared menacing, instantly transformed into a smiling visage. The food is quite inexpensive, and this stack of chips can cover meals for a year. Our tavern doesn't typically provide lodging, but we have rooms available. Letting you stay is no loss for us. Given the intimidating presence of the group, the dealer had merely been bluffing earlier. To recover the money without confrontation was a considerable stroke of luck for him. As for Qianjing, he faced no loss and even obtained a beautiful shell chip as a memento. Hashirama and Tobirama had initially intended to lose all their money, and now they could enjoy free food and lodging. It was truly a triple win. As they followed the dealer up to the 3rd floor, Hashirama turned to Tobirama, confirming, that must be little Qianjing, right? Tobirama uttered a soft acknowledgement. Hashirama stroked his chin, reflecting, indeed, he is remarkably astute. At such a tender age, he demonstrates an ability to prioritize the greater good without succumbing to greed. He is truly a commendable child. Tobirama instinctively smiled and nodded in agreement. Little Chikage's face is undeniably charming. It's no wonder Madara often speaks of his adorableness. Hashirama's speech frequently circled back to Madara, and the juxtaposition of Chikage's cute visage with his serious demeanor during negotiations only heightened his charm. Brother, Tobirama frowned. You might want to reserve the term adorable for the Uzumaki clan when you converse with Mito. She is your fiancée, after all. Huh? Hashirama, taken aback by his brother's sudden retort, felt somewhat disheartened, puzzled as to what had provoked Tobirama's ire. Tobirama, what are you two up to? Hurry up and catch up. Chikage waved from the staircase, while Izuna looked on with a bemused expression at the Senju brothers. Let us go, brother, Tobirama said, leading the way towards Chikage. Hashirama trailed behind Tobirama, a cloud of dark lines hovering over him as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Chapter 47, Dispute. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they entered a long corridor. The host guided the 4 of them forward and opened the door at the end of the hallway. Please wait here for a moment. The food and drinks will be ready shortly. The host cleared the gambling items from the table inside the room, wiped the surface with his sleeve, and gestured for the 4 to take a seat. Chikage raised his hand in acknowledgement. The host bowed and exited the room. Before long, several maidservants arrived, some setting the table, while others brought bedding and pillows. Chikage circled the room, noticing it did not resemble a typical lodging, but rather had the ambience of a luxurious private suite. At the center of the entrance was a rectangular hall furnished with 2 octagonal tables for gambling, with one already set for their meal, and the other holding a teapot and several bottles of alcohol, along with a few plates of snacks. At both ends of the hall were small lounges, likely intended for esteemed guests to rest after gambling. The lounges featured tatami flooring, modest in size, accommodating just enough bedding for 2. However, with 4 of them present, it was perfectly suitable for their overnight stay. As the maidservants finished their tasks and exited, Chikage immediately dispelled his transformation technique. Izuna and Tobirama followed suit, shedding their disguises. Observing his younger brothers, who barely reached his chin, the once melancholic Hashirama felt a surge of responsibility, realizing he was the eldest and needed to uphold the atmosphere. Hey, don't just stand there, come sit, he called, taking a seat at the table first and beckoning the others to join him for the meal. Tobirama nodded at Chikage before settling to Hashirama's right. Chikage followed suit, and Izuna took the final position, ensuring the 4 occupied all sides of the table. Hashirama lifted his cup first, declaring, since we're meeting for the first time and haven't properly introduced ourselves, I am Senju Hashirama, but I trust you are all familiar with me, huh? I share a close bond with Madara. Chikage reached for his cup, but Izuna tapped his hand with his chopsticks, prompting him to pout and instead lift a teacup. Sweetly introducing, this is Izuna, and I am Chikage. We owe it all to brother Hashirama. This outing is entirely complimentary for us. Huh? Isn't it thanks to your merits? Aren't these rewards a result of your efforts? Hashirama inquired. No, it's all thanks to brother Hashirama's victories. He never holds it against me. I merely took advantage of the situation, Chikage replied. Ah, little Chikage is quite the charmer. Hashirama laughed heartily. Hashirama, characterized by his exuberant personality and a touch of naivete, found an instant rapport with Chikage, who was equally affable. The conversation flowed as Hashirama and Chikage engaged in lively chatter, while Tobirama and Izuna remained mostly silent, simply enjoying the meal and listening. Chikage mused to himself. No wonder so many fanfictions revolve around Hashirama and Madara. The soon-to-be groom's discussions were entirely centered on another man rather than his fiancée. Throughout the meal, from the first bite to the last, Hashirama's conversation was filled with tales of Madara. Therefore, I have made up my mind, Hashirama proclaimed, slightly inebriated. His face flushed as he slapped the table. Once we truly establish a village, I'll have Madara lead it. He is so gentle. He will undoubtedly build a magnificent village. I disagree, Tobirama interjected sharply, slamming down his chopsticks. Why? Hashirama and Chikage responded in unison. Tobirama glanced at Hashirama, then at Chikage, frowning as he remarked, it's not just my opinion. If we establish a village, families allied with the Senju clan will certainly join us. And they would not agree to that. Izuna also set down his chopsticks, wishing to counter, yet found himself at a loss for words. The Uchiha clan currently lacked any particularly allied families. While there had once been the Ui clan, they had since fallen into decline and held little significance. Chikage, feeling discontent, retorted, why shouldn't Madara be allowed to lead? Are you attempting to exclude the Uchiha? If so, the Uchiha shall not join your village. He fixed his gaze on Tobirama, articulating each word. Understand this. It is your village that requires the Uchiha, not the other way around. Tobirama paused, taken aback by Chikage's seriousness, which he had never witnessed before. However, he soon noticed Chikage's gaze flicker towards Hashirama before returning to him. In that moment, he comprehended that Chikage's words were intended for his brother, not directed at him. Yet he was intrigued to hear Chikage's perspective. What do you mean? He inquired. What I mean is this. The Uchiha can thrive independently without joining your village. However, if the Uchiha choose not to join, you must remain vigilant. For the formidable Uchiha may one day become your enemy. Chikage reclined against the chair, crossing his arms and tilting his chin slightly, exuding an air of arrogance. Let us clarify the dynamics here. The Uchiha are not desperate to join you. Just because my brother Madara is amiable, do not assume you can bully or manipulate him. He is not alone. We stand by his side. He then turned to Izuna. Right, Izuna? Indeed. Izuna nodded emphatically. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara, steadfast in his pursuit of peace, was forsaken and betrayed by the world, departing from the village alone. Chikage found that particularly heart-wrenching. Thus, it was only natural for him to protect Madara, given how kind he had been to him. Tobirama was left speechless. How could the Uchiha be bullied simply for their good nature? What was admirable about a persona akin to a god of death on the battlefield? He contemplated retorting that if they were unwilling, they could be defeated until they agreed to peace and joined the village. Yet such words remained unspoken in the presence of Chikage. The three of them were embroiled in a heated argument, awakening Hashirama from his previous tipsiness, and he quickly intervened. Let us not overthink this. These matters will be determined by Madara and me. After all, our initial desire was to establish a village to protect our younger brothers. How could the Uchiha not join a village founded jointly by the Senju and Uchiha? He turned his gaze toward Qianjing, half-heartedly offering words of comfort and half-promising. As for the matters following your joining, indeed, we have not yet deliberated them thoroughly, but these can be discussed gradually. Now, don't get too excited. Let us calm down and enjoy the food. With that, he pushed a plate of dishes in front of Tobirama, signaling him to serve some to Qianjing in an effort to ease the tension between them. Tobirama, however, returned the plate, stating, "This is spicy. Qianjing doesn't eat that." Instead, he selected a dish with a sweet and sour flavor for Qianjing. Qianjing huffed, but ultimately consumed the food Tobirama offered, indicating that this moment had passed, and he had temporarily forgiven Tobirama, allowing for continued peaceful coexistence. Observing this, Hashirama let out a long sigh. Qianjing's demeanor was indeed quite distinct from Madara's. He appeared gentle and soft, yet with just a few words, he could directly challenge others, confronting Tobirama head-on, something even the usually calm and rational Tobirama had never done. Hashirama took a moment to observe Tobirama, who was now shifting the plate of sweet and sour food entirely in front of Qianjing, only for Qianjing to shake his head and say he couldn't eat. He then pushed his empty teacup toward Tobirama, who immediately understood and, with natural grace, poured tea for Qianjing. Qianjing accepted it without a hint of suspicion and raised his cup to drink. Hashirama thought, why does it feel so strange? Weren't they just arguing fiercely? How did they become so harmonious so quickly? Chapter 48, Night Talk. After lunch, Hashirama announced his intention to accompany Tobirama to Guangxia to purchase some local specialties to bring to the Uzumaki clan the following day. Meanwhile, Qianjing and Izuna set off together to explore and indulge in the local cuisine. By the time the Uchiha brothers returned, having filled their stomachs with snacks for dinner, the Senju brothers had yet to come back. Izuna's daily routine was highly regimented. He borrowed a room from a shopkeeper to wash up and, upon returning to their lodgings, immediately set about preparing for bed. What time is it? Qianjing exclaimed incredulously. Usually, this would be fine, but we are out having fun. Was Izuna really planning to sleep this early? With a puzzled expression, Izuna responded, what else can one do if not sleep? We have to rise early for sword practice tomorrow. What? Qianjing exclaimed in despair. We have to practice early, even when we're out playing. Sword practice is a daily necessity. No exceptions. Izuna replied earnestly. If I don't practice for a day, my skills will diminish. Such strictness. It was no wonder he would later be known as a man without flaws. Sighing deeply, Qianjing conceded. All right then, Izuna, you go ahead and sleep. I'll wash up and join you shortly. Izuna nodded, lying down and pulling the blanket to his chest, positioning his hands neatly on his abdomen, his sleeping posture precise. Qianjing tiptoed to wash up, and upon returning, he noticed that Izuna seemed to have already fallen asleep. His earlier position lying on his back like a vampire in a coffin now shifted to his side, one hand sticking out from beneath the blanket. Is he this adorable while asleep? Qianjing gently tucked Izuna's hand back under the covers and extinguished the candle. Whether it was due to sleeping too early or the absence of Madara, Qianjing found himself unable to sleep, his mind restless. He lay awake, listening to the sounds of the Senju brothers returning. They seemed to have noticed that the two of them had already fallen asleep, entering the room quietly. However, the room was not soundproof, and Qianjing could still hear the brothers bustling about as they returned, unpacking for quite some time before stepping out, likely to wash up. Eventually, the sounds from the opposite room faded, culminating in silence, suggesting that they too had succumbed to sleep. Unable to rest, and wary of disturbing Izuna with his tossing and turning, Qianjing decided to sit up and gazed vacantly out the window at the moon. The night of the full moon was approaching, and the moon was particularly large and round, shining brightly against the clear sky, almost beckoning him to come and admire its beauty. Rising, he gently opened the room door and slipped out, casually grabbing the bottle of wine that Izuna had denied him earlier and, in a flash, leapt onto the rooftop. BRR, it's a bit chilly out here. Qianjing took a few steps to the side, sitting down on the roof and placing the wine jug and cup beside him. First, he hugged his knees, staring dreamily at the moon, but soon found the position uncomfortable and decided to lie back. As he did so, a small white-haired figure with a rather displeased expression appeared above him. Qianjing chuckled, "You've come." Tobirama draped his fluffy collar over Qianjing's shoulders and then sat beside him. "In this cold weather, you're up here alone drinking wine and braving the wind at such an hour? I'm admiring the moon. I was waiting for you to join me." Qianjing replied with a smile, clutching the fluffy collar. "I knew you would sense my departure and follow. See, I even brought 2 cups. Tobirama glanced at the jug and cup beside Qianjing, his expression unchanged, before turning his gaze back to the bright moon in the sky, frowning as he spoke. "Earlier today, my attitude was not quite favorable." "Oh, that? I wasn't he upset. I was also in a bad mood." Qianjing paused and asked, "But you truly feel that way, don't you? You're unwilling to let the Uchiha take on the role of future village leaders." "I hold no grievance against the Uchiha," Tobirama clarified, gathering his thoughts in an attempt to explain. "You Uchiha are too easily swayed by emotions, impulsive in your actions, and stubborn, lacking the calmness required to be leaders. But those are merely biases and stereotypes against us. Look at the Uchiha. Our family manages its own affairs quite well," Qianjing replied, reclining once more, hands tucked behind his head, his tone casual as if engaged in idle chatter. "As long as your village can provide the Uchiha with a sense of belonging, treating it as their family, what else is there to worry about?" Tobirama remained silent, his expression still one of disagreement, yet he struggled to find words to counter Qianjing. Qianjing continued, "From my perspective, I genuinely hope the Uchiha can join your village. That way, I can be free." "Free?" Tobirama tilted his head toward Qianjing. "Indeed. Look around." Qianjing gestured to the surroundings. "Guangxia is so close to my clan's territory. Yet this is the first time I've come here to have fun in my entire life. If not for being out with Izuna, I probably wouldn't have come at all. Why? Due to the uniqueness of my medical ninjutsu, my family has imposed protective regulations on me, albeit rather strict ones. As a member of the self-healing Senju clan, Tobirama found it utterly incomprehensible. Their clan raised children with a more relaxed approach. How could there be so many rules?" Qianjing chuckled lightly, continuing, "Thus, I sincerely hope you can establish the village swiftly. The sooner, the better, and then allow the Uchiha to join. That way, I can attain my freedom sooner. Tobirama remained silent. Rationally analyzing the situation, Qianjing's words seemed intentionally crafted, tinged with an air of victimhood. Yet, there was a truth to his plight. Having lost his parents at a young age, he had been raised under the watchful eyes of the powerful. Every word and action dictated by rules, devoid of personal freedom. Suddenly, Tobirama comprehended his brother's intentions. He too desired a place where Qianjing could live freely and carefree, unencumbered by such stringent regulations. Moreover, Qianjing's argument was quite sound. Establishing a village necessitated the inclusion of the Uchiha. Otherwise, true peace would remain unattainable. However, appointing Madara as the village leader was indeed inappropriate. Was there no alternative solution? Actually, I have an idea, Qianjing suddenly spoke up. What is it? Well, it's not exactly my idea. I once read a book that mentioned something interesting and quite fitting for our current situation. Qianjing sat up again, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Tobirama. Have you heard of the term one village, two systems? What is that? The Uchiha clan is indeed formidable, isn't it? To speak candidly, in your village's future, apart from the Senju, it seems that no one could possibly rival the Uchiha. Even the Senju are merely on par with them, with the outcome of any confrontation between them remaining uncertain. As of now, Hashirama has yet to awaken his wood release, and Madara and Izuna have not yet attained their eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In truth, neither side has reached their zenith of power. Yet it is fair to assert that they are evenly matched. Seeing Tobirama remain silent, Kojuro continued, if by means of deception or coercion, you were to compel the Uchiha to join your village, they would become a ticking time bomb for it, unpredictable and potentially explosive. Given the Uchiha's immense strength, should they explode, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, since both sides currently share a unified aspiration, why not preserve our distinct societal structures under the premise of mutual benefit? Allowing my elder brother and your elder brother to jointly lead the village? Frankly, I believe that given the rapport between your brother and mine, should your brother propose it, Madara would likely acquiesce to anything. Even if it meant one being the leader and the other the deputy, it all depends on how your brother presents it. Kojuro shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, adding, of course, this is merely an immature suggestion. I'm young and know little. This proposal undoubtedly has many flaws, and it will be up to the adults to refine it, as I am quite ignorant. Tobirama gazed at Kojuro for a few seconds. How could he now claim ignorance when he had just espoused such a coherent argument about a dual governance structure? Was he not attempting to convey this notion through him to his elder brother? Kojuro blinked innocently. Tobirama turned his face away, at a loss for words. He was acutely aware that Kojuro was manipulating him, yet he felt compelled to relay this idea to Hashirama, as it might indeed prove useful. He would need to discuss it with his brother further. But could he not simply convey this directly to him? He could hardly refuse to assist him. During their meal earlier, a mere glance from Kojuro had conveyed everything, and he had complied without his elder brother sensing anything amiss. Was their tacit understanding feigned? Are you upset? Kojuro approached cautiously. I am not. Tobirama's expression clearly indicated his displeasure. Kojuro gently nudged him, saying, if you're angry, I apologize. Tobirama took a deep breath and spoke anew. You should grow up quickly, Kojuro. Did he understand why he was upset? At times, he was astute and sensitive. Yet at other times, he appeared as oblivious as a fool. Chapter 49, Flying Thunder God. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, it was now Kojuro's turn to feel disgruntled. Madara and Hashirama could be excused. They were older and thus had the right to critique him. But what right did Tobirama have to make such a demand? How dare he tell him to grow up faster? Kojuro could not restrain himself and stood, looking down at Tobirama, emphasizing, you are merely 1 year my senior. Tobirama also rose, placing a hand on Kojuro's shoulder, stating, you are speaking too loudly. You might disturb my brother and your younger brother's slumber. Come with me. Kojuro felt a blur before he found himself standing beneath a half-red, half-green maple tree, no longer on the rooftop. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Kojuro's eyes widened in excitement as he turned to embrace Tobirama's arm, exclaiming, you did it. You can teleport now? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Tobirama nearly lost his balance from Kojuro's sudden impact, but quickly steadied him, chuckling softly, I could only do this a couple of days ago. But it's still not perfected. I can't guarantee success every time. He paused, then added, moreover, I need more practice. Currently, I can only teleport within my line of sight, but in the future, I should be able to teleport farther. Theoretically, as long as I mark a destination, I should be able to teleport anywhere as long as my chakra reserves are sufficient. Kojuro despondently mused about the limitations of chakra, yet promptly regained his enthusiasm, declaring, no matter, just teach me first. Tobirama agreed. Wait until I return from the Uzumaki clan. It will likely be after the new year. He elaborated. The Uzumaki clan resides by the sea, making travel inconvenient, so our elders have already discussed the arrangements. I will accompany my brother with gifts, and we will bring back my sister-in-law and her dowry, so we will likely stay with the Uzumaki until after the new year. Upon our return, my brother and sister-in-law will be wed directly. That does sound favorable. It would eliminate the hassle of back-and-forth travel. Kojuro contemplated, then suddenly remarked, Hey, Tobirama. If your brother marries, doesn't that mean you'll soon become an uncle? What? An uncle? Tobirama stuttered in surprise. Kojuro counted on his fingers, you see. If your brother marries and has children, you'll be an uncle. That is perfectly logical. Or is your sister-in-law too young and needs to wait a few more years? By the way, how old is your sister-in-law this year? Tobirama pressed down on Kojuro's hand. His face suspiciously flushed. You truly know far too much for someone your age. Kojuro blinked in confusion. Tobirama averted his gaze, stating, Let us head back, it's getting late. Wait, stay with me a little longer. It'll be a while before I see you again. Kojuro tugged at Tobirama. Since he would not be able to sleep anyway, he preferred to have someone to chat with. Pointing around, he exclaimed, Look, enjoying the moon beneath the maple trees is so poetic. A breeze rustled the half-red, half-green leaves, creating a gentle sound. Tobirama watched as Kojuro wrapped himself in his cloak, the soft fur collar brushing against Kojuro's fair cheek. The contrast of his dark, expressive eyes implored Tobirama, stirring an itch in his throat. He cleared his throat and said, Wait here, I'll go fetch the wine jug and cups from the roof. Yay, Kojuro beamed. That night, Kojuro was unable to sleep, persistently dragging Tobirama along and preventing him from returning to rest. Eventually, whether from fatigue or having consumed too much wine, the usually calm and wise Tobirama's gaze grew somewhat dull, although it remained hard to discern without close observation. At dawn, the two returned to their room. Izuna had already finished his training and was polishing his sword, while Hashirama had just returned from washing up. You're back? Hashirama casually inquired, completely unaware of any impropriety regarding the two staying out overnight, as the Senju had always raised their children in such a manner. He remarked without a second thought, Why didn't you come back last night? I was startled to wake up and find you both missing. Kojuro replied, It's nothing. Tobirama added, It's a bit of a matter. Kojuro turned slowly to face Tobirama. What happened to our understanding? You've been manipulated by me. Tobirama smirked as he passed by Kojuro and returned to his room. Hashirama looked between the two, puzzled. Izuna paused his sword polishing, his expression turning serious as he silently approached Hashirama, asking, Brother of the Senju clan, you have a good relationship with my brother, correct? Of course. Hashirama quickly affirmed. My bond with Madara is excellent. Izuna inquired, his face devoid of expression. Then, hypothetically, if my brother were to fight your younger brother Tobirama, whom would you assist? Hashirama, huh? What a perplexing dilemma. Was this not akin to asking whom one would save first between their mother and their wife if they fell into water? Hashirama's mind spun in circles before stalling, and he stammered, Well, let them fight it out among themselves. Izuna immediately understood. This man was utterly unreliable, and he would have to rely on himself. His heart felt heavy, nearly shattered from the burden. He stepped forward to Kojuro, frowning as he asked, Have you been drinking? Oh, I only had a little bit. It was mostly Tobirama who drank. Qianjing immediately defended himself while reaching out to pinch Kwanai's cheeks. Kwanai, don't frown. That expression makes it seem like Banji is angry. Kwanai, his lips pinched into a fish-like pout, did not push him away but silently mused that he had indeed drunk too much. The issues on his brother's side remained unresolved. And now there was the matter of Qianshou Tobirama. He had returned last time reeking of alcohol, and now he was back in the same state. This simply wouldn't do. Qianjing was too oblivious. He needed to find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with Qianjing. After breakfast, the two pairs of brothers planned to part ways. As they said their goodbyes, Qianjing specifically reminded Tobirama to bring back some local specialties from the seaside. Tobirama wore an expression of mild exasperation, but nodded in agreement nonetheless. On the way back, Kwanai was less than pleased and inquired of Qianjing, Doesn't the Uchiha clan have any specialties? Why make Qianshou bring you some? Because there are things that the Uchiha clan doesn't have. Qianjing replied mysteriously. They certainly don't have sardines at home, do they? Sardines? Of course we do. Kwanai was perplexed. Don't you eat them often? Those fish cut into segments. If you want to eat them, just have the maid prepare some for you when we get back. Huh, those are sardines? Qianjing was equally bewildered. He had indeed failed to recognize them once cut into pieces. But, didn't Banji dislike sardines? How could something he disliked possibly be found in their home? Banji doesn't dislike sardines, does he? Qianjing asked, seeking clarification. Isn't it said that Uchiha Madara hates sardines? Qianjing questioned further. What does Banji dislike then? Kwanai pondered for a moment. He doesn't like something called shiriko. Qianjing had never heard of it. What is that? I don't know either, Quan Nai admitted. It's something inside the fish's belly that looks soft and white. I've never eaten it myself. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, both curious about this Shirako. Upon returning home, they decided to ask Uchiha Madara together. Upon seeing the innocent and pure curiosity in his younger brother's eyes, Madara's expression turned a kaleidoscope of colors. Shirako is something you two are not ready to know about, Madara declared, a blend of embarrassment and mild irritation crossing his face. He shooed them away, insisting they must not inquire further, and forbade them from eating it. Chapter 50, The Mission. The two brothers, dismissed oddly by Madara, exchanged puzzled glances, finding their brother's behavior quite strange and inexplicable. With no way to enter Madara's room, Qianjing followed Quan Nai back to their quarters. Quan Nai pulled out a dictionary and an encyclopedia, commanding Qianjing, if Brother One T tell us, we shall search for ourselves. They quickly succeeded in discovering the meaning of Shirako in the dictionary and learned more about the food in the encyclopedia. What is that? Qianjing grimaced. Testicles? That does sound a bit disgusting, he admitted. Yet, Madara's earlier reaction didn't seem to stem from disgust, who would blush and appear flustered when feeling nauseated. It felt more like a shyness. Qianjing stroked his chin in contemplation. In this era, it was quite normal for someone Madara's age to marry and have children. Why would he blush at the mere mention of food? Uchiha Madara seemed so innocent. However, recalling the original story, Madara, even at over 100 years old, was still pondering how to destroy the old world and create a beautiful new one. He dedicated his life to the pursuit of peace. Manipulated by Kaguya for decades without realizing something was amiss, he indeed seemed rather naive. To summarize, possessing immense strength, a pure heart, and striking beauty, yet blushing at the mention of food, Uchiha Madara was indeed the embodiment of pure love. Qianjing couldn't help but smirk. If that were the case, he simply had to take the opportunity to tease Madara. Watching the usually arrogant and proud black cat turn red with embarrassment would surely be entertaining. At bedtime, Madara quietly opened his door once more. Qianjing naturally returned to his room, and after Madara made the bed, they both nestled into the covers. Qianjing rested his chin on his pillow, gazing at Madara with innocent eyes. Banji, I have a question for you. What is it? Madara asked, engrossed in his book, completely unaware of the impending crisis. Where did I come from? The pages of the book trembled, and Madara froze. If it were Quan Nai, he would undoubtedly say, ask father about that. But Qianjing was different. Without parents, his closest relation was Madara himself. Who else could he turn to for answers? However, Madara attempted several times to explain but ultimately chose to abandon the endeavor, responding gravely. This, you'll understand when you grow up. Why must I wait until I grow up? Qianjing pressed, inching closer and resting against Madara's chest, his large, innocent eyes full of curiosity. I want to know now. Madara's face flushed with embarrassment. Qianjing truly wanted to laugh out loud. Madara took a deep breath, steeling himself for the conversation, and with a serious demeanor, he replied in a formulaic tone, well, I can tell you. It's simply that your parents slept together one night, and then you were born. Qianjing, is it that simple? What are the specifics? Madara, puzzled, asked what specifics? Qianjing, is he genuinely unaware, or is he just pretending to be clueless? But in this era, it's not impossible for him to truly not know. Changing his approach, Qianjing inquired, then, if you and I have been sleeping together for so long, why hasn't anything happened? We are different. Madara stammered, caught off guard. Why? Madara was internally frantic. Was it his duty to educate Qianjing about such matters? How on earth was he supposed to explain this? What would Hashirama say if Tobirama asked about such things? He needed a reference answer urgently. Qianjing, still atop him, wore an utterly innocent expression and continued to question. What makes us different? We are simply different. Madara, flustered, tossed aside his book, flipping Qianjing beneath him and pinning his wrists down. With a serious expression from above, he explained, we merely lie together, while parents who wish for children need to engage in other activities. Oh, Qianjing gazed up at Madara, realizing he was evidently knowledgeable about the specifics. Madara was clearly blushing now, adopting a haughty yet gentle demeanor. Despite his reluctance, he answered every question Qianjing posed. Qianjing suddenly felt compelled to inquire further, eager to see what other expressions Uchiha Madara might reveal. What activities do they engage in? He asked softly. Madara tightened his grip on his fingers and returned to his initial response. You don't need to know that now. When you grow up, you'll naturally understand. Madara flipped out of bed and retrieved the book he had previously discarded, handing it to Qianjing with a hint of annoyance. If you're too idle, you might as well read this. According to clan rules, once you pass your next birthday, you'll need to start taking on clan missions. Here are a few simple options to consider. Qianjing sat up, accepting the mission list Madara handed him, and realized it was indeed a list of tasks. Within it were both challenging and simpler missions, with the easiest ones circled in red ink by Madara, presumably for his consideration. Shinji took a closer look at the circled tasks. Capture a wild boar in the eastern forest. Drive a herd of wild boars near the southern river. Collect 4 wild boar tusks. Urgently require a complete wild boar hide. Uchiha has certainly crossed paths with the wild boar. Indeed, the wild boar in Naruto is a seasoned actor, having been present since the times of Indra and Ashura, through the childhoods of Itachi and Sasuke. To the new generation of Inoshikacho, and even Naruto once found himself fleeing from the wild boar. I have reviewed a few tasks that seem appropriate, and they are located near the clan's territory, posing minimal danger. Madara marked the pages of his book and said, when the time comes, you can choose one, and I will have Shinji accompany you. However, he will not intervene to assist you. The task must be accomplished by your own efforts. All right, Chikage replied, brimming with confidence. It's just a wild boar. What is the big deal? I'll just bring a few more soldier pills, and it will be absolutely fine. What seemed simple in imagination proved to be quite the challenge in reality. Compared to the current Chikage, the adult wild boar was colossal and exuded an intimidating aura. As it charged towards him with a fierce snort, his instinctive reaction was to flee in the opposite direction. Chikage pivoted and sprinted away. But he understood that merely running would not complete the task. He activated his Sharingan, tossed a soldier pill into his mouth, and swiftly executed a series of hand signs. Toad. Bull charge. Chikage's persistent training with Izuna had indeed yielded results. Now he invoked 10 shadow techniques, and the energy provided by a single soldier pill allowed him to summon 2 types of Shikigami, excluding the full manifestation. In an instant, a long tongue extended toward Chikage. A toad appeared out of nowhere, using its tongue to latch onto Chikage's body and deftly pull him a meter away, safely out of the wild boar's path. Simultaneously, a bull, even larger than the wild boar, materialized in the spot where Chikage had just stood. It snorted heavily, pawed the ground, and charged directly at the wild boar. Whoa, bull, be gentle. You are too powerful. Don't send the wild boar flying with one hit. My task is to acquire an intact wild boar hide. The bull, skilled in its charge, halted abruptly, shook its head, readjusted its angle, and lowered its sharp horns towards the wild boar before charging again. With a deft flick of its horn, the bull hoisted the wild boar into the air, and using the momentum of their collision, it pierced the wild boar from its lower jaw through to its abdomen, causing it to crash heavily to the ground, legs flailing, before lying still. The bull circled back to Chikage, proudly lifting its head, eager to nuzzle against him. Hold on a moment, Chikage called out, extending his hand toward the toad. Understanding the cue, the toad elongated its tongue, retrieved Chikage's small pouch from the shadows, and presented it to him. Recently, Chikage had acquired a new skill, inspired by the Inuzuka clan. It was a technique frequently employed by Fushiguro Megami in the original story, allowing him to develop a space within his shadow to temporarily store items and equipment, retrieving them when needed. Essentially, it was akin to a miniature portable space. Although the space was limited, the skill was incredibly practical. Thus, Chikage stored various essential gear and medicinal supplies within, even including 2 sets of spare clothing for emergencies. From the small pouch handed by the toad, Chikage pulled out a soft cloth, tiptoed, and began to wipe the blood from the bull's horns, eager to clean it off before it dried and became difficult to remove. The bull lowered its head, allowing Chikage to clean its horn, and could not resist nudging him with its nose. Chikage stumbled back a step but laughed, leaning forward to embrace the bull's large head, before returning the small pouch to the waiting toad. Both Shikigami, satisfied, sank back into the shadows. Next, it was Chikage's turn to worry. The bull had skillfully gutted the wild boar, leaving the hide intact but not the flesh. The wild boar was indeed dead, but it remained in a state that could be improved. If he could just use a sharp tool to skin it, Chikage's task would be complete. But how to approach such a large creature? Holding a kunai, Chikage circled the wild boar twice, and just as he crouched to attempt the task, he heard Madara's voice behind him. If you skin it like that, the hide will be ruined. Madara, Chikage exclaimed, standing up in surprise. You're here. Hadn't he said he would send Shinji instead? Madara stepped closer, took the kunai from Chikage's hand, and expertly crouched to begin the task. I had some free time, so I thought I'd come check on you. Chikage wrapped his arms around Madara's neck from behind, sweetly declaring, You must have come specifically for me. You say you just had some free time, but I knew you would come personally. Madara chuckled, his hands still deftly working, leaning against Madara's back. Chikage watched as he skillfully dismembered the wild boar, clearly having done this countless times before. As he watched, Chikage suddenly asked, Madara, you don't mind others standing behind you anymore, do you? I do mind, Madara replied, but I'm always behind you. Chikage tightened his grip around Madara's shoulders to make his point. Do you dislike it? You are different, Madara replied matter-of-factly. I've grown accustomed to it. Chikage couldn't help but chuckle. Being treated differently brought him immense joy. Once Madara had finished with the wild boar and attempted to rise, he found Chikage still clinging to his back. "Get down. I don't want to." Madara considered patting Chikage's arm, but hesitated, knowing his bloodied hands would dirty him. Just then, Chikage released his hold, using water release to wash away the blood, then took the soft cloth and folded it, using the clean side to help Madara wipe his hands. Madara spread his hands, allowing Chikage to assist him in cleaning. Chikage was meticulous, moving from one finger to the next. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Madara's gaze shifted from their clasped hands to Chikage's face. He recalled when Chikage first arrived at the Uchiha household, barely standing tall, resembling a delicate, porcelain figure. Now, even with his head bowed, he was nearly at Madara's chin. As a child, his round face could only be described as adorable, but he was gradually maturing, beginning to take on more defined features. His delicate features remained, and he was still charming during playful moments, but he seemed to possess more than just cuteness. In moments of earnest endeavor, he exhibited the essence of youth. He was truly no longer a child. "Chikage, at what age did you awaken your eyes?" Madara suddenly inquired. Chikage looked up at him. 7 years old, remember? "That time on the battlefield, Madara, did you forget?" "I certainly haven't forgotten," Madara replied solemnly. "I simply wanted to ask, if you awakened them at 7, why are you still using a single tomo now? Have you been training diligently?" Chikage was taken aback. Who would have thought that Madara would mention training at such a warm moment? It was akin to giving simulated test papers as New Year's money. Moreover, to him, the Sharingan was merely a prerequisite for executing 10 shadow techniques. A single tomo was entirely sufficient. Quality over quantity was paramount. He had managed to master the 10 shadow techniques, which was commendable enough. There was no need to expend time and effort training the Sharingan further. After all, even if he reached the pinnacle, it would only be a 3 tomo, and he could never awaken the Mangekyō. Madara withdrew his hand, disapprovingly stating, "Even among the Uchiha, not everyone can awaken the Sharingan. Since you have acquired it, why do you not cherish it and hone your skills diligently? What will you do to protect yourself should you encounter danger in the future?" Qianjing scoffed. "What danger could I possibly face? Would Uchiha send me to the battlefield?" Madara responded, "You cannot remain in the clan forever without venturing out. In any case, make sure to train well with your Sharingan." "All right, brother Madara, I will train." Qianjing thought to himself, always agreeing verbally while actually just trying to placate him. Madara frowned and added, "I will conduct surprise checks on your progress." Qianjing was taken aback and immediately decided to play cute to see if he could get away with it. He tossed aside the soft cloth and leaped directly onto Madara. Madara instinctively caught Qianjing. Not only have you grown taller, but you've also gained some weight. Nevertheless, it's still within my ability to catch you with one hand." Qianjing planted a smacking kiss on Madara's cheek, no longer putting on a pitiful expression as he used to, instead displaying a look that said, "I've kissed you, and yet you still say such things? How unfair." He was clearly being spoiled and arrogant, but that was a result of Madara's own indulgence. Madara clenched his other hand at his side, adopting a serious expression as he said, "Do not think that this means I will." Qianjing kissed him again. Madara's words caught in his throat, and he frowned, saying, "Qianjing, you are no longer a child. You cannot just kiss anyone indiscriminately." "I know, but brother Madara is not just anyone, right?" Qianjing replied innocently. "Didn't you say we are different? We can sleep together, so why can't I kiss you?" Uchiha Madara was at a loss for words. He had dug his own hole, and now found himself unsure of how to fill it. Chapter 52, Jinjutsu. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Sharingan was crucial to Qianjing's strength, and it was no trivial matter. Thus, Madara steeled himself and firmly rejected Qianjing's childish antics, issuing a stern warning that he would conduct surprise checks on his progress, urging him to train diligently. Qianjing decided to seek assistance from outside. He sliced the belly of the wild boar he had hunted into appropriately thick pieces, marinated them with his homemade seasoning, washed a few fresh, crisp lettuce leaves, and brought along a mini barbecue grill to find Izuna. Izuna was quite averse to grilled meat, ever since he had a bad experience with it in his childhood. He developed a psychological aversion to pork. Although Qianjing later prepared pork in various styles and Izuna was willing to eat it, he always maintained a respectful distance from grilled meat. Qianjing set the barbecue grill in the courtyard outside Izuna's window and began grilling the pork belly. The sizzling sound of the meat, accompanied by the rich aroma of the sauce, wafted through the window into the room. Just as lunchtime approached, the enticing scent of the grilled meat was almost soul-snatching. Unable to resist, Izuna opened the window to peek outside, only to be greeted by Qianjing's broad smile. "Izuna, come and try this," Qianjing said as he wrapped 2 pieces of grilled pork belly in a lettuce leaf and offered it to him, coaxing, "I promise it's incredibly delicious. I just snuck a few pieces myself." Upon seeing the grilled meat, Izuna hesitated, but it was made by Qianjing himself. Qianjing leaned on the windowsill with his elbow and held the grilled meat close to Izuna's mouth. Eventually, Izuna opened his mouth and took a bite, thinking to himself that even if it was terrible, he had to say it was good. However, as he chewed, his eyes widened in surprise. Delicious, right? Qianjing smiled, returning to the grill and pointing to the seat opposite him, saying, "Come, Izuna, sit there." Izuna obediently went outside and took a seat. Qianjing took charge of grilling while Izuna wrapped the meat in lettuce, alternating between feeding Qianjing and eating for himself, a perfectly fair arrangement. By the end of the meal, both were feeling quite stuffed, collapsing onto the wooden floor of the corridor. "Izuna," Qianjing turned to him, his expression serious. "Having eaten my meat, you must help me." Izuna also turned to face Qianjing, asking, "What do you need help with?" "I will definitely assist you." Qianjing complained, "It's all Brother Madara's fault. He suddenly said he would check my progress with the Sharingan, but didn't he specify when or how, leaving me anxious and unable to eat or sleep." Izuna glanced at Qianjing's small belly, perplexed. "Unable to eat? You seemed to have quite a lot just now, didn't you?" After pondering for a moment, Izuna said, "Every clan member who awakens their eyes has different tendencies and manifestations of their Sharingan abilities. What is certain is that the Sharingan possesses a distinct advantage in Genjutsu. So, when your brother mentioned a check, it likely pertains to Genjutsu." Qianjing pouted, "But I only have a single tomo. Don't set the bar too high for me." Izuna reassured him, "Even a single tomo can break through Genjutsu. Generally, Genjutsu cast through ocular techniques requires assistance from others to dispel. Therefore, if your brother wishes to test your Genjutsu abilities, he will likely employ non-ocular Genjutsu. At that time, all you need to do is recognize it as Genjutsu and disrupt your own chakra flow to break free." Non-ocular Genjutsu? Qianjing racked his brain, struggling to recall any non-ocular Genjutsu from the original work. His mind was filled with thoughts of the Sharingan, so he humbly asked, "For example, what kinds are there?" "For instance, my brother knows a Genjutsu called the Mangekyō no Jutsu. This technique allows the target to see scenes of their deepest fears. Although it sounds terrifying, it does not harm the target and is quite easy to dispel, thus not rated very highly in ninjutsu." "I understand," Qianjing nodded. "So, you mean that when Brother Madara casts this Mangekyō no Jutsu on me, if I manage to break free from the Genjutsu, that would mean I've passed his surprise check, right?" "Exactly," Izuna affirmed. Thus, Qianjing began to wait with renewed confidence. However, as the days turned into weeks, his initial enthusiasm waned into frustration. A month had passed, yet Madara had not followed through on his initial promise of a check. Surely, he wouldn't merely be speaking without intent, hoping to trick him into training diligently. Would he? That seemed unlikely. Madara was not that kind of person. But Qianjing was growing weary. He decided to provoke Madara, urging him to conduct the check sooner rather than later. Better to face it early than to prolong the anxiety. One evening, snug under his blanket, Qianjing engaged in heartfelt conversation with Madara. "Brother, I actually think the Sharingan isn't that important to me." Madara paused in his actions of removing his outer coat and turned to Qianjing. "Why do you feel that way?" "Look, Izuna awakened a double tomo and progressed to a triple tomo in just 6 months. Now that has talent. As for me, my eyes are still the same as when I awakened them. I simply lack that talent." Madara turned around to hang up his coat and calmly advised, "That's because Izuna trains diligently. Thus, his Sharingan abilities improve rapidly. You ought to learn from him." Qianjing did not appreciate Madara comparing him to others, especially Izuna. Wasn't he that deliberately undermining their brotherhood? He turned away, burying his head in the pillow, signaling that he was tuning out. Madara, feeling helpless, knelt beside Qianjing and ruffled his hair, saying, "Get some sleep." Qianjing felt his eyelids grow heavy and could not resist closing his eyes. However, he quickly snapped back to awareness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in Izuna's room, with Izuna standing across from him. Am I dreaming? No, wait. This must be Madara's Genjutsu. Qianjing realized something was amiss. Logically, he should just disrupt his chakra flow now to escape this Genjutsu, thereby successfully passing Madara's surprise check. However, he was deeply intrigued, unaware of the most profound fears lurking within his heart. He yearned to witness the contents of Madara's illusion. "Uchiha Chikage, do you comprehend your own identity?" Izuna, standing opposite him, pointed his blade at Chikage with a visage full of disdain. "As an orphan residing in the clan leader's household, how can you lack gratitude and instead seduce the young clan leader? Have you no shame?" Chikage, intrigued, replied, "The illusion's content is rather unexpected. How exactly have I seduced Brother Madara?" Izuna's face flushed crimson with rage as he bellowed. "How can you not know? You spend your days contemplating such depraved thoughts, hoping to lead your brother down the same path of corruption. Do you have any sense of decency?" As he spoke, Izuna swung the blade in his hand towards Chikage. Without hesitation, Chikage raised his hand and executed a swift dai, penetrating Izuna's body effortlessly. This illusion is rather amusing, Chikage mused, observing Izuna's form collapse and fade away. His discontent evident in his murmurs, and not even remotely funny. Izuna was indeed an ultimate brother complex, not only regarding Madara, but now also viewing Chikage as an elder brother. Furthermore, Chikage's sage was closer to Izuna's, establishing a more intimate bond than with Madara. Izuna was both intelligent and composed. He would never resort to shouting in a crisis. Even if he were to find Chikage and Madara entangled in a relationship, Izuna would undoubtedly side with him. It was likely that even if he brandished a blade against Madara, he would never direct it at him, nor would he dare to scold him for shamefulness. This illusion was painfully crude, and Chikage felt a twinge of anger at its ineptitude. Chapter 53. The illusion. Chikage initially believed that the illusion had dissipated upon Izuna's death, but unexpectedly, the scene before him shifted once more. He glanced around, noticing that beside him stood Madara, while across from them were 5 adversaries bearing the Senju clan emblem. Both sides locked in a standoff. However, this version of Madara was clad in armor, panting heavily, with a trembling hand clenching his weapon, clearly fatigued. Chikage glanced down at his own hands, which appeared smaller than his current ones, and surveyed his attire, a weapon belt around his waist, a pouch of ninja tools strapped to his thigh, typical battle garb. This must be the moment I awaken my Sharingan, he recalled. The ensuing narrative should depict Madara's defeat. A critical moment when he activated his eyes, consumed a pill to unleash the 10 shadow techniques, summoned the rabbit to bewilder their foes, and then called upon Nu to facilitate their escape. Chikage questioned the purpose of this illusion. Was it necessary to replay the same sequence? Yet, an immediate realization struck him. Within this illusion, he could not activate his Sharingan. Without his eyes, he could not employ the 10 shadow techniques, and was limited to using Kai and Dai to assist Madara in combat. Due to his diminished strength, Kai would prove ineffective, while Dai could eliminate only one adversary, leaving the remaining 4 to seize the opportunity. Madara's stamina could no longer withstand a 1 versus 4 scenario. Chikage's strike had to be executed with utmost caution, requiring impeccable timing. He retrieved 2 soldier pills, placing one under his tongue and biting down on the other, prepared to unleash his skills at a moment's notice. As an enemy lunged at Madara with a blade, Madara parried, pushing the assailant back. Seizing the moment, he advanced to strike, but in turning his head, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Chikage, move." Chikage reacted, turning to evade, but his reflexes lagged behind Madara's. Madara discarded his weapon and instantly appeared before Chikage, pushing him aside. Chikage fell to the ground, and upon raising his gaze, he witnessed an enemy drive a blade through Madara's back. A ringing noise filled Chikage's ears, and images flashed before his eyes. The original scene where Madara was pierced by Hashirama and later by Kaguya, all culminating in the present moment, Madara impaled by an enemy. With blood streaming from his mouth, Madara's eyes, now crimson, fixated on Chikage as he struggled to raise his hand, attempting to speak. Though his words were drowned by the torrent of blood, the enemy withdrew their weapon, and Madara's body lurched forward. Chikage stumbled and scrambled to catch him. Entirely oblivious to the fact that they were ensnared within an illusion, his mind consumed solely by the sight of Madara on the brink of death. He bit into the soldier pill, reversing the technique repeatedly within Madara's body. The wound in Madara's chest healed completely, devoid of any scar. Yet it could not restore his life. Why couldn't I awaken my eyes? Why couldn't I summon Enka? I cannot save Madara. It must be due to my insufficient chakra, preventing me from reversing such a fatal injury. If only Enka were here, he could surely heal him. Yet, reality proved to be cruel. He could not awaken his eyes, could not employ the 10 shadow techniques. He could not call upon Enka, and he could not save Madara. Then let all of you accompany Madara into oblivion. Chikage seized a handful of soldier pills, disregarding the quantity, and crammed them into his mouth. His eyes brimmed with tears, yet they remained pure black as they streamed down his cheeks, his expression resolute and unwavering. It mattered not that he had no certainty of success. He did not ponder the consequences of his actions. All he desired was to unleash this technique, to strike indiscriminately, and let them all perish. Domain expansion, exorcism. Chikage, wake up. Chikage seemed to hear Madara's voice. His vision blurred, and he beheld Madara's anxious expression. Madara had merely utilized a minor C-rank illusion, prompted by Chikage's earlier provocation, and remained by his side, concerned about the illusion's effects, fearful of any adverse outcomes. Yet within Madara's heart, he did not believe that a mere C-rank illusion could inflict any harm on Chikage. Chikage was clever. He would surely discern the truth swiftly. Once he realized it was an illusion, he could easily extricate himself. However, as time passed, Chikage remained ensnared in the illusion. Observing him closely, Madara noticed that although Chikage appeared dazed and immersed in the illusion, he had unconsciously activated his eyes, evidently triggered by some stimulus within the illusion. Madara hesitated, contemplating whether to awaken Chikage. He was unaware of what Chikage had encountered within the illusion that prompted such an involuntary awakening, but the situation seemed manageable, so he decided to wait a bit longer. Yet, soon he regretted this choice, for he watched helplessly as Chikage's single tomo spun, transforming into a double tomo. The stimulus had escalated. Madara swiftly activated his Sharingan, pulling Chikage from the illusion, fixing his gaze on him as he returned to his senses. Chikage appeared momentarily dazed, but upon seeing Madara, his expression remained unchanged as tears cascaded down his cheeks. Witnessing Chikage in such distress pierced Madara's heart deeply. He embraced Chikage, gently patting his back while whispering soothingly, "It's all right, Chikage. Everything you just experienced was a fabrication, merely an illusion. All of it was false, just an illusion." Chikage felt the anger that had not been vented moments ago surge once more, turning his face to bite down hard on Madara's neck. Pain shot through Madara, and he could not suppress a hiss. However, as Chikage trembled in his embrace, Madara could not bear to push him away, only frowning as he endured the bite. Raising his hand to stroke Chikage's head, gently coaxing, "What did you see in the illusion? Speak to me. It will ease your burden." Qianjing, until the taste of iron sweetness lingered on her lips, finally relented, resting her forehead against Ban's shoulder, her voice trembling as she whispered, "I saw the battlefield through unseeing eyes back then, and you, in your endeavor to save me, perished." Ban felt as though something heavy had lodged in his chest, momentarily stifling his breath. Qianjing had awakened her eyes because of him, and now, her single tomo had transformed into a double tomo, again due to his influence. The profound and intense emotions of the Uchiha clan had all been bestowed upon him by Qianjing. She continued to murmur softly, "I was wrong. The Sharingan is of utmost importance to me. I cannot be without it. From now on, I shall diligently train and will no longer slack off." Ban felt a pang of bittersweet tenderness in his heart, an urge to shed tears welling up within him. He could not help but embrace Qianjing tightly, yearning to reassure her, "It's all right. You need not train, for I will protect you." Yet, he pondered the inevitable reality that Qianjing would one day grow up, and he would not be there to stand by her side. Ban spoke no words, merely tilting his head to place a gentle kiss at the corner of Qianjing's tear-streaked eye. Chapter 54, Realization. The following morning, upon catching sight of Ban, Aizuna's heart skipped a beat. Tentatively, he inquired, "Brother, when did you sustain this injury?" He reached to touch his own neck, while Ban mirrored the action. "Last night." Qianjing had been furious, showing no mercy, akin to a little dog gnawing. Ban replied helplessly, "It was Qianjing." Aizuna exclaimed, "What on earth transpired between you two?" He felt as if struck by lightning, yet dismissed the thought as unlikely, attributing it to his overactive imagination. Concern for Qianjing weighed heavily on him, and after breakfast, he settled in his room, fixated on the door opposite, yearning to see her the moment she awakened. However, as noon approached, Qianjing had yet to emerge. In truth, Qianjing had awakened but was reluctant to rise. She lay cocooned in her blankets, lost in thought, analyzing the current circumstances. Known fact 1. Last night, Ban had utilized the Narakumi technique on her to assess her training progress. Response 1. She had sensed something amiss the moment she entered the illusion, confirming her strength was intact. Known fact 2. The Narakumi technique reveals one's deepest fears. Thus, the question arose, what was her greatest fear? Reflecting on the previous night's technique, she recalled 2 scenes. The first, a counterfeit Aizuna chastising her for the deterioration of her relationship with Ban. The second, her inadequacy leading to Ban's demise before her eyes. Now, each issue required careful analysis. "Qianjing, are you awake?" After waiting the entire morning, Aizuna could no longer contain himself. If Qianjing fell back asleep, she would miss both lunch and breakfast, which would be detrimental to her health. Moreover, judging by his brother's tone, though exasperated, he seemed not overly concerned, suggesting Qianjing was likely fine. Yet, how could she sleep for so long without stirring? He cracked the door open slightly, peering in, careful not to disturb her if she truly was still asleep, and softly inquired, "Qianjing?" Instantly, Qianjing sat up, clutching her blanket. Waving at Aizuna, "I'm awake. Aizuna, come here and let me hug you." Aizuna, confused, complied and knelt beside her. Qianjing embraced him and nuzzled against him, exclaiming, "Oh, real Aizuna is the best. Those illusions are nothing but fakes, easily seen through." "Ah, so brother tested your illusion last night, did he?" Aizuna pieced together. "Indeed," Qianjing replied. Her hair tousled from her earlier antics. "I sensed something was wrong the moment I entered the illusion. No wonder the Narakumi technique is only rated C level. Its content bears no resemblance to reality. It's too fabricated." That's because it is constructed based on your own subjective fears. If it lacks objectivity, your rational mind can easily detect the discrepancies, Izuna explained. After finishing his explanation, he asked, "So, did you quickly escape the illusion and successfully pass brother's test?" "Not really." Qianjing scratched her head. "I was curious about my inner fears, so I got trapped in it, ultimately being pulled out by Ban. Now, it's a disaster." By saying that, "I realize I didn't pass the test at all." Izuna was perplexed. "What did you see that frightened you?" "I saw you scolding me," Qianjing said. Her voice tinged with grievance. Her eyes, still slightly swollen from the previous night's tears, were reminiscent of her earlier distress. The counterfeit Izuna had berated her for her shameful behavior, claiming she was shameless. Izuna, incensed, jumped to his feet, pacing the room in frustration. "This illusion is unacceptable. How could I ever say such things to you?" "Well, it's not entirely impossible," Qianjing sniffled, adding, "because you saw me with Ban, you would scold me. I already knew that. How could I blame you?" Qianjing's head tilted slightly in confusion. Had she misunderstood, or was Izuna misinterpreting? Izuna circled the room once more, unable to resist suggesting, "Why not have Qianjing sleep with me tonight?" Oh, Qianjing realized that it wasn't Izuna's understanding that was flawed. He had underestimated Izuna. "Izuna." She raised a hand to rub her face, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of points to discuss, uncertain where to begin. "Rest assured, Qianjing," Izuna comforted, patting her shoulder. "Any mistakes are solely my brother's fault. I could never say such things to you." Qianjing chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, you are right. Such absurdity doesn't even exist." Izuna is truly overthinking things. Once she felt reassured, Izuna couldn't help but inquire about Ban, quietly asking, "Qianjing, what do you think of brother?" "Ban," Qianjing replied spontaneously. "He is exceptionally kind, beautiful, gentle, utterly innocent, talented, diligent, eager to learn, and immensely powerful. He possesses a strong sense of responsibility. He fulfills every promise made to me and is incredibly patient. In short, Ban is the best." As the lunch break approached, Ban, unable to shake thoughts of Qianjing, discreetly returned home, stepping into the courtyard just in time to catch the tail end of Qianjing's effusive praise. Her earnest tone conveyed sincerity, each word seemingly emanating from the depths of her heart. Ban found it amusing. Just the night before, she had been furious enough to bite him, yet today, her sweet words flowed from the same little mouth. He halted at the threshold, eager to listen to what Qianjing would say next. Izuna countered, "You think brother is great?" "Of course," Qianjing replied without hesitation. Izuna, having learned from past experiences, avoided beating around the bush and directly asked, "So, do you like him?" Qianjing froze. And Ban outside the door shared the same shock. Chapter 55, Leaving Home. "Izuna, I recall you asked me this question last time, didn't you?" "This is different," Izuna insisted. "This time, I'm asking for your thoughts." "Well, let me think." Qianjing stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Ban is very nice and takes good care of me. Before I crossed over, I admired this paper figure immensely. Upon entering this world, that paper figure became a real person. Yet my initial fondness remained rooted in the paper figure's charm. Later, for whatever reason, he moved into the clan leader's home. Given the age difference, Qianjing referred to him as Ban and II. Thus, she felt that Ban, being the ultimate doting brother, would naturally treat his younger sibling well. As for Madara's kindness towards him, he is not an ungrateful wretch. Naturally, he cannot help but reciprocate Madara's affection. In this regard, Izuna is no different. But are there any distinctions? Indeed, there are. For instance, within the illusion from last night, had Izuna fallen before him, he would have exerted every ounce of his strength to avenge Izuna. However, it is likely that he would have chosen to escape first, strategize in secrecy, conserve his energy, enhance his abilities, and ultimately seek revenge later. There is no way he would lose his composure on the spot, forcing a military food pill into his mouth, recklessly attempting to activate a domain expansion without regard for the consequences. Reflecting on it now, he feels a twinge of fear. If he had acted so recklessly in reality, while the enemy might perish, he would undoubtedly meet his own demise. He is perplexed as to what possessed him at that moment. His mind was solely fixated on the notion of death, believing that if he were to die, he would take everyone down with him. As if he needed to accompany Madara in death, leading him to such frenzied behavior. Could it be that within the Uchiha bloodline, there truly exists a stubborn, obsessive, and mad gene, an emotional factor that has influenced him? If this were the case, then Madara must hold a special significance for him, right? He is uncertain. Should he, perhaps? Chojin hesitates. His mind is somewhat chaotic at the moment. Chojin furrows his brow. Izuna's sudden inquiry prompts him to request a moment to contemplate. Outside the door, Madara briefly closes his eyes. He has heard all that he needs to, and he can no longer eavesdrop on Chojin and Izuna's conversation. His mind is also in disarray. and he wishes to gather his thoughts in solitude. He exits the courtyard and heads towards the office building. As he traverses the estate from the small courtyard where the three brothers reside to the office, every corner he passes evokes memories of Chojin in those very spots. He recalls the image of Chojin sitting obediently in formal attire in the main hall, trailing behind Izuna in the courtyard while playfully running and serving him tender, sweet dishes at the dining table while calling him Big Brother Madara. From the time he entered the house, trembling like a small animal, to now, Chojin has blossomed into a lively and cheerful youth. For Madara, Chojin should be akin to Izuna. Yet, his feelings for Chojin are entirely different from those he harbors for Izuna. A peculiar sensation stirs within Madara. It is the first time he has become cognizant of this issue, catching him off guard. How could he develop such feelings for Chojin? This is not right. Neither for him nor for Chojin. That evening, upon returning to his room, Madara finds Chojin engrossed in reading. He speaks calmly. Chojin, you haven't actually slept in your room since it was repaired, have you? Indeed, I've been sleeping in your room anyway. I merely use it for storage, Chojin replies. What's the matter, Big Brother Madara? Madara hesitates for a moment, but continues. You are no longer a child. You cannot always sleep with me. From today onwards, you should sleep alone. Chojin's reaction is immediate. Big brother, did you hear my conversation with Izuna during the day? Madara does not respond, tacitly affirming it. Chojin is on the verge of laughter from frustration. Oh, while I haven't reached a conclusion, you have already taken it upon yourself? How is that fair? Slamming his book down, Chojin fixes his gaze on Madara and asks, what are your thoughts, Big Brother? Since you call me Big Brother Madara, my feelings for you should be the same as for Izuna. Some matters need to be addressed clearly and without ambiguity. No one benefits from lingering doubts. He does not want to be like Sasuke, who repeatedly asks Naruto why he is so fixated on him, only to receive the same answer, because we are friends. Is that the kind of friendship where they have shared 2 genuine kisses, endured hundreds of episodes of entanglement, shed countless tears for each other, collapsed upon hearing bad news, and willingly accompanied each other into the depths of vengeance and death? To hell with friendship. He refuses to be so constrained. Chojin nods, his expression calm as he reiterates, Big brother, I will ask again, what are your thoughts? Madara furrows his brow and replies, I consider you a younger brother. All right, Chojin responds with a smile. He rises, opens the door, and prepares to leave the room. Just before departing, Chojin turns back, looking at Madara with a serious expression. Big brother, if that is truly how you feel, then I can accept being just your younger brother. As he watches the door close behind Chojin and hears the sound of his footsteps gradually fading away, Madara sits in the chair where Chojin had been, staring at the empty room, feeling a hollowness within. Something is amiss. He raises a hand to cover his chest, sensing a tightness in his throat. The expression Chojin wore as he left made Madara feel as if he had suddenly lost something of great importance. He must retrieve that thing. Madara abruptly stands and strides toward the door, but suddenly, a piercing cry reverberates through the air from outside the window. It is Chojin's new. Madara feels the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He instantly leaps onto the rooftop and looks up, where only the silhouette of the great bird remains against the sky. Where on earth is Chojin headed at this hour? Izuna approaches Madara, casting a curious glance toward the horizon. Isn't he forbidden from leaving the clan freely? The news speed is remarkable in mere moments. It has transformed into a small black dot on the horizon. No matter, I can handle the aftermath. Madara frowns and explains to Izuna. I just told Chojin to sleep in his own room, and he became upset. Izuna's eyes widen in disbelief. You two have slept together since childhood. Why did you suddenly tell him to go back to his own room? Upon realizing, Izuna chuckles, understanding Chojin's feelings. Brother, you used to be so forthright about everything. Why choose today to say something like this? I can no longer assist you. Izuna feels a surge of frustration, letting out a heavy huff at Madara. If you, brother, are so foolish as to make Chojin dislike you, you will surely regret it. Forget about the future. He is already beginning to regret his words, especially now that Chojin has stormed off in anger. Madara remains fixated on the direction the new departed, pondering where Chojin could possibly go at this late hour. Chapter 56, Ambush. Chojin is grappling with the same question. As he stepped out of the room, his anger only intensified, escalating further. He reflects on the Uchiha tradition of betrayal, Sasuke's defection, Itake's massacre and betrayal, Obito's instigation of the Nine Tails incident. Leaving home seems to be a hallmark of the Uchiha clan. In a fit of rage, he summoned the new to escape, and now, as the cold wind blows, he regains some clarity. A lone Uchiha, wandering outside, is nothing but a living target. Unless he refrains from revealing his Sharingan in public for the rest of his life, once exposed, it will be coveted by others. With his current strength, he cannot adequately protect himself. Yet, now that he has ventured out, turning back to rejoin the Uchiha clan is absolutely out of the question. So, where should he go next? This is a pressing dilemma. Throughout his life, he has been closely monitored by his clan, and aside from the Uchiha, the only person he can consider familiar is Tobirama. However, Tobirama is currently accompanying his brother to marry a member of the Uzumaki clan, supposedly returning after the new year. He is likely still on his way back. Moreover, even if he were present, as an Uchiha, he cannot simply run to the Senju clan in the middle of the night to seek shelter. So where to go now? The Nu flies aimlessly forward, retracing its past flight path, continuing onward past the cliffs. Qianjing sensed a deficiency in his chakra reserves and casually retrieved a soldier's ration pill, popping it into his mouth. The moment he bit down, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. He had traversed this path before. He could seek out the Senju clan. The Senju were relatively neutral and had no grievances with the Uchiha. Thus, there would be no issue in approaching them. Moreover, he was a savior to the Senju. So surely, they would be amenable to lending him shelter for a few days in gratitude. With a buoyant spirit, Qianjing commanded Nu to guide them toward the location of the Senju clan, yet before they reached their destination, he spotted a small figure darting swiftly across the ground. Peering closer, his double tomo Sharingan revealed more than the single tomo could, allowing him to recognize the individual sporting a striking black and white hairstyle. It was unmistakably a member of the Senju clan, aside from the unique color scheme of the Senju. He could not recall any other from the series with such a distinctive appearance. However, what was a Senju doing out here alone in the dead of night? Qianjing directed Nu to descend near the Senju, and as a sudden gust of wind swept by, the Senju tightened his grip on his weapon and turned warily. Upon recognizing Qianjing, he paused, exclaiming, "Ah, you are that Uchiha?" "I am Uchiha Qianjing," he replied. "I know. You are the one my second brother mentioned." "What do you mean, the one?" Qianjing inquired. "That dear friend," the Senju elucidated. "Please, refrain from panting while speaking." Qianjing couldn't help but deliver a light smack to the Senju's head, adding, "You have completely misrepresented the situation." The Senju retreated a step, nursing his head, and muttered, "You're so fierce. What does my second brother see in you?" "Why would I be fierce toward your brother?" "What do you mean by he likes me?" Qianjing retorted. Perplexed as he had little prior interaction with this Senju, yet the child's manner of speaking felt distinctly off. "Aren't you dear friends?" the Senju asked, confusion evident. "If your brother does not harbor affection for me, how could we be friends?" "Forget it. This child is impossible to reason with," Qianjing sighed, waving his hand dismissively. "Let us move past that. What are you doing out here alone at this hour?" "Ah," the Senju gasped, grabbing Qianjing's arm and urging him forward. "Come with me to rescue my second brother and the others." "Rescue Tobirama? What has happened to him?" Qianjing was startled, immediately activating his Sharingan and forming hand seals to summon his K9, pulling the Senju up onto the creature. "How far do you intend to run? Get on. Where are we heading?" Through the Senju's narration, Qianjing gleaned the unfolding situation. Ever since the Senju had arrived at the Sarutobi clan, he had maintained a good rapport with the clan leader's son, Sarutobi Sasuke. Recently, Sasuke had taken the Senju to the monkey cave, successfully forming a contract with the monkeys residing there, enabling him to summon them for assistance. The monkey that entered into a pact with the Senju was not particularly formidable in combat, but was exceptionally adept at gathering and relaying various intelligence, with sources extending beyond mere humans. Earlier, the Senju had learned from the monkey that the feudal lord of the Land of Fire was unwilling to see a union between the Senju and the Uzumaki clans, fearing the dominance of the Senju clan would prevent a balance of power with the Uchiha. Consequently, he had hired a band of rogue ninjas to lay an ambush, intending to assassinate Uzumaki Mido and create discord between the Senju and Uzumaki clans instead of fostering unity. Though the Senju did not fully comprehend the intricate political landscape, he was acutely aware that his two older brothers were imminently in danger. Thus, in a fit of urgency, he had armed himself and set forth to assist them. "Where is the ambush located?" Qianjing inquired. "In the Land of Fire, near the border with the Land of Waves. Not far from the docks, just a short distance from where we disembarked," the Senju replied earnestly. "That far?" Qianjing felt irritation rising within him. "Did you really think you could run there on your own two legs? By the time you arrive, they could be long gone." Qianjing retracted his K9 and summoned Nu once more, instructing the Senju, "Find a secure hold. If you get blown off, I won't have time to save you." He then pointed toward the direction of the Land of Waves, beseeching Nu, "Please, hurry. We must be swift." With a piercing cry, Nu soared into the sky, its wings crackling with electricity as it propelled itself forward with utmost speed. The Senju clung tightly to Nu's back, grasping a feather in each hand to steady himself. Burying his face into the bird's downy plumage, his hair whipping chaotically in the wind. The velocity of this magnificent creature was so intense that without burying his face in the feathers, the wind felt like blades slicing against his skin. Yet, Qianjing stood resolutely on the bird's neck, directing their path. This Uchiha was indeed fierce, but there was a sincerity toward his second brother that was hard to overlook. It was no wonder that his brother chose to befriend him. Meanwhile, the wedding procession led by Hashirama had just entered the territory of the Land of Fire. The return party was notably larger than their initial journey, as the Uzumaki princess, marrying into the Senju clan, could not return empty-handed. While the most significant dowry for the Senju clan was the sealing techniques that Mito was willing to bring with her. They also brought a substantial ship laden with various rare pearls, shells, and marine delicacies from the interior. However, those items would follow later. The first ship returning only contained Hashirama, Tobirama, Mito, and a handmaiden accompanying Mito. As soon as Tobirama set foot on land, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere and promptly conveyed his concerns to Hashirama, urging heightened vigilance. Hashirama rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, though he refrained from drawing it. After all, they were a wedding party. If trouble truly arose, there would be little they could do. Yet the current calmness belied any immediate threat. Drawing weapons prematurely would not bode well. Nonetheless, their readiness was palpable. The handmaiden leaned closer to Mito, her voice trembling. Mississippi. She had been responsible for Mito's care since childhood, and encountering such a tense situation left her fearful. Mito gently patted the back of the handmaiden's hand, reassuring her, "It's all right, Coral, trust them." In summary, while Mito's prowess was not to be underestimated, she possessed the Uchiha clan's innate formidable chakra and resilience. Along with proficiency in various sealing techniques, her offensive capabilities were indeed inferior to those of Hashirama and Tobirama. Positioned at the forefront, Tobirama stood ready with his blade, while Hashirama shielded his fiancée, with Mito protecting Coral behind her. The four formed a straight line, alert to their surroundings. The attack came from the front. Tobirama swiftly blocked an incoming strike, while Hashirama formed seals to unleash a group attack. Mito produced two kunao, handing one to Coral, instructing, "Take this for your protection." "I will protect you, miss." Coral stuttered, trembling, still attempting to place herself in front of Mito. Mito pressed Coral back gently. "You must ensure your own safety." Just as Coral hesitated to voice her concerns, three adversaries suddenly emerged from behind, targeting Mito with lethal intent. All present noticed the attackers, but Hashirama's jutsu was only half-formed, and Tobirama could only watch helplessly from a distance. Coral instinctively turned, positioning herself in front of Mito, arms outstretched, prepared to absorb the blow for her. Suddenly, from the sky, a massive bird crackling with electricity swooped down, its wings striking at the three assailants, ensnaring them in arcs of lightning that rendered them immobile. Hashirama seized the opportunity, unleashing a jutsu that dispatched the attackers. Meanwhile, distracted by the situation involving Mito, Tobirama failed to notice an enemy approaching him with a blade drawn. And as he became aware of the danger, he was unexpectedly tackled from above by a figure falling from the sky. Yeju. From his shadow emerged a familiar creature. Yet it was not the gentle and docile presence he had often encountered. The Jade Hound now exuded an air of ferocity, propelling itself upright on its hind legs, delivering a powerful blow to the enemy attempting a sneak attack on Tobirama, sending the assailant sprawling far away. The adversary, now disoriented, rolled on the ground numerous times before convulsing and falling still. "Qianjing. Brother, it's me." The person in Tobirama's arms lifted their face. Tobirama, in his moment of urgency, barely noticed the striking black and white hues of the creature's fur. Qianjing leaped down from the Yatagarasu, tiptoeing to peer towards Tobirama. "Tobirama, are you all right?" "Of course. I am fine." Banjian interjected with evident dissatisfaction. "You tossed me aside to shield Tobirama. If anyone is in trouble, it should be me." Qianjing playfully stuck out her tongue. "Oh, come now. You're in armor, while your brother isn't. Besides, there's the Jade Hound. It won't let anything happen to you." Tobirama furrowed his brow and approached, gently touching Qianjing's forehead. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled with innocence as she looked up at him. "How many soldier pills did you consume?" Tobirama inquired. Qianjing giggled. Tobirama then turned to Banjian. "From where did you come, and how long did it take to arrive?" "We came from the Sarutobi clan," Banjian replied honestly, unable to suppress an additional comment. "Their summoning beast is incredibly fast. It took less than 4 hours to reach here from Sarutobi." "For hours? Last time, Qianjing could barely stand after flying for 2. Tobirama scrutinized Qianjing more closely, realizing that her Sharinon had evolved from a single tomo to a double tomo. A sense of alarm gripped his heart. What could have caused such a transformation in a Uchiha's Sharinon? As a longtime rival, the Senju were familiar with some aspects of Uchiha abilities. Yet, Qianjing had always possessed a single tomo. How long had he been away for her to achieve such an advancement? The evolution of the Sharinon necessitated emotional stimuli. Had Qianjing faced some ordeal? "Hashirama, who are these two?" Mito suddenly inquired. Hashirama snapped back to attention and promptly introduced, "This is my youngest brother, Banjian, whom I mentioned before. He has been residing with the Sarutobi clan. And, this is, He hesitated, unsure how to introduce the other. Uchiha Madara? Mito asked. Yes. Hashirama confirmed with a nod. He's an Uchiha. But it seems he shares a good rapport with Tobirama? Mito smiled. Indeed, Hashirama nodded again. They are close friends. Banjian approached, his expression earnest. Hello, future sister-in-law. I am Senju Banjian. Hello, I am Uzumaki Mito. She greeted warmly, nodding at Banjian. Banjian, how did you and little Qianjing come to be together? And what brought you here so suddenly? Hashirama asked. We specifically came to rescue you. Banjian recounted the events. After hearing the tale, Mito's curious gaze drifted back to Tobirama and Qianjing, who was currently assessing Qianjing's condition. If you return to the Uchiha like this, Madara will certainly scold you. Why don't you come back with me for the night? I can return you to your clan tomorrow. I want to go back. Qianjing pouted, feeling aggrieved. I've run away from home. I have nowhere else to go. I came all the way to find you, and now you want to send me away. How could you do this? Then come with me to the Senju, Tobirama suggested. I refuse. I am an Uchiha. If I go to the Senju, I'll get beaten up. Do you think I'm foolish? Tobirama sighed, pondering how to navigate the situation. With Qianjing refusing to go home and unwilling to accompany him, he decided to carry her on his back, intending to inform Hashirama about the circumstances. Qianjing leaned against Tobirama's neck, her eyes half closed, feeling a bit dizzy. She had indeed consumed too many pills. The distance was far. Even with her rigorous training alongside Izuna, her Sharingan had evolved into a double tomo. Yet the strain of flying for 4 continuous hours still took its toll. Fortunately, Tobirama's steady carrying prevented her from feeling nauseous. As she glanced around, she noticed the others were staring at her. She raised her hand in greeting. Good evening, everyone. Brother Hashirama, it's been a while. And who is that lovely red-haired sister? Mito immediately chuckled, stepping forward to examine Qianjing. What is wrong with him? Is he drunk? As the future sister-in-law, Tobirama felt no need to hide the truth from her and provided a brief explanation, mentioning that the soldier pills contained alcohol and that Qianjing must have overindulged in her haste to arrive. Mito, being perceptive, quickly grasped the underlying meaning. This young Uchiha likely lacked sufficient chakra. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to rely on soldier pills for chakra replenishment and would not have overconsumed to the point of inebriation. Remembering how Qianjing had saved both Coral and her earlier, Mito felt a surge of gratitude towards the young girl, coupled with the fact that Qianjing was charming and likable, and appeared to have a good relationship with her future in-laws. An idea blossomed in Mito's mind. Tobirama, I heard Banjian mention that you and Qianjing are quite close friends. Is that true? Tobirama maintained a serious demeanor, simply affirming, we are very close. Mito's internal reaction was one of intrigue. Tobirama had not claimed they were best friends, yet he had indicated their relationship was strong. This situation prompted a knowing smile from her, as it suggested a sense of belonging. She reached out to gently pat Qianjing's head, who looked at her with hazy eyes. Mito asked, Little Qianjing, you can't keep consuming pills to the point of drunkenness. I know a sealing technique called in sealing, which allows one to store chakra regularly and release it when needed. Would you like to learn it? Qianjing recalled the technique, recognizing it as the one seen on Tsunade and Sakura's foreheads. It allowed for the accumulation of excess chakra, which could be unleashed when necessary, an incredibly practical skill. Moreover, if she mastered in sealing, she could potentially release a considerable amount of chakra, sufficient to facilitate her domain expansion. She was eager to learn. Chapter 58, Disguises. I want to learn. Qianjing raised a hand obediently. However, as she released one hand for balance, she nearly toppled over, prompting Tobirama to quickly steady her. Mito smiled brightly, guiding the intoxicated Qianjing. Come with me to the Senju to learn, shall we? No, that won't do, Qianjing insisted firmly. They'll realize I'm an Uchiha, and I'll get beaten up. No one will hurt you. I promise, Tobirama interjected. I assure you, Hashirama added, stepping forward with a reassuring gesture. Mito playfully nudged Hashirama. What are you promising? What good is your guarantee? Hashirama replied. Isn't my assurance significant? I am the young clan leader of the Senju. Tobirama coaxed Qianjing. If you don't speak up, how will others know you're an Uchiha? I'm still wearing the clan uniform. Qianjing shot back with a look of incredulity. That can be easily resolved. Just change your clothes. Mito exclaimed, raising her voice. Coral. Immediately, Coral understood and rummaged through her belongings, producing a charming pink dress, twirling it in the breeze to showcase it to the others. The 3 Senju brothers collectively responded. While the dress is indeed lovely, is it really appropriate for a boy like Qianjing to wear a girlless outfit? However, upon glancing at the delicate pink dress and then at Qianjing's fair complexion and exquisite features, they pondered that perhaps it would indeed suit her quite well. At the very least, it is far more suitable than the three of them. If Zio Qinjing were to don this garment, her identity would undoubtedly remain unrecognized, wouldn't it? Mito, with sleeves gathered, cheerfully explained that if Lord Clan Leader were to inquire, she could simply state that Zio Qinjing is her maid, accompanying her, thereby avoiding any complications. She turned her gaze toward Tobirama, inquiring, "What do you think, Tobirama?" Tobirama merely felt that this future sister-in-law possessed a certain cleverness. Upon meeting Zio Qinjing, she would likely discern quite a bit. His elder brother was rather naive and would undoubtedly find himself completely under the thumb of his wife in the future. Meanwhile, Izuna, perplexed, quietly asked Hashirama, "Elder brother, why does sister-in-law seek the second brother's opinion? Shouldn't it be you making the decision?" Hashirama, equally bewildered, replied, "I don't know. Perhaps it is because Tobirama is the more astute one." Though somewhat tipsy, Zio Qinjing was not entirely incapacitated. Mito took the small dress from Coral's hands and handed it to Zio Qinjing, leading her to a sheltered spot where she could change. The style of the dress resembled the nightgown she wore at home, and in her haze. Zio Qinjing merely sensed that it was getting late and it was about time to sleep, so she changed into the gown without any objections. When Zio Qinjing emerged in the small dress, Tobirama's face instantly flushed. He swiftly unfastened his coat and draped it over her shoulders, maintaining a neutral tone as he remarked, "This outfit appears somewhat thin. Wear a coat so you don't catch a chill." Zio Qinjing, clutching the soft collar of Tobirama's coat, looked slightly dazed but obediently complied, lifting her chin for him to fasten it. Once he had helped her into the coat, Tobirama let out a long sigh, stepping back to assess the situation. Unable to suppress the urge to close his eyes. This was worse than before. Previously, she had only been in women's attire, but now, wearing his coat, she appeared even more enticing. The coat was slightly oversized, with the sleeves enveloping half of his palm and the hem perfectly concealing the short skirt, revealing only her slender legs. Coupled with Zio Qinjing's flushed face and her trusting, bewildered gaze directed at him, she was undeniably alluring. Tobirama found himself retreating a step, using the back of his hand to wipe his slightly flushed cheek. Zio Qinjing asked, "What is wrong with you?" Tobirama replied earnestly, "I was just considering whether you might feel cold dressed like that." Izuna, still confused, whispered to Hashirama, "Elder brother, I'm also dressed lightly. Why doesn't he, the second brother, offer me his coat?" Hashirama stroked his chin. "Perhaps Zio Qinjing appears a bit more delicate. You seem to be in better shape." Zio Qinjing rode the new through the air, racing forward at breakneck speed, covering a journey that would typically take 4 hours. Their party traversed rugged mountains, returning to the Senju clan's territory after a full 2 days. During this time, Zio Qinjing had not been idle. Upon awakening the following day, she realized she had been tricked into wearing women's clothing. However, she was not particularly bothered by it. Indeed, it was a clever strategy to evade any suspicions from Senju Hashirama. Moreover, Mito genuinely wanted to teach her the Een sealing technique. So she merely snatched Tobirama's breakfast in protest, only to be unable to finish it, ultimately returning it to him. Mito guided Zio Qinjing, using her chakra to demonstrate the operational root of the Een sealing technique within her body. Once Mito released her hold, Zio Qinjing independently practiced the technique, finding the execution not overly challenging. Mito nodded, explaining that while learning the Een sealing technique itself was not difficult, the true challenge lay in the consistent practice over time. Only through persistent operation and the accumulation of chakra can the sealing technique truly take effect. It is a lengthy process, and many cannot persevere, which is why this sealing art is rated as S-class due to its low success rate. Zio Qinjing questioned, "I don't feel the stored chakra at present. How can I know if I am executing it incorrectly?" Mito smiled, producing a mirror for Zio Qinjing. "Look at your forehead." Holding the mirror, Zio Qinjing examined herself. After merely 2 attempts at the Een sealing technique, a faint lavender diamond-shaped mark had begun to emerge in the center of her forehead. Mito pointed to the mark. "This is where the chakra for the Een sealing technique is stored. It is entirely normal not to feel it at first. The appearance of such a mark indicates that your method is correct. In time, as you accumulate more chakra, this mark will become increasingly pronounced." Zio Qinjing reached up to touch her forehead, finding her skin still smooth. The mark resembled a delicate lavender diamond tattoo, akin to a beauty mark. "Big sister, elder brother wishes to speak with us. I was sent to fetch you," came Tobirama's voice from outside the door. "All right, I'll be right there," Mito replied, then gently tapped Zio Qinjing's forehead, advising, "The method has been imparted to you. Practice diligently, and do not abandon it halfway." "Yes," Zio Qinjing obediently agreed, then escorted Mito to the door, where she coincidentally ran into Tobirama. Mito smiled, "I shall head in first. Tobirama, you can join me later." Tobirama stepped forward. "I haven tea." Tobirama halted as Zio Qinjing interjected, "I'll be with you shortly." He retracted his foot, saying, "I'll come right away." After Mito departed, Zio Kinjing eagerly tugged at Tobirama, pointing to her forehead to share. Look, look, I've learned the Een sealing technique. How is it? Tobirama glanced at the faint lavender diamond mark on her forehead, resembling the color of wisteria, and replied, It looks beautiful. That's not what I meant, Zio Kinjing retorted, exasperated. I meant, am I impressive or what? I learned it so quickly. Am I not remarkable? Oh, very impressive. Tobirama nodded, gesturing towards her. I need to discuss something serious with elder brother and sister-in-law now. Wait for me tonight. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 59. The gift. After giving Zio Kinjing her instructions, Tobirama caught up to Mito, and together they proceeded to Hashirama. Hashirama had summoned them primarily to discuss two matters. The first was his and Mito's private affairs. Upon returning to the clan, they needed to determine how many carriages would be appropriate for transporting Mito's dowry, and how long it would take for the carriages to return to Senju. Consequently, they needed to agree on a suitable wedding date before reporting back to Senju Hashirama. The second matter pertained to the assassination attempt they had encountered. From Izuna, they had already gleaned the full story of the incident. In the past, both Hashirama and Tobirama had only perceived peace as a subjective endeavor. They believed that as long as they themselves wished for peace and united with clans sharing the same intention, peace could be achieved. However, they had never considered that there would be those who would oppose their peace and create obstacles, deliberately sowing discord to prevent harmony. I need to speak with Madara about this matter as soon as possible, Hashirama said, his expression unusually grave as he tapped the table. The daimyo of the Fire Country will strike at the Senju today and will target the Uchiha tomorrow. I must warn Madara to prepare in advance so that he does not fall into this trap. I concur with your perspective, Mito nodded, admiring Hashirama's magnanimity and openness. Though I am still an outsider, I believe that in this matter, all ninja clans should stand united. We rise or fall together, and mutual assistance is imperative, rather than being confined by historical animosities. It appears that my sister-in-law may not fully comprehend the bond between my elder brother and Tobirama, who stood with arms crossed, expressing his dissatisfaction with a soft grunt. These two are indeed the best of friends. The age-old enmity between the Senju and the Uchiha has long since dissipated in their presence, as their current aspiration is world peace. In a fleeting moment, Hashirama was deeply moved, tears brimming in his eyes. Tobirama, you truly deserve credit for being the first to befriend an Uchiha. You truly understand me. Tobirama, Mito could not suppress a chuckle. Her future husband possessed a delightful charm, at times naively foolish. Yet he had a keen grasp of significant matters and an inherently kind nature, revealing himself to be quite an admirable person. The trio deliberated over this matter for an extended period, during which Tobirama introduced the concept of one village, two systems, previously proposed by Senju Kinji, garnering Hashirama's enthusiastic praise. However, the finer details still required further exploration. This internal family meeting of the Senju clan persisted until after dinner, only concluding then. After dispersing, Tobirama glanced at the sky, noting the late hour. He presumed Kinji had already dined. As he meandered through the kitchen, he fortuitously encountered Coral. Upon learning he was about to visit Kinji, she handed him a bowl of fried small fish, urging him to bring it to Kinji for a taste. Upon seeing the bowl of fish, Kinji looked perplexed, questioning, "Why fried fish?" "This is your reward for training," Tobirama remarked, eyeing the seal on Kinji's forehead, which appeared unchanged since their last encounter during the day. It seemed this cursed seal was indeed challenging to master. "Is this all I get?" Kinji exclaimed incredulously. "I've spent the entire afternoon diligently practicing in my room without stepping outside, and this is my reward, a bowl of fried fish." Kinji playfully lunged at Tobirama's face. "Do you think I'm a cat? You're in big trouble for trying to appease me with fried fish." Tobirama chuckled and stepped back, prompting Kinji to chase after him. To prevent the fried fish from spilling, Tobirama bent down to place the bowl on a low table. Seizing the opportunity, Kinji jumped onto Tobirama's back, pretending to choke him. Fearing Kinji would fall, Tobirama promptly supported Kinji's legs, saying, "Enough of this mischief, young Master Kinji. I was merely jesting. This delicacy is a specialty from my sister-in-law's hometown, and Coral insisted I bring it for you to try." "Oh, Sister Mito? Her hometown specialty is fried fish?" Tobirama raised an eyebrow at this address, but it was not incorrect. He nodded and elaborated, "Though these fish are diminutive, their flavor is exquisite. However, they perish within half an hour once removed from the sea, causing their taste to deteriorate. Thus, they are seldom seen inland. Only coastal regions can savor them. This is a treat Coral brought. Would you care to try?" Kinji, somewhat skeptical, picked up a small fish and popped it into his mouth. The flavor of the fried fish was indeed delightful, yet Kinji offered Tobirama a piece of fried fish and then held out his hand, demanding, "And what about my reward for training?" Tobirama fixed his gaze on Kinji. Kinji returned the stare. Tobirama replied, "Wait here a moment," and then exited the room. Kinji sat at the table, munching on the fried fish. Within minutes, Tobirama returned. Extending his hand towards Kinji, fingers splayed, revealing a pendant that dangled alluringly. It was a stunning black pearl, resplendent with an iridescent sheen. This pearl was not perfectly round. When viewed from above, it appeared slightly lopsided, resembling a quail egg, while from the side, it bore a resemblance to a plump little black rabbit. "Is this for me?" Kinji exclaimed in delight, reaching for it, but Tobirama withdrew his hand, wiping it clean. Kinji huffed at Tobirama, turning around in the room to seek something to wipe his hands on. Tobirama pointed to a soft cloth on a table by the window. Kinji approached, picked up the cloth, and focused on wiping his hands. Meanwhile, Tobirama stepped behind him and deftly untied the pendant's cord, fastening it around Kinji's neck. "You asked me to bring back a specialty. Upon my arrival in the land of whirlpools, I casually browsed the markets. Once I secured this, I thought of you and your delightful moon-viewing dumplings from last time. This seemed perfectly suited for you." Indeed, it appeared fitting. Kinji, unable to see the pendant, merely reached up to touch the round, plump pearl rabbit resting against his collarbone. Reflecting on it, he recalled that he had previously gifted Tobirama a pair of moon-viewing dumplings. One black and one white, with the black representing himself and the white symbolizing Tobirama. It was rare for Tobirama to remember such details and even bring back a rabbit-shaped black pearl as a return gift. Tobirama indeed had a sense of decorum. Kinji quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother Tobirama." Tobirama struggled to suppress a smile, pointing at Kinji, and said earnestly, "Previously, my elder brother gave you a steak, which you casually handed over to others without a blink. I assure you, this pendant will be kept close to me at all times, even in the bath." Kinji raised his hand in solemn promise, his expression sincere. Afterward, Kinji could not help but comment, "You say that, but I've already devised a way for brother Hashirama to lose all his winnings. How is it that you still encounter assassination attempts? Your brother's luck at gambling is indeed remarkable. What on earth is going on? If it weren't for me, his wife would have been lost before even entering the home." Indeed, Tobirama nodded. "Both my brother and sister-in-law are well aware that it was you who saved them this time. Thus, they have requested that you absolutely attend the betrothal ceremony in 3 months. I wish to attend, but that is 3 months away." Kinji hesitated. "Isn't it a bit excessive to run away from home for 3 months? But it doesn't matter. It was Madara who wanted to expel me from my room. I was merely obeying. What fault is mine?" Consequently, he nodded resolutely. "Very well. I shall stay with the Senju for 3 months. After some thought, he added, "But you must guarantee that my Uchiha identity will not be exposed." A glimmer of amusement crossed Tobirama's eyes as he smiled, replying, "I promise." Chapter 60, The Search. Kinji arrived at the Senju clan in the guise of Mito's maid, thus necessitating his residence within the same courtyard as her. Although, due to his male gender, Hashirama had assigned him to a rather secluded room, distanced from Mito's quarters. However, during the late hours, Tobirama could not linger in his sister-in-law's courtyard indefinitely. So after chatting with Kinji for a while, he took his leave. Kinji retrieved a small mirror, positioning it to catch the moonlight filtering through the window, first inspecting the seal on his forehead. Despite an entire afternoon of training, the cursed seal showed no signs of change, prompting Kinji to exhale a deep sigh as his gaze shifted to the pearl adorning his neck. Round and plump, secured by a red cord. It shimmered like a tiny lantern under the moonlight, resting delicately between his collarbones and resembling a chubby little rabbit, utterly charming. While it indeed looked lovely, Kinji pondered whether a boy wearing a pearl might be perceived as somewhat effeminate. He reached out to poke the little rabbit. Glancing once more at his reflection in the mirror, he had always felt that his appearance was a touch too adorable, anticipating that as he matured, the Uchiha lineage would grant him handsomeness. Yet, observing his current trajectory, it seemed unlikely. Now, coupled with the faint purple cursed seal on his forehead and the pearl around his neck, clad in feminine attire, he appeared utterly unremarkable. How long would it take for him to become handsome? Kinji mused, seeking to console himself. Patience, just a little longer. After all, Izuna had been exceptionally cute in his childhood, appearing like a rosy little girl. Yet, in the original narrative, Izuna grew into someone strikingly handsome, rivaling Sasuke in allure. Perhaps I am of the same ilk. Meanwhile, the one whom Chihiro has been pondering over, Izuna, is conversing with Madara. 2 days prior, in a fit of anger, Chihiro had run away from home, and for the past 2 days, he has been utterly unreachable, leaving Madara in a state of agitation. His naturally fierce visage, already stern, has grown even colder, rendering him an intimidating presence during the day as he conducts his affairs, causing those around him to hesitate in uttering a word. Izuna feels compelled to intervene, believing that his brother's worry has become excessive. Thus, just before bedtime, he ventures into Madara's chamber, hoping to engage him in conversation. Brother, you are worrying excessively, Izuna states. Chihiro is no longer a child. You should regard his absence as a mere task he has undertaken, one that may keep him away for several days. Such occurrences are entirely normal. Yet, Madara counters, expressing that Chihiro has never ventured far from home. But there must be a first time, right? Izuna challenges. Do you truly wish to confine Chihiro within the clan, forbidding him from ever stepping outside? That is not the same, Madara replies, furrowing his brow as he rubs his temples. When he embarks on a mission, at the very least. I know where he has gone. Currently, I have no idea where Chihiro is. I cannot even locate him. How could I not be concerned? Izuna finds himself at a loss, unable to comprehend Madara's perspective. Previously, he had believed his brother harbored feelings for Chihiro, a notion that Chihiro remained oblivious to. However, he later realized that his assumption was mistaken. Madara did not possess such affections for Chihiro. Yet the idea that Chihiro might actually be fond of Madara has now cast a shadow over his thoughts. What, then, does Madara truly think? It seems that his brother's overthinking has driven Chihiro to the point of running away, and in any case, it must be Madara's fault. Yet, Chihiro's prolonged absence from home is unacceptable. Tomorrow, I shall take on a mission as well. I will assist in searching for Chihiro, Izuna declares. No need for that. Madara waves his hand dismissively. I will personally retrieve him. After Izuna departs, Madara remains alone in his room. A shadow flickers across the floor, prompting him to look up, where he finds Junin standing within, bowing respectfully. Young clan leader, your presence here at this hour must indicate some important news? Madara inquires. Indeed, Junin affirms, nodding. I have just received word that from the Senju clan, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju have received the Uzumaki water household, and a party of 5, including 2 maidens of the Uzumaki clan, has returned to the Senju clan's territory. Oh, Hashirama has returned. Madara waves his hand, signaling for Junin to withdraw. Madara ponders briefly. He is at a loss regarding Chihiro's whereabouts over the past few days. However, since Chihiro shares a close bond with Hashirama's brother, it is likely that Chihiro, who often sneaked out to play with Tobirama in his youth, might have sought him out now that Hashirama has returned. Determined, Madara resolves to meet with Hashirama the following day and request him to keep an eye out for Chihiro. The next day, Hashirama, who also seeks Madara for a matter, arrives at the cliff's edge in unison with him. Madara, Hashirama exclaims with a smile upon seeing him. I knew that upon my return, you would come here to find me. Hashirama, Madara retorts, do not speak so ambiguously. I came to seek you for a matter of importance. Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you as well. Hashirama's expression turns serious as he asks, are you aware that I encountered an assassination attempt on my way back from the Uzumaki clan? Madara is taken aback. I was not aware. What transpired? Hashirama recounts the events, emphasizing the involvement of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire in hiring rogue ninjas. After listening attentively, Madara contemplates. There must be more than one feudal lord in the Land of Fire, correct? Do you know who specifically hired the rogue ninjas? I have already dispatched someone to investigate. However, even if we discover who it is, there is little we can do without evidence, and the Land of Fire will not side with the ninja clans, Hashirama replies. At the very least, it should serve as a precautionary measure, Madara suggests. Hashirama sighs. I never anticipated that the greatest obstacle to our village's establishment would not be the long-standing enmity between clans, but rather the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Sometimes, the emergence of a common enemy can unite disparate forces into a single front. Perhaps this is not entirely a negative development. We must observe how the situation unfolds. Madara remarks. Speaking of the ambush, how did you manage to escape? Oh, it was thanks to Itama bringing little Chihiro just in time that we were saved. Hashirama answers casually. Madara's eyes widen in shock as he stares at Hashirama. Who did you say? Itama? Hashirama clarifies. He is my youngest brother. That's not what I was asking. I meant, what role did Chihiro play in this? Madara's tone grows increasingly agitated. Little Chihiro saved us. Hashirama responds, confused by Madara's intensity. In gratitude, the water household even taught him the shadow sealing technique. He is currently learning it at my home. Take me to your home, Madara commands, striding away. Hashirama hastily intercepts him. Madara, wait. As the young clan leader of the Uchiha, it is inappropriate for you to suddenly storm into the Senju clan's territory alone. I am going to bring Chihiro home. Chapter 61, Night Visit. Do not fret, Madara. Little Chihiro is quite safe at my home. My father is unaware of his Uchiha identity and merely believes he came along with the water household. Hashirama pauses, hesitating before asking. Chihiro mentioned he ran away from home. What is the story behind that? Madara halts, momentarily unsure of how to explain the situation to Hashirama. Hashirama encourages. Did you have a quarrel with little Chihiro? I must say, Madara, you are rather strict. Chihiro is in his rebellious phase. It's only natural for him to be irked by your authority and even rebel by running away. Madara frowns, countering. My relationship with Chihiro is not that of a typical brother disciplining a younger sibling. What is it then? Hashirama inquires, noticing Madara's silence. He continues, how about this, Madara? Allow little Chihiro to stay at my home for a while. In 3 months, my father and I will hold a betrothal ceremony. You can come and take Chihiro back home then. Madara looks at Hashirama, retorting, as the young clan leader of the Uchiha. It is inappropriate for me to visit the Senju clan's territory now, but attending the betrothal ceremony of the young Senju leader in 3 months will be suitable. I will formally extend an invitation to you on behalf of the Senju clan, Hashirama assures him. I hope you can attend. It will also serve as a signal to everyone that the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans has begun to thaw. Madara falls silent for a moment before asking, will your father agree? I will persuade him, Hashirama promises, patting Madara on the shoulder. Although the Senju and Uchiha have been at odds, deep down, everyone yearns for peace. Do not underestimate them. Both my father and yours are clan leaders. As leaders, they cannot allow past grievances to overshadow the future of their clans. I believe I can convince my father, and I believe you can too. I will do my best, Madara replies, then shifts the topic back. However, that is a matter for later. I cannot simply wait idly for 3 months. I am uneasy about Chihiro. You must take me to see him. Seeing that he cannot sway Madara, Hashirama's expression falls. Madara, you truly, he contemplates for a moment, then concedes, I can take you to see little Chihiro. But you must go quietly and not let my clansmen discover you. After all, the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha has not yet improved. And your unexpected appearance as the Uchiha young leader in Senju territory would be quite inappropriate. After much persuasion from Hashirama, Madara reluctantly agrees to avoid any direct confrontation. And it is not until deep into the night that he steps into Chihiro's room. Chihiro is already asleep. With Ban's absence, he could only rely on the sedatives previously prescribed by Haru to fall asleep, but his slumber was anything but tranquil, akin to being haunted by nightmares. He remained oblivious even when Ban entered the room, his vigilance markedly diminished. Ban approached Qianjing with utmost gentleness, crouching beside him to observe. In the mere span of a few days, Qianjing seemed to have undergone notable changes. The faint yet striking purple mark on his forehead, as Matsukaze had mentioned, was indeed the Yin seal taught to him by Mido. Ben could not resist the urge to reach out and lightly caress the unfamiliar mark. Qianjing felt a slight itch on his forehead and instinctively raised his hand to brush it, inadvertently grasping Ban's hand instead. Mumbling sleepily, he murmured, Banji, stop messing around, while pressing Ban's hand against his cheek before returning to his slumber. Not wishing to disturb Qianjing, Ben adjusted his position and lay beside him. Observing Qianjing, who had been restless upon his entrance, he noticed how quickly he settled down once Ban lay next to him, instinctively clinging to him and wrapping his arms around Ban's. Ban's heart softened immensely. Qianjing simply could not be apart from him. Since childhood, they had always shared their nights together, scarcely parting ways. Even now, though Qianjing was unaware of his presence, his body instinctively recognized and welcomed him, completely unguarded, murmuring Ban's name even in his dreams. What had he been thinking back then? How could he ever bear to suggest that Qianjing leave his side? It was utterly insane. Qianjing preferred staying with Hashirama rather than returning home, clearly enraged. If Ban were to adopt a forceful stance now, insisting that Qianjing return with him to the Uchiha, it would only further incite his anger. Turning onto his side, Ban drew Qianjing closer into his embrace. Qianjing squirmed slightly, then rolled over to face Ban, instinctively seeking his warmth. Allowing Qianjing to remain with Hashirama for a while was prudent. Once Qianjing's temper had cooled, Ban would have a proper conversation with him and bring him home. After all, Hashirama would certainly ensure Qianjing's safety. For the next 3 months, Ban resolved to visit as often as possible, endeavoring to come by each night. Lowering his head, he placed a gentle kiss on the faint purple mark upon Qianjing's forehead and softly reassured him, I shall always be by your side. Sleep well. When Qianjing awoke the following day, he was astonished to find that he had overslept, feeling utterly refreshed. Previously, the sedatives would allow him to sleep, but only for 4 or 5 hours before he would awaken. Last night, however, he had slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Had the exhaustion from recent travels and training finally taken its toll? A well-rested mind was sharp and agile, well suited for absorbing complex scientific knowledge, such as the principles behind the Flying Thunder God technique. Tobirama had spread a plethora of draft papers across the table, having exhausted 2 charcoal pencils in the process. Qianjing, initially brimming with energy and confidence, found himself resting his chin in his hands, his eyes swirling in circles after an entire afternoon spent burning countless brain cells. Still unable to grasp the concepts. Must we start with the theory? Qianjing complained. Isn't learning the seals enough to master the technique? Once I form the seal, I should be able to transport myself instantly. That's the body flicker technique. There are significant differences between that and the flying thunder god, Tobirama clarified. Having discerned Kinjing's growing impatience, recognizing that no further learning could be accomplished today, he set down his pen and suggested, let's discuss something else. As long as the topic was not studies, Qianjing perked up immediately. What shall we talk about? After a brief contemplation, Tobirama replied. The flying thunder god consists of 2 steps, the marking and the transportation, of which you have already mastered the first. Qianjing, somewhat disgruntled, elongated his response. I already know that. Did you know that the flying thunder god marks can be inscribed not only on objects, but also on living flesh? Tobirama continued. Qianjing paused, recalling that this indeed seemed to be the case. He remembered the original story where Tobirama and Minato had marked Obito with the flying thunder god seal, and whispers suggested that Minato had also marked Naruto and Kushina. As Tobirama collected the draft papers, stacking them neatly, he seemingly nonchalantly added, moreover, once the flying thunder god seal is inscribed on a body, it does not fade. It remains permanently and can be transported. But how do you know that? Have you ever inscribed the flying thunder god mark on someone? Qianjing inquired. Not practically. It is merely theoretical, and I have yet to attempt it, Tobirama replied, shaking his head before looking at Qianjing and asking, would you like to try? Try? How? Qianjing pointed at himself, then at Tobirama. Are you suggesting I test it on myself, or should I do it on you? Tobirama appeared indifferent. I am fine with either. After a moment of reflection, Qianjing shook his head. Perhaps not. Once inscribed, the mark cannot be erased. What if one day I transport myself to you while you are in the bath? That would be so awkward. Tobirama remained silent, casually fiddling with the charcoal pencil he had used earlier. Qianjing added, besides, don't we already have each other's marks? As he spoke, he retrieved the kunao that Tobirama had previously asked the Inyazuka to deliver to him from the shadow space. Tobirama paused, raising an eyebrow. You have been carrying my kunao with you? Of course, Qianjing replied naturally, then questioned, don't you carry my kunao? He had initially planned to learn the flying thunder god technique and make a swift escape, entrusting Tobirama with his kunao because he considered him reliable, someone he could rely on for assistance if needed. Although he had not yet mastered the technique and had already fled from the Uchiha, he thought it prudent to keep it on hand for future use. Tobirama produced the kunao inscribed with Kinjing's mark from his ninja tool pouch for him to see, which satisfied Qianjing. See, we already have each other's kunao, and our marks are on them, so it's not much different from inscribing them on each other. Still, there is a distinction, Tobirama remarked. Wherein lies the difference? Qianjing pressed. After a moment of silence, Tobirama replied, we can discuss that later. For today, after spending an entire afternoon learning about the flying thunder god technique. Have you practiced the Yin seal? How could I, when I overslept this morning? Qianjing grumbled. Besides, the Yin seal is exceedingly challenging. It feels like a bottomless pit. No matter how much chakra I pour in, it never fills up. Look at this mark. After all this time, there has been no change. You've only trained for a few days, have you not? Tobirama observed, scrutinizing the faint purple mark on Qianjing's forehead. It appeared unchanged, almost decorative. The color suited Qianjing well. Moreover, he was wearing a light purple dress today, which complemented the overall aesthetic beautifully. Clearing his throat, Tobirama said, you've worked hard. Qianjing extended his hands in exasperation. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. Qianjing, dissatisfied, retorted, last time I worked hard, I received some dried fish as a reward, but this time, I don't even get that? Tobirama remained silent. As Qianjing strolled back to his room, he pocketed a few oranges he had successfully acquired from Tobirama. Though he verbally expressed his complaints, he was determined to learn from Izuna and not neglect his daily training. The Yin sealing technique was a skill he wished to master, as it was exceptionally practical. He needed to grasp it swiftly. If he were to be lazy now, he would surely regret it later when the time came to utilize it. Once immersed in training, the passage of time became imperceptible. After dinner, Qianjing commenced his practice of the Yin sealing technique, following Mito's instructions. As chakra circulated through his body, he inadvertently practiced until midnight, far beyond the hour he should have retired for the night. Realizing the lateness, he hurriedly washed up, donned his sleepwear, arranged his bedding, and nestled into his cocoon, reflecting on the seemingly satisfactory quality of his sleep the previous night. Qianjing resolved to forego his medication today and see if he could fall asleep unaided. Yet, shortly after closing his eyes, he sensed the presence of another person in the room. He refrained from opening his eyes, striving to maintain steady breaths. The aura of the newcomer felt all too familiar. It was only when the figure lay beside him that Qianjing opened his eyes, turning his back to the intruder and accurately calling out, Madara. Madara paused, taken aback by Qianjing's unexpected wakefulness at such a late hour. Sitting up, Qianjing looked at Madara and whispered, what brings you here? This is Senju territory. It's all right. Hashirama is aware of my visit, Madara replied, also sitting up. Oh, Qianjing responded, nodding slowly, observing Madara's familiarity with the room. It was evident this was not his first visit. The mystery behind his sudden improvement in sleep quality was unraveled. However, what was Hashirama up to? He had already declared his intention to leave home. Why was he still involving their parents? Madara, sensing Qianjing's concern about his solitary venture into Senju territory, reassured him. There's no need to worry. The relationship between Uchiha and Senju is not as strained as it once was. He proceeded to recount the plans he and Hashirama had devised. His visit to Senju today was not solely for Qianjing. He had first sought out Hashirama to discuss leveraging Hashirama's upcoming betrothal ceremony. Hashirama had also introduced him to Mito, a remarkably intelligent and thoughtful woman. Together, they deliberated on the necessary details moving forward. Madara intended to persuade the clan leaders of Uchiha and Senju to cease viewing one another as mortal enemies. Intending to announce the thawing of relations between their clans during Hashirama's betrothal ceremony. They also anticipated the potential consequences of such actions and how to navigate them. Hashirama has already sealed the invitation to the betrothal ceremony and entrusted it to me. I will present it to my father tomorrow. Although I foresee his inevitable anger, ultimately, for the sake of our clan's peaceful future, he will likely yield. Madara said, I initially planned to visit you frequently, but after delivering the invitation to my father tomorrow, I may not be able to come by for a while. You will have to sleep alone for some time. Oh, I understand, Qianjing replied, his tone flat and expression devoid of emotion. He had already prepared himself for solitude. It was merely a return to the status quo. Madara inquired. If you encounter any issues, you can seek Hashirama's assistance. When do you plan to return home? Qianjing turned back under the covers, facing away from Madara, and stated, I'm going to sleep now. Madara, as was his custom, wrapped his arms around Qianjing from behind, unperturbed by Qianjing's avoidance of his question, simply saying, sleep well. I'll stay here with you. However, Qianjing opened his eyes again, displeased, and exclaimed, Madara. Yes? You previously mentioned that I was just like Izuna, right? Qianjing queried. Do you hold Izuna in the same regard, sharing such intimate moments with him? Madara retorted, Qianjing, why have you stopped calling me Brother Madara? If you call me Brother Madara once more, I shall consider you and Izuna to be the same. Qianjing, don't be unreasonable. You were the one who insisted on being called Brother Madara. Now, you're turning the tables on me? Is this a game? With a swift motion, Qianjing flipped over to face Madara, indignantly asking, what if I simply refuse to call you that? Madara gently stroked Qianjing's hair, calmly responding, if you choose not to call me that, then I will no longer regard you as merely akin to Izuna. Chapter 63, Willpower. What does it mean to no longer regard him as merely akin to Izuna? It seemed to lead back to the same conclusion. Qianjing, unwilling to engage in further circular reasoning, boldly straddled Madara's waist. Pressing his hands down on either side of Madara's pillow, inquiring from a commanding position, how much less uncomplicated is it? Madara gazed at Qianjing, whose eyes were filled with earnestness. The moonlight streamed in, casting shadows across Qianjing's features, rendering him less round and adorable, instead imparting a sense of youthful awkwardness. Get off me. You're messing up my hair, Madara said. Qianjing shifted, resting on Madara's chest, lifting his face to plant a kiss on Madara's chin, asking, does this count as uncomplicated? Madara warned, Qianjing. Qianjing propped himself up again, kissing Madara's cheek and questioning, what about this? Madara seized Qianjing's wrist, reiterating his warning. This is Senju territory. We're not at home. And what of it? Qianjing dismissed, yet Madara turned his head aside, allowing Qianjing's subsequent kiss to land merely at the corner of his lips. Qianjing frowned in dissatisfaction, raising his gaze only to meet the slowly rotating Sharingan. He froze, momentarily dazed, before collapsing against Madara. Madara promptly supported him, adjusting him comfortably beside him, wrapping him securely in the blanket, and finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The hypnotic function of the Sharingan he had never envisioned employing in such a manner. Yet, he had no other choice. Regardless of the circumstances, Qianjing was younger and naive. Did he even comprehend the implications of his actions? Did he understand the consequences of such reckless affection? Perhaps he had never considered it. As the elder, it was crucial to cherish and guide him. However, Qianjing could not continue behaving this way. Hashirama was about to marry, and Madara was of the same age. He wished for Qianjing to mature a bit more. Waiting a few more years would be acceptable, for he did not desire to be a poor role model. He needed to devise a plan once he brought Qianjing home. Sharing a bed was a given, but he couldn't allow Qianjing to continue this way. It was becoming overwhelming. Upon awakening, Qianjing found, as expected, that Madara had already departed. After struggling to free himself from the blankets for a considerable time, he was filled with frustration. What was the meaning of this? Setting aside everything else, he had almost managed to kiss Madara yesterday. How could Madara evade him? It was utterly outrageous. Furthermore, he had utilized the Sharingan to incapacitate him. Was the Sharingan meant for such purposes? Did he not know Madara at all? He constantly proclaimed that he was no longer uncomplicated, yet deep down, he still perceived Xianjing as immature. So, would he forever remain in Madara's eyes as a mere reflection of his initial self? After all, he had grown taller and more handsome. Hadn't Madara noticed? No. The next time, he must do something to ensure that Madara truly no longer regarded him as uncomplicated. With a stormy disposition, Xianjing headed for breakfast. After the meal, he discovered that those around him were abuzz with chatter, discussing the invitation sent by the Senju clan to the Uchiha, inviting them to attend the betrothal ceremony of the young Senju clan leader. The world of the ninja is vast, and the Uchiha clan is regarded as a formidable adversary by the Senju. It is only natural that any minor disturbance between the two clans would be sensationalized. With her sweet demeanor and charming appearance in women's attire, Senju Chikage stealthily ventured out to engage in conversation with the members of the Senju clan. To her surprise, the voices of dissent were not as prevalent as Madara and Hashirama had anticipated, at least among the ordinary members of the Senju clan. There was a shared desire to avoid war. If the Senju could triumph over the Uchiha, that would be splendid. If not, a peaceful resolution would suffice. This was not merely a matter of family honor. The cessation of conflict was paramount. The method of achieving peace was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the final outcome of harmony. Chikage, savoring a lollipop gifted by an elderly woman for her cuteness, pondered this as she made her way back. Surely, the Uchiha clan must be experiencing a similar sentiment. War is brutal, and it is the common people who invariably suffer. Everyone has grown weary of conflict and yearns for tranquility. As long as their aspirations align, their wishes are bound to be fulfilled. As Chikage turned a secluded corner, a peculiar male voice suddenly called out, "Uchiha Chikage." The voice, initially grating like nails on a chalkboard, gradually normalized, as if the speaker were unaccustomed to conversing. Chikage looked back, but saw no one behind her. Utilizing her chakra perception, she detected no suspicious individuals nearby. Yet, the voice persisted, echoing like a haunting refrain, "Uchiha Chikage." In the heart of Senju territory, and under the guise of a Mido maid, even Senju Tobirama was unaware of her Uchiha lineage. Who could be calling her full name repeatedly? With her eyes opened, Chikage formed the hand sign to summon her canine spirit, preparing to deploy her shadow techniques at a moment's notice. However, before she could utter the incantation, a strange entity began to materialize from her shadow. To describe it, it resembled a Pokemon's Ditto, morphing into a shadowy figure akin to a villain from Detective Conan. A person-shaped object, cloaked in darkness, bore a sinister grin and had disproportionately small eyes. "I am Kuro," it proclaimed, "born from your abilities, a manifestation of your own will." Chikage responded, "Oh, I had almost forgotten about you. You are the one who opposes the peaceful coexistence of the Uchiha and Senju." She inquired, "You claim to be my will?" Kuro answered, "Indeed. Is that not fascinating?" Chikage retorted, "Isn't that rather dubious? To think you would use the same tired lines to deceive me? This feels reminiscent of how you once manipulated Indra." She stepped back, maintaining her distance from Kuro. While Kuro's physical capabilities were feeble, he possessed the ability to possess and manipulate others, necessitating caution. Chikage formed two seals, summoning her Shikigami and instructing them to remain concealed within her shadow, all the while feigning curiosity. "What do you mean you were birthed from my abilities? Which of my skills gave rise to you? Was it Kagaya's technique of manipulating dimensions? You may be unaware, but your innate ability to control shadows actually falls under Ein release, allowing you to create tangible forms from nothingness. I am essentially your doppelganger." Chikage protested, "I certainly do not have such an unattractive doppelganger." Kuro, adept at weaving tales, seamlessly integrated this narrative. If Chikage were less familiar with shadow techniques, she might have been completely deceived. Yet, Kuro should be pursuing Madara, urging him to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan to access the altered tablet and incite him to unleash the infinite Tsutomi to recover Kagaya. Why did Kuro suddenly appear before her? Then, Chapter 64, Deceit and Intrigue. Chikage was uncertain of Kuro's intentions, but that was of little consequence. What mattered was that Kuro had deceived Madara throughout the original narrative, ultimately revealing himself as the true antagonist. With Kuro practically delivering himself to her doorstep, she could hardly let this opportunity slip away. However, dealing with Kuro required patience. His physical prowess was lacking, but his intellect was sharp. If she acted rashly, he might escape. Drawing upon her knowledge from the original story, she understood that sealing techniques would be essential in subduing Kuro. Coincidentally, she had recently met a master of sealing techniques. With a thought, her canine spirit understood the assignment and swiftly departed for the residence of the Senju clan leader. Shikage maintained a calm facade as she engaged Kuro in a battle of wits, feigning innocence as she queried, "You claim to be my doppelganger. Does that mean you possess independent consciousness like a shadow clone?" "Precisely," Kuro affirmed. As they walked toward a less populated area, Shikage continued, "Then why have I never encountered you before? Why did you not reveal yourself earlier?" Kuro contemplated the implications of her question. He had not anticipated that the relationship between the Uchiha and Senju had grown so amicable as to warrant an alliance. Upon hearing of this development, he was unable to contain himself. How could the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura coexist peacefully? When would he ever have the chance to attain the Rinnegan? Without the Rinnegan, how could he initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi? How could he recover chakra or resurrect his mother, Kagaya? This was utterly unacceptable. Thus, Kuro resolved to confront Shikage. If he could eliminate someone of significance to Uchiha Madara within the Senju's domain, it would surely thwart the alliance between the Uchiha and Senju. Kuro recognized Shikage's attempts to lead him to a secluded spot, realizing that this seemingly naive Uchiha was not as easily deceived as he had hoped. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. His objective was not to trick her. Clearing his throat, Kuro adopted a didactic tone, claiming, "You possess the innate ability to utilize in release, allowing you to create forms from the intangible. However, there is also a complementary technique known as yang release. Techniques associated with physical healing, such as those practiced by the Senju clan, fall under yang release. These can imbue the forms you create with chakra and life. The art of creation from nothingness, infused with life, is referred to as yin-yang release. My presence here indicates that it is now time for you to learn yang release." Kuro's tone was laden with manipulation, leaving Shikage at a loss for words. "Why must we discuss learning ninjutsu again? And you claim to be my doppelganger? Are you not aware that I have excelled in medical ninjutsu since childhood?" Kuro was taken aback. "What? How is that possible?" He could hardly believe it. Medical ninjutsu required a significant amount of yang chakra. The Uchiha did not intermarry with outsiders, and for an Uchiha, who inherited Indra's in-release powers, to possess yang chakra was already perplexing. To be proficient in medical ninjutsu was simply illogical. Xianjing had not intended to engage with Kurizetsu so hastily, particularly since Mito had yet to arrive and the sealing techniques were unavailable. He feared that he might not be able to subdue Kurizetsu, resulting in the latter's escape. However, having conversed to this point, Xianjing realized that there was no turning back. The topic had escalated beyond his control, and he could only imagine the turmoil brewing within Kurizetsu. Indeed, it was quite illogical, as Kurizetsu's abilities were not genuine medical ninjutsu, but rather reversal techniques. With a skeptical expression, Xianjing questioned, "Are you truly my shadow clone?" Kurizetsu struggled in response, insisting, "I truly am. I do not believe you." As he spoke, Xianjing began to form hand seals. Shadows behind him surged forth, crackling with energy. And with a resounding cry, a magnificent bird, crackling with electricity, burst forth from the shadows. "Wait a moment. No, I have not completed my seals yet. You must allow me to finish," Xianjing exclaimed, but just then, Tobirama, accompanied by Mito, suddenly appeared beside him. At that moment, Xianjing's kunao imbued with the flying thunder god technique proved invaluable. Tobirama stepped forward, rapidly forming hand seals, declaring, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." A colossal water dragon surged toward Kurizetsu, crashing into him and drenching him thoroughly. Simultaneously, Nu flapped its wings fiercely at Kurizetsu, sending arcs of electricity cascading down upon his soaked form. Kurizetsu's body quivered uncontrollably from the electric shock. Mito, quick-wit, hurled a scroll at Kurizetsu while forming hand seals, causing thick chains to erupt from the scroll and ensnare the electrically stunned Kurizetsu tightly. After a few futile struggles, Kurizetsu hung his head, motionless. The battle concluded in the blink of an eye, and Xianjing discreetly concealed his unfinished hand seals behind his back. Tobirama turned to reprimand him. "With your speed of forming seals, it's a wonder that Uchiha Madara did not send you to the battlefield. Had you been deployed, you would have perished long ago. This cannot be attributed to me," Xianjing protested, eyes wide. "The water dragon bullet requires over 20 hand seals. Do you expect everyone to be as formidable as you, capable of casting B-rank ninjutsu with merely 3 seals? You." Tobirama, unable to contain his frustration, pointed at him. "Starting tomorrow, you will attend an additional class to learn how to reduce the number of hand seals." "Huh? What?" Xianjing was taken aback. Just moments ago, Kurizetsu had suggested he learn some yang release techniques, and now Tobirama wanted him to focus on reducing hand seals. He still needed to practice the in sealing techniques taught by Mito, and, most importantly, master the teleportation of the flying thunder god technique. He hadn't even grasped the theoretical knowledge yet. What was he doing in the Senju clan? Was he here for an exchange program? "You two, stop bickering and come over here to see what is happening," Mito's voice called from Kurizetsu's direction. Tobirama pointed at Qianjing, who ground his teeth in response, ignoring him as he walked toward Mito. The chains used by Mito were not mere bindings. They were a form of sealing technique. Logically, anyone ensnared by these chains would be effectively sealed. Although this sealing technique was not of a high rank, given Kurizetsu's strength, escaping was still a daunting task. However, for reasons unknown, after being struck by the water dragon bullet and becoming thoroughly drenched, Kurizetsu, now restrained, was leaking a strange black liquid. As the dark fluid trickled down, it revealed the true human visage of an ordinary member of the Senju clan. Tobirama approached to sense the situation and then shook his head at the other two, indicating that this was indeed just an ordinary clan member, albeit one severely injured. Qianjing sighed inwardly and began to perform reversal techniques to heal the ordinary Senju clansman. He had anticipated that Kurizetsu's cunning intellect would not allow him to be so easily thwarted. Surely he would escape. There was no need for secrecy regarding this matter. Now that Kurizetsu had manifested, and since he could not handle the situation, he might as well inform the elders. Upon returning, he would relay the events to everyone and see whom Kurizetsu could deceive next. Meanwhile, lurking in a shadowy corner, akin to a puddle of mud, Kurizetsu silently observed Qianjing as he performed the reversal techniques to heal the individual. Chapter 65. The Ritual. Upon returning, Qianjing recounted the entire saga of Kurizetsu to everyone. He spoke of aliens, Itsutsuki, Kagaya, Indra, and Ashura, revealing everything he could, and for what he could not disclose, he cleverly attributed it to what Kurizetsu had informed him. After all, Kurizetsu was already so dark, placing further blame upon him would go unnoticed. Tobirama listened with skepticism, while Mito appeared contemplative. Hashirama chimed in. I shall promptly create a warning sign to be hung in the most frequented areas of our clan, stating, be vigilant, do not converse with unfamiliar little black figures. Tobirama, at a loss for words, tapped the table lightly. Brother. Hashirama quickly amended, let us write. Do not easily trust those with dubious intentions. Tobirama's forehead twitched. Is there really a difference? Hashirama slumped his shoulders, visibly disheartened. Tobirama is so fierce. Qianjing reassured. It's all right, brother Hashirama. In truth, Kurizetsu's combat prowess is not high. Just avoid believing in bizarre and absurd claims. Tobirama interjected. The most absurd is the story you just recounted. Qianjing shot him a look. So you do not believe me? Tobirama. Mito, smiling, attempted to diffuse the tension. By the way, I wonder if Madara is aware of this matter. Little Qianjing? No, brother Madara is still in the dark, Qianjing replied. Next time we meet, I shall remind him to stay vigilant. In truth, the one who needed caution was Madara, for he was the one most tragically deceived by Kurizetsu in the original narrative. After all, Obito had at least retained some of his own thoughts, while Madara had been entirely manipulated by Kurizetsu, believing all along that it was his own will. Subsequently, when Hashirama encountered Madara, he recounted the tale of the alien invasion. When Mito met him, she shared the story of their shared lineage a millennium prior. And when Madara visited Qianjing that evening, Qianjing relayed the narrative of how the naive young Indra was deceived by malevolent forces from a young age. Madara? Each individual emphasized different aspects of the tale, yet they all conveyed the same underlying message. Qianjing summarized, thus, you must be vigilant. If you encounter any dark, grotesque figures claiming to be manifestations of your own will, do not hesitate. Ignore their ramblings and simply incinerate them with fire release. Madara. 3 months swiftly passed, leading to the day of Hashirama and Mito's wedding ceremony. Early in the morning, Qianjing was roused from his slumber by Mito, who was applying makeup to his face. Groggy, he stumbled back, exclaiming, Sister Mito, what are you doing? Little Qianjing is my attendant. How can we not prepare you today? Mito cheerfully held up 2 boxes of lip color, inquiring, which shade do you prefer? I do not favor any. Then how about the one on your left hand? Very well, let us go with that. Mito nodded in satisfaction. She adorned Qianjing as one would a doll, and as soon as he finally received her approval, he could hardly bear it any longer and pushed open the door to leave the room, only to find himself face to face with Madara and Hashirama. At that moment, Madara was intently listening to Hashirama, and upon noticing Qianjing at the door, initially regarded him as merely a Senju attendant. He cast a fleeting glance, then returned his gaze, only to stop in surprise and look back again. Qianjing? Madara stuttered. Why are you wearing a dress? Oh. Qianjing gently tapped his chin. It seemed that during this period, every time Ban came to find him, it was always in the evening, just as he had changed into his pajamas and was ready to sleep. Ban had indeed never seen him dressed in women's clothing before. Intrigued, Qianjing deliberately spread his arms and asked Ban, do I look good like this? On the side, Hashirama gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, very beautiful. Qianjing smiled brightly. Ban's gaze shifted to Qianjing's lips, which were adorned with something that made them appear a rosy hue. Glistening slightly, after a fleeting glance, Ban quietly withdrew his gaze, a faint blush creeping onto his ears. He changed the subject, asking, "How come you are dressed like this? What's going on?" Hearing the commotion, Mito stepped out, her voice laced with curiosity. "Little Qianjing is my maid, right? Did I ask him to dress like this? Is there something wrong?" Hashirama immediately shook his head. No. Ban instinctively followed suit. Hashirama then pulled Ban aside, addressing Mito. "I'll take Ban to meet father first. We have some matters to discuss. We'll see you at the ceremony." Mito smiled and agreed, watching the two depart. Turning back, she noticed Qianjing waving goodbye to Ban. His smile sweet and cheerful. Suddenly, Mito inquired, "Little Qianjing, have you been living at the Uchiha residence?" "Yes," Qianjing replied, somewhat puzzled by her question. "I see." Mito paused, smiling. "Then you two have practically grown up together." Hashirama mentioned that Ban cares deeply for his younger brother. "He must treat you very well." "Yes, he does," Qianjing murmured softly, his spirits dimming as he added, "But I'm not his brother." The mention of the word brother irked Qianjing. He didn't want to associate himself with terms like younger brother or child. He longed to mature overnight. Observing Qianjing's expression, Mito inwardly thought, could it be? This seems a bit complicated. Should I say something? Deciding against it, Qianjing stretched his arms in a grand yawn. Waking up too early that morning, he felt a bit drowsy now and wanted to find something to occupy himself. He turned to Mito. "Sister Mito, shouldn't you change into your formal attire? I think I'll step out for a bit." "All right." Mito hesitated, saying nothing further. Some things were not appropriate for her to voice. They should be addressed by the individuals involved. Wait until after today's ceremony, she thought, planning to find an opportunity to speak with Tobirama. Chapter 66. The ceremony. After greeting Mito, Qianjing attempted to slip away, but she reminded him, "Remember to change your clothes before heading to the main hall." Qianjing cheerfully replied, "Got it." However, he was uncertain about what Mito meant by changing clothes, assuming it was related to the formal attire of her maids. Dismissing the notion of wearing a complicated dress, he regarded his simple skirt as akin to a nightgown. It was not until he wandered into the courtyard that he encountered Tobirama, who was on patrol for security duties. Tobirama regarded Qianjing with a puzzled expression, asking, "Why are you dressed like this? Why was everyone commenting on his attire today? He had worn it just like this a few days ago. Was it not normal for him to dress this way as an Uchiha?" Qianjing, equally perplexed, retorted, "What's wrong with what I'm wearing?" Tobirama couldn't help but raise a hand to cover his mouth as he coughed lightly. "Is there something on you? It smells floral when the wind blows. Did your sister-in-law do that?" Noticing that Qianjing was still inspecting himself for any faults, Tobirama clarified, "When you dress like this at home, it was to avoid being recognized as an Uchiha, right? But today, with Uchiha Ban present, you are expected to attend the ceremony as an Uchiha. Dressing like this now is rather inappropriate, don't you think?" Qianjing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hadn't considered the implications. He had simply thrown on women's clothing in a daze that morning. Now, under Tobirama's scrutiny, it felt as if he had intentionally chosen to dress this way. "I'll go change," he declared. Tobirama added from behind him, "And wash your face. Have you put on makeup? That blush is a bit too vivid." I didn't tea. Qianjing ground his teeth, turning back to vent his frustration at Tobirama. "You're the one who secretly applied blush. Why is your face so red?" Qianjing dashed back to his room, retrieving his spare outfit from the shadow space. Although it was merely a standard Uchiha clan uniform, it was fitting for him to attend Hashirama and Mito's wedding ceremony in attire bearing the clan's emblem. After changing, he hurried to the main hall, where the ceremony had yet to officially commence, and guests were still arriving. The Senju clan did not adhere to as many formalities as the Uchiha clan. The venue for Hashirama and Mito's wedding ceremony was referred to as the main hall, but it was essentially a larger space created by removing the sliding doors from several rooms. In the center room, low tables were arranged in a square formation. The ceremonial area was at the opening, with the entrance directly facing the high seat reserved for Hashirama's father, Senju Butsuma. To the left of Senju, Butsuma's position was designated for the Uchiha clan, while the right side was for his second and youngest sons. The other rooms accommodated respected elders from the clan and representatives from smaller allied families. The seating arrangement made it clear that today's ceremony, while ostensibly a union of the Senju clan's young leader, was essentially a declaration that the Senju and Uchiha clans could coexist peacefully. Hashirama was likely preoccupied with his own matters, leaving most of the attendees as Senju clan members who were either unwilling or lacked the standing to engage with the Uchiha clan's young leader. Ban sat alone in the Uchiha seat. Qianjing tiptoed up behind Ban, intending to play a prank. But Ban did not turn his head and simply patted the cushion beside him, saying, "Sit here." Glancing at Qianjing, he casually remarked, "You changed your clothes?" Qianjing, frustrated at his failed prank, complained, "Yes, but why didn't you remind me earlier?" Ben thought to himself, "I already asked you twice." Sipping his tea calmly, he replied, "You're better suited to wearing trousers." "Huh? What? Do I not look good in a skirt?" "Not that." Ben coughed slightly, clarifying, "You're a boy. Why would you wear a skirt? Besides, you've grown a bit taller, haven't you? The previous skirt was a bit short on you." Oh, Qianjing understood. Ban was being nonsensical. It had only been 3 months. How much could one grow? The real issue was that the skirt was too short. Suppressing a smile, Qianjing glanced around and asked, "Is Izuna not here?" Father Wunti let him come. To be precise, Uchiha Tajima was quite displeased with Ban attending Hashirama's wedding ceremony. Although he recognized the political advantages for both clans, he could not reconcile this with his pride. Thus, it sufficed for Ban to attend alone. Izuna was not to join in the festivities. He was unaware that Qianjing was also present. He assumed Ban had sent Qianjing on some secret mission to rescue someone. And had he known, he surely would have become irate. "It's been so long since I saw Izuna. I miss him," Qianjing sighed. Resting his head on his arms atop the table, tilting his face to look at Ban, Ban responded, "Then you can come back with me later. You'll be able to see Izuna." Qianjing withdrew his gaze, fiddling with his cup, and quietly murmured, "Go back with you? As I return, I find myself uncertain of where I will lay my head at night. If I must sleep alone in the storage room, I might as well remain at Senju, where at least I could enjoy the comfort of my own chamber." "Senjinki." Madara reached out, playfully tugging at Senjinki's neck. She huffed, turning her head away to rest on her pillow, refusing to speak. Observing Senjinki's sulky demeanor, Madara felt an inexplicable urge to chuckle. Since childhood, she had a penchant for being pampered. When met with rejection, she would adopt a woeful expression, appearing obedient while possessing a temper that could be quite fierce. When truly angered, she would either stomp on someone or bite them, and she would not hesitate to run away from home for 3 months. What could he do? He had no choice but to coax her back. After all, he couldn't genuinely allow Senjinki to remain at Senju, could he? Madara gently patted her shoulder twice. Senjinki, disdainful, shifted her arm to brush away his hand, not bothering to look back. "Senjinki." Madara leaned closer, whispering in her ear. The proximity of his voice startled her, compelling her to turn and face him, nearly colliding with his face. She paused, questioning why he was so close. Madara maintained this intimate distance, looking at her softly as he asked, "Will you return home with me?" Behold, the Uchiha's visage technique. At such close range, magnifying that face, coupled with such tender words. Senjinki felt her heart race, a desire to clutch her chest welling within her. Yet, she resisted. That would be far too trivial. Striving to maintain a stern expression, she retorted, "Why are you so close? Look, everyone around is staring at you." Indeed, the members of the Senju clan and the smaller clans nearby, though they refrained from engaging with Madara, were intently observing their interaction. It seemed normal for them to converse, yet there was an underlying sense that something was amiss, prompting silent spectatorship. Madara appeared bewildered. "Why should I care how they perceive me?" Chapter 67. The ceremony. Well, that's true, Senjinki mused. Madara was indeed gentle with those he cared for, while indifferent to those he did not. He was unacquainted with these onlookers. Why should he concern himself with their opinions? Madara stated, "I came to Senju today primarily to bring you home. If you weren't here, I wouldn't have bothered to come." Senjinki was skeptical. "What about Brother Hashirama's betrothal ceremony?" Madara sighed. "This ceremony is quite troublesome." He informed her that Hashirama had privately taken him to meet with the Senju Buddha. The Buddha's demeanor towards him was tolerable, at least outwardly, but he posed several vexing questions. Upon returning to the Uchiha, it was highly likely that he would face the wrath of Uchiha Tajima once more. The clan's relationship was easing, and the next step was an alliance. With the village's foundation taking shape, a peaceful future seemed idyllic, yet practical implementation was fraught with challenges. The foremost issue was their geographical disparity. One clan resided upstream of the South River, while the other lay downstream. Coexisting would present significant challenges regarding the future village's location. In truth, both Madara and Hashirama had reached a consensus on this matter. Objectively, the downstream area boasted richer water sources, better transportation, and more fertile land. Additionally, many smaller ninja clans were affiliated with the Senju clan. They would be willing to inhabit Senju territory, but might resist moving to Uchiha lands. Thus, if a village were to be established, taking future developments into account, the optimal location would be in the downstream area, forming the village's initial framework based on Senju territory. However, this would necessitate the Uchiha relinquishing their current lands, evoking a sense of dislocation akin to being forced to reside in another's home. Convincing Uchiha Tajima of this would likely prove a formidable challenge. Moreover, within Uchiha territory lay an ancient shrine that could not simply be abandoned or reconstructed. The mere thought of it made Madara's head spin. He was at a loss for how to approach the matter upon his return, raising a hand to massage his temples. "Do not fret, Brother Madara," Senjinki reassured him. "Once we return, I will help you devise a solution." Madara paused, glancing at her. "Now you've reverted to calling me Brother Madara?" Senjinki, exasperated, retorted. "How else am I supposed to address you?" "You may call me whatever you wish," Madara replied, lightly flicking her forehead. "In the end, titles are of little consequence." In the brief time they conversed, Hashirama and Mito's betrothal ceremony commenced. Hashirama's long hair was styled into an elegant bun, while Mito's usual twin buns were transformed into a more mature hairstyle. Amidst the festive music, after a series of intricate rituals, the two shared a cup of wine. The Senju Buddha joyfully proclaimed their union, prompting attendants to serve various delicacies and beverages to each table. Senjinki picked up a fried little crab, popping it into her mouth. This small crab, reportedly part of Mito's dowry, was a specialty from the land of water, prepared similarly to the dried fish Hashirama had once offered her. Freshly caught from the sea, it was cleaned, coated in sesame and syrup, and then deep-fried, resulting in a dish that was both fragrant and sweet. The sugary coating ensured a prolonged crispiness, making it an excellent accompaniment to drinks. Notably sweet, it was a favorite of Senjinki's. As she savored her food, she casually glanced up, only to find Hashirama directly opposite her, gazing intently. Senjinki tilted her head in inquiry, and Hashirama gestured for her to come over. Just as she began to rise, Madara seized her wrist. "Where are you going?" he inquired. "Hashirama called me over. I'm unsure what he wants," Senjinki replied earnestly. "Oh." Madara glanced over. "He's calling you for a reason." Senjinki shrugged and raised her hands in a gesture to indicate Madara should let her pass. Hashirama frowned, raised his cup, and approached her. "What is the matter?" Senjinki asked, looking up at Hashirama. "Did you call me over for something?" Hashirama extended his cup toward her, saying, "Not much. I merely wish to toast you." "Oh, a toast!" Senjinki exclaimed. "Today is your brother's joyous occasion. It is I who should be raising a toast to you." Rising to her feet, she intended to lift her cup to clink with Hashirama's, only to be halted by Madara. Madara covered her cup with his hand, addressing Hashirama. "Senjinki does not consume alcohol." Hashirama chuckled lightly. "Oh, she doesn't drink, does she?" Senjinki felt a twinge of guilt. She rarely drank at home. Yet her military ration pills were made from alcohol, and Madara surely knew she could handle a little. Madara raised his cup and stood, facing Hashirama. "I will drink with you." Hashirama glanced between Madara and Senjinki, then clinked his cup against Madara's. A half cup of wine spilled, but he paid no mind, swiftly downing the rest in one gulp. Madara followed suit, refilling his cup and raising it in gratitude. "Thank you for looking after my Senjinki." Hashirama felt a pang of discomfort at those words. While Senjinki certainly bore the Uchiha name, Madara's phrasing felt oddly disjointed, as if it implied Senjinki belonged solely to him, casting Hashirama as an outsider in their shared history. "It's no trouble. We grew up together, and I have grown accustomed to looking after her," Hashirama replied, clinking cups with Madara once more. "It is my responsibility." With that, he emptied his cup again. Yet Madara did not partake in the drink. He raised his cup, a slight smile curving his lips, and retorted to Tobirama, "Whose responsibility is it?" Tobirama said nothing, merely tapping his empty wine glass lightly against the table before lifting his chin to meet Madara's unwavering gaze. The tension between them crackled like electricity, each exchanging glances as though they were throwing daggers at one another. Nearby, Chikage felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. What was happening? Why was it that these two, who had already been at odds during their last encounter, seemed to be escalating their animosity this time? It was one thing for their relationship to be strained in the original narrative, as Madara's hatred was understandable given Izuna's death at Tobirama's hands. But now, nothing irreversible had occurred. Izuna was still safe and sound within his clan. Why? After only a few exchanged words. Was there such an atmosphere that suggested they were on the brink of violence? Was it simply an inherent clash of their auras? But what concern was that of his? Why was it always he who found himself caught in the middle of these two? Oh, if only someone would come to his aid, he silently pleaded. In such moments, only Hashirama could disregard the surrounding tension, approaching Madara with a cheerful smile and clinking his own cup against Madara's. With the sound of gentle chimes, he shattered the prevailing stalemate. Hashirama had shed his cumbersome formal attire and re-entered the scene, making a beeline for Madara as he exclaimed, "Madara, I am truly delighted today. I never imagined my father would sit down with you in such a calm manner to discuss matters." He added, "That is because it is I. If it were my father, it might not have been the same." Madara raised his cup slightly to Hashirama, replying with a smile, "Congratulations." Thank you. Hashirama beamed, patting Madara on the shoulder with earnestness. "Madara, we are of the same age. Look at me. I am already engaged. When will I be able to celebrate your wedding?" It was Hashirama who diffused the tension, yet it was also Hashirama whose words had the power to disrupt it anew. As soon as he spoke, For reasons unbeknownst to him, the previously tense atmosphere between only Madara and Tobirama now seemed to extend to Chikage as well. Hashirama, really? You remain unchanged even after becoming engaged, Madara remarked, frowning and casting a sidelong glance at Hashirama. Chikage interjected, Hashirama, are you flaunting your newfound relationship? Huh. Hashirama was perplexed, having no idea where he had gone wrong to provoke the ire of two individuals at once. Madara rose, addressing Hashirama. I have completed my business here at the Senju clan's territory. It is getting late. I intend to return home to discuss matters with my father. With the Uchiha clan some distance from the Senju, he added, I will take Chikage home first. Hashirama nodded, somewhat dazed. Oh, yes, if you don't leave soon. It will be dark by the time you reach home. Madara acknowledged him with a nod and turned to Chikage, saying, Chikage, let us go. Chikage immediately stood and turned to Tobirama. Thank you for accommodating me during this time, Tobirama. The last time he had left, he and T said goodbye. And it felt remiss to depart without acknowledging Tobirama, especially after having been cared for during his stay. Tobirama, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, You are leaving, then? Chikage nodded. Yes, I have been away from home for 3 months now. It would be excessive not to return. Tobirama responded, Then go ahead. Glancing at Madara, Chikage noticed he had his back turned, not paying attention. He leaned closer to Tobirama, raising a hand to whisper, When I return, I will send Inyazuka to find you. I still haven't mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Chikage lowered his voice. Did he think he was deaf? Couldn't he sense his presence so close? Did he believe that covering his mouth would render his words inaudible? Chikage quickly stepped back, concealing his hand behind his back, and feigned nonchalance as he informed Tobirama. I'm leaving now. Tobirama's expression softened. You may go. Meanwhile, Madara had already taken the lead, stepping away. Chikage waved goodbye to Hashirama, asking him to relay his farewells to Mito, and hurried to catch up. All the while, Madara walked ahead, and Chikage followed closely behind. Madara's evident displeasure did not escape Chikage's notice. It was only natural. He had been whispering with Tobirama right in front of Madara, and given their animosity, it was understandable that Madara would be upset. But that was a separate issue altogether. While Madara and Tobirama had a strained relationship, he and Tobirama got along quite well. Moreover, he had learned much from Tobirama's family, who had treated him kindly. If he were to side with Madara and sever ties with Tobirama, he would be left friendless. Ultimately, what was the root of Madara's disdain for Tobirama? Was it merely Tobirama's haughty demeanor? Madara himself could be rather arrogant. Madara. Chikage suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. He grasped Madara's hand, standing obediently while tilting his face upward, focusing intently on Madara. His pale skin accentuated the redness at the corners of his eyes and the tip of his nose, likely due to his exertion in chasing after Madara. And a fine sheen of sweat dotted his forehead. Madara, he called softly once more. There was no reason for Madara to treat him with indifference. He too was an Uchiha, and he could stand his ground. Madara halted, looking down at Chikage with an impassive expression. What are you doing? I'm trying to cheer you up, Chikage replied. Madara's lips involuntarily curled upwards before he quickly suppressed the smile. He stepped around Chikage and turned his back to him, allowing himself a brief chuckle before returning to a serious tone. Let us go home first. Chikage was determined to make Madara smile before they reached home, but after following a couple of steps behind Madara, he suddenly sensed something was off. His breathing was too labored. Though they had been walking briskly, based on his own experience, this level of exertion shouldn't leave him breathless. It felt as though he couldn't catch his breath. He raised his hand to pat his chest, only to discover his hand was covered in red spots. Rolling up his sleeve, he noticed his arms were dotted with rashes. They didn't hurt or itch yet, but they looked alarming. What was this? An allergic reaction? Could it be from the seafood he had eaten earlier? But he had consumed seafood before without any issues. Why was he suddenly allergic today? Regardless, it didn't seem too grave. Chikage immediately activated the reversal technique, alleviating the allergic symptoms. He took a couple of steps toward Madara before halting again. Wait. He was allergic. He was unwell. Chikage crouched down, clutching his chest, his tone filled with distress. Madara. Hearing the change in his voice, Madara turned back and instantly appeared by his side. What's wrong? I don't feel well. Chikage looked up at Madara with pleading eyes. I can't catch my breath. Allergies are a bodily reaction that doesn't heal instantly, unlike a severed limb. If he didn't continuously use the reversal technique, the symptoms would soon resurface. Madara examined Chikage's arm and then felt his forehead. Thankfully, the situation wasn't too severe. He scooped Chikage into his arms, who instinctively wrapped his arms around Madara's neck. You should treat yourself, Madara instructed. Chikage, nestled against Madara, merely sighed and remained still. Treat himself? Why should he? Look. Just moments ago, Madara had left him behind, but now he was back to find him. Chikage tightened his grip around Madara. burying his face into the crook of Madara's neck, secretly smiling. Madara found the situation both amusing and slightly heart-wrenching. If you can't cure yourself, we'll have to visit the doctor. I'm fine. Chikage loosened his grip, feeling slightly annoyed. Why was Madara teasing him with the doctor? Those strange medicines from the doctor were not to be taken lightly. As he pondered this, Chikage attempted to slide down from Madara's hold, contemplating other solutions, only to be pulled back against Madara's chest once more. Rest against me for a moment, Madara said, his eyes brimming with mirth. Enough of this playfulness. I shall take you home. Chapter 69, Returning Home. Upon their return to the clan, Madara initially felt uneasy, wishing to escort Chikage to Dr. Spring Rain for another examination. However, Chikage firmly declined several times, leaving Madara with no choice but to place Chikage in Izuna's room while he reported the day's events to Uchiha Tajima. As soon as Izuna closed the door, Chikage rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Izuna, I've missed you so much." Izuna stood there, somewhat displeased, yet made no effort to push Chikage away, simply stating, "Well then, you should have returned home in these past 3 months. I was studying with the Senju to learn important matters." Chikage explained, adding, "And I asked Brother Madara to deliver a message to you. Didn't he mention it?" "He did indeed." Izuna mused. "Oh, do you miss me too? How adorable." Chikage beamed, pulling Izuna to sit at the low table, pouring him a cup of tea. "Come, let me tell you about the many events I've encountered during this time." Chikage recounted the happenings of the past 3 months, sharing that he had learned valuable sealing techniques, which would spare him from the incessant struggle for food and supplies. He emphasized the incident involving Kaguya, reiterating the story he had previously shared with Hashirama and the others, expressing his concerns. "That Kaguya is quite sinister. I fear he might come after me, and in doing so, might deceive Brother Madara. Considering the original narrative, it is not beyond possibility. In the story, Izuna dies prematurely. Had he not, with Madara's intense brotherly affection, Kaguya could easily exploit him for nefarious purposes." Izuna's expression grew complex. "Actually, I have heard this story before." "Huh." Chikage was taken aback. Izuna explained, 2 months ago, this tale suddenly spread through the clan, reportedly originating from the Senju clan, and was exaggerated with each retelling until it involved extraterrestrial beings. "In truth, the original tale did feature aliens," Izuna murmured. "But I find it too far-fetched. Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant." "That is wise. After all, Kaguya's combat prowess is lacking, relying solely on deception. As long as we do not fall prey to his tricks, we shall be fine." Chikage felt a sense of relief. Evidently, the legend of Kaguya's quest to save his mother had gained considerable traction, and he was curious to witness how Kaguya would weave new tales now that the gap in knowledge had diminished. Without Kaguya's machinations, Madara would not be deceived, and consequently, Obito would not be manipulated. This chain of deceit would be severed, allowing Kaguya to remain docile upon the moon, thus addressing the tragedies of the Hokage lineage at their root. Furthermore, even if new challenges arose, they would not concern him. He would not live to witness those events. His only priority was ensuring that Madara remained untainted by their ramifications. "Chikage," Izuna suddenly hesitated. "I wonder if you might be underestimating my brother?" "I believe you may be viewing him as rather weak. After all, he is the young clan leader of the Uchiha, well-versed in clan affairs. Why would you assume that he could be deceived by something I would not even believe?" Chikage struggled to find a response. How does one explain that in the original tale, Madara indeed fell victim to deception?" Izuna began to defend Madara, stating, "He can be a bit slow, but he is not foolish." After a moment, he corrected himself. "Well, perhaps at times he can be a tad dim-wit, but not excessively so." As he spoke, Izuna found himself frowning. Chikage gently patted Izuna's shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. Izuna, I understand. Do you know what Brother Madara's greatest virtue is?" "What is it?" Izuna inquired. Chikage replied earnestly, his face. Izuna was taken aback. After 3 months apart, Chikage and Izuna conversed until dusk. As it neared bedtime for Izuna, Chikage voluntarily suggested departing. After exchanging goodnights, she returned to Madara's room across the hall. Madara had just finished reporting to Uchiha Tajima and had changed into his nightwear, seated at his desk, diligently working to complete his tasks for the day. Chikage pulled a chair to sit opposite Madara, casually picking up a book to shield her face while secretly observing Madara by candlelight. In truth, Madara possessed many admirable qualities. It was merely that his striking visage overshadowed them all. Chikage's gaze remained fixed on Madara, and she noticed his writing gradually slowing until he finally set down his pen and sighed. "Your incessant staring makes it quite impossible for me to work." "I'm not disturbing you," Chikage replied innocently. "I have not uttered a word or stood behind you. I am merely sitting here quietly. What's the harm in that?" "What are you looking at?" Madara inquired, rising from his seat. "At you," Chikage answered. "I meant, what book are you reading?" Madara approached. leaning over her shoulder to glance at the cover. The clan history? Indeed. Chikage, unsure of what she was reading, merely responded absently. As Madara stood behind her, she leaned back against her chair, resting her head against his chest and gazing up at him. Madara lowered his gaze to meet hers, their eyes locking. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced between them, as if they were intertwined. Chikage softly ventured, "Brother Madara, with such a pleasant atmosphere, shouldn't you express something?" Madara chuckled lightly, bending to gently touch his forehead to Chikage's. He then returned to his desk, picking up his pen once more. "Is that all?" Chikage complained, covering her forehead in dissatisfaction. Madara glanced at her. "I still have work to do." He had spent the entire day with the Senju, and upon returning, he had been met with Tajima's ire. Now back in his room, he faced a mountain of work that needed completion before bedtime. For new tasks awaited him the following day. Madara rubbed his temples, realizing that being the young clan leader was no easy feat. Speaking of which, Hashirama is also the young clan leader of the Senju, yet he appears to have ample leisure time. "Brother Madara, this approach is untenable," Chikage pointed out. "If you do not delegate tasks, you will work yourself to exhaustion. A leader must learn to entrust responsibilities to others. Your role is merely to manage. Why must you do everything yourself? You will surely wear yourself thin." Madara paused, his pen halting mid-motion. Chikage continued, "In this regard, Tobirama is far more astute than you. While Hashirama may hold the title of Senju leader, it is Tobirama who truly manages affairs. He assigns appropriate tasks to capable individuals and merely oversees the results, making his workload significantly lighter than yours." Madara set his pen down, crossing his arms with a faint smile. "Oh, if what you say is true, then indeed. Senju Tobirama is considerably more intelligent than I. I should take it upon myself to learn from him." "Indeed," Chikage noted, realizing that Madara's expression suddenly shifted. Madara and Tobirama had always been at odds. Praising Tobirama in Madara's presence was akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Chikage quickly sprang to her feet, wrapping her arms around Madara's shoulders, sweetly asserting, "He is already doing remarkably well. However, if he could refine his methods further, it would be even better. That way, he could spend more time with Izuna and me. You have no idea. Izuna and I were just talking about you today. What were you saying about me? We remarked on your extensive knowledge, your generosity, your keen insight, and your remarkable intelligence. You are utterly flawless, possessing not a single flaw, embodying virtues from head to toe.